Chapter 1 A Grand Beginning. Intherial Muthament, the Cis undoubted lie Italio fun restrained delight. Cultivation levels body refinement, blood transformation, celestial domain, divine powers, Tao body reincarnation, saint, king, great saint, supreme saint, quasi-emperor, great emperor. In a state of confusion. Where am I? Was it not struck by lightning? What is happening? Yuanzing gazed around in bewilderment, the surroundings dark condamp, as if you were as you merged in water. He examined his own body. Damn it! Heaven are you toying with you actually sent meadow another world after striking me with lightning, he muttered to himself, realizing he had the physique of an infant. Yuan Xan, a Jed 27, a prodigio, had graduated from a prestigious university in Blue Star. After starting from scratch, he must see the fortune of 100 soft millions in just 5 years. Perhaps to a tip to your family, 100 soft millions is nothing, but for a self-made individual at the tender age of 27, it is nothing short of extraordinary. Yet, all of thighs was hattered with the hands of a woman and a brother, a situation that's the most laughable. However, the sensation of plummeting from wraithings to the depths of despair, coupled with the betrayal from those cared for, nearly brought Yuan's into his knees. When misfortune strikes, even a puff water can get stuck in one's throat. All he intended was to retreat to the mountains for a drink to vent his frustrations, and yet, he was struck by lightning and inexplicably transported to another realm. The 9 heavens and 10 earths, an expansive world filled with myriad races, powerful clans, ancient imperial families, immortal dynasties, and secret grounds, where prodigious talents emerge in Iftarenother. The 9 heavens are divided into Taiyuan heaven, Taichu heaven, Taishur heaven, Taiyu heaven, Te heaven, Taichin heaven, Taiching heaven, Taishio heaven, and Tehuang heaven. The 10 earths compresseth netherworld, the wilderness, the immaculate blood sea, the thunder marsh, the nest of all beings, hell, the immortal burial ground, the ancient divine mountain, the endless star sea, and the dark domain. Taiyuan heaven, the Yuan clan. A forbidden family they sexisted since Sethadon of Taiyuan heaven. Legend suggests that the history of Yuan clan may predate Taiyuan heaven itself. A this moment, a voice shattered the tranquility of Teklan. Ah ha ha. Matriarch, push, the unclan leader female Sabato born, push. A stunningly beautiful noble woman lay on the bed, her face pale and haggard, continuously screaming Yuan Changxing, you bastard, this is excruciating, on Seth a childest born, you'll see how I deal with ya. Ah. Wah wah wah. With a clear cry Thedo or Swangapan and a maid rushed out, exclaiming, it's Asen, congratulations, clan head. At that moment Thecrowed waiting outside the door, initially tense, gradually relaxed with the joyful announcement. Yuan Changxing, who had been listening to his wife's curses at the door, felt an indescribable emotion welling up within him. If he had been utterly frustrated just a moment ago, he was now overflowing with joy. He didn't see exuberantly towards an elder Limini Arby, saying, Father, did you hear, a havisen, ha. If outsiders were to witness these, they would hardly believe a thought the once mighty Changxing Jishan who had once suppressed all prodigious and dominate Dainra, was no dancing with glee. Cough, 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 Fielder Limon suddenly interjected Wold man harassed deaf, you little rascal. Look at your demioner, hurry and check in Lingqing. And bring my grandson out formatosi Asio Orfer, I must but have firstosi my grandson, Sagun. With that, Yuan Changxing gurriedly dashed into the room. Observing Thesami what frail you linking gonthabed, he said, my lady, you've a truly worked hard. You linking gazed athimon shattered mustand retorted, you bastard, doya havi any idea how much pain I vendered? This litera scalus benin me belly for a millennium and das finally come out. Looking gathen worn child, a smiley of happiness spread across you linking's facisa said, Changxing arson still needs a name. You should know him. How kick-liked his woman change sure tune, just a momentago, she was cursing, and now sure say different expression, Yuan Changxing muttered softly. What did he say? Ah. Nothing, haha. After venting Eisener frustrations, Yuan Xing quieted down and began to survey his surroundings. As a commercial prodige of the 21st century, calmness was his absolute forte. Analyzing the current situation, he muttered to himself, I must have a husband born as an infant. Yuan Xan, having played games and read novels in his spare time, Waisawara thought those so hot traverse a world Surya Julia the older liminor endowed with golden fingers. I seem to have a nothing, right? Peering through squinty eyes, Hessa was stunning le beautiful mother and an extraordinary le handsome father. He consoled himself, at least my parents are top-tier beauties, I suppose I won't be too unfortunate in looks. Ah, now Marie thinking about it. Since vid has arranged formative traverse, ishalethan the past vidi. From this moment forth, ishal embark in my brand new life. At that moment, Yuan Shanxing, lost in thought for a moment, spoke up, Zhixian. How about Yuan Zhixian? I hope your child can become the foremost immortal and the grainder of spiritual awakening. Good, let us know him Yuan Zhixian. I believe the our son will surely surpass both Yuan me, achieve a greatness in this grandeur, suppressing the ancient and overcoming Dolphos, you linking said softly. Let us go, they must have been waiting for a long time. Let your child meet her Famalian clan members. Outside at the courtyard. At this moment, the place was already bustling with people. Those presentorial individuals capable of shaking 9 heavens and 10 earths with astamp. Their powerful, terrifying auras meant to threaten to tear apart the heavens and earth, and the very onuous anxious lie watching the house, eager to glimpse the clan leader's true nature. In the distance, at Yuan clan's ancestral grounds, Suprema Divina thoughts begin to converse. Chang Shen Skal das been born. After a millennium of gestation, this child is bound to more troublesome than Chang Shen was back in the day. After all, Chang Shen's mother on liber him for 100 years, yet he has dominated her for 10,000 of years. Estimated his skill's accomplishments will undoubtedly surpass Chang Shen's. But what kind of physique would Oesh possess? Let's wait and see. At this moment, Yuan Changshen Gandu linking merged side by side, you linking cradling Yuan Jaxian with a blissful expression, while it had people lined the courtyard quickly get around. Have a Yuna met him, what is it? Yes, what is that child's name? Theklan Elder Cell inquired. Yuan Changshen replied, my son is named Yuan Zhixian. Yuan Zhixian, tonami him after an immortal, excellent name. Our Yuan clan shall uphold the pursuit of immortality, suppressing all. At that moment, Yuan Changshen's father, the former clan leader Yuansun, noticed that something peculiar and said, every own present the ron suppressed a world now have a gathered here. Such a presents would like clients still pressure revi new panthos of great saint trium. Yet, look at the chilled hesh house nosen soft being overwhelmed by auroras, but Ruther appears completely atus. An ancient plain elder stepped forward, exclaiming, let me see what kind of physique this child possesses. With that, Harriet Kadautan touched Yuan Zexian's forehead. A flash of golden light erupted and he murmured, strange, why can he not sense a Thiskel's physique, called it be mundane body? In the 9 heavens and 10 earths, there exist 3,000 physiques cranka differently, with varying rankings across epochs. However, the top 10 physique shaver main dun canjids in Satime memorial. The might of the top 10 physiques such that Tanyo noftem could suppress anara. First chaos body. Second dinat holly body dio. Third heavenly Tao forbidden body. Fourth void body. Fifth reincarnation body. Sixth ancient holy body, celestial tyrant body. Seventh sun body, moon body. Eighth innate Tao body, innate sword body. Ninth supreme bone. 10th double pupils. Yet now, he was soon able to detect an physique in Yuan Zhixian? It shouldn't be possible. Chang Sheng is an ancient holy body. Moreover, in his youth, he inadvertently entered sun forbidden zone, absorbing the true power of Tsunan the Karif sun, giving Grizito an acquired sun body. You linking is also a moon body. This child, if not an ancient holy body, should at least possess sooner moon body. How could he have an aphysique at all? This is impossible. At this moment, a terrifying Gareovka suddenly enveloped Feskis above the Yuan clan's ancestral grounds. What is this? An elder exclaimed. Chaos energy? At that moment, extraordinary auspicious beasts began to manifest above, led by 4 sacred beasts: azure dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, and black tortoise, surrounding the palace where Yuan Zexian resided, bowing their heads in reverence. Following closely were a powerful figures appearing around the extraordinary beasts and 4 sacred beasts, respectfully bowing towards the position of Yuan Zhixian. 3,000 Dao golden lotus s begin to descend from the heavens, drifting towards Thuan plan, resonating with the sound soft great Dao, profound and enigmatic. Is this the chaos body? Ah ha ha ha, the laughter echoed through the heavens. My grandson possessed chaos body if Isaac that defies the heavens, the chaos body. A this moment his eyes brimmed with tears, streaming down his face. What a physiquitis, the fierce Damen Galson Seta me memorial. An invincible body, impervious to laws, annihilating myriad paths, sweeping across Thebans. Throughout history, there has merged a singular entity of chaos, a bange endowed with the innatessency of an emperor. As long as these individual does not fall from grace, they are destined to ascend to heights beyond mere emperors, ultimately becoming an invincible sovereign. Mi grandson is fetotasa presenra, torignaverthiages, declared Yuan Sun. Ah, the Sisandi d'un extraordinary beginning, a lineage of the highest caliber and of of unparalleled quality. This seems rather promising. I can hardly contain my eagerness to experience this wondrous world, Hamust. Chapter 2: The Three Great Physiques, Undercurrents Stirring. Ding! Binding successful. Suddenly, a new voice resonated in Yuan Zion's mind. A right comes. My golden finger has arrived. I am the supreme system. May inquire if the host wishes to bind? System, what functions do you possess? Tonswer, the system is the supreme system of the myriad realms, capable of assisting the host in becoming the paramount existence across the heavens. The system offers a sign in function and task function. Upon the completion of the first task, the system store will be unlocked. Items in the store can be acquired through task points earned from completing tasks. The points can be used to purchase anything the host desires. Not anything at all. That's so quite promising. Very well, I shall bind. Binding successful. As a gift, the host receives 3 binding packages. Shall I append them? Confirm opening. Congratulations, the host has acquired 6 pieces of supreme bone. Congratulations, the host has obtained a pair of Zonton. Congratulations, the host has secured a copy of the eternal immortal scripture. Shall these be fused? Fuse. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuan Zion replied. An elder gazed in astonishment at Yuan Zion's newly opened eyes, exclaiming in wonder. The crowd, still reveling in the joy of Yuan Zion's Gaelic physique, turned here disbelief gazes toward shine upon hearing the term. At that moment, several elders swore oriated trembling with excitement. Physisser Yuan clan your clan shall undoubted lidum in a tethan in heaven santenrium. This guild cancer Lisa Presta's magnificentage sweeping aside alla position. Ice among the top 10 physique was it said to be invincible. At full maturity, it can even create its soundest world. Wait, Luca theory of immortality surrounding this guild it seems to harbor an indescribable terror. Supreme bone. Thedas supreme bone. Another elder shrieked in disbelief, his body shaking violently, his shiar tracing as if it might burst forth. 6 pieces of bone emanating a mysterious glow, inscribed with runes, were a distribute across Yuan Zion's forehead, limbs, and chest. Countless epic sago, an invincible emperor possessed beauty single piece of supreme bone, and with it he crushed various prodigious and ultimately seized the imperial throne. The emperor had only own piece of supreme bone. This child possesses 6 pieces to his thought no temply. Heaven bless her Yuan clan, heaven bless her Yuan clan. At this moment, Yuan Changshen clenched this fist tightly, his gaze fixated in Yuan Jixian, fearing that he might viniciate in a second. His body trembled as he muttered, chaotic physique, supreme bone. Chaotic physique, supreme bone. Ha 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 ha. My son possesses a chaotic physique, supreme bone, and 3 of the top 10 physiques. Surely, my son is destined for immortality. Ha ha ha. Beside him, Yulin Kingdal so trembled slightly, her face light with joy. Thafsha did not shout his fervent lias Yuan Changshin, her heart brimmed with uncontainable delight, for her child possessed the potential for immortality, indeed a rarity throughout Heges. The ancestral grounds of Yuan clan. This guild shall surely become a disciple, a venerable elder proclaim it fervently. Oh! Do I truly wish to compete with him for a disciple? Had such words can it buttered. This is the family head son, how can it be called competition? I am merely here to guide the family head share. What is there a torgui about, if it comes to thought, he will belong to us, the ninny ancestors within the ancestral ground shall sun mergaphonatro managesto sees him, they may find themselves unable to bear the consequences. The symbol delders exchange a disdainful glances. What of any ancestors, if the family head's direct descendant achieve us enlightenment, it will undoubtedly be momentous event in history. An immortal master, that is a tight leaf great prestige. Furthermore, do you think we're unaware, is it not a case of in ignorance while fully understanding? Buzz, buzz, buzz. The void trembled as in overwhelming presence enveloped the entire hall. An elderly figure, exuding gonora like that of a celestial being, stepped forth from the fabric of space. With Marilia glance, Hezelin said the multitude of elders, rendering the muty and hesitant to speak. In the stillness, his voice resonated, Siliuanja Zionas divine Sanathiuanklin, granting him access to all familiar sources. His voice echoed across he heaven sandthirth. Thesum liar spondid inunizan, yes. Our divine son shall undoubtedly der klanta dominateth in heaven centenrium. Chaotic physique, supreme bone, the sirathegif sophony mortal. Unparalleled throughout hedges, this destiny must sur libel untoth divine son. One among the clan remarked. You are a mistaken ifar divine son may not merely be unparalleled, but singular throughout hedges. The ancestral grounds of Uonklin. Once more, the voice of Tilda resonateth through to void the divine son shelves into the ancestral grounds forbidden zone for personal instruction after 3 years. At this moment, both Yuan Changshan and Yuan Zun were filled with elation. This waste Yuan clan's 9 ancestors legendary figure so immeasurable power from pix long past. The opportunity to have glimpse these beings ways a privilege reserved for Hosoho Hades and dead to the position of clan leader. Yuan Zun and Yuan Changshan got unlibin fortuna to not to encounter the ancestor supon achieving such status. These ways an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Meanwhile, across Tianxian familias outside Yuanklan, the supreme beings of several ancient clans turn at higher attention towards Yuanklan. One such being from a forbidden family spoke, the heaven-shaped manifested science divine son, the Yuan clan again, it is the Yuanklan. In a previous era, Yuan Changshan got dominated, leaving the prodigy a soft-huttage gasping for breath. Now, Maritan soft Hassan so years later, Wu dissonance mer begin the process of suppressing Ganar as Yuan Changshan did? Another supreme being from a forbidden family interjected, humph, only living prodigies possess the qualifications to prove their strength. Our clan's prodigies also harbor the potential for emperorship. In due course, the truth of strength will become clear. Indeed, those who have not yet matured pose no threat. The various supreme beings exchanged their words. Theogov grandeur isel synergy of kes wo shall rise and wo shall fall remains dobseen. Only the Ringingem Perors possess the qualifications to embark on the path to immortality. We must prepare ourselves to prevent Yuan clan from seizing any opportunities. With that, their voice faded from Thespace, and Theotherincine familias returned to their preparations for the impending age of grandeur. In the land of Hilmi, one of the 10 realms, a place regarded by practitioners as an absolute forbidden zone, a voice shittered the stillness. Yuan clan. Thebertalio Fiester Yar has left us in recovery for several epochs this time, we shall reclaim our losses. The divine son and divine daughter are a Theverius and Siofa clan's fortune. To eradicateth Yuan clan's divine sonistic adraint here for Tunet and shall see how they manage it to thrive. Mei Tian. At that moment, a figure clad in dark blue robes, with a somber visage and an array of darkness, emerged. Kneeling in Onani, inquired Lord Meitian Didio Calform? Meitian, a contemporary ancient so rignath Hiramofiomi, responded, Meitian, you were holy son of Therial Mafumianthiformist amonthieth. I have con for red with Theother leaders off to forbidden zonas during thys age of grandeur, UN Theother holy son soft to forbidden zonas mustn't sharetha demi soft Uonklin's divine son. He must not be allowed to matcher. Do I understand? Feeling the ancient and powerful energy radiating from Meitian, Meishan sheared quaked, his gaze lowered, unwilling to meet Meishan's eyes directly. Rest assured, my lord. I am Bernathyama physique, equipped with physique object, the only heart I can withstand of the top 10 physiques, let alone Ian divine son, Mycian replied humbly. Very well. A powerful force surged forth, striking Matian, causing blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth. Mycian quickly rose, resuming his kneeling position. Matian, you must understand that the path is boundless, there are always those beyond. Do not be so arrogant, exercise a restraint, do you comprehend? Understood, my lord. Mycian comprehends. You may depart now. When divine source secretary almapens shall handle the preceding matters, while Owan Theater Holy Son soft of forbidden zones will focus on eliminating Thuantlin's divine son. Once alls, ya will have the opportunity to vie for the position of emperor. Afterward, shall Sioha can stand in her way amidst hunning heavens. For the sake of prolonging gore lives, for the sake of ascension, we shall spare no effort. In the demon domain within the imperial mountain range, Thichi of Taneth Golden Wing Great Peng Clan murmured, Yuan Changxing during that battle, Yanir like Riplem. It took me severo millennia to emerge from my your shadow. This time, during the Ajofgrinder, I wonder how long I can maintain your arrogance. My clan's little Pengwang Natun Lepo Sesase type percent of ancestral bloodline butyl so inherently embodies fellows of speed. We shall see how we Orkland's divine son contends with milital Pengwang. Asather supreme beings from the immortal sacred rounds, immortal dynasties, and the royal family is off to demon realm begin talking verse, that prepared for the brutal Sahedon Theroid to emperorship. Chapter 3, The Initiation of Tasks. The sudden emergence of the Chaos Bell. Time flies swiftly, and 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye within the realm of the Yuan clan. In the Divine Sun's palace, a diminutive figure sits cross-legged in the courtyard, with large, expressive eyes, a strikingly handsome visage, skin as translucent as jade, and rosy cheeks that exude an extraordinary cuteness. One cannot help but be compelled to pinch and kiss him. Such a delicate and lively child seems to be a celestial being, a rarity in the heavens. Merely days after his birth, Yuan Zhaoxian was already able to walk and articulate human speech with remarkable ease. Which was hardly surprising, for he was an unparalleled prodigy of the ages. What was speaking for him just after birth, at the tender age of 1, he focused on solidifying his being, refraining from any form of cultivation. The ancestors of the Yuan clan utilized supreme true blood and spiritual herbs to refine his physique, laying a robust foundation for his corporeal form. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had elapsed. Since his birth, the system had only manifested once, and until now it remained dormant. Yet, just moments ago, the system's voice suddenly resonated. Host, greetings, the 3-year period has concluded. Are you prepared to embark upon the path of cultivation? The system's sign-in and task features shall now commence. Sign-in is random and merely offers welfare rewards. The host should primarily focus on tasks. Yuan Zhaoxian, somewhat bewildered, inquired system, what exactly are you? Why have you chosen me? This system is the supreme system, a manifestation of the essence of the heavenly Tao, solely designed to forge an invincible and transcendent being. You were selected because your father inadvertently conceived the postnatal solar body, which merged with your mother's lunar body, resulting in your innate chaos body. The chaos body is one of the supreme constitutions among the myriad realms, hence, you were chosen by this system. Ah, I see, Yuan Zhaoxian murmured in response. Indeed, by completing tasks, you shall earn corresponding task points, enabling you to acquire all that you desire. This system will issue tasks at any time. The host may choose to accept or decline. However, should the host refuse, a certain number of task points will be deducted as a penalty. Is this how it works? Yuan Zhaoxian said with a glum expression. Does the host comprehend the entire process? I understand, Yuan Zhaoxian replied, waving his hand in resignation. Then, this system shall officially commence the system tasks. Due to the host initiating the first system task, the system generously presents a grand gift pack. Does the host wish to open it? Open it. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Imperial Weapon, Chaos Bell, upgradable. The Chaos Bell, it shares the same name as my Chaos Body, containing the word Chaos. Could it be my exclusive weapon? Suddenly, a formidable pressure engulfed the Yuan clan, the essence of chaos spreading forth. A resounding chime echoed through the heavens, startling the disciples and elders who were cultivating, nearly causing them to faint. Another chime rang out, sending those of higher cultivation reeling with dizziness, while the less experienced disciples succumbed to unconsciousness. Boom! Another chime followed. Puff! Several core family disciples were so shaken by the sound that they spat blood. Their internal organs nearly displaced, the powerful resonance of the bell permeated every corner of the Yuan clan, except for the forbidden zones of the ancestral grounds Dai and the council hall of the Yuan clan. Yuan Changsheng and the Elder Council were in discussion when the sudden chimes reverberated through the hall, causing all present to furrow their brows. That sound emanated from the Divine Sun's palace. Before an elder could finish speaking, Yuan Changsheng vanished from his spot, hastening towards the Divine Sun's palace. At that moment, an elder spoke urgently, "Quick, everyone present, make haste to the Divine Sun. The Divine Sun embodies the fortune of our Yuan clan. We cannot afford any mishaps. All other disciples must relocate to safe zones away from the Divine Sun's palace, and activate the protective barrier." Dai in the Divine Sun's palace figures swiftly appeared. Yuan Zhaoxian opened his eyes to behold his father, mother, and grandfather arriving, followed by a throng of elders. What are all these esteemed elders doing here? As Yuan Zhaoxian communicated with the Chaos Bell, he entered its interior. In response to Yuan Zhaoxian's chaos body, the Chaos Bell instinctively emitted 3 chimes, which Yuan Zhaoxian could not hear, leaving him puzzled about the unfolding events. "Zhaoxian, are you alright? You frightened your mother to death. Let me see if you are injured or unwell," Yuan Changsheng exclaimed, his voice laced with concern. Meanwhile, he employed his formidable divine sense to scan every corner of the Divine Sun's palace repeatedly, his terrifying golden essence intensifying, nearing a state of eruption. A dragon has its reverse scales. To touch them is to invite death. For Yuan Changsheng family was his reverse scale. The elders, simultaneously inquiring about Yuan Zhaoxian's well-being, utilized their divine senses to investigate the source of the disturbance. Ultimately, all gazes converged upon the bell, which radiated the essence of chaos and emitted golden divine light that threatened to shatter the surrounding space. "This is an imperial weapon," the crowd gasped in astonishment at the sight of the unprecedented imperial weapon. A wave of unease coursing through them. How did an imperial weapon inexplicably appear in the Divine Sun's palace? Fortunately, it currently remained stable and had not harmed the Divine Sun. The thought of what could happen if it were to go berserk sent shivers down their spines, leaving them drenched in cold sweat. At that moment, an even more terrifying aura descended from the heavens. An ancient elder, his gaze fixed on the Chaos Bell, seemed ready to subdue it at any moment. This was the 9th ancestor of the Yuan clan, an unparalleled existence who had survived countless epochs. His existence had faded from the memories of outsiders. Only the most ancient imperial clans and indestructible forces possessed records of his existence. "Greetings, 9th ancestor," the crowd spoke in unison, bowing respectfully. The 9th ancestor responded with a curt, his eyes still locked on the Chaos Bell. Meanwhile, our young Yuan Zhaoxian looked on, utterly bewildered by the commotion, and asked, "Ninth ancestor, grandfather, father, mother, why are you all so flustered? What has transpired? Zhaoxian, what is the meaning of this? Where did this bell come from?" This question left our young Yuan Zhaoxian somewhat dumbfounded. He struggled to explain the origins of the Chaos Bell, knowing that the existence of the system must remain a secret, lest he be captured as an experimental subject by nefarious entities. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Zhaoxian replied, "This bell is my accompanying imperial weapon. It has been dormant within my consciousness since my birth, only awakening today. I have only just discovered its usage and capabilities, and it seems I have inadvertently drawn everyone's attention." Upon hearing this, the crowd was left astounded. What the hell? A chaos body is one thing, but now he possesses an accompanying imperial weapon. This is simply absurd. His luck is almost beyond belief. If you weren't the Divine Son of the Yuan clan, I might genuinely suspect you were the illegitimate child of the heavenly Dao. Oh, by the way, this bell is called the Chaos Bell, and for now, it is an imperial weapon, Yuan Zhaoxian added, delivering another blow. "What? The Chaos Bell? That is a perfect match for your chaos body. You won't even need to refine it. You can use it as is." The crowd was left speechless, their incredulity reaching new heights. "Wait, if it is only temporarily an imperial weapon, does that imply it can be upgraded?" At this moment, several elders spat blood, their reasons unclear, whether from joy or some other cause. One elder even fainted from the overwhelming excitement. Chapter 4, Task Issuance, the Realm of Ultimate Path. At this moment, the 9th ancestor let out a hearty laugh. "Excellent, truly excellent." He gazed at Yuan Zhaoxian with increasing fondness, marveling not only at his unparalleled physique but also at the fact that he possessed an accompanying imperial weapon that could be upgraded. Should this news spread, it would undoubtedly incite a storm of bloodshed throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Quickly, the 9th ancestor adopted a serious demeanor and declared, "What has transpired today must remain a secret among all present. Anyone found leaking information shall face the consequences according to clan regulations. Yes, we shall adhere to the ninth ancestor's decree. The assembly responded earnestly. Yu Zhaoxian, come with me, the ninth ancestor said, disregarding the crowd as he led Yuan Zhaoxian to the forbidden area of the ancestral grounds. Within the forbidden area of the ancestral grounds lay a small realm where the spiritual energy was 10 times more potent than outside. In the center of the forbidden area stood dozens of stone coffins crafted from divine source stones. Among them, the 9 icy coffins at the forefront were particularly striking, significantly larger than the others, made from primal true ice, an extraordinary treasure capable of preserving the life essence of its occupant and allowing them to cultivate in their dreams. Such treasures were exceedingly rare and valuable. Even an imperial clan would consider it remarkable to possess a primal true ice the size of a bowl. To think that our clan is so affluent. What a grand heritage we possess. At the top, 3 jade coffins crafted from some unknown, extraordinary material radiated a gentle glow, emanating an air of profound mystery. Yu Zhaoxian, I must ask you, what is your purpose in pursuing cultivation? The ninth ancestor inquired. Yuan Zhaoxian pondered before responding. First, I wish to grow powerful enough to protect those I cherish and safeguard my clan. Second, there is no ultimate strength, only a path to greater strength. I desire to challenge myself, to reach the pinnacle, and forge my indomitable spirit. Good, good, the ninth ancestor exclaimed. This is the spirit that the younger generation of the Yuan clan should embody. Life devoid of challenges holds little significance. Only by confronting oneself can one attain the highest realm. It seems you have made the decision to become an unparalleled existence, to cultivate an invincible heart, and to push past all adversaries. Very well, you are now 3 years old. From this moment forth, you shall officially embark on your path to invincibility. Allow me to first explain how the cultivation system is categorized, the ninth ancestor stated. The realms are categorized into body refinement, blood mobilization, cave heaven, divine powers, Tao body reincarnation, saint, saint king, great saint, supreme saint, quasi-emperor, and great emperor. Each realm is further divided into 9 layers, with a significant disparity in strength between each layer, which only amplifies as one progresses. In the initial 3 realms, there exists a notion that each realm possesses an extreme limit. The body refinement realm peaks at 1 million pounds, the blood mobilization realm at 10 million pounds, and the cave heaven realm at 10 cave heavens. Those who attain the extreme limit are invariably prodigies of the ages, unmatched within their realm, unparalleled through the eons. Regrettably, such individuals seldom emerge even over several eras, let alone those who reach the extreme limits in body refinement, blood mobilization, and cave heaven. Such beings are undeniably terrifying presences. The early stages of cultivation primarily focus on physical conditioning and establishing a solid foundation. Thus, we have constrained your cultivation to the pinnacle of the body refinement realm, allowing you to break through each extreme limit before advancing to the next realm. However, as you possess the supreme chaos body, supreme bone, and heavy eyes, your physical foundation must be exceptionally robust. Therefore, before the age of 3, we continuously utilized supreme true blood and supreme elixirs to refine your body, enabling your physique to achieve a formidable effect. Do you comprehend? Yuan Zhaoxian nodded gravely, adjusting his breath as 2 beams of laser-like light erupted from his eyes, piercing the heavens. The chaotic energy surrounding him rampaged through the space, and the supreme bone on his body radiated a fierce luminescence. I am invincible, unparalleled through the ages. I, Yuan Zhaoxian, shall suppress all adversaries in this world, ruling all epochs. The 9 ancestors observed Yuan Zhaoxian, who had now forged an indomitable heart, and smiled with deep satisfaction. It seems that Zhaoxian is destined to lead our Yuan clan toward the path of immortality. With a profound gaze directed into the distance, the 9 ancestors continued. Zhaoxian, this is the supreme secret technique of our Yuan clan. As he spoke, one of the 9 ancestors extended a slightly withered finger and gently tapped Yuan Zhaoxian's forehead, causing a thread of incomprehensible brilliance to emerge and then vanish. Yuan Zhaoxian felt as though 3 techniques had materialized in his mind. Already operating autonomously, the Tianyuan Sutra, Taiyuan Sutra, and Shiyuan Sutra are the inherited techniques of our Yuan clan, leading directly to the supreme methods of the immortal path, renowned throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Within the immortal imperial clans in various forbidden zones, the technique 1 Qi transforms 3 purities can only be cultivated by core family members of the Yuan clan. This technique allows the differentiation of 3 avatars. The main body can assign varying strengths to the avatars based on circumstances, capable of reaching up to 8/10 of the main body's power. The death of an avatar merely consumes the main body's spiritual and mental energy. The four swords of immortal slaying, when combined, can slay immortals. It rivals the Taisher sword sect's ability to shatter the heavens. It is hailed as one of the two most formidable sword techniques across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. At this moment, Yuan Zhaoxian sat cross-legged, hands forming seals, practicing the Tianyuan realm techniques. Meanwhile, the dense spiritual energy within the forbidden zone of the Yuan clan began to coalesce around Yuan Zhaoxian, who felt his aura surging. Unleashing a powerful airflow that erupted from his being, the entire ancestral forbidden zone was beset by fierce scales. Ding! Detection of the host's first cultivation session. System task officially initiated. Achieve first place on the ancient tablet leaderboard. Reward, 10,000 task points. Will the host accept? Accept, Yuan Zhaoxian replied inwardly, then continued. Ancient tablet, what is that? First place, 10,000 task points. What can I purchase in the marketplace? Do not be like a curious child. In 2 years, everything will become clear. The system ceased its explanations, time flowed, and 2 years later, Yuan Zhaoxian, who could have broken into the Divine Powers realm, continually suppressed his cultivation. A 5-year-old in the Divine Powers realm is a rarity that may not be found across countless epochs. Should he speak of it, people would hardly believe it. Yet, Yuan Zhaoxian aimed to break through the extreme limits of the 3 realms, ensuring a complete foundation for his cultivation. Thus, he remained at the pinnacle of the body refinement realm. During this period, within the Forbidden Zone, Yuan Zhaoxian sat cross-legged, with streams of chaotic energy surging within him, exuding an extraordinary terror. A powerful pressure seemed to oppress the entire space. At that moment, centered around Yuan Zhaoxian, a colossal gray vortex emerged, filled with swirling chaotic energy. Chaos creates all things, capable of generating and obliterating myriad paths. Thunderous roars echoed as the spiritual energy from the Forbidden Zone surged madly into Yuan Zhaoxian's body. The 6 pieces of supreme bone embedded within him fatally radiated divine brilliance, and the space began to manifest numerous profound runes, which coalesced into a halo surrounding Yuan Zhaoxian. At that instant, he appeared immensely solemn and sacred, akin to a supreme entity awaiting reverence from the heavens. At this moment, Yuan Zhaoxian opened his eyes, and a flash of purple brilliance flickered within his heavy eyes, shooting forth into the void of the ancestral forbidden zone. In response, a fissure manifested in the void, gradually expanding into an alternate space shrouded in darkness. This was the power of the heavy eyes. Capable of manifesting worlds, although merely 5 years old, Yuan Zhaoxian emanated a pervasive chaotic aura, his body shimmering with divine light, and his dual pupils exuding unfathomable depth. From a distance, he resembled an immortal standing there, majestic and dignified, beyond reproach. The 9 ancestors observed, expressing their approval. Zhaoxian truly embodies the existence of the 3 supreme bodies. Suddenly Yuan Zhaoxian rose and unleashed a fist. What is this? The 9 ancestors gazed in astonishment at this strike. The resounding roar echoed throughout the ancestral forbidden zone, as a formidable pressure surged forth, nearly shattering the space itself. This punch possessed at least 1,000,000 pounds of force. It would be remarkable for an ordinary prodigy in the body refinement realm to achieve several tens of thousands of pounds. And even those in the Dao body realm would find it challenging to withstand such might. Yuan Zhaoxian's father, Yuan Qingsheng, had only wielded around 50 million pounds of force in his youth. His son, however, surpassed him by a considerable margin, 1,000,000 pounds of strength. Legends tell of a peerless ancient emperor from the primordial era who, in his youth, unleashed a punch of 40 million pounds. This child, Zhaoxian, is indeed terrifying beyond measure. The 9 ancestors murmured softly. At that moment, a mysterious ancient tablet radiating an exceedingly archaic aura appeared in the sky, illuminating the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths. What is this? Questioned a powerful figure from the undying Holy Land in confusion. This is the ancient tablet. It is said that the ancient tablet has existed since ancient times, testing the realms of body refinement, blood mobilization, and cave heaven, evaluating the values of the 3 great realms. To undergo the trial, one must enter the tablet's domain, where their cultivation will be suppressed to match the tested realm, and the rankings will be determined based on the combined values of the 3 realms. Furthermore, those listed will receive rewards from the ancient tablet, which may include supreme treasures, unparalleled elixirs, and ancient techniques. Any one of these is a coveted prize that all factions yearn to seize. This is a monumental opportunity. Regrettably, only those aged 16 and younger may participate. I have no chance now, alas. After a moment of reflection, the figure from the undying Holy Land continued. However, our holy son is only 10 years old. Endowed with exceptional talent and unparalleled combat prowess, he will surely ascend this leaderboard. Subsequently, the inhabitants of the 9 heavens and 10 earths were initially taken aback, then erupted into fervor. The ancient tablet has manifested. The emergence of this ancient tablet heralds a grand era for the 9 heavens and 10 earths, presenting a tremendous opportunity. Among the 3 great extreme limits, numerous terrifying physiques among our current prodigies abound. I am eager to see who will make it onto the leaderboard. The 9 heavens and 10 earths erupted into a frenzy. I in the Taichu heaven, a resplendent holy land, stood proudly. This is the Taichu Holy Land. One of the immortal sanctuaries. The origins of the Taichu Holy Land trace back to a human emperor who was among the mightiest beings of his time, wielding terrifying power in the earliest epochs. He established the Taichu Holy Land, possessing the Taichu Divine King body. Although this body ranks just below the top 10 physiques, it is scarcely inferior to them. He proclaimed himself the Taichu Emperor. A mythical figure, the Great Emperor realm is further divided into 9 layers: Peak Great Emperor, Supreme Emperor, and Mythical Emperor, while the current strength of the Taichu Holy Land pales in comparison to its origins. Its heritage and might are not to be underestimated, firmly placing it among the most elite factions across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. At this moment, countless disciples of the Taichu Holy Land gazed toward the heavens. Filled with fervor and anticipation, among them stood a youth clad in a purple robe, around 15 or 16 years of age, handsome in appearance with a smile upon his face. Behind him, a faint divine king's silhouette loomed in the heavens, emanating a powerful aura that rendered others breathless. The ancient tablet has appeared. Our holy son of the Taichu Holy Land possesses the same physique as our ancient ancestor, the Taichu Divine King body, and his combat power is unparalleled. Our holy son will undoubtedly claim the top spot on this leaderboard. An ancient figure from the Holy Land proclaimed within the main hall. Indeed, our holy son shall surely attain the first position, leading us toward glory. Another voice chimed in. The eyes of every individual within the Taichu Holy Land gleamed with fervor, akin to devoted followers. In the Shangqing heaven, a tall, slender youth robed in gold approached from afar. This young man, around 14 or 15 years old, had a handsome countenance and a kind demeanor. Enveloped in the aura of the Tao, the surrounding space surged with myriad strands of Tao energy converging upon him. His body radiated divine light, exuding an overwhelming pressure that instilled a sense of proximity to the Tao, as though he were one with it. This youth epitomized the will of the Tao. The Son of Heaven, he is Tao Wudao, the most powerful Taoist of the Shangqing sect, regarded by all strong figures across the 9 heavens and 10 earths as a prodigious talent destined to become a great emperor in the future. Greetings, esteemed Taoist. Lord Daozi is destined to claim the top position on the 3 great extremities ranking. The Holy Son shall undoubtedly become the strongest prodigy of the ages, leading us to transcendence. Every individual bows respectfully, their voices imbued with reverence, their eyes sparkling with excitement. In their eyes, the pinnacle of the ancient heaven ranking is tailor-made for Tao Wudao. The sole reason for their belief is crystal clear. Tao Wudao possesses an extraordinarily powerful physique among the realms of heaven and earth. Among the myriad physiques, he wields the innate Tao body, ranked 8th among the 3,000 physiques across the vast expanses of heaven and earth. There are countless talented prodigies with unique physiques, yet the innate Tao body, standing among the top 10, is exceedingly rare. Throughout countless epochs, no more than 10 prodigies have possessed the innate Tao body. Almost every one of them achieved greatness as emperors, with the most unfortunate among them still reaching imperial status. At this moment, Tao Wudao squints slightly at the ancient heaven ranking, murmuring to himself, in this prosperous era of the great Tao, I wonder how many prodigies will emerge, and how many will be worthy of my intervention. Truly, it is an era full of promise. In the hall of the Ji family, amidst the ethereal void, the voice of an ancient and supreme being resonated, declaring that the emergence of the ancient heaven ranking heralds a golden age, coinciding with the appearance of my Ji family's void body. In such a grand epoch, we are destined to dominate. Another ancient presence responded affirmatively. Ji Qing Tian, this child possesses the void body, making him invincible. He shall surely sweep through this realm. Let him prepare to seize the top position of the ancient heaven ranking. As the 5th ranked physique, the void body's innate secret technique can not only nullify others' attacks but also exile and seal opponents within the void. The critical aspect is that one cannot pinpoint the coordinates of this space, while the user can render themselves impervious to any attack. Against the void body, no technique holds sway upon reaching its zenith. It can even negate an entire world. This is precisely why the void body is ranked as the 5th strongest physique. Deep within the ancestral grounds of the Ji family, a formidable aura emanated. Subsequently, a streak of light shot forth, coalescing into a figure that landed beside Ji Qing Tian. Observing this, Ji Qing Tian respectfully clasped his hands. Father, to his right stood a middle-aged man of unremarkable appearance. Yet his eyes seemed to contain the vast cosmos, as if the entirety of the universe was encapsulated within his gaze. He is Ji Tianming, the head of the Ji family. His power is terrifyingly transcendent. Now a formidable sage, Qing Tian. Now that you are 15 years old, the emergence of the ancient heaven ranking is timely. You must strive to attain this ranking. The rewards are unparalleled opportunities, Ji Tianming stated calmly. Then father, what position do you believe I can achieve in this contest for the ancient heaven ranking? Ji Qing Tian inquired, perplexed. You possess the void body and various secret techniques, alongside the Ji family's inherited cultivation method. The Great Void Sutra, cultivated to the 4th level. You should be invincible in the world. My only concern is the unexpected. Are you referring to the Yuan clan? Ji Qing Tian continued, bewildered. At this moment, Ji Tianming turned to Ji Qing Tian, fixing him with an intense gaze. Qing Tian, in my youth, I too was an extraordinary prodigy, yet the Yuan clan produced Yuan Changsheng, who possessed both the ancient sacred body and the postnatal sun body. He was hailed as the strongest prodigy of our era, an oppressive force for millennia. I have been defeated by him on several occasions, fortunate that the spiritual energy of that time was thin. And the path to becoming an emperor was not open. Otherwise he paused, reflecting on Yuan Changsheng's prodigious nature, adding, his son, I suspect, will not be less formidable. Qing Tian, though I was vanquished by him, I hope my son will not suffer the same fate against his son. You must defeat Yuan Changsheng's son, only then can you ascend to the throne of emperors. Do you understand? Understood. Ji Qing Tian replied resolutely. I will conquer him. With clenched fists, the void light around Ji Qing Tian flickered incessantly, his form becoming ethereal, emanating a potent aura that gradually rendered the surrounding space intangible. Observing the masterpiece of his life, Ji Tianming smiled gently, saying, Yuan Changsheng, I eagerly anticipate our reunion. Once, you left me gasping for breath. Now, my son, a more powerful void body shall triumph over yours. Do not mourn when that time comes. Chapter 6, The Yuan clan's hierarchy in the Taiyuan celestial Yuan clan, before Yuan Jixian. The Divine Son was his father, Yuan Changsheng. Since Yuan Changsheng ascended to the position of clan leader, the title of Divine Son has remained vacant, allowing the younger generation of the Yuan clan to compete for this prestigious title. Among them, the most promising candidates are those within the top 10 hierarchies. Each of them bears one of the 3,000 physiques, each an unparalleled prodigy of that time. The one with the highest acclaim is Yuan Ruochu, an ancient prodigy of the main clan, already at the 5th stage of divine abilities, having slain even experts in the Tao body realm, possessing the unparalleled reincarnation body. This physique is deemed superior to the ancient sacred body and the postnatal sun body of Yuan Jixian. Ranking 4th among the 3,000 physiques, renowned as one of the most terrifying physiques in terms of offensive power, Yuan Changsheng dominated an entire era with his ancient sacred body and sun body. While Yuan Ruochu's reincarnation body is even more remarkable. Not only is he invincible at the same level, but he can also effortlessly battle above his rank. Some clan members speculate that had it not been for Yuan Jixian's sudden emergence, the title of Divine Son would have belonged to Yuan Ruochu. Meanwhile, our Yuan Jixian, the little Divine Son, strolled leisurely through the training grounds, observing his brethren's cultivation while reflecting on the information about the top 10 hierarchies shared by the clan elders. Suddenly, a voice broke his reverie. Wow, what an adorable little brother, like a porcelain doll. Come, sister wants a hug and a kiss. Turning to the source of the voice, he saw a sweet-looking girl approaching with open arms and a beaming smile. However, to Yuan Jixian, her smile resembled that of a sheep encountering a wolf. He sidestepped her grasp. The girl was taken aback. I can't catch you. Undeterred, she lunged for him again, after several unsuccessful attempts. She panted heavily, pointing at Yuan Jixian, little guy, don't make me catch you, or else. She trailed off, gasping for breath. At that moment, another voice chimed in, Xingya, let me help you catch him. It was Wang Xiaojian, a follower of the 10th hierarchy, known for his cowardice. It was rumored that he had pursued Yuan Xingya for quite some time without success, and now an opportunity had arisen for him to curry favor. Hey, little guy, you should immediately let me catch you so Xingya can have her fun, or you'll suffer the consequences. He leered, the smirk on his face that repulsed Yuan Jixian. He then reached out to seize Yuan Jixian. At that moment, Yuan Jixian remained unmoving, his eyes focused. A powerful golden light erupted, followed by a scream as Wang Xiaojian found himself 50 meters away, slowly rising to his feet. He was no longer the imposing figure he had been moments prior. One hand clutching his belly, the other wiping blood from his mouth as he exclaimed, Do you know who I am? I am the follower of Lord Yuan Di from the 10th hierarchy. You dare to harm me, Lord Yuan Di will never let you off lightly. If you know what is good for you, come apologize, and bring some spirit treasures or elixirs, and then let Xingya have her fun. Otherwise, this matter will not end here. At this Yuan Jixian chuckled, you must be seriously deluded, I've already hurt you. What do you think you can do? If you have the guts, don't run. Just wait, he retorted before slipping away, vanishing from the sight of the onlookers. To Yuan Jixian, this individual was no different from a clown. How can the clan S hierarchy include such characters as followers? Was there no assessment of their character before accepting them? Shaking his head, he continued toward the center of the training grounds. Several well-meaning clan members approached, advising, little brother, you should leave, the 10th hierarchy is not to be trifled with. They are powerful beings, hurry and go, if they come looking for you and can't find you, this matter will gradually blow over. Leave, I still want to wait for him to come find me. I've yet to engage in a proper fight since leaving the ancestral grounds. I want to see if the clan's top 10 hierarchies can be easily defeated by me. Yuan Jixian mused, smiling as he added, why would I need to leave? I simply wish to see what kind of people these 10th hierarchy members are, what sort of rabble has been accepted as followers. Just as he finished speaking, a voice echoed, is that so? I'd like to see what kind of skills you possess to speak so freely. As the voice fell, a powerful gust of air pushed back the surrounding onlookers. A figure, radiating a yellow glow, descended from the sky. This individual appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old, of ordinary looks, donned in a yellow robe, standing tall and imposing, giving the impression of facing a towering mountain. The formidable aura left the onlookers feeling breathless, a profound sense of suffocation enveloping them. Yuan Di, from the 10th hierarchy, possesses the earth body at the 3rd stage of the cave heaven realm, practicing the foundational techniques of the Earth Sutra and an incomplete version of the Xuanwu Sutra. Moreover, it is said that with the earth body, as long as one stands upon the ground, an inexhaustible flow of spiritual energy is at their disposal, rendering them virtually indestructible with astonishing defensive capabilities. Yuan Jixian slowly articulated the details about Yuan Di. This Yuan Di coldly remarked, it seems you are no ordinary clan member. To know my background, you must be part of the clan S core. Then come, little one, let me see what abilities you possess. Upon uttering his breath, a surge of formidable spiritual energy caused the ground to sink beneath him, sending stones flying around him. He then raised his hand and pushed forward, causing a cluster of stones to merge into 2 streaks of brilliant yellow light, racing forward with astonishing speed. Just as they were about to reach Yuan Jixian, the latter remained utterly still, his eyes flashing with a golden brilliance. A golden barrier materialized before him, intercepting the 2 stones launched by Yuan Di. With a resounding explosion, Yuan Di clenched his hand, and the stones detonated, unleashing a powerful gust that sent the onlookers sprawling in chaos. I had thought him formidable, but it seems he was merely boasting. Very well, let this little rascal learn a lesson, to understand that there are greater beings beyond him, and that our top 10 ranks are not to be questioned. Observing the billowing smoke ahead, Yuan Di murmured confidently, oh, is that so? Do you think yourself invincible now that you have made your move? Allow me a turn. Quite impressive, even the most ordinary of Dongtian realm warriors would have been wounded by that attack. Yet he, at the pinnacle of the body refinement realm, remains unscathed. Yuan Di muttered to himself, then, let us see. With that, he began to form intricate seals with his hands, conjuring a yellow light that swiftly took the shape of a creature resembling the Xuanwu. Its roar shattered the surroundings, and suddenly dark clouds gathered in the sky, accompanied by gusts of wind and sand, as it surged toward Yuan Jixian. Yet, Yuan Jixian remained unmoved, one hand behind his back and the other extending forward, coalescing into a seal that radiated enigmatic symbols shimmering with golden light. Upon collision with the creature, a colossal vortex erupted, lingering in the air, creating a powerful airflow that forced Yuan Di to stagger back several steps, blood beginning to trickle from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Yuan Di's blood surged with fervor, his entire being in turmoil as he formed mysterious seals with both hands, preparing to unleash his most devastating technique. Meanwhile, Yuan Jixian sat motionless like a venerable monk. Then, in a calm voice, he uttered, rise. Yuan Di found himself inexplicably lifted into the air, binding. Just as he was on the verge of breaking free, he discovered he could not move. What is this? The true words technique from the Tianyuan Sutra. Sky pulling and binding techniques. One must understand that the Tianyuan Sutra, Taiyuan Sutra, and Shiyuan Sutra are not for everyone to cultivate. The Shiyuan Sutra is practiced by the branch of our Yuan clan, while the Taiyuan Sutra belongs to the main lineage. As for the Tianyuan Sutra, only the ancestor, clan leader, divine son, and the ancient prodigies of the Yuan clan are qualified to cultivate it. At this moment, Yuan Di was firmly bound midair, disbelief etched on his face as he gazed at Yuan Jixian. The Tianyuan Sutra, could it be that you are the divine son? Chapter 7, Challenge from the Sequence Divine. Divine Son, the ancestral teachings of the family dictate that all members must adhere strictly to the hierarchy. Without rules, there can be no order. The Divine Son stands as the future head of the family, holding absolute power over life and death within the clan. Except for the ancestor within the forbidden zones, even the highest elders must show utmost respect to the clan leader. This is the end for me. Yuan Di thought despairingly, wishing he had just feigned ignorance. At this moment Yuan Jiaxian regarded the 10th sequence before him and slowly said, "Indeed, I am Yuan Jiaxian, salute the divine Son." It was only then that the onlookers came to their senses and collectively bowed in reverence toward Yuan Jiaxian. "Rise," Yuan Jiaxian said nonchalantly, casting a cold glance at Yuan Di, who now found his true words technique lifted by Yuan Jiaxian. Bowing deeply, Yuan Di implored, "Divine Son, I apologize for my offense, please punish me." He bowed even lower, nearly touching his forehead to the ground. Yuan Jiaxian murmured, "I do not wish to punish you. I simply wish to impart a lesson. Our Yuan clan is a forbidden lineage. You, too, as a member of the family sequence, represent the clan in the world, and your followers do the same. When gathering followers, one must possess discernment. Do not accept anyone or anything that could tarnish the clan's reputation. You know well the consequences of such actions. As the Divine Son, I have both the responsibility and obligation to oversee you. Do you understand? Yuan Di, do you concede?" With that, Yuan Jiaxian's aura suddenly surged, his eyes ablaze with golden light, and the supreme bone within him emanated powerful runes, while a chaotic aura coalesced behind him, forming an image of primordial chaos creating all things. At that moment, Yuan Jiaxian appeared as a celestial emperor surveying the heavens, gazing down upon the crowd from a lofty height. The sudden pressure rendered the spectators immobile, many trembling uncontrollably. Yuan Di, witnessing the emperor-like presence of Yuan Jiaxian, felt an overwhelming dread creeping into his psyche, leading him to involuntarily kneel, sweat dripping onto the ground. I recognize my error. Please, Divine Son, punish me." Seeing that Yuan Di had sufficiently understood, Yuan Jiaxian withdrew his overwhelming aura and continued, "Yuan Di, I hope you grasp the essence of family honor. The clan nurtures us, and we bear the duty to defend its glory. Though our family is already formidable, it does not preclude us from adding to its honor." With that, he dismissed Yuan Di, leaving behind a group of pale-faced individuals as he made his way toward the Divine Son's palace. It was only then that the crowd realized, this is our Divine Son, his strength and aura are terrifying, and he subdued the 10th sequence with merely one move. Can he truly be only 5 years old? I felt as though I was not confronting a mere child, but rather a transcendent being, utterly terrifying. Not far from the training ground, 2 youths aged around 15 or 16 stood in a pavilion. One, exuding a constant flow of stellar energy, radiated boundless mysteries, was handsome and donned in a starry robe, casually remarked to the other, "What do you think of this Divine Son? He seems quite formidable." The other, whose features were obscured but emanated a powerful yellowish aura, replied coldly, "Indeed, he is quite powerful. It feels as though he was toying with Yuan Di like a chick, although Yuan Di is also among the top 10 sequences. His strength is but a fraction of ours. This Divine Son stirs within me an irresistible urge to spar." Upon finishing his words, the yellowish aura around him intensified, shaking the pavilion with its powerful presence. Were there any other disciples of the Yuan clan present, they would certainly recognize these two: Yuan Xingqian, bearer of the celestial body of the stars, fourth in the sequence, and Yuan Changkong, of the indestructible yellow body, second in the sequence. "TSK, a warmonger, what do you think of his methods?" Yuan Xingqian inquired of Yuan Changkong. Yuan Changkong glanced in the direction Yuan Jiaxian had vanished, saying, "First, he crushes his opponent with absolute strength, then uses his supreme status to suppress them further, leaving no room for dissent, a strategy that strikes at the heart. Quite intriguing. He is only 5 years old. Yet even though he is the Divine Son, he must first defeat me before I accept his position." Upon entering the Divine Son's palace, Yuan Jiaxian noticed 2 children around 10 years of age standing in the courtyard. One was a striking boy clad in dark attire, while the other was a sweet girl in a water blue gown, accompanied by the jovial figure of their grandfather, Yuan Sun. Yuan Jiaxian smirked, greeting, "I pay my respects, grandfather." Yuan Sun's face broke into a benevolent smile as he regarded his grandson. Thoroughly pleased with his recent performance, reveling in the joys of grandparenting, "These 2 children shall be your attendants from this day forth. They will assist you with any trivial matters within the palace." "Greetings, Divine Son, what are your names?" Although merely 5 years old and appearing harmless as a porcelain doll, Yuan Jiaxian exuded an unparalleled air of nobility as he regarded the two. "I am Yuan Zifeng, 7 years old, at the first stage of Dongtian, primarily cultivating the blade intent, the Tyrant Blade Sutra Yuan Zifeng, a prodigy of the Yuan clan's branch lineage, possessed an extraordinary understanding of the blade, having comprehended the blade intent from a young age. Even at the first stage of Dongtian, he could contend with those in the divine power realm. Had he not become the divine sun's attendant, he could have aspired to be among the top 10 sequences of the Yuan clan. I am Yuan Yener, also 7 years old, at the first stage of Dongtian, primarily cultivating the Shiwan Sutra and the water attribute technique, the 3000 weak waters, Yuan Yener, hailing from the branch lineage. Although lacking Yuan Zifeng's exceptional talent, was meticulous and perceptive, naturally gifted with a water spirit body, she possessed an innate comprehension of the laws of water. Grandfather, it appears the divine sun's palace is in need of attendants. These two seem quite capable, Yuan Jiaxian remarked casually. Very well, they shall accompany you. At least we can trust them to attend to your needs. As for other matters, you shall manage them yourself, should you require anything. Just inform your grandfather. With that matter resolved, Yuan Sun transformed into a beam of golden light and vanished from sight. Just then, disciples stationed outside approached to report, Divine Sun, the esteemed individuals from the 2nd, 4th, and 7th sequences have come to pay their respects. I did not expect them to arrive so swiftly. Allow them entry, Yuan Jiaxian replied nonchalantly. A youth clad in garments of dark yellow, Yuan Changkong, and another in a starry robe along with a third in black, all around 15 or 16 years of age, approached Yuan Jiaxian. They regarded the ordinary-looking figure draped in black, who radiated a palpable sense of battle intent. From the 7th sequence, pondering inwardly, Yuan Pajun, born with a warrior's physique, has dedicated himself to the art of combat, holding in disdain the weak while harboring a fierce fighting spirit towards the strong, making him a formidable member of a family renowned for its martial prowess. The three individuals respectfully bowed before the divine offspring, Yuan Jiaxian, who regarded them and inquired, Esteemed brothers, what brings you to my presence? It is as follows. We, the three of us, have never had the honor of meeting the divine offspring. Upon witnessing your arrival, we were curious to discern the nature of your character, hence our visit. Furthermore, we have heard tales of your extraordinary physique, deemed unparalleled since your birth, and thus have come seeking your guidance. I see that you have attained the pinnacle of body refinement. I am willing to suppress my own cultivation to match your level. Confident that you would not shy away from a challenge. You seek to challenge me, and you wish to lower your cultivation to my level for this duel. Your intentions are commendable, yet I find myself rather occupied. Why should I acquiesce to your request, just because you have come to the divine palace to challenge me? Does that mean I must accept? Yuan Jiaxian replied with a smile. Could it be that the divine offspring fears battle? Yuan Pajun retorted, Indeed, you have only just emerged from your ancestral grounds. Defeating Yuan Di is hardly an accomplishment, as he is rather weak and the disparity between us is vast. Moreover, your youth has left you unacquainted with the tempests of the outside world. Thus, it is understandable if you exhibit a reluctance for conflict. This Yuan Zifeng and Yuan Yener exchanged looks of indignation at Yuan Pajun's arrogance, for they were currently in the service of Yuan Jiaxian, whom they regarded as their master. Here their master question incited their ire. Why employ a sledgehammer to crack a nut? If you wish to challenge the divine offspring, you must first defeat me. Yuan Zifeng interjected. And who might you be? Yuan Pajun asked, perplexed. I am Yuan Zifeng, a servant of the divine offspring. That if you wish to challenge him, you must first best me. Yuan Pajun scoffed at the audacity of a mere servant daring to confront him. Were it not for the setting of the divine palace, he might have already resorted to violence. Chapter 8. Accepting the challenge. Observing the exchange, Yuan Jiaxian softly remarked, If you wish to challenge me, it is not impossible. First, you must overcome my servant, and only then may you face me. Should you be unable to defeat my servant, you would lack the qualifications to challenge me. 5 days hence, at the training grounds, you shall first conquer my servant before attempting to challenge me. With this pronouncement, the three had no grounds for rebuttal and promptly took their leave. At this moment, Yuan Yener, perplexed, asked, Divine offspring, why must we wait 5 days to duel with them? Gazing at the innocent Yuan Yener, Yuan Jiaxian smiled gently. That is because you are not yet their match. Every individual elevated within the family hierarchy is a peerless prodigy, each possessing unique physiques that render them invincible among their peers, capable of contending against those of higher rank. Though you are all at the same realm, there remains a discernible gap in your abilities. This 5-day period will serve as an opportunity for you to train rigorously, so prepare yourselves for a grueling 5 days of training. As Yuan Jiaxian spoke, a subtle smile graced his lips, causing Yuan Zifeng and Yuan Yener to shiver involuntarily. To them, the smile resembled that of a rogue encountering his beloved. The following morning within the divine palace, Yuan Zifeng and Yuan Yan'er stood side by side. Addressing Yuan Zhaxian, divine offspring, we are prepared to commence. Very well, Yuan Zhaxian responded, waving his hand to reveal 2 vials of elixirs and 2 spirit herbs. First, take these elixirs and herbs. The two beheld the items in awe. Isn't this the heavenly Yuan pill and the extreme spirit herb, unique to the Yuan clan? The heavenly Yuan pill enhances cultivation without any side effects, its efficacy determined by individual potential. The extreme spirit herb amplifies spiritual power. These are treasures we have only ever dreamed of. Even the foremost talents of the main lineage possess few of such items. Do not behave as though you are country folk visiting the city. Unaware of the wonders before you, Yuan Zhaxian chuckled. I am never stingy with my own. Next, I shall activate my to draw you into the Crimson Lotus illusion. Within it, you shall experience sensations unparalleled. I hope you endure. Remember, in the illusion, you may only consume the heavenly Yuan pill and extreme spirit herb when you feel as though you are on the brink of death. Do you understand? Understood, divine offspring, they responded in unison. The Crimson Lotus illusion was a newfound capability that Yuan Zhaxian had discovered in the past 2 years. To deploy this power, he merely needed to lock eyes with his target, transporting them into his realm. For those with inferior spiritual power and cultivation, he could eliminate them instantaneously. However, those whose spiritual power and cultivation surpassed his could easily escape, though they would still face disarray. Within this realm, he could manipulate both time and space, and upon awakening this ability, he was astonished, reminiscent of the Tsukuyami from the animated series Naruto, given that he could traverse worlds and possess 3 supreme physiques along with a system. It was hardly surprising. Nevertheless, he was pleased, for this ability was undoubtedly a superb means of showcasing his prowess. Are you ready? Then let us begin. With that, Yuan Zhaxian's pupils transformed from their original black hue to 2 identical orbs radiating a celestial glow, drawing others in irresistibly. As the activated Yuan Zhaxian's aura intensified, imposing an overwhelming pressure that caused both individuals to tremble. Isn't the divine offspring merely at the 9th level of body refinement? Why does this pressure feel akin to facing a Tao god? Crimson Lotus, Yuan Zhaxian uttered softly. Suddenly the two felt a blinding flash, and the scene before them morphed. They were no longer in the divine palace. Instead, they found themselves in a realm of black and crimson, a blood-red sun hanging in the sky, surrounded by towering peaks erupting with rivers of lava. The ground was awash with molten rock, devoid of any vegetation or life, imbued with an apocalyptic atmosphere. The suffocating sensation sent chills down their spines. What is this? This is the Crimson Lotus illusion, one of the abilities of my, here, I am the sovereign. Time and space spent to my will. 7 days here equate to mere seconds in the outside world, and now, unleash your most potent attacks upon me. Divine offspring, forgive us. They exchanged glances, then channeled their spiritual energy. Their auras surging. Dominant blade, Yuan Zifeng was the first to strike, summoning a silver-white long sword that transformed into a colossal blade, radiating light as it cleaved towards Yuan Zhaxian. Meanwhile, Yuan Yan'er floated above, weaving intricate hand seals that conjured countless droplets of water, each imbued with tremendous weight, hurtling towards Yuan Zhaxian at breakneck speed. Yuan Zhaxian lazily extended a hand, a faint golden light manifesting, which instantly rebounded both the dominant blade and the torrents of water. This was the second ability of his, the ability to reflect attacks with perfect accuracy. However, this power bore a drawback. Each reflection required a cooldown period. What? The two were incredulous that their attacks had been so effortlessly repelled. Their fury swelled, and the air around them became a tempest, shattering nearby mountains. Heaven and Earth blade. Water transmutation, a blade of unprecedented length and might emerged between heaven and earth, emanating a chilling intent. Accompanying it, a true dragon formed from the torrential waters roared fiercely, both aimed at Yuan Zhaxian. This was their strongest assault. Should it be thwarted, they would find themselves at the mercy of the divine offspring. Not bad. Yuan Zhaxian observed their ultimate strike with a casual demeanor, launching a beam of golden light that pierced through their attack and swiftly turned toward them. With a deafening explosion, Yuan Zifeng and Yuan Yan'er coughed blood, collapsing to the ground pale and shaken, their insides nearly displaced by the sheer force of the blast. To think our strongest strike could not withstand even a flick of the divine offspring's hand. How can we possibly contend with such a disparity? Without granting them a moment's respite, Yuan Zhaxian appeared beside them, striking Yuan Yan'er in the abdomen and kicking Yuan Zifeng. The two were sent hurtling into the mountainside, crashing with a thunderous sound. Utterly drained of strength, Yuan Zhaxian conjured a multitude of golden rays that shot towards them. In a matter of moments, They were riddled with the rays, resembling a honeycomb. The excruciating pain elicited cries of agony from them. Is this what the divine offspring meant by a nightmarish training regimen? This is akin to a fate worse than death. Do not speak, quickly consume the heavenly Yuan pill and extreme spirit herb, then recuperate. Yuan Zhaxian instructed the injured duo. Upon hearing this, they immediately sat cross-legged, ingesting the elixirs and herbs. Before long, they felt their cultivation surge from the first to the third level of the realm, their spiritual power noticeably augmenting. With a snap of his fingers, the scene shifted once more, returning them from the Crimson Lotus illusion to the Divine Palace. They examined their bodies, finding no injuries, their garments intact, and their cultivation and spiritual power indeed enhanced. What is this? What just transpired? The two individuals wore bewildered expressions, utterly perplexed by the unfolding situation. My Crimson Lotus illusion does not merely draw a person into a fabricated realm. Rather, it ensnares their very spirit and soul within. In this realm, 7 days equate to mere seconds in the outside world, and the injuries sustained within can be palpably felt by the physical body in the external realm. Thus, those I thrust into the Crimson Lotus illusion face but a few fates. Either they emerge utterly drained, incapable of further resistance, left at the mercy of others, or they perish under my whims within, emerging as mere shadows of their former selves. The fact that you can still move and consume elixirs and spiritual herbs within is a privilege granted by me, allowing you to recover even as you endure punishment, thereby stimulating your latent potential and significantly augmenting your cultivation and mental resilience. Do you now comprehend? So that is how it is. Thank you, Divine Son, for your painstaking efforts. We vow to follow you faithfully henceforth. Without an ounce of treachery, observing the two before him, their gazes resolute, Yuan Zhaxian's lips curled into a subtle smile. Here it comes again. The last time the Divine Son smiled thus, we were subjected to torment within the Crimson Lotus illusion. Surely not again, surely not. Well then, have you recuperated? If you have, we shall proceed. Some are eager to endure further trials. Yuan Zhaxian must be delighted, and it also offers him an opportunity to familiarize himself with his dual-light abilities. Please and no. Chapter 9, The Battle Sequence. The Divine Son faces off thus. For the past 5 days, Yuan Zifeng and Yuan Yan'er have been engaged in relentless combat with Yuan Zhaxian within the Crimson Lotus illusion. Over these 5 days, they have endured countless beatings, suffering injuries only to recover repeatedly. However, their strength has indeed escalated remarkably. In a mere 5 days, Yuan Zifeng has attained the 9th rank of the Cave Heaven realm, while Yuan Yan'er has reached the 6th rank. In terms of cultivation, Yuan Zifeng is now on par with Yuan Xingqian of the 4th sequence, albeit slightly inferior in combat prowess. Yuan Yan'er is similarly comparable to Yuan Pijuan in cultivation. Observing this, Yuan Zhaxian remarked, Zifeng, your current strength is still insufficient to overcome Yuan Changkong. Your blade intent pales in comparison to his profound yellow essence. The profound yellow immortal body ranks 13th among the 3,000 physiques. A truly unparalleled constitution. At present, you may not even be able to defeat Yuan Xingqian. Come, this Divine Son requires a moment of rest. Prolonged use of my dual-light power has left me somewhat fatigued. You should also enjoy a good night's rest, for tomorrow we shall embrace battle. After 5 consecutive days of wielding the power of his dual eyes, Yuan Zhaxian was indeed feeling the strain. Yes, Divine Son, the two responded, subsequently exiting the Divine Son's palace to rest in their chambers. On the following morning, the training grounds were bustling with activity, filled to capacity with those who had come. Buzzing sounds filled the air as a strikingly handsome figure with half-black, half-white hair, clad in a black and white robe, radiated a halo that shifted in color, resembling an ancient sage from afar. Look, there stands Lord Yuan Suyu of the 3rd sequence. It is said he possesses the light and darkness body, ranking among the top 20 of the 3,000 physiques, inherently endowed with attributes of both light and darkness. Others pointed out the presence of Lord Yuan Lingmeng of the 8th sequence, Lord Yuan Yang of the 9th sequence, and the recently defeated Lord Yuan Di of the 10th sequence, aside from Lord Yuan Ruochu of the 1st sequence, who was still traveling, and the 5th and 6th sequences who were absent. All others had gathered. The atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Look, Lord Yuan Changkong of the 2nd sequence, Lord Yuan Xingqian of the 4th sequence, and Lord Yuan Pijuan of the 7th sequence are approaching, someone exclaimed, pointing at the 3 luminous figures rapidly advancing from the distance. With a whoosh, the 3 took their positions at the center of the training ground. Yuan Changkong then nodded towards Yuan Pijuan, who surveyed the surroundings and inquired, where is the Divine Son's attendant? Yuan Zifeng, 5 days have elapsed, and I am eager to witness his prowess and see if he possesses the capability to contend with someone of my sequence. Oh, is that so? A voice descended from above, and soon the three figures landed gracefully. Yuan Zhaxian, accompanied by Yuan Zifeng and Yuan Yan'er, appeared before the crowd, casting a cold gaze upon Yuan Pijuan and the others. A wave of astonished murmurs rippled through the crowd. Look, the one at the forefront is our clan's divine son. At this moment, Yuan Zhaxian's dual eyes had already been activated, resembling a starry sky. Resplendent beyond compare, drawing all into their depths as if they could perceive all truths, his form radiated divine brilliance, exuding a formidable aura that overwhelmed all present, including those of higher sequences. The sheer pressure caused some to faint. Succumbing to the suffocating intensity of his presence, this was indeed our divine son. Today, we are fortunate to witness him. Wow, the divine son is so powerful. I adore him. Wow, the divine son is so adorable. I wish to pinch his cheeks, tch. I wish I could cuddle the divine son to sleep. I can't take it anymore. I want to bear the divine son's children. After this remark, the speaker was met with a chorus of disdain from the surrounding women. Bear children, just look at the divine son's status. Do you think you are worthy? At this moment, everyone regained their composure and simultaneously proclaimed, "We pay our respects to the divine son." Rise, all of you. Today, my attendant and Lord Yuan Pijuan of the 7th sequence have made an appointment 5 days prior. If he can defeat my attendant, then he may challenge me. I am aware of the dissatisfaction and skepticism you harbor regarding my position as the divine son. However, that is of little consequence. In the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. The one with the mightiest fist is the victor. I shall grant you all an opportunity, so I hope you do not disappoint me. Now, Yuan Pijuan and Yuan Zifeng, you may step onto the stage at your leisure. With a flash of light, Yuan Zhaxian, along with Yuan Yan'er, instantly ascended to the viewing platform, where Yuan Yan'er began to gently massage Yuan Zhaxian's shoulders. Yuan Changkong and Yuan Xingchen likewise soared to the adjacent viewing platform. On the training stage, Yuan Zifeng addressed Yuan Pijuan, stating, "Though you hold a prestigious position in our clan S sequence, I am not inferior to you. If you wish to challenge the divine son, you must first defeat me. If you cannot even best me, what right do you have to challenge the divine son? If any Tom, Dick, or Harry could challenge the divine son, he would be overwhelmed with annoyance daily. As the divine son's attendant, it is my duty to alleviate his burdens. Enough with the idle chatter. Come forth, Yuan Zifeng, show me what capabilities the divine son's attendant possesses." Yuan Pijuan, at the 6th rank of the Cave Heaven realm, possessed true combat prowess that could rival even that of a celestial realm expert, setting aside his apparent status as the 7th sequence of the Yuan clan. His possession of a battle physique within the top 100 of the 3,000 physiques granted him ample reason to be proud. Stepping forward, he clasped his fists to his chest, unleashing a torrent of formidable energy that surged from his body. This was a manifestation of the battle intent reached at a profound understanding of his battle physique. In tandem, Yuan Zifeng's blade aura surged with a powerful momentum. He advanced a step, embodying the might of an ancient sword deity. As his blade intent roared forth, the two forces collided violently, igniting a tempest within the space. Boom! Yuan Pijuan raised his arm, divine brilliance swirling around him as he concentrated his battle intent into a single punch. The force unleashed a terrifying pressure, a wave of suffocating energy hurtling toward Yuan Zifeng. Yuan Zifeng, exuding an equally fierce aura, allowed his blade intent to soar. Today, he would ascertain the true might of this battle physique. With the heavens as his witness, he unleashed a single, formidable strike, harmoniously executed. The terrifying blade intent flowed from the body of the blade to its tip, coalescing into a dazzling beam of light that bore down upon Yuan Pijuan. As the blade and fist collided, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. The point of contact between blade and fist ignited two blinding flashes of light that clashed fiercely, resulting in a blinding explosion that assailed the eyes of onlookers. Yuan Pijuan was actually propelled back several meters, blood trickling from his mouth, his complexion pale, and his heart racing with shock. His most potent strike, infused with battle intent, had been resisted and countered by Yuan Zifeng. Impossible. How could he, devoid of any physique, withstand the might of my battle intent? Unthinkable, Yuan Pijuan roared in a frenzy. Meanwhile, Yuan Zifeng remained motionless, gazing at Yuan Pijuan with calmness. Though I possess no physique, my understanding of the swordway far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Your battle physique may condense battle intent, yet I have already perfected my blade intent over these past few days and have now comprehended the sword's momentum. My grasp of the swordway is not inferior to your battle physique, and considering my cultivation surpasses yours by 3 ranks, defeating you should be a mere formality. Thus you have lost. With that, he soared to the viewing platform without a backward glance, bowing respectfully. Divine son, I have not disgraced my duty. I have emerged victorious indeed. Zifeng, well done. Upon our return, I shall seek out several sword techniques and insights for you to study diligently, striving for the perfection of your sword's momentum. Thank you, Divine Son. At this moment Yuan Pijuan regarded Yuan Zifeng on the platform with a newfound calm. In an instant, his body radiated a faint glow, indicating a deeper understanding of intent. He turned to Yuan Zifeng and declared, Yuan Zifeng, in this battle, I have been defeated. However, upon my return, I shall seclude myself to thoroughly contemplate the potential of my battle physique. When I emerge from seclusion, I shall return to challenge you. With that, he vanished from the training stage, observing Yuan Pijuan, who was not defeated by his loss but rather invigorated by the challenge. Yuan Zhaoxian smiled faintly. This individual possesses commendable resolve. He knows when to rise and when to concede. Should he not falter, he may very well become a pivotal figure within the Yuan clan. With a swift motion, he arrived at the training platform and spoke solemnly to those surrounding him. The family sequence serves as a symbol of our lineage, representing our family as we traverse the world, and is also a paragon for the younger generation. Yet, you dare to engage in cunning schemes against me, employing this seventh sequence, Yuan Pijuan, as a pawn to test my prowess. Are you not discontent with me? The Divine Son, very well, I grant you an opportunity, come forth together. He then commanded, now descend. Chapter 10, The Divine Son versus the Five Great Sequences. As the profound yellow aura surged forth, the very heavens and earth shifted in hue. A figure, enveloped in a swirling profound yellow energy, descended from the skies and landed upon the training platform. Clad in a majestic profound yellow robe, he exuded an air of nobility akin to a celestial deity. Too resplendent to behold directly, his handsome visage radiated an overwhelming, formidable aura that enveloped the entire training arena, its unpredictability palpable. Profound yellow, the essence of heaven and earth. The heavens are profound while the earth is yellow. This profound yellow energy embodies the very essence of the cosmos, unabashedly sweeping across and shrouding the entire training platform. Second sequence, Yuan Shangkong. Yuan Shangkong, endowed with remarkable talent, was the second most powerful among the younger generation of the Yuan clan. His combat prowess only surpassed by Yuan Ruochud. It was rumored that he was invincible among his peers, capable of suppressing an entire area. Gasps of astonishment echoed from the crowd surrounding the training field, all eyes fixated on Yuan Shangkong, showering him with admiration. Meanwhile, Yuan Zhaoxian stood aloof in the void above the platform, a smile gracing his features. Yuan Shangkong possessed the indestructible profound yellow body. Ranking 13th among the 3,000 physiques, his cultivation had attained the 5th tier of divine abilities. Confident in his challenge against the Divine Son, Yuan Shangkong deemed a mere 5-year-old child to be insignificant. Little did he know that Yuan Zhaoxian regarded him with utter disdain. With a swoosh, a dazzling black and white light streaked across the sky and landed beside Yuan Shangkong. An overwhelming pressure radiated from this presence, rendering those present acutely uncomfortable. Emerging from the black and white brilliance was a striking figure, his handsome face framed by an extraordinary mane of black and white hair. Instantly recognition dawned upon the crowd. This was the young man of the third sequence, Yuan Suyu. It was said that Yuan Suyu possessed the duality physique of light and darkness, ranking within the top 20 among the 3,000 physiques. His innate dual attributes allowed him to wield unparalleled speed and healing capabilities through his light affinity, while his dark attribute granted him extraordinary offensive power, a force to be reckoned with. Some claimed that his speed rivaled that of the legendary Kunping. His cultivation had reached the 3rd tier of divine abilities of the Kunping clan, steeped in ancient grandeur, was said to have a fish in the North Sea named Kuan, whose size was unfathomable, transforming into a bird named Pang. Its wingspan was equally vast, representing an immortal ancient lineage that once boasted numerous emperors. The Kunping technique, a secret art passed down through generations, wielded terrifying power, with a speed unrivaled across the realms. If Yuan Suyu's light speed did indeed equal that of the Kunping technique, it implied that he had already secured an invincible position in this battle. Not to mention his formidable dark attribute offensive capabilities, the crowd erupted in renewed gasps of awe. Yuan Suyu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a serious expression on his face as he glanced at Yuan Shangkong, his eyes ablaze with intense combat spirit. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the heavens above. Countless individuals looked up in awe, witnessing a sky ablaze with twinkling stars. A figure, bathed in celestial light, descended gracefully and landed firmly beside Yuan Shangkong and Yuan Suyu. Fourth sequence, Yuan Xingchen. Having awakened the celestial star body at a young age, he ranked among the top 20 physiques. With innate sage-like qualities, his future potential was boundless, poised to ascend to the level of the emperors. Just as Yuan Xingchen touched down, a gentle breeze stirred, carrying a myriad of leaves in hues of yellow, red, green, and purple, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. In tandem, countless gazes turned to behold a green light descending softly. An intoxicating natural aura enveloped the area, eliciting expressions of serenity among many, including Yuan Changkong, Yuan Suyu, and Yuan Xingchen, who momentarily appeared entranced. A figure descended beside the three, the light dispersing to reveal a slender silhouette, akin to a nature spirit gracing the mortal realm, with 3,000 silken tresses cascading behind her. She was none other than Yuan Lingmeng. Previously, Yuan Lingmeng ranked just below Yuan Ruochu among the top 10 sequences. Her cultivation at the first stage of the Tao body realm, she possessed a natural physique ranked within the top 50, with an innate ability to manipulate the forces of nature. Anything from the natural world could be harnessed by her. And her cultivation speed in the early stages was extraordinarily rapid. Did she intend to challenge the Divine Sun as well? Wasn't she known for her peaceful disposition? Once again, gasps of astonishment rang out. No one expected Yuan Lingmeng to join the fray. To think you would all come to it. Seems our challenge against the Divine Sun is destined for victory, Yuan Changkong remarked, casting a glance at Yuan Lingmeng. In his eyes, even though she had reached the first stage of the Tao body realm, he believed he could still triumph over her. Yuan Lingmeng regarded Yuan Changkong with a cool gaze and replied, I am different from you all. Your discontent with the Divine Sun stems from jealousy, as he was bestowed the title of Divine Sun from birth. My curiosity towards him is purely innocent. With a whoosh, a fifth figure landed beside the quartet, the ninth sequence, Yuan Tianba, possessing the indestructible physique ranked within the top 100, he specialized in the Diamond Sutra. Yuan Tianba's imposing stature, glistening bald head, and well-defined muscles exuded an aura of overwhelming pressure, akin to a towering Buddha, commanding the very heavens and earth. Thus, aside from the first sequence that was away on a journey and the defeated 7th and 10th sequences, as well as the 5th and 6th sequences in seclusion, all the extraordinary talents of the Yuan clan had gathered. As many remarked, these 5 individuals were unparalleled, invincible among their peers. The younger generation of the Yuan clan erupted in fervent cheers from below, their spirits soaring. This match would undoubtedly be etched into the annals of Yuan clan history. Such a 1 versus 5 scenario had never been witnessed across countless ages. At this moment, Yuan Jixian gazed at the 5 before him and languidly declared, Come at me together, let me see if the 5 great sequences are worthy of my full strength. As he spoke, his eyes burst forth with resplendent light, and a colossal golden disc manifested in the sky. Exuding an air of deep mystery, surrounded by captivating runes, the oppressive force it radiated was both formidable and terrifying. With a flick of his gaze, he unleashed the dual pupil technique, reversal of divine light. The golden disc erupted, unleashing 5 colossal beams of light that surged towards the 5 great sequences. The 5, who had initially stood together, swiftly dispersed in different directions, the beams of light hot on their heels. Yuan Changkong suddenly turned midair, unleashing a palm strike towards the incoming beam, summoning a gigantic yellow hand imbued with profound energy, which clashed against the light with a terrifying force. Boom! The profound yellow hand collided with the golden light, creating a deafening explosion that unleashed a torrent of destructive energy, shaking the very fabric of space as if it were on the verge of shattering. Meanwhile, Yuan Suyu extended his hands forward, enveloping the surroundings in an eerie darkness. The golden light shot into the inky void, producing no ripples. Gradually, the golden beam melded with the dark space, vanishing from sight. At the same time, Yuan Xingchen unleashed his technique. Stellar radiance obliteration. Countless stars shimmered behind him, pulsating with brilliance before erupting into a unique beam of light that dazzled the eyes. The collision of this special light with the golden beam resulted in a magnificent explosion, illuminating the entire training ground, rendering all outside observers momentarily blinded. Yuan Lingmeng floated in midair, her right hand twirling gracefully, as she chanted, Element of water, piercing waters. With a crisp sound, torrents of water energy coalesced around her, forming a concentrated beam that surged forth to collide with the golden light, resulting in yet another violent explosion. Yuan Tianba, too, halted, channeling his indestructible body to form a protective barrier around him. The golden light struck the barrier, producing a cacophony of metallic clashing. Seeing the 5 effortlessly counter his attack, Yuan Jixian merely smiled. Not bad, you possess some skill. However, this is where it ends for today. Chapter 11, The Emergence of Power towards the Ancient Town of Heaven. Upon concluding his words, Yuan Jixian's eyes radiated an even more brilliant light. He gazed skyward, and a golden yellow beam shot forth from his dual pupils into the heavens. Instantly, the sky dimmed, and an overwhelming pressure descended from above. A colossal, heavy eye materialized in the sky, resembling the eye of heaven, coldly surveying the world below. The five great sequences and the surrounding onlookers suddenly felt as though they were insignificant insects. Should this heavy eye cast its gaze upon them, they would surely perish on the spot. One glance obliterates. Yuan Zhixian intoned softly. The massive eye in the sky emitted a star-like brilliance, its radiant blue light illuminating the entire training ground. The oppressive force emanating from this eye bore down on all present, making it feel as though they were being crushed by mountains. The immense pressure left the onlookers gasping for breath, while the five great sequences were forced to kneel, struggling to maintain their stance as sweat poured from their brows. As the pressure intensified, the surrounding space shattered like glass. No way, space is shattering, only a reincarnation realm powerhouse can achieve that, yet the divine sun is merely at the peak of the body refinement stage. How can this be possible? Is the combat strength of the divine sun already comparable to that of a reincarnation realm expert? This was not a reflection of Yuan Zhixian's strength equating to that of the reincarnation realm, but rather the innate power of his dual pupils. The dual pupil possessed the ability to create worlds. In its perfected form, it could even manifest an entire realm, not to mention, tearing apart space was well within its capabilities. At this moment, Yuan Zhixian took a step forward. The dual pupils in the sky erupted once more, unleashing a formidable pressure upon the five great sequences. With a cough, the five great sequences expelled a mouthful of fresh blood. With another step, the oppressive force had already rendered the five great sequences grievously injured, sprawled haphazardly across the training platform. At this moment, Yuan Zhaoxian declared, "You are all gravely wounded, while I have yet to exert even a tenth of my strength." The mere thought of not utilizing even a tenth of his power sent shivers down the spines of the five great sequences, who found themselves utterly incapable of retaliation. The godly sun is indeed terrifying. After all, if he lacked such power, how could he befit the title of our clan's godly son? Truly, he is unparalleled across the ages, a being without predecessor or successor, with the godly sun present. Our clan is destined for unparalleled glory in this lifetime. Sweeping aside all obstacles, the spectators below were equally exhilarated, their excitement mounting as if they had been invigorated by a potent elixir. Meanwhile, Yuan Zhaoxian gazed at the severely injured five great sequences and murmured, "If I were to take one more step, then from this day forth, the Yuan clan would transform from 10 sequences to 5. He then posed the question, "What do you think, should I take that step?" As he spoke, a benign smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Observing this scene, Yuan Zifeng and Yuan Yenner felt a chill run down their spines. Sensing impending misfortune, for every time Yuan Zhaoxian wore such a smile, calamity was sure to follow. The five great sequences felt a tightening in their hearts, cold sweat pouring down as they regarded Yuan Zhaoxian's smile, which seemed even more malevolent than the demons of the dark forbidden zone. Could it be that their downfall awaited them today? Of course, if you submit to me, acknowledging my supremacy, I shall overlook the past. Before anyone could process his words, Yuan Zhaoxian continued, we are willing to submit to the godly sun." At this moment, the five great sequences no longer exuded their initial defiance. Instead, they were consumed by frustration. Having lost both dignity and strength, they had intended to assert their authority over the godly sun, only to find themselves in servitude to him. Zifeng Yenner called Yuan Zhaoxian to the two outside the arena. Instantly they approached the platform and bowed, saying, "Yes, godly son, what are your orders? These five are now in your charge." "Godly son, the palace servants are few. It is perfect that these five, the males shall tend to the main hall and care for the gardens, while the females shall clean the rooms and do the laundry." Of the crowd below gasped, "Could it be that the five great sequences have been reduced to mere servants by the godly sun? Unbelievable, simply unfathomable. Enough, the matter is settled. You five shall accompany Zifeng and Yenner to the godly sun's palace. I must now make a trip to the ancestral grounds." With that, he vanished in a flash of golden light. Just before Yuan Zifeng and Yuan Pijuan were to duel, the clan's 9 ancestors, the supreme clan elders, and Yuan Zhaoxian's grandfather, Yuan Sun, had already arrived, concealed in the void, observing everything. The godly sun is merely 5 years old and can already overpower the five great sequences without even using a tenth of his strength. This generation's godly sun is unparalleled in the entire Yuan clan. No, in the entirety of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, there is likely no one who can compare, one clan elder stated. The godly sun possesses a peerless demeanor, unprecedented in history. This time, he will undoubtedly lead the clan to greater heights, perhaps even elevate the entire clan to immortality, another elder added. At this moment, an elder from the supreme clan pondered for a moment. stroking his beard, and said, "Indeed, the godly son is unique, but I fear that some unscrupulous individuals and ancient foes may strike from the shadows. They dare. Competing among peers relies on skill. Should they lose? So be it, but will the godly son lose? What a farcical notion," an elder exclaimed. Then Yuan Zhaxian's grandfather interjected, "However, if the older generation shamelessly resorts to underhanded tactics, I shall assuredly slay that individual, obliterate their lineage, and extract their soul to be incinerated to ash by the flames of the underworld. Indeed, those who dare to extend a black hand towards the godly son shall be annihilated, no matter where they may hide." Another elder remarked. At this point, one of the 9 ancestors spoke up, "I shall assign Tianyi to accompany and protect the godly son. I shall no longer slumber in this lifetime. I will serve as the godly son's guardian." With the 9 ancestors safeguarding the godly son, he is indeed invulnerable. The others nodded respectfully in agreement. "Well then, this matter is concluded, you may disperse," announced the 9 ancestors, as a spatial tunnel materialized, allowing them to enter ancestral grounds. Just as the 9 ancestors emerged from the spatial tunnel, they encountered Yuan Zhaoxian, who greeted them with a smile. "Zhaoxian, you have done well. Though our clan is forbidden, even the tallest tree must grow leaf by leaf." For them, being a high-ranking figure within the Yuan clan has bred arrogance. Pride is poison that hastens demise, yet they remain oblivious to the existence of those beyond them and realms beyond realms. While our clan can protect them within sight, who will guard them in the unseen shadows? Currently, the Towning Heaven ancient tablet has revealed itself, and heirs from various factions have emerged, alongside the progeny of emperors and ancient anomalies. This is a golden age. You must shoulder the burden of the Yuan clan. Do you understand? Zhaoxian comprehended. No matter how powerful the heirs of the great factions may be, he alone would remain invincible. Sweeping aside all in this lifetime and leading the clan to greater heights. As he concluded, a flash of brilliance ignited in his dual pupils, the divine radiance of his supreme bone radiating forth. While chaotic energy enveloped him, his aura intensified, and he could hardly contain his eagerness to meet the unparalleled prodigies and ancient monstrosities of this golden age. At this moment, the 9 ancestors extended their left hand, revealing an ancient jade. "This jade contains my sealed spiritual energy and my soul imprint. When activated in your most perilous moments, my spiritual energy can shield you from attacks below the 9th stage of quasi-emperors. While the soul imprint allows me to sense your location, once you shatter the jade, I will instantly be able to sense where you are, enabling me to traverse time and space to your side. Remember, it should only be used in life-threatening situations. The Towning Heaven ancient tablet will only appear during this golden age. Each day, it will manifest in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, with the locations being random. It will assess 3 realms' values to determine the top 100 each day, ultimately merging the 9 tablets of the 9 heavens into the Heavenly Tao ancient tablet, ranking the top 1000 across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The location of our Taiyuan Tian's Towning Heaven ancient tablet has surfaced in the Northern Domain Sun Dynasty. You should gather the sequences available from our clan and embark on this journey, as clan elders will accompany you. Additionally, Tianyi, the 9 ancestors called softly here. A man in a black robe, appearing to be in his 40s, materialized silently before the 9 ancestors and bowed. Yuan Zhaoxian immediately utilized his dual pupils to scrutinize him. Yet the man felt like a bottomless abyss. "Zhaoxian, this is Tianyi. His cultivation is at the Great Sage Realm, and he will be your protector during your travels," the 9 ancestors introduced Tianyi. "Meet the godly son." Casting a glance at Yuan Zhaoxian, he bowed again. "There is no need for such formality. I shall rely on you. The godly son is too courteous. I will do my utmost to protect you." Tianyi responded earnestly. "Tianyi, if the godly son suffers even the slightest harm within your capacity to prevent, do not return," the 9 ancestors stated solemnly. "Understood. I will spare no effort to shield the godly son, even at the cost of my life," Tianyi affirmed. "Good, Zhaoxian, go forth. I await your ascension to the pinnacle of the Towning Heaven ancient tablet rankings, and I shall not disappoint the 9 ancestors." With that, Yuan Zhaoxian and Tianyi departed the ancestral grounds, while the 9 ancestors cast a glance at the 3 jade coffins at the depths of the ancestral grounds, sharing a smile as the coffins subtly trembled. Chapter 12: The Arrival of All Clans and the Commencement of Trials. The northern domain spans billions of kilometers. It is said that even a sage would require no less than 1,000 or 800 years to traverse from the eastern to the western reaches. This gives an inkling of the vastness of the northern domain. The lifespan of a sage is merely 5,000 years, while a sage king may live for 10,000 years, a great sage for 50,000 years, a supreme sage for 100,000 years, a quasi-emperor for 200,000 years. An alternative path to enlightenment may grant 25,000 years, and an emperor possesses a lifespan of 1,000,000 years. As for immortals, they transcend the bounds of heaven and earth, enjoying an endless lifespan as long as they do not perish. This is why beings from various clans defy fate to attain emperorhood or immortality. Failing to achieve immortality ultimately leads to becoming mere dust. Only by ascending to greater heights can one aspire to immortality and longevity. In the Sun Dynasty, atop the imperial palace, a figure of imposing countenance sat, exuding an air of authority that surveyed the world beneath him, clad in an imperial robe adorned with 9 soaring 3-legged golden crows, and wearing 9 crow boots. A colossal 3-legged golden crow flickered behind him, radiating scorching golden light. Sacred and powerful, the Sun Dynasty traces its origins to the 3-legged golden crow rising during the ancient era, spanning dozens of epochs, each epoch lasting 12 million years, while 10 epochs constitute an era. The eras are categorized as creation, myth, immortal, ancient, remote, and primeval, with the earlier epochs lasting significantly longer. It is said that the myth era endured for 100 epochs, despite the Sun Dynasty having produced only 2 or 3 emperors across dozens of epochs. The difficulty of attaining emperorhood is evident. Though there may be just 2 or 3 emperors, their status as an immortal force of imperial caliber renders their foundation immensely formidable. At this moment, the Sun Sovereign addressed a young man below him. Xinjiang, a strikingly handsome youth of about 15 or 16 years, stood tall, his bearing dignified, clad in an imperial robe embroidered with 6 soaring 3-legged golden crows. He slightly bowed and replied, "Father." Gazing at the Prince Xinjiang before him, on the solemn visage of the Sun Sane Emperor, a trace of a satisfied smile emerged. The true Sun Prince, endowed with a divine constitution among the top 50 of the 3,000. Possesses the unparalleled daylight divine body. Furthermore, in the land of inheritance, he has acquired the ancestral sun true fire and the essence blood of his forebears, resulting in a bloodline that has reverted by 50% to its ancestral glory. He has thus become one of the most extraordinary prodigies across the vast realms of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. With the arrival of the ancient taming tablet in the territory of our Sun Dynasty, nearly every talented individual from the entire Taiyuan heaven is expected to attend, including the scions of ancient clans, imperial families, and sacred lands. There are even unparalleled prodigies and extraordinary geniuses among them. Do you have confidence? Rest assured, Father, your son will strive to secure a position within the top 3 ranks of the ancient taming tablet trials. Recently, I have made significant progress in strength after obtaining the ancestral legacy in the land of inheritance. It is said that the top 100 of the ancient taming tablet will receive divine rewards. The higher the rank, the rarer the rewards. Moreover, these rewards are all extraordinary treasures, and I will certainly not miss such an opportunity. Excellent. My son, with your remarkable talents, will undoubtedly reap abundant rewards and elevate the prestige of our dynasty. In the 10,000 Great Mountains, where the ancient taming tablet has descended, the area is now swarming with people, with various factions having arrived in advance. Look, a voice exclaimed. A massive warship appeared in the sky, filled with men, women, the elderly, and the young. An ancient yellow character stood out prominently on the ship. This signifies the Huang family of the ancient clans. Behold, do you see the 12 or 13-year-old boy standing at the forefront? That is the first-rank scion of the Huang family's 8 holy sons, Huang Xiaoyu. It is said that he possesses the extreme thunder body, ranking within the top 100 of the 3,000 constitutions. His strength is unparalleled, and he participates in the trials on behalf of his brother, Huang Jinghuang, who boasts a constitution ranking within the top 20. The innate emperor body. Rumor has it that the innate emperor body cultivates imperial techniques and, upon mastery, can ascend to become an emperor. This time, Huang Jinghuang is in seclusion and cannot participate in the ancient taming tablet trials. So his younger brother Huang Xiaoyu is taking his place to test his own strength as well. Boom! On the other side of the sky, a colossal peak emerged, shrouded in purple mist, surrounded by groves and ponds, adorned with palaces and towers. This is Yaoqi Sacred Land's Yaoqi Peak. Someone pointed out. It is said that the goddess of Yaoqi Sacred Land by Lingxi is renowned for her beauty and grace, hailed as the fairest maiden in Taiyuan heaven. Leading the Yaoqi Sacred Land is a beautiful matron clad in a purple-red chipo, her curvaceous figure strikingly noticeable, evoking the imagination. She is draped in a layer of white gauze secured by a black silk sash, exuding an air of opulence. Standing beside her is Bai Lingxi, tall and elegant, with a captivating oval face, skin as smooth as jade, and hair like a dark waterfall cascading over her shoulders. Her bangs dance in the wind, framing eyes as clear as autumn waters, imbued with a lotus-like purity, giving her an ethereal aura akin to a celestial maiden. Clang, 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 a resounding call echoed through the sky as a gigantic phoenix soared from the distance. emanating a formidable aura that stirred a gale, causing the crowd to stagger. This is the Phoenix clan residing in the ancient Phoenix tree. The ancient Phoenix tree has existed since the era of immortals. Towering and magnificent, forming its own realm atop the massive Phoenix stood an elder, appearing to be over 60 years of age. This is the 10th elder of the Phoenix clan, a great sage. I never expected him to come as well. Following him is Feng Yutong, a Phoenix maiden with striking red hair, a stunning visage, and delicate features. A fiery mark adorns her forehead, and her indifferent red eyes suggest a disconnection from her surroundings. Her cold demeanor discouraging prolonged gazes. It is said that Feng Yutong is a blood phoenix with mutated bloodlines, her innate gifts rivaling even the five-colored phoenix. How terrifying! I heard their clan leader is a four-colored phoenix. At the pinnacle of the sacred realm, does that mean Feng Yutong's talents are comparable to that of an emperor? She could contend with the top 30 of the 3,000 constitutions. Caw! Another hoarse call resounded, as a massive sphere of light emerged, within which flickered the shadow of a three-legged golden crow, with a group of people standing on its back. These are the individuals from the Sun Dynasty. Someone declared. Another responded, of course, this is the territory of the Sun Dynasty, an imperial-level force, so it is only natural for them to be present. Furthermore, the true Sun Prince is an extraordinary talent and one of the top contenders for the top 3. Other factions have also arrived, including the ancient Su family, Tianxian Sacred Land, Divine Spirit Marsh, and the Eastern Extreme Divine Temple, among others. Roar! A thunderous dragon's roar drew everyone's attention back. Eye in the sky, 9 enormous flood dragons pulled a palace. Their bodies glowing with a green luminescence, emitting roars that reverberated through the heavens and earth, as if asserting their dominion over this place. The terrifying pressure caused the surrounding space to tremble, leaving those of weaker cultivation and without powerful guardians pale and trembling, some even losing control of their bodily functions. Yes, you did not mishear, they lost control, some even emitted foul odors from their lower regions. The Qingming Tuntian Flood Dragon, 9 of them, each possessing great sage cultivation. The Qingming Tuntian Flood Dragon clan is a branch of the True Dragon clan, their power ranking among the top in the branch. Their lineage boasts ancestors at the quasi-emperor level, who is so extravagant as to have 9 Qingming Tuntian Flood Dragons pull a carriage. Truly exorbitant, a chubby child exclaimed. Hey, look over there! Another added die in the center of the palace being drawn by the 9 Qingming Tuntian Flood Dragons. A large plaque with the character Yuan shone with golden light. This is the Forbidden Yuan clan. At this moment, the supreme elder of the Yuan clan, Yuan Jiuchong, emerged from the palace with Yuan Zhaoxian. An ancient figure from a sacred land remarked, I never expected this old fellow to show up. In his day, he was unmatched among the talented of his generation. Now he remains at the pinnacle of the sacred realm. After so many years, I thought he had perished, but he is still alive, truly an indomitable spirit. Behind him stood a child, seemingly the Qilin child born to the Yuan clan 5 years ago. His aura was profound, with the manifestation of the great Tao surrounding him. It seems that the Yuan clan has produced another unparalleled figure. In the previous generation, Yuan Qingsheng had already dominated the talented of his time. And had the spiritual energy of heaven and earth been more conducive to enlightenment, the Yuan clan might have had another emperor by now. Truly, a tiger begets a tiger cub. This child seems even more formidable than his father. One wonders what constitution he possesses. Chapter 13, System Hidden Task Ding. This system kindly reminds you not to forget about obtaining the first place in the ancient taming tablet. 2 years later. The system sounded again. Oh, system, I thought you had disappeared, so you were still here. Host, this system. This system is not a pet. How could it possibly disappear? I am merely reminding you, lest you forget your task. Moreover, there is something I intended to mention after you completed your first task, but it is fine to bring it up now. The system has a hidden task. Are you interested? If the host is willing, you can complete both tasks simultaneously, yielding abundant rewards. What is it? Tell me about it. No. The host must first accept the task before this system will disclose the details. However, you may choose to refuse. Yuan Zhaoxian inquired, if I refuse, will I suffer any losses? There will be no losses whatsoever, the system replied. Another hidden task, refusing incurs no penalty. Could this system be trying to trick me? Yuan Zhaoxian pondered for a moment and said, this system wouldn't deceive me, right? You consider me your benefactor. How could you possibly deceive me? Then say that and let me hear it. The system at this moment was filled with exasperation. You see, you say I'm your benefactor and won't deceive me. Yet when I ask you to call me Dad, you refuse. From now on, if you receive tasks, I won't do them. How about that? Hit me, you idiot. Yuan Zhaoxian chuckled, counting down 10 seconds. The system initiated self-destruction. Stop, I was just joking. As for self-destruction, that was just to heighten the tension. I accepted it. Is that not enough? Yuan Jiaxian replied, speechless. The system is truly cunning. The host is simply being stubborn, forcing me to use my trump card to make him comply. Yuan Jiaxian's expression was one of delight, as if he had just savored an exquisite treat. Ding, hidden task activated. The host must unlock the ancient Tao tablet's eternal rankings and secure first place. Eternal rankings? First place? Isn't the previous task about securing first place as well? What is this first place about? Are you playing with me? The initial task was to achieve first place in the 9 rankings of the ancient taming tablet. While this hidden task concerns the eternal rankings of the ancient Tao tablet, the eternal rankings of the ancient Tao tablet cannot be unlocked by any being other than the most formidable of forbidden anomalies. The prerequisites for unlocking this ranking are exceedingly stringent. This ranking encompasses all forbidden anomalies and supreme beings recorded from ancient times to the present, each ranked individual being invincible across the ages, with the least among them possessing the cultivation of an emperor. While those at the forefront have already ascended to immortality, the celestial beings have indeed shattered the records set by their predecessors. And it seems rather impressive. Yuan Jiaxian chuckled and remarked, this is what makes it interesting and challenging. If I cannot even surpass them, how am I to dominate the ages and achieve unparalleled greatness? 10,000 great mountains. Huang Xiaoyu gazed into the distance at Yuan Jiaxian and addressed the Huang clan members. This is the scion of the forbidden Yuan clan. He appears to be merely a child, yet to fully mature, attempting to engage in trials like the rest of us. The clan elder cast a glance at Huang Xiaoyu and cautioned, do not underestimate this Yuan scion. Each of the top 10 lineages of the Yuan clan boasts unparalleled prodigies. The foremost of this generation, Yuan Ruochu, is a peerless anomaly possessing a reincarnation physique. The fact that such a prodigy has not ascended to the position of Yuan scion speaks volumes about Yuan Jiaxian's terrifying innate talent. The Holy Son must remain vigilant. Upon hearing the elder's words, Huang Xiaoyu scoffed and pursed his lips in disdain. Meanwhile, the individuals from Yaoqi's sacred land also turned their gazes toward Yuan Jiaxian, with Bai Lingxi's eyes brimming with curiosity. Before her departure, her master, the Yaoqi sacred lord, had repeatedly instructed her to avoid any conflict with Yuan Jiaxian and to foster a closer relationship instead. Bai Lingxi had curiously inquired about the reasoning behind this, to which the sacred lord had replied with a sorrowful expression, because he is my son. In the past, he had been a figure of immense power and charisma, having subdued countless extraordinary talents of his generation. Being his child, it was only natural to assume she would not be inferior. As she recalled the complex expression on her master's face when speaking of Yuan Changsheng and Yuan Jiaxian, she felt an insatiable curiosity about the latter. The members of the Phoenix clan fell silent as they observed the Yuan clan's emergence, casting glances at their own phone girl, who remained aloof and composed, offering no words to the Yuan clan. Meanwhile, the true Sun Prince of the Sun Dynasty regarded the Yuan clan with a solemn expression, particularly fixating on the Yuan scion, Yuan Jiaxian. He recalled an incident from his youth, when he had encountered the then 7 or 8-year-old Yuan Ruochu in a secret realm during his travels. At that time, he believed himself capable of overwhelming his peers due to his great sun divine body. However, within mere 10 exchanges, he had been vanquished by Yuan Ruochu. After returning to the dynasty, he dedicated 2 years to rigorous cultivation, only to encounter Yuan Ruochu again at the age of 10 during another journey. Without hesitation, he had initiated an attack, only to be defeated in 8 exchanges, while Yuan Ruochu departed with nonchalance. From that moment on, Yuan Ruochu became an indelible shadow in Jin Jinyang's heart, unless he overcame him. Yuan Ruochu would inevitably become his inner demon, potentially hindering his cultivation and progress. The fact that such a gifted individual was not even the scion but merely the first in line of the Yuan clan underscored Yuan Jiaxian's even greater potential. Dear cousin, a voice suddenly broke the silence, as a radiant figure appeared beside Yuan Jiaxian. As the light dissipated, a stunning young woman emerged, seemingly 15 or 16 years of age, with sleek black hair cascading over her shoulders. Exuding a delicate charm, her skin was as smooth and luminous as jade, and her bright eyes compelled one to gaze longer. A high-bridged nose and evenly spaced dimples adorned her cheeks, with her every expression brimming with natural grace, making her resemble a fairy stepped out from a painting. Are you, my cousin Mu Yao? Yu Mu Yao, the contemporary goddess of the Taiyu Heavenly Jade clan, endowed with a formidable dream body, ranked among the top 50 of the 3,000 physiques. The dream body possesses immense spiritual strength, and its mystical arts blur the line between dreams and reality. She is the daughter of the Yu clan's head, while Yuan Jiaxian's mother, Yu Lingqing, Was the previous goddess of the Yu clan. The current head of the Yu clan is Yu Lingqing's own brother, and he has another son, Yuan Zhaoxian's cousin, who is already 18 and the scion of the Yu clan. The Yu clan is also an immortal imperial clan, slightly inferior to the Yuan clan on the surface, yet still one of the most powerful families in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Cousin, what's wrong? Have you forgotten your elder sister? I visited you in the Yuan clan when you were a child. I remember. How could I forget? You nearly caught me with your mischief back then. If it weren't for my mother's quick reflexes pulling me away, I would have been at your mercy, Yuan Zhaoxian replied, feeling a bit disgruntled but managing a slight smile. But of course, I remember. What brings you to Taiyuan Heaven? Are you here for the trials as well? No, I came to see you. The old man insisted. This trial presents a monumental opportunity that I must partake in. I have no desire to gain notoriety. Upon hearing you were coming, I begged the clan elder to allow me to sneak out. At that moment, the elder of the Yu clan approached, regarding Yuan Zhaoxian with respect. Placing his right hand over his chest, he nodded and said, I pay my respects to the scion of my mother was the last goddess of the Yu clan, thus I possess half Yu clan blood. Making me somewhat of a Yu clansman myself, there is no need for the elder to stand on ceremony. Oh, you old fellow, what brings you out this time? I thought you were content to remain in the Yu clan until your passing. Yuan Zhaozhong remarked to the elder of the Yu clan, why is it that you the undying can come while I cannot? Besides, you haven't passed on yet, so how could I bear to do so? I am here to accompany our clan's goddess to observe the scion and also out of curiosity, the elder replied. What of it? Others might not know this child, but we certainly do. His terrifying talent and physique would qualify him as the emperor of our clan. Do not forget that his mother was our last goddess, and our clan head is his maternal uncle. What, an emperor, a dual position? Nonsense. Zhaoxian is clearly our clan scion, you shameless old fool, Yuan Zhaozhong retorted angrily. What, are you disputing this? Do you want to fight? The elder of the Yu clan shot back defiantly. In their youth, both had been unrivaled prodigies, engaging in battles that were often evenly matched. Over the years, their rivalry had blossomed into a deep friendship, and they now enjoyed playful banter whenever they met. Just as they exchanged playful jabs, the ancient Jintian monument suddenly erupted with radiant light. What is this? The trials are commencing. Everyone swiftly gathered their respective prodigies and soared toward the direction of the Jintian monument. Preparing to participate in the trials, Chapter 14, the Prodigy Trials, reactions from all sides. The Jintian monument in the void emanated an ancient aura, its brilliance coalescing into a massive swirling portal. The outer rim shimmered with colorful lights while the inner depths remained obscured in darkness, concealing what lay within. Sui Yi has arrived, someone exclaimed. The Su clan is also an immortal force, a family with the foundation of a quasi-emperor. Renowned as a sword clan, Sui Yi is the current holy son of the Su family, possessing a Qinglian sword body ranked among the top 100 of the 3,000 physiques. A swordsman's blade of the heart can serve both as a weapon and a shield. The distinction between offense and defense lies solely in one's intent. Sword cultivators possess formidable attack power, often ranking among the best in the realm. Given that the Su clan's ancestral figure has reached the peak of quasi-emperor power, a life-threatening strike could potentially inflict severe damage on an ordinary emperor. This is the might of sword cultivators, which is why most imperial clans tread carefully around the Su family. At that moment, Sui Yi was the first to enter the inner realm of the Jintian monument to begin the trials. Meanwhile, in the external world, a massive luminescent screen manifested before the Jintian monument, displaying the unfolding scene of Sui Yi within its inner realm. Yuan Zhaoxian stared at the spectacle, momentarily taken aback. Memories of a popular phenomenon called live streaming from his time on Blue Star flooded his mind. It was strikingly similar. To his surprise, after 5 years in this world, he had stumbled upon an otherworldly version of real-time broadcasting. How intriguing! Within the inner realm of the Jintian monument, a grayish space enveloped the surroundings, casting a particularly oppressive atmosphere. In the center stood a colossal trial stone, crafted from an unknown material and reaching several dozen meters in height. As Sui Yi approached the trial stone, a dispassionate voice resonated. Attention, trial participants. The trial will manifest different colors based on varying realms. Red signifies the body refinement realm, yellow denotes the blood manipulation realm, and blue represents the cave heaven realm. Following each color display, the participant's cultivation will be suppressed to that corresponding realm. Do you understand? Understood, Sui Yi nodded in acknowledgement. Immediately, the trial stone emitted a blood-red glow, and Sui Yi's cultivation was suppressed to the peak of the body refinement realm. At that moment, an ancient long sword appeared in his right hand. As his aura surged, he swung it forward. Unleashing a powerful sword light that surged toward the trial stone, this was Sui Yi's most formidable technique within the body refinement stage. With a resounding thud, the voice proclaimed, "Trial participant Sui Yi. Body refinement realm, 18,000 gene." The crowd erupted in astonishment. 18,000 gene, truly worthy of the Qinglian sword body. The peak of the body refinement realm for ordinary individuals is only about 10,000 gene. It is crucial to note that cultivators are classified as ordinary, talented, prodigies, anomalies, peerless prodigies, and the most formidable of all, the ancient anomalies. Sui Yi has already reached the status of a peerless prodigy, provided he does not fall. He is destined for greatness as a sage-level figure in the future. The trial stone soon radiated a yellow light. "Look, the blood manipulation realm trial is commencing," someone exclaimed. At that moment, Sui Yi's physique underwent a transformation. His peak body refinement realm cultivation skyrocketing to the pinnacle of the blood manipulation realm. With this surge, Sui Yi's aura intensified, and 9 azure lotus leaves materialized around him, which gradually transformed into 9 luminous swords. Circling him in a majestic display, with a resolute shout, Sui Yi declared, "Qinglian's secret technique, lotus leaf sword technique." As he spoke, the 9 luminous swords launched toward the trial stone. Trial participant Sui Yi. Blood manipulation realm, 180,000 jin. No sooner had the announcement concluded than the trial stone emitted a blue light, and Sui Yi's cultivation ascended to the pinnacle of the cave heaven realm. Subsequently, Sui sat cross-legged in the void, his hands ceaselessly forming seals. His spiritual power and aura simultaneously surged, and the 8 heavenly imprints emerged, spinning endlessly behind him. The trial taker, Sui, was at the 8 heavenly realms of the Dongtian realm. Observing this spectacle, an ancient existence from the immortal sacred land remarked, "This child is indeed worthy of being the future supreme sage. Such talent, if it were in our sacred land, the position of Holy Son would not be beyond his reach." The members of the Su family, witnessing their Holy Son's prodigious talent, could hardly contain their excitement. A future supreme sage would undoubtedly become the core strength of their clan. After Sui emerged, Huang Xiaoyu swiftly flew to the swirling portal, glancing at the newly emerged Sui and teasingly said, "The future great sage, not too shabby." Sui cast a faint glance at Huang Xiaoyu and retorted, "Are you being chatty?" After that, he disregarded Huang Xiaoyu and returned to his family's camp. Huang Xiaoyu was instantly exasperated and then entered the portal. Inside the same murky space, the same trial stone awaited. As the trial stone emitted a red glow, Huang Xiaoyu's cultivation level dropped to the pinnacle of the body refinement realm with the extreme thunder body, a physique imbued with formidable lightning attack power and destructive capability. Huang Xiaoyu's aura surged violently, purple lightning flickering around him. As his aura continued to escalate, the surrounding lightning grew brighter and more abundant. With a deep roar from Huang Xiaoyu, the purple lightning shot towards the trial stone at incredible speed. Following a thunderous explosion, the cold, indifferent voice echoed once more, "Trial taker Huang Xiaoyu, body refinement realm, 1,800,000 pounds. What? This fellow is actually a tad stronger than Sui." The onlookers erupted into a flurry of discussions. Just then, the trial stone radiated a yellow glow, elevating Huang Xiaoyu's cultivation to the pinnacle of the blood transformation realm. Without hesitation, he harnessed his spiritual power, his hands forming seals as terrifying lightning coalesced into a massive purple sphere pulsating with ominous energy. As if a mere touch could reduce one to ashes, congeal. As Huang Xiaoyu uttered this command, the purple lightning sphere hurtled towards the trial stone. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of resounding explosions, the cold voice resonated again, "Trial taker Huang Xiaoyu. Blood transformation realm, 1,850,000 pounds. What? This guy surpasses Sui." The crowd buzzed with excitement. At that moment, the trial stone emitted a blue glow, raising Huang Xiaoyu's cultivation to the pinnacle of the Dongtian realm. He then sat cross-legged, employing his techniques to push his spiritual power to its zenith. As his spiritual energy intensified, 8 rotating Dongtian manifestations appeared behind him. Trial taker Huang Xiaoyu, Dongtian realm, 8 Dongtian. The crowd erupted again. Realizing yet another peerless talent with 8 Dongtian, slightly surpassing Sui, the elder of the Huang family smiled with satisfaction, proclaiming, "This holy son has indeed displayed extraordinary talent in this trial. He is destined to become a supreme being of our clan." Furthermore, his brother, Huang Jinghuan, possesses the innate emperor body, even more terrifying than him. Had he not been in seclusion, he would undoubtedly vie for the top position in this trial. Meanwhile, Bai Lingxi from the Yaoqi sacred land glanced at the Phoenix clan's Feng Nu and smiled gently. "Sister, shall you go first or shall I?" Feng Nu remained cold, replying, "It matters not who goes, then I shall go first," Bai Lingxi said, and with a flash, she approached the swirling portal, stepping inside, within the inner world. As Bai Lingxi arrived, the trial stone emitted a red glow. Her cultivation level was lowered to the pinnacle of the body refinement realm. At this moment, Bai Lingxi formed a single-handed seal and an ancient mysterious white aura enveloped her. As the seal concluded, this white aura transformed into a crescent moon, emitting a soft white light that hung above the inner world. This was the Yaoqi Sacred Land's inherited technique. The Queen Mother scripture, said to be the unparalleled method of the ancestral figure, Ziwangmu, cultivating it to a certain level could evoke visions of a paradise. The white aura was known as the transformative energy, reputed to transmute all things. Furthermore, this technique could only be practiced by the Yaoqi Sacred Lord. Swift, Bai Lingxi commanded, and the white crescent rapidly spiraled towards the trial stone. Boom, the white explosion faded, and the indifferent voice resounded, "Trial taker Bai Lingxi. Body refinement realm, 300,000 pounds." Upon hearing this figure, the crowd erupted in astonishment. 300,000 pounds. The Yaoqi goddess is truly formidable. This is the talent of an absolute prodigy. Not only is the goddess stunningly beautiful, but her innate gifts are also extraordinary. Who could ever be worthy of such a remarkable woman? The discussions among the onlookers continued fervently. Meanwhile, Bai Lingxi awaited the second round of the trial stone, which shifted from red to yellow. Her cultivation rose to the pinnacle of the blood transformation realm. Buzzing, Bai Lingxi floated gracefully in mid-air, her hands quickly forming seals as she employed the Queen Mother scripture. Her aura surged in tandem with the speed of her seals, coalescing into a powerful stream that radiated outward. Boom! At that moment, two streams of white transformative energy appeared beside her, swirling around her form. With a delicate motion of her slender fingers, she directed the two streams of white energy to converge at her fingertip, which then exploded in a brilliant white light pointing forward. The white radiance transformed into a colossal white dragon charging towards the trial stone. After a resounding dragon's roar, the voice echoed, "Trial taker Bai Lingxi, blood transformation realm, 310,000 pounds." Upon hearing this value, Yuan Zhaoxian mused thoughtfully as he observed Bai Lingxi in the image. This talent is quite impressive. It should be comparable to Xingchen Suyu and the others. I have heard that the Yaoqi Sacred Lord had a rather unique relationship with my father back in the day. If I were to take this Yaoqi goddess as my attendant, I wonder what expression my father would wear when the Yaoqi Sacred Lord comes knocking. The thought brings me joy. Competing with my father is endlessly entertaining. Chapter 15. The trial of the Divine Sun shocks the crowd within the inner world. As the second round of trials concluded, the final round began, with the trial stone radiating a blue glow. Bai Lingxi stood suspended in the void, her gown moving as if stirred by an unseen wind, her breathtaking beauty exuding an aura of divine sanctity that rendered others hesitant to approach her. At this moment, Bai Lingxi's cultivation soared to the pinnacle of the Dongtian realm, her aura multiplying in intensity and manifesting the ninth heavenly imprint behind her. Trial taker Bai Lingxi, Dongtian realm, 9 Dongtian. 9 Dongtian? To possess 9 Dongtian, an emblem of unparalleled prodigy, the crowd gasped in shock, recognizing the terrifying potential of the goddess. It was conceivable that countless years hence, the Yaoqi Sacred Land might give rise to an extraordinary empress. Some in the crowd expressed their admiration. The beautiful leader of the Yaoqi Sacred Land smiled subtly, her charm captivating all who beheld her. The goddess is indeed an unprecedented prodigy. Our Yaoqi Sacred Land may contend for the imperial throne in the great era to come. Meanwhile, Feng Nu, the daughter of the Phoenix clan, beamed at Bai Lingxi's remarkable talent, her expression softening, revealing a rare smile that rivaled Bai Lingxi's own. Just then, the voice of the Phoenix clan's 10th elder broke the moment. "Yutong. It is your turn." Feng Yutong remained silent, soaring directly towards the swirling portal. Upon entering the inner world, the trial stone glowed red. Feng Yutong's cultivation was adjusted to the pinnacle of the body refinement realm. Then Feng Yutong formed a single-handed seal, conjuring a medium-sized halo that radiated a blood-red luminescence. Go. With a delicate command, a 7 to 8 meter tall blood phoenix erupted from the halo, its wings unfurling as it screeched towards the trial stone. With a resounding impact, the indifferent voice rang out once more, "Trial taker Feng Yutong, body refinement realm, 350,000 pounds." Following this, the trial stone emitted a yellow glow, elevating Feng Yutong's cultivation to the pinnacle of the blood transformation realm. Her aura surged once again, and a blood-red moon manifested behind her, casting an eerie glow throughout the inner world. "Blood moon power," Feng Yutong whispered, as a dark red light coalesced in the center of the blood moon, intensifying until it shot forth a dark red beam towards the trial stone. As the light dissipated, the voice announced, "Trial taker Feng Yutong, blood transformation realm, 360,000 pounds." The trial stone then shifted to a blue glow, Signifying Feng Yutong's ascension to the Dongtian realm, she stood poised, her exquisite visage radiating an air of composure, as if unaffected by the surrounding events. With her hands forming seals, 9 blood-red Dongtian manifestations appeared behind her, emanating a crimson glow. Trial taker Feng Yutong, Dongtian realm 9 Dongtian. That moment, the 10th elder of the Phoenix clan chuckled heartily. Our Feng Nu truly lives up to her lineage. This mutated bloodline indeed possesses prodigious talent. Upon returning, we must urge the clan leader to unlock the Nirvana realm for her to learn the secret techniques of rebirth. Once she masters these techniques, her strength will undoubtedly multiply. Meanwhile, a massive fireball descended from the swirling portal, the intense heat causing those present to retreat hastily. As the fireball dissipated, a figure emerged. Is that the true Sun Prince? The members of the Phoenix clan regarded him with curiosity. A descendant of the three-legged golden crow? Much like our ancestors, a being of ultimate fire essence, and one of the 10 emperors of the ancient heavenly court. I wonder how he compares to our Feng Nu. The true Sun Prince approached the trial stone, which transformed to a red glow. His cultivation level dropped to the pinnacle of the body refinement realm. Subsequently, Prince Xinyang concentrated all his spiritual energy, radiating a golden light that coalesced in midair into a three-legged golden crow. As the crow opened its beak, a searing line of fire erupted forth. The powerful flames induced a stifling heat that enveloped those outside, who could only watch in awe. After the blaze subsided, a voice resonated once more, declaring, the trial taker Jin Xinyang possesses a physique of 360,000 Jin. Once the voice faded, the trial stone transformed into a yellow glow, indicating that Jin Xinyang's cultivation had ascended yet again, unleashing an even more formidable aura. With a slight lift of his right hand, a sphere of golden energy gathered in his palm, which he then clenched tightly. The golden energy emitted a brilliant heat, raising the temperature of the surrounding space to a terrifying level, as if it could melt anything in its path. Once the radiance dissipated, the voice announced, the trial taker Jin Xinyang possesses a blood-moving strength of 3,800,000 Jin. The previously indifferent voice now carried a tone of astonishment. After the announcement, the trial stone glowed blue, signifying that Jin Xinyang's cultivation had reached the realm of Dongtian. That moment, Jin Xinyang stood upon the void, his hands pressed together in prayer, fingers intertwined. He was enveloped in the true fire of the sun, resembling an emperor of flames. 9 fiery Dongtian seals manifested behind him. Those observing this spectacle were rendered numb. As an ancient being remarked, in this era, the number of unparalleled prodigies and exceptional talents seems excessive. There are already several extraordinary figures emerging, and we cannot fathom how many more may arise. In my time, having 1 or 2 exceptional prodigies in the 9 heavens and 10 earths each day was already remarkable. Truly, this world is a golden age. At this moment, Yuan Zhixin began to move, slowly rising into the air. A youthful yet strikingly handsome visage bore a hint of a smile, his garments fluttering without wind. With each step, he traversed the void, emanating a resplendent golden light, exuding an aura of terror. The sounds of the great Tao reverberated through the heavens and earth, his eyes resembling cosmic stars, mysterious and powerful. He instilled in onlookers a sense of suffocating descent into the depths of an abyss. That is, the dual-pupiled gaze. The scion of the Yuan clan is indeed a wielder of such eyes, the legend of the dual pupils, which has never known defeat. No, if it were merely the dual pupils, it would not suffice for him to ascend to the position of scion. He must possess other innate qualities, otherwise the first in the Yuan clan, Yuan Ruochu, would have long since taken the title of scion. For his reincarnation physique is a rare and heaven-defying attribute that appears once in several epochs. Approaching the entrance of the vortex, Yuan Zhixin strolled leisurely inside. Within the inner realm, the trial stone sensed his arrival and began to glow red. Yuan Zhixin glanced at the trial stone, activated the Eternal Immortal Sutra, and infused his terrifying spiritual energy into his right fist. With a single punch, the space solidified. There were no extravagant techniques, no unnecessary movements, just a single blow. Boom! After the strike, the trial stone trembled incessantly. At this moment, the previously indifferent voice shifted to one of surprise, exclaiming, You are, announce the results. The ancient heavenly tablet. Yuan Zhixin addressed the heavens. Unexpectedly, you have emerged in this grand era. The voice expressed astonishment. The trial taker Yuan Zhixin possesses a physique of 5 million Jin. A collective gasp arose from the gathered crowd. 5 million Jin? This, the pinnacle of the physique realm is merely 1 million Jin. Surely even the ancient prodigies could not compare. Such feats defy description. To them, it seemed utterly fantastical. At that moment, the trial stone radiated a yellow light. Yuan Zhixin smiled faintly, his form shimmering with golden brilliance. As the suppressed realm ascended like a rocket. Blood-moving first stage, second stage, third stage, until he reached the zenith of blood-moving. Yuan Zhixin continued to gather strength in his right fist, but this time was different. He silently channeled the power of the dual pupils, the power of the supreme bone, and the power of the chaotic body, merging them into one. The terrifying aura caused the heavens and earth to shift in hue. As if heralding the apocalypse, once again, with no elaborate techniques or superfluous motions, he unleashed a single punch. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks rapidly spread across the entirety of the trial stone. With a resounding explosion, the trial stone shattered. At this moment, the voice, filled with resignation, uttered, "You say, the trial taker Yuan Zhixin possesses a blood-moving strength of 100 million jin. At this instant, the crowd outside was rendered speechless, their jaws agape in astonishment. The previously cacophonous environment plunged into an eerie silence. One could faintly hear the sound of the wind blowing. As the crowd collected themselves, they stammered, 100 million? The trembling voice barely managed to form words. My goodness, someone exclaimed, cursing in disbelief. Another individual, overcome with excitement, exclaimed in their local dialect, "Oh my, I never imagined this. Truly one cannot judge a book by its cover. I cannot believe it, I cannot believe it. He is but a 5-year-old child, 100 million gene? Did you see that? Who would dare believe this? I mean, how is this even possible? I truly feel like a fool. My mind is buzzing, and I see stars everywhere." Although the trial stone lay in ruins, the trial was set to continue. The voice now bore an unmistakable frustration. Yuan Zhixin stood suspended in the void, one hand behind his back and the other forming a seal at his chest. An unparalleled aura suddenly emanated from him. A golden halo appeared beneath his feet, enigmatic and mysterious. The terrifying aura caused the surrounding space to tremble once more. His cultivation, previously suppressed at the peak of blood moving, surged again. First stage of Dongtian, second stage, third stage, all the way to the peak of Dongtian, where it finally ceased. Then, one by one, Dongtian manifestations slowly emerged from his back, 1 2 5, until the 18th appeared and halted. The trial taker, Yuan Zhixin, possesses 18 Dongtian. The onlookers were utterly unable to remain composed. What does this signify? An ancient prodigy, the reincarnation of a celestial emperor, or perhaps a child of the Tao, regardless of whether it was Huang Xiaoyu, Jin Xinyang by Lingxi, or the exceedingly aloof Feng Yutong. Their mental states were all in turmoil. Only the members of the Yuan clan and the Jade clan were brimming with excitement, their eyes filled with fervor and reverence as they beheld Yuan Zhixin on the screen. At that moment, an unparalleled being from a sacred realm spoke. I recall that after the era of creation, there existed individuals who resembled the children of the Tao. They possessed the innate talent and strength to dominate an entire era, rendering them invincible in the world. Such beings are born to transcend all others. After the era of creation, these individuals were referred to as forbidden prodigies. Chapter 16, the ancient Tao tablet and the rankings of the prodigies. After completing his trial, Yuan Zhixin exited the inner realm, returning to the territory of the Yuan clan. The venerable elder Yuan Zhouchong and the elder of the Jade clan beamed with joy upon seeing Yuan Zhixin's return, exclaiming, "As expected of our clan scion, a forbidden prodigy. Ha! In this era, the scion is invincible, suppressing all adversaries." They then turned to the members of the Yuan clan's lineage, smiling, "You too shall undergo trials. Let the world witness the formidable strength of our clan's unparalleled prodigies of this generation." Following this, the lineage members began to ascend in succession towards the vortex. The trial taker, Yuan Changkong, possesses a physique of 580,000 gene. The trial taker, Yuan Changkong, possesses a blood-moving strength of 620,000 gene. The trial taker, Yuan Changkong, possesses 10 Dongtian. The trial taker, Yuan Suyu, possesses a physique of 460,000 gene. The trial taker, Yuan Suyu, possesses a blood-moving strength of 490,000 gene. The trial taker, Yuan Suyu, possesses 10 Dongtian. The trial taker, Yuan Xingqian, possesses a physique of 400,000 gene. The trial taker, Yuan Xingqian, possesses a blood-moving strength of 430,000 gene. The trial taker, Yuan Xingqian, possesses 10 Dongtian. The trial taker, Yuan Lingmeng, possesses a physique of 380,000 gene. The trial taker, Yuan Lingmeng, possesses a blood-moving strength of 400,000 gene. The trial taker, Yuan Lingmeng, possesses 9 Dongtian. The trial taker, Yuan Badian, possesses a physique of 370,000 gene, a blood-moving strength of 390,000 gene, and 10 Dongtian. The crowd outside was utterly astonished by the talent of the Yuan clan's lineage, each member proving to be an extraordinary prodigy. The current generation of the Yuan clan was indeed terrifying. Could it be that this era of the 9 heavens and 10 earths would acknowledge the Yuan clan as supreme? An ancient being pondered aloud. Another ancient figure interjected, the Yuan clan has deep roots and stands proudly among the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Their lineage predates even the era of creation. Such a family, if not deemed supreme among the 9 heavens and 10 earths, is undoubtedly one of the most powerful families of the present age. A resounding chime echoed, accompanied by a voice declaring, the Taiyuan heavenly trials have concluded. Just as the trials came to a close, the voice continued, all trials across the 9 heavens and 10 earths have concluded. The ancient heavenly tablet returns to unity. As the announcement concluded, the ancient heavenly tablet began to float in the void, gradually merging into a vortex and vanishing from sight. What, is that it? Has it ended so soon? What about the promised rewards? The gathered crowd buzzed with confusion. No, look, that vortex is still expanding, as the enormous vortex continued to grow. 3 resounding chimes echoed, followed by the descent of an ancient tablet, several times larger than the ancient heavenly tablet. From within the vortex, the tablet radiated light in all directions, emanating an ancient and mysterious aura. The Tao Tablet. This was the Tao Tablet, formed by the unification of the 9 ancient heavenly tablets. Upon the appearance of the Tao Tablet, it was poised to announce the rankings of the top 1,000 prodigies and exceptional talents. An ancient being, awakened from a slumber spanning several epochs, expressed his excitement, recalling his own experiences with the emergence of the Tao Tablet. At that moment, a voice, steeped in age, resonated throughout the heavens and earth. Audible to all in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, Tai Chi Heaven, Li Dahai age 16 ranked 1000. Reward, the Boundless Sea Technique, Tai Yuan Heaven, Sui age 16 ranked 738. Reward, Tao Body Artifact, a weapon for Tao Body Realm. The Kanglan Sword, Taiyuan Heaven, Huang Xiaoyu age 13 rank 720. Reward, Tao Body Secret Technique, Thunderflash, Tianqian Heaven, Wang Xian aged 15 ranked 500. Reward, Tao Body Artifact, Jingming Blade, Taiyuan Heaven, Yuan Di aged 15 ranked 119. Reward, Reincarnation Secret Technique of the Reincarnation Realm, Cataclysm, Taiyuan Heaven, by Lingxi aged 15 ranked 103. Reward, Reincarnation Item of the Reincarnation Realm, Spirit Transforming Qi, Taiyuan Heaven, Feng Yutong aged 16 ranked 100. Reward, Holy Person, Creation Blood Fusion Pill, Taiyu Heaven, Shi Jingyuek aged 14 ranked 96. Reward, Holy Person Moon Essence, Taiyuan Heaven, Jin Jinyang aged 16 ranked 95. Reward, Saint's Secret Technique, Solar Eclipse, Taiyuan Heaven, Yuan Badian aged 15 ranked 92. Reward, Saint Weapon, Xuanwu Armor, Taiyuan Heaven, Yuan Lingmeng aged 15 ranked 88. Reward, Sacred Item, Natural Holy Fruit, Taiyuan Heaven, Yuan Pujuan aged 16 ranked 80. Reward, Saint's Secret Technique, Furious Battle Across the Horizons, Taiyuan Heaven, Yuan Xingqian aged 16 ranked 50. Reward, Great Saint Item, Stellar Observation Diagram, Taichu Heaven, Taichu Saint Sun Ju Wenchuan aged 16 ranked 17. Reward, Quasi-Emperor Weapon, Jian Yuan Spear, Taiyuan Heaven, Yuan Changkong aged 16 ranked 11. Reward, Quasi-Emperor Weapon, Sungtian Shinwang Halberd. At this moment, the entire populace of the 9 heavens and 10 earths held their breath, eager to see who the top 10 extraordinary prodigies were. Subsequently, that ancient and weathered voice resonated once more. Tai Sen Guchen Family, Divine Sun Chen Haoren aged 11. Taijin Tian Ancient Tablet, ranked 1, Tian Dao Ancient Tablet, ranked 10. Talent, Timeless Prodigy Evaluation, Unmatched Combat Power, Invincible at the same level, endowed with Imperial Potential. Reward, Imperial Weapon, Ascending Immortal Sword. If we were to equate a Quasi-Emperor weapon to a machine gun, then an Imperial weapon would undoubtedly be akin to a nuclear missile. The disparity is enormous. Tai Xiaotian, Xian Gu Wanling Mountain. Divine Sun Gu Renjie, age 13. Tai Xiaotian Jin Tian Ancient Tablet, rank 2, Tian Dao Ancient Tablet, rank 9. Talent, Timeless Prodigy, Comment, encountered an extraordinary opportunity at 6, obtaining the Supreme Imperial Dao Fruit, leading to a meteoric rise in cultivation. Endowed with Imperial Potential. Reward, Imperial Method, Wanling Jin Tian Tai Chu Tian Sen Gu Tian Shan Sacred Land, Divine Sun Xian Lingxiao aged 14. Tai Chu Tian Jin Tian Ancient Tablet, ranked 1, Tian Dao Ancient Tablet, ranked 8. Talent, Timeless Prodigy. Comment, innately possesses the Forbidden Law domain, since childhood, inherited the protection of an Imperial weapon from the Sacred Land. Reward, Imperial Method, 10 Directions of Confinement, Tai Yutian, Xian Gu Tianyu Empire, Crown Prince Yu Huaji. Aged 14. Tai Yutian Jin Tian Ancient Tablet, ranked 1, Tian Dao Ancient Tablet, ranked 7. Talent, Timeless Prodigy. Comment, born amidst 1,000 miles of purple chi, exceptional talent, unparalleled endowment. Reward, Imperial Weapon, Purple Gold Breaking Void Spear, Tai Huangtian Xian Gu Imperial Clan Wang Family. Divine Sun Wang Tang, aged 11. Tai Huang Tian Jin Tian Ancient Tablet, ranked 1, Tian Dao Ancient Tablet, ranked 6. Talent, Timeless Prodigy, comment, Heir of the Chaos Emperor, Child of Destiny. A reward, Imperial Method, Star Radiance Slashing Technique, Tai Ching Tian, Mythical Lanshangqing Sect. Divine Sun Dao Wudao, aged 15. Tai Ching Tian Jin Tian Ancient Tablet, ranked 1, Tian Dao Ancient Tablet, ranked 5. Talent, Innate Dao Body, Timeless Prodigy, comment, The way of heaven is formless yet achieves all and endowed with potential surpassing the Emperor. Reward, Imperial Item 9 Revolutions Golden Pill, Imperial Scripture, Supreme Scripture, Tai Shi Tian Mythical Landsword Sect, Sword Master Jian Sengxiong, aged 13. Tai Shi Tian Jin Tian Ancient Tablet, ranked 1, Tian Dao Ancient Tablet, ranked 4. Talent, Innate Sword Body, Timeless Prodigy. Comment, Sword points to heaven and earth. A single strike shatters myriad laws. Longevity is to be expected. Reward, Imperial Method, Sword drawing to slash the heavens technique. Imperial Weapon, Rebellious Heavenly Emperor Sword, Tai Xiaotian, Mythical G Family. Divine Sun Ji Jing Tian, aged 15. Tai Xiaotian Jin Tian Ancient Tablet, ranked 1, Jin Tian Ancient Tablet, ranked 3. Talent, Void Body, Forbidden Prodigy, comment, Timeless Physique, endowed with the potential for immortality. A reward, Imperial Method, Void Exile. Imperial Weapon, Void Refining Pot. Imperial Item, Qilin Immortal Medicine, Taya Tian Opening Heaven. Taya Clan, Divine Daughter Taya Qingcheng, aged 8. Taya Tian Jin Tian Ancient Tablet, ranked 1, Tian Dao Ancient Tablet, ranked 2. Talent, Forbidden Prodigy, comment, Suspected reincarnation of an immortal. Her beauty unparalleled, combat power unmatched throughout the ages. An extraordinary figure difficult to rival from ancient times to the present. Reward, Imperial Method, World in Palm. Imperial Weapon, 7 Emotions and 6 Desires Stone. Immortal Item. Creation Purple Lotus, Taiyuan Heaven, Forbidden Yuan Clan, Divine Sun Yuan Zhixian, aged 5. Taiyuan Heaven Jin Tian Ancient Tablet, ranked 1, Tian Dao Ancient Tablet, ranked 1. Talent, Dual Pupils, Supreme Bone, Chaos Body, Forbidden Prodigy, comment, Inexpressible, Incomparable, Invincible. Reward, 9 Secrets, Battle Secrets. Arrival Secrets, All Secrets, 6 Paths. Reincarnation Fist, 3 Drops of Celestial Blood. As the Tian Dao Ancient Tablet rankings were announced, the crowd across the 9 heavens and 10 earths erupted into a clamor. There were feelings of melancholy, excitement, nostalgia, and even fury. Chapter 17, the timeless ranking revealed on the combat ranking. Tai Huang Tian, Wang family. At this moment, the head of the Wang family laughed heartily, saying, My son not only possesses the inheritance of the Chaos Emperor but is also a child of destiny. My son Wang Tang is destined to become an emperor in this world. Tai Chen family. An Imperial Weapon. I never expected that Chen Haoran's ranking reward would be an Imperial Weapon. One must understand that in battles of the same tier, not only cultivation techniques and secret methods are tested, but weapons are also crucial for victory. Any single advantage in equipment can provide an absolute edge. Thus, with Chen Haoran's already unmatched combat power, possessing an Imperial Weapon, there are likely few among the younger generation who can compare. Tai Ching Tian, Shangqing Sect. In the Shangqing Imperial Palace, all the higher-ups gathered. The sect leader remarked, This time, the Tian Dao Ancient Tablet ranks our Divine Sun among the top 5 timeless prodigies. And the reward from the Tian Dao Ancient Tablet is the unparalleled 9 Revolutions Golden Pill, a legendary elixir capable of unlocking one's potential, yielding the greatest benefits in later stages of cultivation. He then turned to Dao Wudao and said, After consuming this pill, the Divine Sun should quickly enter seclusion to cultivate and unleash the maximum potential of his innate Dao body. Tai Shi Tian Sword Sect. Jin Wushuang was intently observing the rebellious Heavenly Emperor Sword, an extraordinary imperial sword forged from innate divine iron of the mythical era. The sword's aura exuded such pressure that the sacred clan elder struggled to defend with his spiritual shield. The sect leader then waved his hand, dispersing the intangible pressure in the Grand Hall, and stated, Wushuang, in this great era, prodigies of unparalleled caliber are emerging. Even forbidden prodigies, you must be prepared. Tai Xiaotian G family. Forbidden prodigy, Yuan Shangsheng. How does it feel? My son and yours are both forbidden prodigies. Your son is destined to become a stepping stone for mine. The Imperial Secret Method, Void Exile, is a top-tier secret technique that even our ancestors never possessed. And there's the Imperial Weapon. Most importantly, the Qilin Immortal Medicine is a miraculous elixir capable of extending an emperor's life. Such medicine is rare among the various factions of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Taya Tian, Taya Clan. I never expected Qingqing to be a forbidden prodigy. The rewards for her, including the Imperial Method and Imperial Weapon, are quite suitable. But what is this creation Purple Lotus? My knowledge seems lacking, remarked an elder of the Supreme Clan. At that moment an elderly figure entered slowly, radiating an aura of simplicity, resembling an ordinary person. His eyes sparkled with wisdom, as if he could see through all. This was the fifth ancestor of the Taiye clan, an invincible figure from several epochs ago. The fifth ancestor then spoke with a voice full of age. The immortal item, creation purple lotus, possesses three great effects. The lotus leaves can revive the dead, the lotus body can grant one an extraordinary manifestation, and the lotus seeds, of which there are three each, can help break through to the peak realm without side effects, including a breakthrough to quasi-emperor. Gasping, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply, realizing that the reward for the second ranking was already so extraordinary. How terrifying must be the celestial blood of the Yuan clan divine son. The fifth ancestor continued, speaking of the Yuan clan divine son, I recall that when he was born, I had once discussed with the ninth ancestor of the Yuan clan to arrange a marriage for you two. Once you come of age, you should marry. What? Taiye Qingcheng could hardly believe her ears. A grandfather, how could you do this without my consent? I have never met him, nor do I have any feelings for him. This engagement does not count. I do not agree. The fifth ancestor chuckled. When that child was born, I saw him. He was chubby and quite adorable. Besides, a lack of feelings can be cultivated over time. Feelings develop with time, do they not? You. Taiye Qingcheng was so enraged that she nearly fainted. Stomping her foot in frustration, she declared, whoever wants to marry can marry. I shall not go. With that, she stormed out without looking back. Taiyuan heaven. At this moment, the crowd all turned their gazes toward Yuan Zhixian, stunned into silence, their eyes filled with dread. Dual pupils, supreme bone, were already astonishing, yet he also possessed the first-rank chaos body. The chaos body, indeed, is the foremost physique among the 3,000 physiques, having only appeared once since the dawn of time, during the era of creation. At that time, the chaos body was undoubtedly among the most invincible of beings. The era of creation, a time when the world was newly formed, was indeed a glorious epoch, with emperors walking freely, quasi-emperors and saints treated as mere dogs, and even immortals present. It was undoubtedly the most resplendent of times. Later, a great calamity befell the world, leading to the demise of 95% of the powerful. Perhaps now, we are witnessing a different era altogether, the descendant of the Yuan clan, astonishingly endowed with three extraordinary physiques, including the unparalleled chaos body, pondered how to navigate the future, how to earn. What is the point of it all? Upon realizing this, the crowd erupted with exclamations of disbelief and indignation. I traversed the world solely to showcase my dual pupils and supreme bone, never anticipating that the ancient heavenly Tao tablet would unveil my chaos body. I had hoped to remain in the shadows, capable of subterfuge at crucial moments, yet now it seems my plans are thwarted. Leaving me in a state of frustration, mused Yuan Zhaoxian, pouting in dissatisfaction. At that moment, the ancient heavenly Tao tablet burst forth with radiant golden light, its voice reverberating across the heavens. Yuan Zhaoxian, a prodigy of unparalleled talent, entered the eternal ranking. Taiye Qingcheng, another prodigy of exceptional merit, joined the ranks as well. Ji Jingtian too was recognized and inscribed in the eternal ranking. A magnificent golden tablet then materialized in the celestial expanse. Look, is that the eternal ranking? It is said that this ancient ranking only manifests when a forbidden prodigy arises in the world. Moreover, it chronicles the standings of forbidden prodigies beneath the celestial beings of the past and present. The Divine Feather Emperor ranks 100. The Universal Emperor ranks 81. The Thunder Emperor ranks 64. The Shaking Light Emperor ranks 45. The Red Dust Empress ranks 27. The Celestial Emperor ranks 19. The Purple Star Emperor ranks 10. The Enlightened Emperor ranks 9. The Green Emperor ranks 8. The Heavenly Mechanism Emperor ranks 7. The Ancestor of Monsters ranks 6. The Celestial Emperor of the Ancient Heavenly Court ranks 5. The Reincarnation Emperor ranks 4. The Leaf Emperor ranks 3. The Chaos Emperor ranks 2. The Ancestor of Humanity ranks 1. All those inscribed upon the tablet have achieved the status of Emperor, some have ascended to immortality, while others have perished or reached the end of their lifespans. Their titles shall endure eternally unless surpassed by future generations, displacing them from the top 100. At this moment, three beams of golden light descended from the ancient heavenly Tao tablet, illuminating Taiyuan Tian Yuan Zhaoxian, Taiye Tian Taiye Qingcheng, and Taishao Tian Ji Jingtian. Subsequently, the trio merged into the eternal ranking. After their entry, the names inscribed upon the eternal ranking would intermittently emit glimmers of golden light, signifying their ongoing challenges against the ranked and their successes. As they continued to ascend, Ji Jingtian soon found himself within the realm of the 87th ranked, the inner heaven. The 87th rank was held by the Taibai Sword Emperor, who had attained enlightenment during the ancient era and was an unrivaled sword emperor. Possessing the innate sword body, the eighth of 3,000 physiques, suddenly a figure clad in white with flowing black hair, exuding an ethereal charm, appeared before Ji Jingtian.at, merely 15 years old, achieving the sixth stage of divine abilities. Young one, you are quite remarkable. Your arrival here signifies the eternal ranking's acknowledgement of your talents. In this realm, our levels are equal. Come, let me witness your prowess, he declared, unleashing a terrifying wave of sword energy. Conjuring countless sword lights aimed at Ji Jingtian, surrounded by a surge of purple light, Ji Jingtian's form became translucent. With a command from the Tai-Bai Sword Emperor, countless sword lights surged forth toward Ji Jingtian, who remained composed, executing his techniques with dexterity. At that moment, the myriad sword lights passed through Ji Jingtian's body as if traversing air, failing to strike him. You possess the void body, no wonder you have gained the eternal ranking's approval. Ha, it has been countless years since I faced someone with a physique among the 3,000, particularly the fifth-ranked void body. Let us see who reigns supreme in this realm, he proclaimed, intensifying the sword energy and forming a colossal white sword that emanated a terrifying aura. Celestial sword advance, the Tai-Bai Sword Emperor commanded, and the white giant sword, infused with immense energy, streaked toward the heavens, creating a dazzling white light. At this juncture, Ji Jingtian completed his technique, summoning a massive vortex of void energy before him. As the white giant sword collided with the vortex, they engaged in a fierce clash, the sword's radiance threatening to pierce the void, while the vortex spun with the intent to consume the sword. The Tai-Bai Sword Emperor gathered his spiritual power in his right hand and forcefully propelled the sword forward. The white giant sword surged ahead, while Ji Jingtian channeled his spiritual energy, swiftly forming seals with his hands. The purple vortex spun with increasing velocity, colliding with the sword's formidable presence, causing the inner heaven to tremble with violent winds. With a resounding crash, the Tai-Bai Sword Emperor staggered back 3 steps, while Ji Jingtian retreated 8. The Tai-Bai Sword Emperor regarded Ji Jingtian, stating, "In my past life, I suppressed all prodigies, dominating my era. No one could withstand 10 of my strikes, yet you have managed to achieve parity with me. Truly impressive. Had you been born in my time, you might have been my greatest rival. Alas, it is a pity." Chapter 18, The Empress's Gift. Senior, as the saying goes, the Yangtze River's waves push forward the waves, and new generations surpass the old. There is little value in further discussion. Let us continue, Ji Jingtian replied, his aura reaching its zenith as he raised his hands, tracing a clockwise circle. A purple halo materialized before him. At its center, the imperial weapon rewarded by the heavenly Tao tablet, the void refinement vessel. He lifted the halo overhead. The halo transformed into a complex and immense purple ring, while the void refinement vessel radiated a purple glow. As if prepared to refine all existence, the Tai-Bai Sword Emperor, witnessing this, stood poised in the void, his aura surging. A flash of white light heralded the appearance of an unparalleled imperial sword in his grasp. As the sword emerged, a cataclysmic wave of sword energy enveloped the surroundings. Pointing the sword skyward, a beam of white light, tinged with gold, shot into the heavens, forming a colossal sphere of radiance. Both combatants now summoned their most potent techniques. Ji Jingtian was the first to speak. Void exile. As he uttered the words, the halo erupted in brilliance, channeling immense energy toward the void refinement vessel. In response, the vessel and the purple halo coalesced into a circular spatial rift, resembling a realm of its own, exuding a formidable pull toward the Tai-Bai Sword Emperor. At that moment, the colossal white sphere, edged in gold, took shape above the Tai-Bai Sword Emperor. Secret art, sword's descent. He roared, launching a white sword light toward Ji Jingtian. The collision of sword light and spatial rift unleashed a blinding explosion, shaking the very fabric of space as the two forces threatened to tear reality apart. As the brilliance faded, the Tai-Bai Sword Emperor's complexion paled, while Ji Jingtian bore the trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, clearly wounded. "You have lost," the Tai-Bai Sword Emperor stated calmly. Ji Jingtian, with an inscrutable expression, observed the Tai-Bai Sword Emperor deep in contemplation. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, "Senior, I concede, this battle has revealed my shortcomings, and upon my return I shall enter seclusion to address them." He bowed slightly. The Tai-Bai Sword Emperor smiled faintly, replying, "A promising youth indeed." With that, his figure gradually faded from view. Consequently, Ji Jingtian's name settled at the 88th position on the eternal ranking. The crowd in the celestial realm was taken aback. Could it be that the scion of the Ji family was truly so formidable? This was the most powerful forbidden prodigy from ancient times to the present, and he managed to secure a position on the ranking at 88. It seemed that this Ji family scion had the potential to become an emperor in this lifetime. Another obstinate individual interjected, "Become an emperor? Have you forgotten about the first and second ranks on the heavenly Tao tablet? The rankings for Qingcheng and the Yuan clan Sion are yet to be revealed. Furthermore, many on the eternal ranking are under the age of 16. What of those above that age? It is essential to recognize that the Heavenly Tao tablet does not manifest in every era. Only during the Golden Age. Meanwhile, Taiye Qingcheng had also entered the realm of the 48th rank, the Nine-Tailed Empress, a supreme being of the demon clan, hailed from the Qingqiu lineage. She had attained enlightenment at the end of the immortal ancient era, and during the subsequent war single-handedly confronted 5 supreme beings, sacrificing her blood and lifespan to gravely wound 3, taking 2 with her. Before becoming an emperor, she was also a forbidden prodigy, unparalleled throughout the ages. Her elegance unmatched. It was said that had the Nine-Tailed Empress not fallen, another mythic emperor might have arisen in this world. However, alas, it was not to be. As Taiye Qingcheng arrived, a breathtakingly beautiful woman appeared. Her alluring figure accentuated by her fair skin and silky black hair cascading like a waterfall, her captivating, large eyes seemed to ensnare the very soul, especially with her ample bosom straining against her garments. With a sultry smile, she regarded Taiye Qingcheng. What a lovely little sister. That if you continue to grow, you may surpass even me. Senior, I am Taiye Qingcheng, here to ascend the rankings. I hope you will not go easy on me and will fight with all your might. Taiye Qingcheng stated calmly. Senior, call me sister. The Nine-Tailed Empress pouted in dissatisfaction. Oh, sister, Taiye Qingcheng stammered, momentarily taken aback before addressing her with a soft tone. Anyone who managed to ascend the eternal ranking was undoubtedly a forbidden prodigy. And your presence here attests to your extraordinary talents. I was once in your position, a forbidden prodigy myself, and I rose through the ranks to my current status. After becoming an emperor, I perished in a great battle. The Nine-Tailed Empress said, her mood suddenly darkening, yet, in an instant, her demeanor brightened again. Each person has their destiny. Now, let us begin, dear Qingcheng. With that, she conjured a fan in her hand. Be careful, little sister, this is my imperial weapon, she said, gently waving the enchanting fan, releasing a soft breeze that drifted through the inner heaven, carrying with it a fragrant aroma. Taiye Qingcheng, caught off guard by the scent, felt her heart race, and her consciousness began to fade. In that instant, she summoned her willpower, moving her fingers slightly to activate her imperial weapon, the Stone of Emotions. The stone flew forth, radiating brilliant light, allowing her to regain her mobility and break free from the Nine-Tailed Empress's enchantment, stabilizing her mind. Alas, quite impressive indeed, dear sister Qingcheng. With my enchanting demonic fan combined with the arcane arts from my enchanting scripture, I possess the ability to beguile hearts and disturb minds. This technique, once unleashed, renders individuals utterly defenseless. Even those of greater prowess than myself eventually fall prey to my whims. To think you could unravel it, how remarkable. However, my next maneuver shall not be so easily countered. As the Nine-Tailed Empress issued her delicate command, the heavens bore witness to the emergence of 6 identical apparitions, each mirroring the Nine-Tailed Empress, yet each brandishing distinct instruments: a sword, a pipa, a flute, a shao. As they spiraled gracefully around Taiye Qingcheng, furrowing her brow, Taiye Qingcheng observed as the 6 figures began to dance and play, unleashing an even more terrifying aura of enchantment towards her. Beads of sweat formed upon her smooth forehead. She understood that should this beguilement remain unbroken, she could not fight with ease. At this moment, her thoughts became tumultuous, her heart racing. The 6 performers' melodies transformed into powerful waves of sound, hurtling toward Taiye Qingcheng. Instinctively, she sought to evade the oncoming sonic onslaught. Seizing an opportunity, she maneuvered to the side and hid behind the Nine-Tailed Empress. In a sudden turn, Taiye Qingcheng wielded the Stone of 7 Emotions and 6 Desires. Positioning it before the Nine-Tailed Empress, a radiant spectrum of light enveloped the Empress's visage, leaving her momentarily stunned. The 6 figures then assumed expressions of anger, sorrow, contemplation, fear, and astonishment, ceasing their performance and hovering in the void. The Nine-Tailed Empress regained her composure, gazing in astonishment at Taiye Qingcheng and the Stone of 7 Emotions and 6 Desires, exclaiming, "What a remarkable imperial weapon you possess, capable of manipulating the very desires of humanity. Even my ethereal avatars, devoid of thought and emotion, can be swayed by it. Sister Qingcheng, this artifact surpasses both my enchanting demonic fan and scripture. In a contest of imperial weapons, along with my scripture, I dare say there are few in this world who could rival you. And now, prepare to witness my final technique." Upon uttering the words nine-tailed ceiling, a colossal white nine-tailed fox manifested in the void, its 9 immense tails piercing the ground. Within the embrace of these tails, a square barrier materialized, isolating Taiye Qingcheng within a small space. "Sister Qingcheng," the Empress declared, "this seal will rapidly drain your spiritual power for my own use. Any attack you launch within this confinement will be futile, only hastening your depletion. Without further ado, Taya Qincheng raised her right hand and softly uttered, "World in hand." A gigantic golden palm appeared beneath the nine tails. Its back facing downward and its palm upward, gripping the nine-tailed seal firmly. The two forces struggled against one another, equally matched, neither able to gain the upper hand. As the nine-tailed empress ascended above the nine-tailed fox, she channeled her power in an attempt to free the nine-tailed seal from Taya Qincheng's grasp. Meanwhile, Taya Qincheng poured her spiritual energy into her right hand, a terrifying torrent surging forth, with a gentle command. She declared, "Shatter," and with a fierce grip, the enormous golden palm followed suit. A sound akin to shattering glass resonated, followed by an explosive force that cracked the very fabric of the inner realm. In the aftermath of the explosion, Taya Qincheng found herself utterly drained of spiritual energy, rendered incapable of continuing the fight. The nine-tailed empress, too, appeared equally fatigued, her pale complexion betraying her exhaustion, her chest heaving as if it might burst forth. With labored breaths, the empress regarded Taya Qincheng and proposed, "Sister Qincheng, shall we declare this battle a draw? We are both too depleted to continue." "Agreed, sister. Let us settle for a stalemate," Taya Qincheng replied weakly. The nine-tailed empress approached her, delicately touching Taya Qincheng's forehead with her slender fingers, saying, "Sister, I was destined to perish. Consider this enchanting scripture as a parting gift, hoping it shall aid you henceforth. I in this contest. We are equal, and you shall inherit my rank. I in turn shall fade from existence. When you encounter the younger generation of the Qingqiu clan, I hope you will lend them your protection." As her form began to wane, the nine-tailed empress smiled, the smile that bewitched all souls. "Fortunately, the ancient rankings left us a soul imprint, allowing our paths to cross. Had we existed in the same era, we would surely have been the closest of sisters. Perhaps I would not have met my end. Alas, I must depart. Dear sister, the path of the immortal is fraught with uncertainty. Take care of yourself. May your future be filled with the promise of longevity." With that, the nine-tailed empress's figure dissipated into glimmers of starlight. Taya Qincheng silently watched the place where the empress had vanished, replying, "I shall, sister." With that, she transformed into a beam of golden light and soared away. Chapter 19, Challenging the Ancestor of Humanity. Ancestors manifest divine power within the realm of the ancient rankings. Yuan Zhaoxian relentlessly pushed through the ranks, overcoming the formidable ancestors that preceded him, ultimately defeating the 11th-ranked supreme ancestor. A being from the mythical era, a pre-celestial Holy Spirit, this spirit was born in the twilight of the primordial era, endowed with the cultivation of a saint from the moment of its birth. However, in an age where emperors roamed freely and saints were as common as dogs, it was deemed too feeble, thus it remained hidden within its birthplace, fearing to reveal itself until the calamity of the primordial era unfolded. Leading into the mythical age, when it gradually emerged from obscurity, its innate talents were comparable to the top 10 of the 3,000 physiques, yet it succumbed to Yuan Zhaoxian's overwhelming onslaught. Ultimately being relegated from the rankings, after vanquishing the pre-celestial Holy Spirit, Yuan Zhaoxian intended to await the guiding light to transport him to the inner realm of the 10th-ranked ancestor when a voice rang out once more. "Forbidden Yuan clan, Yuan Zhaoxian, due to your unique physique, extraordinary talents, and unmatched combat prowess, you have swept through the first 90 ranks of the ancient rankings. You may now select any of the top 10 to challenge. If victorious, you may advance further. I shall now introduce you to the information of these 10 supreme beings, after which you may decide." 10th place, Emperor Ziwei. Human race, attained enlightenment in the ancient era. Creator of the celestial star formation, capable of slaying saints. Innate imperial lineage. Peak mythical emperor cultivation. 9th place, Emperor Shirtian. Pre-celestial human, attained enlightenment in the primordial era. One of the 3,000 physiques, the Tsong Tian dominator. Specializes in the 8-9 mysteries, boasting unparalleled physical prowess. Peak mythical emperor cultivation. 8th place, Qingdi. Pre-celestial spirit, monster race, attained enlightenment in the early mythical era. Half-step chaos physique, specializes in the chaos green lotus technique. Peak mythical emperor cultivation. 7th place, Emperor Tianji. Human race, attained enlightenment in the ancient era. Originally an ordinary body, later mastering the art of fate calculation, created the Tianji path, repeatedly unraveling celestial secrets. However, this led to divine retribution from the heavens, resulting in his demise. Cultivation at the quasi-immortal level. 6th place, Ancestor of monsters, born in the primordial era, the first emperor of the monster race, the progenitor of all monsters, ultimately slain by the ancestor of humanity. Quasi-immortal cultivation. 5th place, Emperor of the ancient heavenly court. Human race, attained enlightenment in the ancient era, gained a complete version of the immortal scripture in his youth and possessed the pre-celestial solar physique. rising to prominence during the ancient era, establishing the heavenly court to protect humanity. Quasi-immortal cultivation. 4th place, Emperor of Reincarnation. Human race attained enlightenment in the mythical era, creator of the 6 paths of reincarnation scripture and the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Possessing an innate reincarnation physique, unmatched offensive power, safeguarded humanity across multiple epochs. Quasi-immortal cultivation. 3rd place, Emperor Yi. Human race attained enlightenment at the end of the primordial era, protected humanity for decades, defying death across 9 lifetimes to suppress all foes. Innate sacred body of the Tao. Cultivation above immortal. 2nd place, Emperor Chaos. Human race attained enlightenment in the mid-primordial era, the foremost chaos physique of the human race, inherently capable of perceiving the essence of the Tao. Able to manipulate chaotic energy in combat, nullifying all attacks and evolving countless anomalies. After emerging, his combat prowess was unparalleled, none dared to challenge him. Cultivation above immortal. The 1st place, ancestor of humanity, pre-celestial human race. Attained enlightenment in the primordial era, the first emperor of humanity and the first to possess the sacred body of the Dao. In the primordial days, the pre-celestial monster race and fearsome beasts reigned supreme. Preying upon humanity, which was then frail, monsters and beasts consumed human blood to enhance their own cultivation. Subsequently, the ancestor of humanity emerged defiantly, forging ahead to ensure the survival of his race, often teetering on the brink of life and death. With the formidable power of the sacred body of the Tao, an indomitable will, and the strength of all beings, he overpowered the supreme monsters and beasts, ascending to the throne as an emperor. He safeguarded humanity for countless epochs, later creating numerous unparalleled techniques for his kin until humanity gradually grew strong and formidable, leading to his eventual disappearance. Cultivation. Yuan Zhaoxian stood suspended in the void, silently absorbing the information of the 10 supreme beings as it unfolded before him. His mind raced as he contemplated who to challenge. Upon encountering the information of the Chaos Emperor, an involuntary surge of chaotic energy emanated from him as he fixated intently on the details. Just as he was about to declare his challenge to the Chaos Emperor, believing that a battle with the foremost chaos physique would deepen his understanding of combat techniques and secret arts, the voice continued to introduce the ancestor of humanity. Yuan Zhaoxian paused, and as he absorbed the description of the ancestor, a sense of reverence welled within him. In an era when humanity was comparatively weak, this unparalleled being had vanquished monsters and beasts, ultimately ascending to the status of emperor. Was it not through relentless self-overcoming that he achieved this? Moreover, the ancestor's rank surpassed that of the Chaos Emperor. Did this imply that the ancestors might eclipse even that of the Chaos Emperor? Respect is indeed respect, yet Yuan Zhaoxian possesses an indomitable spirit of invincibility, regardless of whether it is the human ancestor or the Chaos Emperor. Yuan Zhaoxian firmly believes that he can undoubtedly defeat them. Subsequently, Yuan Zhaoxian calmly addressed the voice, declaring, "I have made up my mind, I shall challenge the human ancestor." The voice expressed astonishment, stating, "You are the first extraordinary individual to challenge the top 90. Throughout history, no one has emerged who could consistently contest for a place in the top 10. The human ancestor is also an unparalleled figure. His combat prowess an enigma, even the Chaos Emperor has faced defeat at his hands. Are you certain? It is said that there are always stronger individuals among the strong, and one mountain surpasses another. Only by challenging the mightiest can one achieve continuous self-improvement." What of the human ancestor? Although he has made tremendous contributions to the continuation of the human race and is indeed worthy of respect, I wish to ascertain just how powerful the first on the eternal list truly is. I am invincible, I am unparalleled throughout the ages. Upon finishing his statement, the voice fell silent, and then a grand sound reverberated through the skies. Countless golden lotuses descended. Following this, a figure clad in golden imperial robes, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, materialized. This person exuded an aura of immense authority, gazing down upon the world as if he were the creator of all beings. Embodying the majesty of a sovereign, his presence instilled a sense of fear, making it difficult for others to gaze directly upon him. He descended step by step from the heavens, each step giving rise to a golden lotus. Approaching Yuan Zhaoxian, he revealed a slight smile on his imposing face and said, "Not bad, young one. Your willingness to challenge me signifies that your talent surpasses even that of forbidden prodigies. You exhibit remarkable confidence. State your name, little one." "I am of the Yuan clan." "Yuan Zhaoxian, a member of the Yuan clan. After countless ages, I did not expect that it would be one of your lineage to challenge me." Oh, do you know of my Yuan clan, esteemed elder? The human ancestor chuckled, replying, Ha, one must not speak of such matters. At this moment, in several unknown realms, some shrouded in celestial mist, others radiating purple energy, and still others permeated by chaotic aura. The laws of reincarnation swirling mysteriously, 7 figures simultaneously opened their eyes, unleashing beams of golden light that pierced through time and space. With a surge of mental energy, the 7 figures manifested within the river of time. The river of time, an exceedingly mysterious realm, it symbolizes the flow and change of time. Through this river, one can glimpse future visions or reflect upon past events. The 7 figures gradually arrived at the river of time. Among them, the Chaos Emperor spoke first. You all must have sensed it, that the soul imprints we left on the eternal list have flickered, indicating that a prodigy of unprecedented talent has emerged in this world. One comparable to our own. Moreover, I sense the presence of the human ancestor. Could it be that this prodigy intends to challenge him? Following this, Yi Tiandi remarked with a smile, throughout history, no one has succeeded in challenging the human ancestor. However, the audacity to do so speaks volumes of his unwavering confidence in his invincibility. Such an individual, we must certainly observe then, the reincarnation emperor added. Regardless, the battle between this extraordinary being and the human ancestor will surely be described as earth-shattering. Let us await the outcome. Chapter 20. A fierce battle with the human ancestor. The human ancestor gazed at Yuan Jixian and stated, in the interest of fairness, I shall suppress my cultivation to match yours. With a flash, a golden light enveloped him, and his cultivation was restrained to the peak of the cave heaven realm. He then continued, Come forth, Junior, let me witness the true strength of this prodigious talent. Having said this, he soared into the void, his aura fully unleashed, sending forth waves of terrifying energy that expanded outward. Dust and stones were swept up, and fierce winds arose. The human ancestor then raised a palm forward, uttering Human King Seal, and a colossal golden handprint manifested in the void, its overwhelming aura instilling dread. The space trembled as everything appeared insignificantly small before this golden handprint, yet, Yuan Jixian merely smiled in the face of this formidable imprint. His eyes narrowed as he extended a hand, softly uttering reincarnation cycle. Suddenly, the enormous handprint was isolated by a flickering purple light, becoming immobile in the void. Congeal, Yuan Jixian exclaimed, and the massive handprint was abruptly rebounded towards the human ancestor. Oh, interesting, the human ancestor remarked, waving his hand as the colossal golden handprint transformed into countless specks of starlight that vanished into the sky. In that fleeting moment, Yuan Jixian instantly appeared before the human ancestor. Delivering a powerful punch before the human ancestor could even react, his body instinctively crossed his arms defensively across his chest, only to be sent flying backward through the void after several hundred meters. He steadied himself and glanced aside, where a dark void had manifested. The force of Yuan Jixian's punch had been so terrifying that it pierced through the fabric of space itself. Even the 7 figures above the river of time were taken aback by this strike. That, the Chaos Emperor stammered, when you were that young, could you really possess such power in a single punch? The Chaos Emperor, astonished, replied, even as a chaos body, I could never have exhibited such might at his age. Moreover, why do I feel an inexplicable familiarity with this young man? Could he be your illegitimate child? At this point, the Purple Star Emperor burst into laughter. Impossible, I, the Chaos Emperor, have lived a solitary life, never entangled in matters of love. Women would only hinder my ability to strike, the Reincarnation Emperor interjected. Just now I sensed a hint of the laws of reincarnation in that punch, albeit faintly. The human ancestor's expression shifted, realizing the young man's strength was indeed formidable. That he turned to Yuan Jixian and said, a contest of physical strength, excellent. I am the foremost innate sacred body of heaven and earth, unparalleled in physical prowess. Few can engage me in close combat. With that, he instantly appeared before Yuan Jixian. Launching a heavy punch, Yuan Jixian swiftly retaliated with a punch of his own, the terrifying airflow tearing through the space as the two figures became a blur, their fists colliding repeatedly. Bang, bang, bang. The space was devoid of any visible figures, only the brilliance left in the wake of their exchanges. The void was now in tatters, riddled with shattered spatial fissures. The forces of the inner world continuously sought to mend these ruptures. Yet the two combatants shattered space at a pace that far outstripped the repairs. Soon both ceased their movements, one radiating golden light, the other emanating purple energy, their auras intensifying to an alarming degree. At this moment, the human ancestor, surrounded by golden brilliance, executed a rapid movement, arriving before Yuan Jixian, his right hand enveloped in golden light. Junior, this is 70% of my physical strength, can you withstand it? He then sidestepped and unleashed a punch. It was astonishingly fast, eclipsing even Yuan Zhixian's previous speed. Before Yuan Zhixian could react, he was struck squarely, the force of the human ancestor's blow surpassing that of Yuan Zhixian's earlier punch. Yuan Zhixian's body was propelled from the void, crashing down and creating a deep bottomless pit upon impact. The 7 observers in the river of time remained silent until Yi Tiandi finally spoke. "It is over. No one can defeat the human ancestor. He is too powerful." The Chaos Emperor, however, stared intently at the deep pit, his eyes flickering. "No, it is not over. I feel that this young man has yet to unleash his full potential." At this moment, Yuan Zhixian slowly emerged from the depths of the pit. "That hurts, but it is merely pain. I intended to see if the human ancestor's punch could wound me, but it seems I was mistaken." "It is merely pain." The 7 figures in the river of time were astonished. If an ordinary Dao body realm expert had taken such a terrifying punch, they would surely be dead, yet this young man merely felt pain? What other remarkable qualities does he possess beyond his dual pupils? The human ancestor was equally astonished by Yuan Zhixian's resilience. This punch had only caused him pain, without any substantial harm. Yuan Zhixian ascended slowly into the void, his eyes shimmering with purple light. Divine radiance erupted from his forehead, chest, and limbs, as intricate runes illuminated his form with golden brilliance. The 7 figures in the river of time were once again left in shock. Supreme bones, or 6 pieces. 1 piece of supreme bone is already among the top 10 of 3,000 physiques, but 6, what is happening? From ancient times until now, aside from a certain epoch with 1 dual-bone emperor, though one of those bones was acquired later, this dual-bone emperor was still peerless and unmatched. What manner of existence could those 6 supreme bones represent? Their astonishment had yet to fade when they witnessed Yuan Zhixian enveloped in chaotic energy. A terrifying aura of chaos swept forth from him, sending shockwaves through the air. A chaos body. The 7 figures in the river of time were left speechless, utterly stunned by Yuan Zhixian's 3 extraordinary physiques. The Chaos Emperor, now radiating chaotic energy, unleashed an aura that stirred the river of time into tumultuous waves. "Chaos, calm yourself, your power is immense. If you continue to emanate such energy above the river of time, it will affect the past and future. Should time be reversed, you would be mercilessly obliterated by the heavenly laws. Restrain yourself." The reincarnation emperor admonished. I am merely too excited. I never expected to witness a second chaos body aside from myself." No wonder I sensed a warm familiarity from him just now. It turns out this lad is also a chaotic body. Moreover, he possesses 6 supreme bones and the power of dual pupils. I must take this young man as my successor. At this moment, the Chaos Emperor was overwhelmed with excitement, trembling all over. Even the human ancestor was rendered speechless. A single individual embodying dual pupils, supreme bones, and a chaotic body. What kind of monster is this? Then I saw Yuan Zhixian converging the chaotic body, 6 supreme bones, and the power of dual pupils into one. An unfathomable force continuously gathered in his right hand. He then slightly raised his fingers and forcefully thrust them forward, unleashing a terrifying beam of multicolored light directly towards the human ancestor. At this moment, the human ancestor's expression grew serious. He then summoned 100% of his innate sacred body's power, augmenting it with the power of all living beings. Similarly, he clenched his right hand and hurled it forward, sending forth an overwhelmingly powerful golden light towards Yuan Zhixian's multicolored beam. Boom! The 2 beams collided, each countering the other. Yuan Zhixian let out a light shout, intensifying his forceful advance. The multicolored light gradually devoured the golden beam, crashing towards the human ancestor. With a resounding roar, yet another unfathomable pit appeared. At this moment, the human ancestor found traces of blood at the corner of his mouth and gazed at Yuan Zhixian, saying, "You actually managed to wound me. Truly a monstrous talent, indeed the prodigy of that family. Such overwhelming strength. Now, how will you receive my final move?" Chapter 21, a once-in-eternity system reward. Upon finishing his words, the human ancestor stood suspended in the void, forming seals with his hands as golden light surged around him. A gigantic vision emerged behind him, depicting the sun, moon, and stars illuminating the mountains and rivers, with flora and fauna thriving. An ancient, primordial aura permeated the entire space. This ancient vision exuded a formidable and terrifying presence, as if the human ancestor were the creator, responsible for the birth of all things. The 7 individuals in the river of time were equally astonished, exclaiming, "This is the human ancestor's manifestation, the birth of all beings." I never expected the human ancestor to invoke such an anomaly. It is said that the birth of all beings is a supernal phenomenon that encapsulates the essence of heaven and earth. Even the ancient sacred body, immune to all anomalies, cannot evade it. Moreover, this phenomenon not only exerts immense pressure but also harnesses the power of all living beings, which is terrifying beyond measure. Yuan Zhixin gazed at the human ancestor's manifestation of all beings. Momentarily taken aback as he sensed the magnitude and terror of this anomaly, he took it seriously and subsequently formed seals with his hands, his aura surging dramatically while the chaotic power around him spread throughout the space. The radiance of the manifestation of all beings clashed with his own, causing the space to crackle with friction. His dual pupils sparkled with a starlit brilliance, and the 6 supreme bones erupted with a terrifying divine glow. As he rapidly formed seals, the eternal immortal scripture within him operated the power of eternity in a frenzied manner. Power of eternity, he declared. Suddenly, a colossal vision appeared behind Yuan Zhixin, depicting a grand kingdom where innate celestial energy wafted everywhere. Exceedingly dense, immortals of all ages moved about, and the entire kingdom resembled a divine dynasty. At the pinnacle stood a gigantic figure, surveying the kingdom as if he were its sovereign, sacred and untouchable. In tandem, the manifestation of all beings transformed into a golden white, 9-clawed dragon, the thunderous roar of which shattered the space. A terrifying aura stirred up a tempest, hurtling towards Yuan Zhixin. In response, Yuan Zhixin's eternal kingdom morphed into a purple-gold 9-clawed dragon. Equally imposing, but with the distinction that its eyes were the dual pupils, the 2 dragons flew and clashed in the sky, their fearsome auras continuously tearing at the fabric of space, the pressure of their collisions sending shockwaves throughout the realm. Suddenly, the human ancestor formed seals with both hands, stating, "Power of all beings." The platinum 9-clawed dragon emitted a radiant beam of platinum light, the very essence of the power of all beings, gathering the strength of every living creature. Yuan Zhixin softly uttered, "Power of eternity," as the purple-gold dragon transformed into a beam of purple-gold light, charging towards the platinum beam of the power of all beings. The 2 beams clashed in the void, each opposing the other, unable to determine superiority for a long time. At that moment, Yuan Zhixin smiled slightly and whispered, "Let us see how you handle this. Point 1 of the 9 secrets, the secret of combat. One of the 9 secrets, the secret of approach. Point 1 of the 9 secrets, the secret of all. The secret of combat possesses formidable attacking power, capable of simulating any assault and evolving all techniques. The secret of approach allows one to enter the realm of divine prohibition, defeating enemies beyond their level, an unparalleled technique among peers. The secret of all can amplify strength, spiritual power, mental power, and soul power tenfold. With the enhancement of the 3 secrets from the 9 secrets, the purple-gold 9-clawed dragon derived from Yuan Zhixin's eternal kingdom directly pierced through the platinum 9-clawed dragon conjured by the human ancestor. But the human ancestor spat out a mouthful of blood, and the vision behind him dissipated into countless specks of starlight. The 7 individuals in the river of time were left in utter disbelief, shocked and unable to comprehend, for the human ancestor was extraordinarily powerful. So powerful that he seemed to be the strongest being from the era of creation to the present. To think that such an absolute powerhouse could be defeated today, and by a mere 5-year-old child at that. The manifestation the human ancestor had conjured was an embodiment of the power of all beings, the power of all beings, that is a force even the heavenly Tao fears. And it was shattered by someone unbelievable. The second shock was the astonishing physique of Yuan Zhixin, a prodigious talent with unparalleled capabilities. Is this child truly the son of the heavenly Tao? How can such a formidable monster exist in this world? They were also relieved that Yuan Zhixin did not choose any of the 7 of them to challenge. They estimated that only the Chaos Emperor of the same realm could endure a few more moves against Yuan Zhixin. The rest of them would likely be obliterated in a single strike, given the terrifying nature of Yuan Zhixin's final move they had just witnessed. At this moment, the human ancestor, instead of feeling disheartened by his defeat, burst into hearty laughter. Haha, delightful, delightful. I never expected there to be someone among the human race capable of overcoming me. A junior, your talent is astonishingly prodigious. The golden era is not merely an age of greatness, but also a chaotic epoch. Individuals like you, with such monstrous gifts, are prone to an early demise. They will not allow such extraordinary talents to thrive, although you have the Yuan clan to safeguard you. You must remain vigilant for your own future to become the strongest in the realm, and for the future of the human race. Thus only those prodigies who grow can become the strongest. He then gazed towards the heavens. The 7 individuals in the river of time also manifested within this realm. The human ancestor inquired, "Do you have anything else to say? What is this?" Yuan Zhixin looked at the 7 with confusion. The human ancestor then introduced each of them. When he reached the Chaos Emperor, Yuan Zhishan regarded him with utmost curiosity. Young one, though your physique is extraordinarily exceptional, I am the foremost chaotic body in the world. How about it? Do you have any interest in taking me as your master? I can teach you much about the capabilities and techniques of the chaotic body. No need, Yuan Zhishan politely declined. Young man, the Chaos Emperor, undeterred, attempted to speak further but was interrupted by the human ancestor. Enough, chaos. He is of the Yuan clan. At this moment, the Chaos Emperor realized and ceased his attempts, back in the era of creation. When the Chaos Emperor vanquished all foes, there existed a family, aloof and indifferent to worldly affairs. This family was known as the Forbidden Clan, with origins tracing back before the era of creation. Shrouded in mystery, it was only after the Chaos Emperor ascended to power that he became aware of this family's existence. The Chaos Emperor then stated, young man, since you are of the Yuan clan, I shall refrain from further discourse. The human ancestor is correct. As one of the myriad clans, your existence as a prodigy will not be tolerated. Yuan Zhishan bowed slightly towards the 8 individuals, saying, I deeply respect the contributions of the 8 seniors to the realms of heaven and earth. Your advice will be etched in my heart. The human ancestor and the other 8 smiled gently at such a junior. Then remarked, Junior, you have already rendered yourself invincible. Transcending to immortality is but a matter of time. The path to immortality is fraught with perils, so tread carefully. We shall await you in the immortal realm. With that, the 8 figures shimmered and vanished from the space sting. Congratulations to the host for completing the Heavenly Tao Ancient Rankings primary task. Reward, 10,000 task points. This will unlock the store for the host, allowing the purchase of any desired items. Ding. Congratulations to the host for achieving the first place on the Eternal Ranking. Reward, Technique, Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison Scripture. The Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison Scripture? It is a scripture created by an unparalleled figure in the immortal realm, drawing upon strength to summon divinity, and transforming divinity into form. Every gesture and movement embodies the power of the divine elephant. Composed of 840 million particles, each equivalent to a divine elephant, with each divine elephant weighing 100,000 gene, the divine elephant suppressing prison scripture consists of 9 layers. The first layer embodies the strength of 10 divine elephants, the second layer, 100 divine elephants, the third layer, 1,000 divine elephants, while the 9th layer awakens all, allowing the physical body to become truly invincible, capable of resisting the weapons of immortal emperors with bare hands. Chapter 22, Unlocking the Store and Threatening All. Listening to the system's introduction of the divine elephant suppressing prison scripture, Yuan Zhishan felt a surge of excitement within. This is no ordinary immortal technique. It surpasses even the techniques of immortal emperors. The 9th layer of the divine elephant suppressing prison scripture allows for bare-handed resistance against the weapons of immortal emperors, perfectly enhancing my physical strength. He then addressed the system. System, please provide an introduction to the items in the store. The system store is divided into categories: physique, techniques, artifacts, secret methods, and observations. The first 4 are understood. But what exactly is the observations category? Yuan Zhishan inquired with curiosity. The observations category derives from the host's past life and present experiences. Please elaborate. Based on the host's memories, such as the anime Naruto, which the host fervently followed since their school days on Blue Star, the host can utilize task points to purchase skills of characters from this anime. Similarly, elements from Journey to the West, Investiture of the Gods, and other experiences can be materialized. The concept of seeing is indeed applicable, as Yuan Zhaoxian joyfully noted, for during his time on Blue Star, he had been an avid follower of Naruto since middle school all the way until he embarked on his entrepreneurial journey. The various techniques and magical artifacts from Journey to the West and Investiture of the Gods are also exceptionally formidable. Show me the available options, Yuan Zhaoxian requested. Very well. Chaos Green Lotus, task value 10 billion. Creation Jade Butterfly, task value 9.9 billion. Chaos Pearl, task value 9.9 billion. Opening Heaven Axe, task value 9.5 billion. 3 Lives Copper Coffin, task value 9 billion. Taiji Diagram, task value 8 billion. Pango Banner, task value 8 billion. 4 Swords of Extermination, task value 8 billion. Great Luo Immortal Sword Embryo, task value 7.8 billion. Yuan Zhaoxian gasped, astonished, and exclaimed, are these items really so exorbitantly priced? I currently possess only 10,000 task points. How long will it take to purchase even one of these? Dog System, did you intentionally set these task values? No, these values are assigned based on the strength of these artifacts. Then let me see something less expensive. The Investiture of the Gods, task value 90 million. 9 Curves Yellow River Formation, task value 85 million. Mountains and Rivers Society Map, task value 82 million. Godslaying Whip, task value 60 million. Even cheaper, Yuan Jiaxian Grald Reincarnation Technique, task value 500,000. Dirty Earth Rebirth, task value 480,000. Immortal Technique, task value 450,000. Super Divine Luo Tian Ascension, task value 300,000. Bi Tianshan, task value 250,000. Myriad Phenomena Heavenly Attraction, task value 200,000. Amaterasu, task value 100,000. After observing the items in the store, Yuan Jiaxian cursed under his breath. Finding them outrageously expensive, and nevertheless, he quietly noted a few particularly useful items to purchase once he accumulated more task points. Show me the system options, he requested. Certainly. Eternal Immortal Body, task value? Hongmeng Immortal Body, task value? Fate Immortal Body, task value 10 billion. Chaos Body, task value 100 million. Innate Sacred Body Dao Embryo, task value 90 million. Heavenly Dao Forbidden Body, task value 80 million. While Yuan Jiaxian was engrossed in studying the items in the store, he remained oblivious to the astonishment of the gathered crowd outside the 10,000 Great Mountains. Their jaws dropped in disbelief at the ancient ranking. Unlike the Heavenly Dao Ancient Tablet, the ancient ranking lacks live footage, only displaying rankings. The first place on the ancient ranking, originally held by the ancestor of humanity, flickered with golden light before suddenly transforming to reveal Yuan Jiaxian's name. At that moment, silence enveloped the crowd. One could hear a pin drop. Wiping their eyes in disbelief, they murmured, "This is not the Heavenly Dao Ancient Tablet, this is the ancient ranking, which has existed since time immemorial." Achieving first place on the ancient ranking is akin to scaling the heavens. Yuan Clan's divine son truly stands unmatched throughout the ages, formidable indeed. He has surpassed even the ancestor of humanity. An ancient figure then spoke. This is the ancestor of humanity, a legendary figure who has made immense contributions to the human race. The strongest from ancient times to the present has been defeated by Yuan Clan's divine son. This is utterly incredible. Subsequently, he activated a transmission stone to report to his sect, instructing all disciples to treat Yuan Clan members with utmost respect and avoid offending them. In the vast realms of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, numerous powerful beings exchanged thoughts, even employing supreme techniques for celestial communication. The consensus among most was that Yuan Clan's divine son was not to be trifled with. While a small faction schemed to eliminate Yuan Jiaxian, meanwhile, Yuan Zhouzhong was filled with excitement, even stuttering as he used the transmission stone to relay the situation back to the Yuan clan. The response from the Yuan clan was succinct. The 9 ancestors are on their way. After a while, a terrifying aura descended upon the 10,000 Great Mountains. The previously boisterous crowd fell into a profound silence. "Is the space solidifying?" a great sage exclaimed, astonished. This technique can only be performed by a formidable being of the quasi-emperor realm. Who is this supreme being that has descended? A figure appeared in the sky. Appearing to be around 60 or 70 years old, with an aura that seemed to return to simplicity if from a distance, he resembled an ordinary elder, yet his eyes conveyed an ancient, profound wisdom. An ancient being recognized him as the ancestor of the Eastern Extreme Divine Palace. What brings him here? The Eastern Extreme Divine Palace also has a peerless prodigy who recently ranked 400 on the Heavenly Dao Ancient Tablet. The ancestor of the Eastern Extreme Divine Palace approached the gathering of Yuan clan members. Yuan Zhouzhong and the elder of the Jade clan wore grave expressions, furrowing their brows as they inquired, "What do you intend, Eastern Extreme Elder?" Without uttering a word, the elder of the Eastern Extreme Divine Palace waved his hand, enveloping the Yuan clan and the Jade clan members within a massive energy shield. Sensing something amiss, Yuan Zhouzhong and the elder of the Jade clan unleashed their supreme sacred techniques, relentlessly striking the energy shield. However, the vast disparity in cultivation rendered their efforts futile. The shield remained unscathed. At that moment, the elder of the Eastern Extreme Divine Palace spoke softly. "Shatter." The energy shield suddenly exerted immense pressure, causing all Yuan clan and Jade clan members, save for the 2 supreme saints, to cough up blood. Severely injured, Yuan Zhouzhong pressed on. "Eastern Extreme Elder, what do you truly desire?" The elder of the Eastern Extreme Divine Palace, eyes closed, gently responded, "Yuan clan's divine son possesses unparalleled talent. Once he emerges, I wish to invite him to my divine palace as a guest. However, I fear he may decline, so I have no choice but to inconvenience you all, making you my bargaining chips." "What?" The faces of the Yuan clan and Jade clan members shifted dramatically. "You want us to serve as bargaining chips to coerce the divine son into visiting your Eastern Extreme Divine Palace? Dream on." the elder of the Jade clan turned to Yuan Zheozhong and asked, "What should we do now?" Yuan Zheozhong, looking at the worried elder of the Jade clan, reassured, "Do not fret, the 9 ancestors will arrive shortly. Once they do, the divine sun will be safe." At that moment, an even more terrifying aura emerged. "Eastern Extreme, are you seeking death? How dare you threaten my clan's members to coerce my clan's divine sun?" With that, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, aimed at the elder of the Eastern Extreme Divine Palace. The elder of the Eastern Extreme Divine Palace swiftly formed seals with his hands, conjuring a white light ring to block the bolt of lightning, yet, the overwhelming force of the lightning pierced through the barrier with ease, striking the elder of the Eastern Extreme Divine Palace and sending him crashing into a bottomless pit. Yuan Shine Yuan. Chapter 23, The Arrival of the 9 Ancestors. The clan in seclusion. Yuan Sheng Yuan, the elder of the Eastern Extreme Divine Palace, clutching his chest, slowly ascended from the deep pit, a trace of blood staining his lips, clearly indicating that the previous bolt of lightning had injured him. Not far away, a figure descended, appearing with white hair and a flowing white robe, his eyes deep like the sea, as if transcending the mortal realm. Unfortunately, his expression was grim, and an exceptionally terrifying aura radiated from him, filled with anger as he declared, "Eastern Extreme, how dare you, a mere first-tier quasi-emperor, threaten my clan's members to coerce my clan's divine son?" With the arrival of Yuan clan's 9 ancestor and the injury inflicted upon the elder of the Eastern Extreme Divine Palace, the spatial stasis that had gripped the crowd was lifted. As they beheld the formidable Yuan clan's 9 ancestor, the onlookers were filled with trepidation, remarking, "I never imagined the Yuan clan's divine son would have the 9 ancestors serving as his protector." Highlighting the immense importance the Yuan clan places on him, the 9 ancestor of the Yuan clan, an unparalleled supreme being from countless epochs ago, during a certain epoch, a Yuan clan delegation accidentally ventured into one of the 10 forbidden zones. The underworld. This place forbids anyone other than their own from entering, under penalty of death. Upon revealing their identity, the Yuan clan delegation was met with hostility, and the underworld's powerful beings slaughtered them on the spot. As a result, the soul flames of the delegation stored in the Yuan clan's spirit palace extinguished, signaling their deaths. The elder guarding the spirit palace, sensing something was amiss upon discovering the extinguished soul flames, promptly reported the incident. The Yuan clan was enraged and immediately launched an investigation, discovering the involvement of the underworld. Consequently, they dispatched the 9 ancestors, along with 10 ancestral elders and 100 contemporary ancestors, to invade the underworld. The ensuing battle lasted over a month, resulting in catastrophic damage to the underworld. The underworld's master was gravely injured, and 7 out of 10 awakened ancestral elders perished, while the contemporary ancestors suffered immense losses. With 9 out of 10 falling, almost all disciples of the underworld faced annihilation. Meanwhile, the 9 ancestors of the Yuan clan sustained only minor injuries, with 3 ancestral elders wounded but otherwise unharmed. Ultimately, the master of the underworld warned the 9 ancestors of the Yuan clan that if they continued to pressure them, they would prepare for extreme transcendence to restore their imperial might. Many emperors, unwilling to dissolve into the void as their lives drew to a close, would sever their own lifeline at the brink of death, forcibly detaching from the heavenly Tao mark, which is essential for becoming an emperor. But such individuals are referred to as ancient emperors. They would then enter the 10 forbidden zones or unleash chaos, slaughtering in the star domain to siphon vast amounts of life essence, or enter a deep slumber in the source of life, awaiting the opening of the path to immortality to ascend to the immortal realm and attain eternal life, although they may have suffered a decline in their cultivation due to self-inflicted wounds. When faced with the peril of death, they can unseal their powers and restore their emperor-level abilities, a phenomenon known as extreme sublimation. However, this extreme sublimation comes at a significant cost. Firstly, it lasts only 5 minutes. And secondly, once those 5 minutes expire, death is inevitable. Thus, they generally refrain from resorting to extreme sublimation unless their lives are in imminent danger. The 9 ancestors of the Yuan clan forced the lord of the underworld to the brink of extreme sublimation, illustrating just how formidable the 9 ancestors truly are. Subsequently, the 9 ancestors of the Yuan clan, along with their kin, departed the underworld with an air of confidence, leaving the lord of the underworld seething with rage, roaring at the heavens amidst a battlefield strewn with corpses. This battle demonstrated the immense power and strength of the Yuan clan to the world, and the 9 ancestors were regarded as the foremost figures beneath the emperor. A terrifying presence in this era devoid of an emperor's emergence. Henceforth, few dared to provoke the Yuan clan across the realms. However, the elder of the Eastern Divine Temple audaciously attempted to use the Yuan clan members as leverage to threaten Yuan Zhaoxian. The elder of the Yuan clan was undoubtedly infuriated. I merely wish for the divine son of the Yuan clan to be a guest at my temple. I harbor no other intentions. The elder of the Eastern Divine Temple insisted, his resolve firm. A guest, the 9 ancestors of the Yuan clan furrowed his brow slightly. Do not attempt to be clever, I am well aware of your ulterior motives. Since you dare to harm my kin and threaten our divine son, you must prepare for annihilation. Now, be on your way. With that, the 9 ancestors Aura surged, and he extended his right hand forward, grasping at the air towards the elder of the Eastern Divine Temple. A colossal white hand of energy, approximately the size of a person, materialized and enveloped the elder entirely. At that moment, the elder of the Eastern Divine Temple was filled with terror, his eyes bloodshot. He yearned to struggle, but the energy of the white giant hand was overwhelmingly formidable. In an instant, he found himself completely immobilized and unable to escape. Subsequently, the elder of the Divine Temple, rendered powerless, cried out to the heavens, "Save, save, save me!" The 9 ancestors of the Yuan clan did not afford the elder any further opportunity to speak and tightened his grip. With a resounding crack, blood splattered like rain. "He is dead." The onlooker's expression shifted dramatically. Just moments ago, the elder of the Eastern Divine Temple had been the unrivaled sovereign of the realms, yet in the blink of an eye, he was vanquished by the 9 ancestors of the Yuan clan. The 9 ancestors were indeed exceptionally powerful, a near emperor, and he crushed the elder of the Eastern Divine Temple as one would a fragile chick. Such a swift and terrifying defeat left the spectators wide-eyed, scarcely daring to breathe as they gazed upon the 9 ancestors. Just as this matter concluded, Yuan Zhaoxian was summoned forth from the eternal ranking and arrived at the Yuan clan's gathering place. Observing the terrified expressions of the crowd with confusion, "What has happened? Although I have attained first place, there is no need for such alarm, is there?" Sighing, he turned to see the 9 ancestors of the Yuan clan slightly bowing. "9 ancestors, why have you come?" The 9 ancestors beamed at the prodigious Yuan Zhaoxian. "Our divine son is unparalleled across the ages, the first in the eternal ranking, such a prodigious talent, renowned throughout the realms. I must personally escort you back to our clan. The clan fears you may encounter the sinister machinations of lesser beings, which is why I have come. Fortunately, I arrived in time. See there, the individuals from the Eastern Divine Temple sought to use our kin to threaten you. But I have dealt with them. Oh, they threatened me. The Eastern Divine Temple, fear not, the roots will be severed. Your grandfather has already taken several esteemed elders to the Eastern Divine Temple. It will not be long before the Eastern Divine Temple is no more. Well, this matter is settled. It is time for us to return." Raising his gaze to the heavens with a cold smile, he waved his hand, causing the Yuan clan and the Jade clan members to vanish from sight. Spatial great shift, an astonished sage from the audience remarked, "This is a near emperor's divine ability. Generally, performing a great shift for 1 or 2 individuals is already impressive, but to relocate a multitude requires immense power." After the crowd had vanished deep within the void of the 10,000 peaks, 5 supreme figures flickered in and out of view, their faces obscured. One of them spoke. "That fool from the Eastern Divine Temple intended to quietly capture the divine son of the Yuan clan. Yet he brazenly revealed himself instead. I cannot fathom how this individual has managed to reach near emperor status. Does he lack intelligence?" Another figure interjected. "The Eastern Divine Temple is no longer significant, after all. They are merely pawns in this game. What surprises me is that the old man Yuan Shang has emerged. That old trickster has shown his true colors. In the past, he exhibited himself as a third-tier near emperor. For countless epochs, he has remained at that level. Only after the incident in the underworld did we discover he had been deceiving us. Indeed, this old man appears benevolent, yet he is a master of deceit. Fortunately, I did not engage in a life-and-death struggle with him back then. Otherwise, I would have fallen victim to his schemes. Who would have known that he has actually reached the pinnacle of near emperor?" Another voice, resonant and steady, chimed in. "Enough of this triviality. The urgent matter is that the attempt to capture the Yuan clan divine son has already alerted that old man. I sense that he has become aware of our presence. Without specific coordinates, we cannot ambush them. It appears this endeavor is doomed to failure. However, regardless of the circumstances, the Yuan divine son must not be allowed to survive. Should he ascend to emperor, our path to immortality will be forever barred." Among the younger generation, there are indeed prodigies with the potential to rival ancient monstrosities. It is time for them to emerge and confront the Yuan divine son. Instruct these juniors, should they encounter the Yuan divine son, they must eliminate him at all costs. We, the older generation, will act from the shadows while the younger generation confronts him openly. Let us see how long the Yuan divine son can endure. With that, the 5 supreme beings departed, and the 9 ancestors returned to the Yuan clan. Upon arriving at the divine son's palace, Yuan Zhaoxian was greeted by his grandfather, father, mother, and numerous clan elders gathered there. Zhao Xian, his mother Yu Lingqing, rushed over to embrace him. "Let me see how you are faring." After all, Yuan Zhaoxian was only 5 years old, and in Yu Lingqing's eyes, he remained a child, regardless of his unparalleled achievements. All she desired was for her son to be safe and sound, such as the greatness of a mother. Yuan Zhaoxian's father, Yuan Changsheng, remained silent, yet his eyes conveyed a myriad of emotions: concern, pride, and joy as he quietly observed his son. At that moment, Yuan Zhaoxian's grandfather was the most elated, for his grandson not only secured first place in the ancient Dao token but also obtained unparalleled imperial techniques and extraordinary divine artifacts. Furthermore, he had defeated the first-ranked human ancestor on the eternal ranking. While others may be unaware of the human ancestor's grand accomplishments, the Yuan clan certainly was. The human ancestor had quietly safeguarded humanity while the Yuan clan had already been a forbidden family in the realm. It was only after the human ancestor became the ostensible strongest being that the Yuan clan fully understood the strength of such a formidable opponent, who had been bested by their own grandson. How could he not feel a sense of pride? He then addressed Yuan Zhaoxian. "Zhaoxian, now that the ancient Dao token and the eternal ranking have concluded, what are your plans moving forward?" Looking at his grandfather, Yuan Zhaoxian smiled slightly. "In due course, I shall enter seclusion to study the techniques derived from the rewards of the ancient Dao token and the celestial blood. Particularly the celestial blood, which remains a mystery to me. I also sensed my shortcomings during the battle against the human ancestor, although I defeated him using merely 50% of my strength. I remain aware that I have much to learn, such as combat experience and speed." "What?" The crowd was astonished. 50%? You defeated the human ancestor of the same realm using only 50% of your strength? Keep in mind that the human ancestor grew up in an environment of life and death during the creation era, and his mastery of techniques and battle experience render him invincible among his peers. You claim to have overpowered him while feeling inadequate in combat experience. If this word were to reach the ears of other prodigies across the realms, what might they think? Zhaoxian, you must not disclose this matter to others. Remember, human strength is limited. Even an ant can bring down an elephant. Your talent is already unparalleled in history, and your extraordinary gifts have made all the prodigies across the realms wary of you, leading them to conspire against you. Such occurrences have transpired countless times throughout the epochs, and the Yuan clan has many enemies. Do you understand? At this moment, Yuan Changsheng, who had remained silent, furrowed his brow and cautioned. Looking at his father, Yuan Zhaoxian softly replied, "I understand, father. Nevertheless, I have forged an indomitable spirit within me. Should they conspire against me, I will suppress them entirely. If I cannot overwhelm all foes, then my belief in invincibility would be rendered meaningless." Zhaoxian speaks wisely. The 9 ancestors interjected with a smile. "Our Yuan clan is invincible in this world, and Zhaoxian is the most extraordinary prodigy in our clan's history. That he too shall be invincible in this realm. If he cannot suppress all, how shall our clan ascend to immortality in this great era?" Gazing at his family and kin, Yuan Zhaoxian felt an unprecedented sense of familial love and silently resolved that no matter what the future held, he would protect his loved ones and clan. No one would be permitted to harm them in the slightest. Subsequently, the crowd voluntarily withdrew from the Son of Heaven Palace. Yuan Zhaoxian gazed at the departing figures and then addressed Yuan Zifeng, Yuan Yenner, and the 5 major sequences still laboring in the Son of Heaven Palace. "From today onwards, I shall enter seclusion. The duration of my retreat remains uncertain. During this time, I will bestow upon you some techniques and elixirs. I hope that when I emerge, I shall witness substantial progress in all of you. Should anyone be remiss or show insufficient advancement, they shall remain in the Crimson Lotus space until I am satisfied. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, an involuntary chill ran down everyone's spine. After all, they were well aware of the terrors lurking within the Crimson Lotus space, something that the 5 major sequences had experienced while challenging the ancient Tianjin tablet. They bowed and replied, "We understand." With that, Yuan Zhaoxian paid them no further heed and retreated to his chamber to commence his seclusion. As for Zhibi, Yuan Zhaoxian, following the distribution of rewards from the ancient Tianjin tablet, began to delve into comprehension regarding the 6 paths of reincarnation. It remained unclear whether this technique was of imperial or celestial origin. Regardless, Yuan Zhaoxian had yet to ascertain this. Only through further research would he uncover the truth. Without further ado, he produced the celestial essence blood, revealing 3 droplets of gray-white liquid suspended in the air. A profound aura of the great Tao emanated from them. Observing the 3 droplets of celestial essence blood, Yuan Zhaoxian's intellect sparked, and instead of consuming them in the conventional manner, he directly injected the 3 droplets into his body, into his ocular sockets and bones. Chapter 24. the Son of Heaven emerges from seclusion. Time flew by. And a decade passed in the blink of an eye. Within the Son of Heaven palace, in the main hall, one could behold a figure with hair as white as snow, elegantly tied with a jade hairpin, whose features were strikingly handsome, akin to a flawless masterpiece of the heavens, complemented by eyes that sparkled like the stars of the cosmos. One could only marvel, proclaiming that such beauty could only exist in the celestial realm. This individual was none other than the 15-year-old Yuan Jiaxian Dai. In this world, reaching the age of 15 is considered adulthood, and at this moment, Yuan Jiaxian's cultivation had ascended to the 9th stage of the Tao body realm. His eyes radiated a violet starlight, while the 6 supreme bones had coalesced into a golden halo adorned with mysterious symbols, pulsating with an extraordinary aura. His entire being emanated a chaotic brilliance, which stemmed from the chaotic energy he had previously harnessed. Upon closer inspection, one would notice a faint golden bell imprint upon Yuan Jiaxian's forehead, the chaotic bell signifying that after 10 years, he had already mastered 2/10 of its power. Such a tremendous transformation was attributed to the 3 droplets of celestial essence blood he had integrated. It took Yuan Jiaxian several years to comprehend that this celestial essence blood, also known as the origin of the Tao, not only fortified the physical body and enhanced innate talents but also allowed one to channel a fragment of Daoic power to amplify the potency of techniques. However, Yuan Jiaxian was an anomaly. Unlike ordinary practitioners who consumed it in the usual manner, he fused it directly with his dual pupils, supreme bones, and chaotic body. This amalgamation resulted in not only an overall enhancement of his physical constitution but also a transformation of the characteristics of his previous attributes. Overall, these 3 droplets of celestial essence blood significantly bolstered Yuan Jiaxian's strength. After researching the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, Yuan Jiaxian discovered that this technique was neither an imperial method nor a celestial art, but rather akin to his own divine elephant suppression sutra. When wielding the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, the realms of heaven, hell, the human realm, Vajra, hungry ghosts, and beasts would manifest as 6 colossal black holes, the effects of which were shrouded in mystery. If executed by one possessing the reincarnation body, its might would undoubtedly shake the heavens and rend the earth. Meanwhile, the Divine Elephant Suppression Sutra had already reached its 4th layer, granting him the power of 10,000 divine statues, each representing 1,000,000 pounds of strength. Thus, a single punch from Yuan Jiaxian could potentially slay a peak reincarnation realm expert during the decade of seclusion. With each elevation in cultivation, the system rewarded Yuan Jiaxian with task points. In the divine ability realm, for every stage ascended, the system granted 1,000 task points. Upon advancing to the Tao body realm, he received 10,000 points, and for each subsequent stage in the Tao body realm, he earned 5,000 task points. To date, Yuan Jiaxian had amassed a total of 74,000 task points, a sum insufficient even for the purchase of Tianzhao. And the system had yet to issue any tasks. Glancing at his superb condition, he smiled faintly. It was time to emerge from seclusion. At this moment, within the Son of Heaven palace, a strikingly handsome young man, appearing around 15 or 16 years of age, clad in a black robe, was engaged in a serious discussion with a similarly aged, exceptionally beautiful woman of graceful and balanced stature. They were deliberating recent events in the 9 heavens and 10 earths when a voice interrupted them. Zifeng, Yenner. Upon hearing the voice, Yuan Zifeng and Yuan Yenner turned in astonishment, rendered speechless. In their eyes, the figure before them could only be described as perfection, akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens. Utterly flawless, the Son of Heaven? Who else could possibly appear in the Son of Heaven palace? Yuan Jiaxian replied with a gentle smile, a smile that left Yuan Yenner utterly mesmerized. Soon, both regained their composure and bowed, saying, "Son of Heaven, no need for excessive formalities. It has been a decade and now tell me, what significant events have transpired in the 9 heavens and 10 earths during my seclusion?" As he spoke, he took his seat at the main position. Yuan Yenner promptly moved behind him to massage his shoulders. For matters of reporting, it sufficed for Yuan Zifeng to speak alone. Yuan Zifeng then began, "Indeed, during your decade of seclusion, numerous significant events have unfolded, primarily among the younger generation. To start, the holy son of the Su family, Sui, has been taken as a disciple by the Grand Elder of the Sword Sect and is now recognized as the second holy son. Sui, is he not the one with the azure lotus sword body from the Su family? Yuan Jiaxian recalled. Sui himself is unremarkable, yet the Sword Sect's sword child is quite different. He was challenged by Dao Wudao of the Qingqing sect immediately after emerging from his seclusion, and the two engaged in a battle lasting 3 days and nights. Dao Wudao triumphed by a hair's breadth. One is an innate Tao body, and the other an innate sword body. At that time, the ancient Tianjin tablet rewarded the victor with an unparalleled golden dan, while the other received an unparalleled imperial weapon and an imperial secret technique. Logically, the sword-sex sword child should have the upper hand, or at the very least, it should have ended in a draw. How could he have suffered defeat? Yuan Zhaoxian queried. Perplexed, Yuan Zifeng continued, this is not particularly strange. What is peculiar is that a year later, the sword-sex sword child challenged Dao Wudao again and defeated him within 1,000 moves. Now that is intriguing. Initially, their strengths appeared evenly matched. Yet within a year, the disparity became so pronounced. There must be a reason behind this. Yuan Zhaoxian expressed interest. Indeed, son of heaven. Later, it was revealed that when the sword child first fell to Dao Wudao, he was deeply affected and wandered in confusion for some time. He then inadvertently stumbled upon a canyon. When he re-emerged, he possessed the prowess of a king, defeating Dao Wudao within 1,000 moves. Subsequently, powerful figures, having heard of this, rushed to the canyon, only to find the entrance blocked by a golden light, rendering entry impossible. Recently, however, there have been whispers that this golden light may be waning. How long until the golden light dissipates? Yuan Zhaoxian inquired. Approximately 3 months, Yuan Zifeng replied. It is remarkable how two individuals, once evenly matched, could diverge so significantly in a year. This warrants our exploration. We shall set out in 3 months to investigate this mysterious canyon. Yuan Zhaoxian then added, what other matters are there? Yes, there is. A year ago, the son of the Ji family from Taishao Tian specifically challenged you, since you were in seclusion, the first sequence of our clan. Yuan Ruochu stood in for you, and what was the outcome? In the end, the Ji family's son was injured, while Yuan Ruochu fell into a coma. Had it not been for the Ji family's son wielding an imperial weapon, he would not have triumphed over Yuan Ruochu. Yuan Zhaoxian remarked. My clan brother was able to injure a son wielding an imperial weapon. It seems our first sequence is indeed formidable. Moreover, I recall that the head of the Ji family was defeated by my father on several occasions in his youth. Harboring a desire to overcome him, this time, his son came to challenge me, likely seeking to fulfill his father's unrequited wish. However, should one wish to challenge me, they must be prepared to pay the price. Yuan Zhaoxian concluded with a slight smile. Yuan Zifeng and Yuan Yener exchanged glances at this familiar smile, silently praying for the Ji family's son, for he was bound to face calamity. Yuan Zifeng continued, in recent years, many extraordinary prodigies from immortal imperial clans, dynasties, and sacred lands have emerged, including some forbidden prodigies. Forbidden prodigies, who are they? There is Aoshu, the true dragon of the dragon clan from the imperial mountains of the demon domain. It is said that he stands as the foremost among the younger generation of the true dragon clan. He possesses the physique of a 6-clawed golden dragon. The talent of the true dragon clan is largely assessed by the number of claws and the symbolic identity of their lineage. Among them, golden dragons represent the royal lineage, while silver and black dragons signify noble lineage. A 6-clawed dragon signifies the potential of an emperor, whereas the patriarch of the true dragon clan is merely a 5-clawed golden dragon. Already at the pinnacle of quasi-emperor cultivation, additionally, there is the little Pang King from the golden-winged Great Pang clan of the Imperial Mountains, boasting a return to 80% of his bloodline and mastery over the law of speed. Also a figure of imperial caliber, yet another descendant of someone who once fell at my father's hands. Yuan Zhaoxian sighed in exasperation. Furthermore, there is Xuanmen's son Xuantianji, who is rumored to be a forbidden prodigy. Shenmen is an ancient sect even older than the Qingqing sect, and it is said that his strength surpasses even that of Dao Wudao. Lastly, there is Tsang Qi, the son of the Tsang clan from Taichan Tian, who possesses both the Tsang Tian tyrant body and the mysterious heavenly demon ape body, classifying him as a forbidden prodigy. The Tsang clan is the only human clan known to intermarry with demon clans. Should they bear its Tsang Tian tyrant body, their 9 divine forms and phenomena would increase to 10, rendering them extraordinarily powerful while also endowing them with demonic traits. Tsang Qi's mother was the previous divine maiden of the mysterious heavenly demon ape clan. In addition to the patriarch, another ancient holy body has emerged, belonging to the reclusive and venerable Jun family of the primordial heaven. Moreover, the divine offspring of the Zhang family has also made their appearance. It seems that in this golden era, many prodigies from hidden noble families and sacred lands have surfaced, which adds an intriguing layer to the unfolding events. The divine offspring has another matter to attend to. The patriarch has instructed that upon your emergence, you are to visit the main hall. Understood. With a casual wave of the hand, they vanished from sight. The Yuan clan's main hall serves as the venue for the high-ranking officials to convene. At this moment, Yuan Changsheng, seated in the main seat, listened intently as the clan elders reported the recent happenings at Patriarch. Since the advent of this golden age, prodigious talents from various clans have emerged. The canyon that the sword sex prodigy visited is undoubtedly a peerless secret realm. Even a timeless genius like the sword sex disciple has experienced a significant surge in power after exiting, and now this place has become congested with visitors. Our clan should also dispatch its offspring to this secret realm. Upon hearing this report from the clan elder, Yuan Changsheng responded calmly, Elder, there is no need for haste. It is said that the golden light surrounding the secret realm is impervious even to quasi-emperors. We must wait for it to dissipate naturally before we can enter. Our clan is currently flourishing, and challenges from the younger generation are incessantly forthcoming. If we set out prematurely, I fear our clan's younger members may face relentless trials before the secret realm opens. Exhausting their spiritual energy or sustaining injuries, that would be counterproductive. We can wait until the time is right. I also plan to send Ruochu along with Chang Kong, Suyu, and Xingchen. As for the other itinerant members, before he could finish, a voice interrupted. Father, did you call for me? A remarkably handsome young man appeared in the center of the hall. Is this the divine offspring? Has he emerged? Observing his son after a decade-long absence, Yuan Changsheng felt a surge of joy as he scrutinized him. His aura was well-contained, powerful yet unassuming. Jixian, just in time for your emergence. We were discussing sending Ruochu with Chang Kong, Suyu, and Xingchen to the canyon secret realm, and now that you have emerged, you shall lead them. Father, I was just about to mention that I am aware of the canyon secret realm. One must refine oneself to become exceptional. I intended to explore it. It is time to traverse the world and gain some experience. Ding, the K9 system has finally issued a task. Please be mindful of your wording. This system is the supreme system across the myriad realms. Referring to me as the K9 system is quite embarrassing. Henceforth, please address me as the supreme system if you would be so kind. The Supreme System expressed its dissatisfaction. Alright, K9 System. Understood. At this moment, within his mind, the system manifested an arm wielding a knife directed towards itself. What did you just say? Speak again, and I shall have your blood on my hands. Silence, you are getting on my nerves, Yuan Jixian retorted impatiently. Stop stalling and announce the task already. Hey, K9, dog system, speak. Did not the host instruct me to be silent? Sigh, there's a task, so I shall remain silent. I will not issue it, just for fun. Who can outdo me in this regard? Yuan Jixian was utterly speechless. Enough with the antics, just announce it. Ding. Please complete the task of obtaining the inheritance from the canyon secret realm. Reward, 500,000 task points. Except, observing Yuan Jixian's determination, Yuan Changsheng felt a swell of pride. He then addressed his son, there is another matter. You have now reached adulthood. We are preparing to hold an adult ceremony for you in a month. An adult ceremony, indeed. In the Immortal Emperor clan, the royal families, and the sacred lands, all divine offspring celebrate their coming of a Ge.As the divine offspring of our taboo clan. You must also have this ceremony. By then, the Immortal Emperor clan and royal families from across the 9 heavens and 10 lands will surely attend. Understood. Father, esteemed elders, I shall take my leave to the divine offspring palace now. With a respectful bow, Yuan Jixian exited. The patriarch mused, at this divine offspring's coming-of-age ceremony, many young prodigies will likely challenge him directly. Yuan Changsheng, unfazed, replied, Jixian has already defeated the former number 1 on the eternal rankings. And his cultivation has now reached parity with most of the younger generation across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. If they seek to create discord at his adult ceremony, I have every confidence that Jixian will respond with delight in dealing with them. The assembly erupted in knowing smiles, fully confident in Yuan Jixian's capabilities. In the Divine Offspring Palace, Yuan Jixian sat at the head seat, addressing Yuan Zifeng and Yuan Yenner. My father has mentioned that in a month an adult ceremony will be held for me. After this event, we shall venture to the canyon secret realm. A flash of purple light ignited in his dual-colored pupils as he assessed the two. Discerning their cultivation levels, Yenner at the first stage of the Tao body realm and Zifeng at the third. Well done. Should you face the prodigies in 3 months at the canyon secret realm, you will easily triumph, but against ancient prodigies or even taboo beings, your ability to protect yourselves may be lacking. As my attendants, unlike Chang Kong, Suyu, and Xingchen, who can explore and gain experience, you have remained in the Divine Offspring Palace, resulting in comparatively lower cultivation. However, there are still 3 months. Fret not, for as my attendants, I will provide you with focused training. He smirked slightly, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. At this, both Zifeng and Yenner felt a shiver run down their spines. Trembling slightly, Zifeng stammered, Red Lotus space, correct, but there is no reward, Yuan Zhixian replied with a devilish grin. Chapter 25, The Adult Ceremony Feast and Exchange Convention. A month can pass swiftly or slowly, and in the blink of an eye, it was gone. Yuan Zifeng and Yuan Yen'er emerged from the Divine Offspring Palace, their bodies weary and fatigued. During the past month, Yuan Zhixian had taken them on delightful escapades within the Red Lotus space, though the joy was primarily his own. Despite their physical and mental exhaustion, both had improved their strength. Yuan Zifeng now stood at the 6th stage of the Tao body realm, while Yuan Yen'er had reached the 3rd stage. Yuan Zhixian observed the fatigued duo exiting the hall and mused. Others would pay handsomely for such training, yet Zifeng and Yen'er remain blissfully unaware of their fortune. Opening the Red Lotus space consumes an immense amount of spiritual energy. Each session requires me to consume several bottles of Holy Spirit elixir and quench my thirst with rootless water for replenishment. Should anyone hear Yuan Zhixian utter such words, they would likely wish to flay him alive. Holy Spirit elixirs and rootless water were supreme means of replenishing energy, typically reserved for crucial moments or battles by the prominent figures of the immortal emperor clan or royal families. For them to be consumed so casually was unfathomable. For the two, the Red Lotus space was daunting, yet for practitioners, it represented an unparalleled advantage, while it facilitated rapid growth in the early stages. The physical and mental toll it inflicted was fearsome. As one advanced in cultivation, the time required for even minor improvements could stretch into years or decades, and breakthroughs at the sage realm could take well over a century. Thus, after concluding their time in the Red Lotus space, Yuan Zhixian instructed them to rest well, for in 3 days, his adult ceremony would commence. 3 days later, in Taiyuan heaven, within the Yuan clan. Whoosh! A colossal warship appeared in the skies above the Yuan clan. This was the ancient source sacred land of the primordial heaven. Legend has it that their ancestors created the renowned divine source canon that resounded throughout the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Today, most source divine stones across the realms emanate from their sacred land. Source masters are figures that the majority prefer not to offend, as they can utilize source techniques to unearth source divine stones, which contain the essence of the world's spiritual energy, useful for cultivation. Superior source divine stones can even extend one's lifespan, an irresistible allure for aging clan patriarchs or sacred land ancestors, often leading to large-scale conflicts over them. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a group of individuals appeared in the sky. At the forefront stood an elder exuding a terrifying aura, followed by a retinue of young talents. This was the primordial sacred land of the primordial heaven. Led by a venerable elder and accompanied by the sacred son of the primordial sacred land, known for sharing the same physique as their ancestors, the primordial divine king body, unmatched in combat prowess. Ranked among the top 20 physiques, a gigantic 3-legged golden crow let out a deafening cry that resonated throughout the Yuan clan skies, as a resplendent sun descended from above. The Sun Dynasty, as an immortal dynasty of Taiyuan heaven, was undoubtedly attending the divine offspring's adult ceremony. Leading the delegation was a certain epic sacred emperor of the Sun Dynasty, now the esteemed elder of the dynasty. Accompanied by the true Sun Prince and other princes and princesses of the dynasty, buzz buzz buzz, a colossal divine sword descended from the heavens, upon which stood several individuals of all ages, men and women alike. This was a delegation from the mythical sword sect of the primordial heaven, led by a legendary ancestor, a peerless prodigy from countless epochs past, known for his unparalleled combat prowess in his time. Also invincible among his peers, behind him followed the sword sect's disciple, exuding an overwhelming sword intent, a powerful aura ready to strike like a blade at any moment. A colossal auspicious cloud manifested in the sky above the Yuan clan, upon which stood an elderly man alongside several youthful figures. At that moment, someone pointed at the cloud and exclaimed, "Look, that is Daozi Daowodo of the Shangqing sect." It is said that a few years ago, he dueled with the Jin sect's Jianzi, narrowly defeating him in their first encounter, but ultimately succumbed to him the following year after 1,000 exchanges. Having heard that Jianzi was attending this Yuan clan's coming-of-age ceremony, he has come as well, likely drawn by the presence of Jianzi. A resounding roar echoed through the air as a massive warship appeared in the sky, its grand banner emblazoned with the character G. Strikingly prominent. Leading the procession was a middle-aged man, followed closely by a group of young individuals. One person in the crowd pointed at the G family's warship and remarked, "I have heard that the head of the G family has personally graced this Yuan clan's coming-of-age ceremony. Moreover, even the Ji clan's divine scion and their esteemed lineage have arrived." Ji Tianming wore a faint smile as he gazed down at the Yuan clan, remarking, "This day has finally arrived, Yuan Changsheng." Aside from your son, the Yuan clan's divine scion, all of your lineage have fallen to my son's prowess. I firmly believe that Jing Tian will also triumph over your son. Today, I shall ensure you suffer disgrace at your son's coming-of-age ceremony. He then glanced at Jing Tian, a smug smile crossing his face. At that moment, both the newcomers and those present ceased their conversations, their attention drawn to the sky as two gigantic beasts descended from above. They were the golden divine crocodile of the Taiye family and the sky swallower beast of the Taiyu family. The arrival of these two prominent families commanded the utmost respect, as both the Taiye and Yu clans were revered as transcendent entities. Existing between the taboo families and the immortal imperial lineage from the Yu clan, the clan head, along with the 5 ancestors, the clan matriarch, the divine scion Yu Chunfeng, and the young heirs attended Yuan Zhixian's coming-of-age ceremony. Similarly, the Taiye family was represented by the 5 ancestors and the clan head, accompanied by the younger generation, with the sole absence being Taiye Qingcheng, who was currently in seclusion. Shortly thereafter, Wang Tian and the Wang clan head arrived with his son Wang Tang and the younger generation of the Wang family. The Holy Master of Yaoqi also made a personal appearance with the younger generation to partake in Yuan Zhixian's coming-of-age ceremony. The ancient Su clan, the immortal ancient Chen family, and the immortal ancient Wanling Mountain also made their presence known. At that moment, several figures emerged from the Yuan clan, led by Yuan Zhixian's grandfather, the venerable Yuan Sun, along with several other esteemed elders. Yuan Sun smiled warmly at the guests, saying, "I sincerely appreciate everyone for attending my grandson's coming-of-age ceremony. The banquet has yet to commence, so I invite you all to take your seats." The guests expressed their gratitude, stating, "Venerable Yuan Sun, you are too kind. It is an honor for us to attend the coming-of-age ceremony of the taboo Yuan clan's divine scion." After a round of polite exchanges, the guests were guided by the Yuan clan's servants to their respective seats. They were astonished by the Yuan clan's opulence, feasting upon delicacies crafted from rare and exotic beasts, some of which they had only heard of but never seen. The various exquisite wines and spirits, produced from precious fruits of heaven and earth, were items that even the immortal imperial lineage would hesitate to present. Yet the Yuan clan was hosting a lavish banquet. Truly, a family that had existed since before the dawn of creation possessed profound heritage. As the guests gathered, the Yuan clan's head and matriarch made their entrance. And among the attendees, 2 individuals displayed distinctly different expressions. The Ji clan head gazed upon his old rival, his face a tapestry of emotions: anxiety, resentment, fury, and even a hint of satisfaction. Meanwhile, the Holy Master of Yaoqi regarded Yu Lingqing, who stood beside Yuan Changsheng, her beautiful visage revealing sorrow, bitterness, and reluctance. Upon seeing Yuan Changsheng again, she let out a long sigh. Alas, inquisitive, Bai Lingxi turned to her master and asked, "Master, what troubles you?" Recovering her composure, the Holy Master replied, "It is nothing, merely reminiscing about past events. It is of no consequence." At that moment, Yuan Changsheng addressed the assembled guests with a warm smile, saying, "I welcome you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend my son's coming-of-age ceremony. I hope everyone enjoys the feast and drinks to their heart's content today." He then turned to the entrance of the banquet hall and declared, "Zhixian, it is your time to shine before long." A figure of exquisite stature, flawless in appearance and demeanor, gracefully approached the banquet stage. Upon witnessing Yuan Zhixian's entrance, a holy maiden from a sacred realm involuntarily gasped, exclaiming, "Such a perfect gentleman, surely he is not of this world, but rather a celestial being. Is he not the one referred to as the unparalleled gentleman?" Many young women from various imperial families, dynasties, and sacred realms gazed at Yuan Zhixian with starry-eyed admiration, envisioning how splendid it would be to capture his heart. One bold maiden even shouted, "Yuan clan's divine scion, I wish to bear your children." Before fainting from excitement, her accompanying elder swiftly grabbed her, whisking her away in embarrassment. The head of the Yu clan remarked to the matriarch, "Xaner, our nephew is extraordinarily handsome. Not only that, but he is also ranked first on the eternal rankings. His appearance, lineage and strength are beyond reproach. Why not betroth our clan's most exceptional daughter to him?" The matriarch responded with an exasperated flick to his head, retorting, "Have you lost your mind? We only have one pride of our clan. What are you suggesting? Are you advocating for inbreeding? If our sister were to find out, one flick would be the least of your concerns. She might very well end your life. Besides, do you not know that Muyao's heart belongs to Yuan Ruochu?" Rubbing his head, the clan head pleaded, "Xaner, there are too many people here. Show me some mercy. I am the head of the Yu clan after all. I was merely jesting, not a joke, you say. Just be sure to stay off my bed tonight." Meanwhile, the Taiye clan head turned to his matriarch, saying, "My dear wife, I find myself increasingly fond of Yuan Zhishin. Such a remarkable individual deserves no less than our Qingcheng, yet alas, she has been in seclusion for years and could not attend this coming-of-age ceremony." The Taiye matriarch smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry, the 5 ancestors and the 9 ancestors of the Yuan clan have already arranged a marriage pact. It is only a matter of time before they wed. When Qingcheng emerges from seclusion, they shall meet. At this juncture, Yuan Zhishin stepped onto the banquet stage, smiling as he addressed the gathering. "Zhishin welcomes all esteemed elders, predecessors, and the young prodigies in attendance. Please indulge in today's exquisite delicacies. Let the banquet commence." After speaking, he retreated to sit beside Yuan Changsheng. As the banquet began, Daozi Daowodo of the Shangqing sect rose, raising his cup as he addressed the assembly. "Esteemed guests, I have an immature suggestion that I wish to present. If I may, today marks the coming-of-age ceremony of the Yuan clan's divine scion, and I would like to extend my congratulations on behalf of the Shangqing sect." He offered a nod to Yuan Zhishin and downed his drink in one go. Yuan Zhishin reciprocated the gesture with a smile, raising his cup and drinking deeply. "Since we are all esteemed prodigies from various imperial families, dynasties, and sacred realms, why not seize this opportunity to engage in some exchange and sparring?" Upon hearing this proposition, the guests eagerly agreed. "Daozi, your suggestion resonates with me. Let us engage in a discussion." Yuan Zhishin stood and smiled at the assembly, saying, "Since we have reached a unanimous decision, I have no objections. Feel free to proceed." He then took his seat, quietly observing the unfolding events. At this moment, Dao Wudao declared, "Since I proposed this idea, shall we engage in a sparring match?" Jianzi, as expected, many anticipated this challenge. Knowing that both parties had previously faced each other in defeat, and as innate beings, the outcome was destined to reveal a victory. Jianzi of the Jian sect slowly rose, replying, "Dao brother, your enthusiasm is overwhelming. I shall not refuse." The two then moved to the center of the space. Jianzi gestured, "Please, Dao brother." Dao Wudao's aura surged as he unleashed his innate Dao energy, enveloping himself in radiant golden light that dazzled the eyes of those present. With a powerful punch, he directed his energy towards Jianzi, who calmly responded by forming a sword with his fingers to meet the oncoming strike. The collision of fist and finger sent shockwaves through the air. Both combatants' energies escalating dramatically, their powers clashing in a stalemate. As their spiritual energies deepened, a brilliant light erupted at the point of contact, generating a powerful gust of wind. Yuan Changsheng, with a wave of his hand, conjured a translucent rectangular barrier to shield the two, dissipating the fierce winds that surged against it. Both warriors retreated 10 paces, their forms aglow with energy. The innate Dao body was inherently attuned to the fundamental principles of the universe, excelling in both comprehension and physical prowess. While the innate sword body was born for the sword path, renowned for its formidable attack power, the clash of these two titans resulted in a deadlock. Neither willing to yield, Dao Wudao then spoke, "Jin brother, I am aware of your fortuitous encounters since our last defeat. However, after a year of closed-door cultivation and refining my 9-turn golden pill, my understanding of the Dao and my strength have significantly improved. Thus I feel confident in challenging you once again. I hope you will not disappoint me." With that, he ceased any further dialogue, ready for battle. Subsequently, Dao Wudao formed hand seals, and around his body, countless Dao rhythms emerged, encircling him as his aura grew exceptionally powerful. As he concluded the hand seals, the innate Dao energy that pervaded his being slowly adhered to the Dao rhythms, which then transformed into a grand golden lotus, emanating waves of Dao resonance and strength towards the sword sect's sword disciple. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "This is the Taishan scripture, also known as the Dao scripture. That golden lotus is the evidence." The so-called Dao manifesting as a golden lotus can only be produced by the power of the Dao, and with it bearing innate Dao energy, it becomes even more terrifying. It is uncertain how the sword sect's disciple will respond to this move. Chapter 26, The Gathering of Young Prodigies. As Dao Wudao's grand golden lotus advanced towards the sword sect's disciple, the latter retreated several steps, his innate sword energy surging dramatically. His aura matched Dao Wudao's, exuding an extraordinary strength, and soon the Heavenly Emperor's sword appeared in his grasp. As the Imperial sword was drawn, a formidable sword aura erupted, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of compulsion, channeling all his spiritual power into the Imperial sword. Its white sword light surged mightily, the terrifying sword intent intensifying with the continuous infusion of spiritual energy. He then softly declared, "Heavenly sword technique." With a vigorous swing of the Imperial sword, a stunning white sword light erupted towards the grand golden lotus, Upon collision, a tremendous explosion resounded. The blinding light from the explosion was nearly unbearable. The shockwave generated by the two terrifying forces caused even the barrier set by Yuan Changqing to flicker as if on the verge of shattering. A thick cloud of smoke billowed forth, and the crowd watched intently, eager to discern which of the two innate bodies was superior. As the smoke cleared, Dao Wudao was seen with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Kneeling on one knee, his hands bracing against the ground, struggling to maintain his stance, the sword sect's disciple was in a similar predicament, also on one knee, one hand clutching his chest while the other tightly gripped the imperial sword embedded in the earth. Blood continuously spilling from his mouth. It was an unexpected draw, a conclusion that no one had anticipated. They had hoped for a decisive victor, however, both had already attained a level of power that could dominate their peers. Had it not been for the constraints of Yuan Changqing's protective barrier, the spectacle would have undoubtedly been even more thrilling. Soon, the respective leaders of the Upper Clear sect and the Sword sect approached Dao Wudao and the Sword disciple, administering medicinal pills to aid their recovery before guiding them away to recuperate. Just as Dao Wudao and the Sword sect's disciple were departing, another figure rose to his feet. It was none other than the Taichu saint from the Taichu Holy Land. Having long heard of the unmatched combat prowess of the Yuan clan's Yuan Jixian, he expressed his desire to test the Divine Sun's skills. I seek to engage in a friendly bout. If you would be so kind, he stated. The Taichu saint, clad in a dark yellow robe, stepped forward and addressed Yuan Jixian with a slight bow. Allow me to take this challenge. I have long wished to measure my strength against him, to see whether his Taichu Divine King body is superior to my Xin Huang immortal body. Yuan Jixian regarded Yuan Changkong with a smile, responding, "Let this battle be fought by my brother Changkong. He shall not bring shame upon our clan." Yuan Changkong replied solemnly. With that, Yuan Changkong and the Taichu saint soared into the protective barrier together. The Xin Huang immortal body was ranked 13th among the 3,000 physiques, while the Taichu Divine King body held the 14th rank. The emergence of either physique during the era of the Golden Age would have guaranteed overwhelming dominance over contemporaries, yet this was precisely the Golden Age. The two physiques had historically appeared together across countless epochs, resulting in both victories and defeats, an inherent fate, akin to the ancient sacred body and the celestial overlord body, whenever they were present together. A victor would inevitably emerge, sometimes leading to life and death duels. Yuan Changkong, the second tier of the Yuan clan, the Xin Huang immortal body. How intriguing to encounter a fated physique. Very well, I shall first defeat you before challenging the divine son of the Yuan clan, the Taichu saint declared. His aura surged, and he extended his hands, summoning a circular black light ring filled with pulsing energy directed at Yuan Changkong. He called out, "Taichu Radiance." The energy coalesced into a laser beam hurtling towards Yuan Changkong. Seeing the swift approach of the Taichu Radiance, Yuan Changkong hurriedly evaded. The laser continued to erupt from the ring, and Yuan Changkong nimbly dodged its onslaught. Seizing the opportune moment, he countered with Xin Huang energy. A wave of Xin Huang energy erupted from him, colliding with the Taichu Radiance. The impact generated a cloud of smoke, and the two engaged in a relentless exchange of Taichu Radiance and Xin Huang energy, creating vast pits on the ground amidst the dazzling spectacle. As their rhythm intensified, the Taichu saint formed hand seals, and a colossal divine king apparition emerged behind him, gazing far and wide, exuding a terrifying aura that enveloped the entire banquet hall. Leaving the spectators in a WE.in response, Yuan Changkong also formed hand seals, summoning a massive apparition resembling himself. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Could it be that the apparition of the Xin Huang immortal body was indeed a manifestation of Yuan Changkong himself? As the two towering apparitions clashed, the Taichu saint's aura reached its zenith, raising his divine king apparition's hand towards Yuan Changkong, proclaiming, "Taichu subdues the universe." A dark circular orb formed in the divine king's palm, brimming with destructive energy aimed at Yuan Changkong. The might of the Xin Huang immortal body lay in its unparalleled physical strength. If it could not achieve a swift victory, it would remain in an almost indestructible state, second only to the top 10 among the 3,000 physiques for its formidable might. At this moment, Yuan Changkong's aura surged to its limits, his spiritual power reaching its peak. The apparition behind him coalesced all its Xin Huang energy, launching a powerful punch at the orb. The collision unleashed a terrifying gust of energy. Had it not been for the barrier's protection, the force could have obliterated the banquet hall. At that moment, the punch and the orb were evenly matched, but as both combatants deepened their spiritual power, an explosive energy erupted at the point of contact. The Taichu saint could not withstand Yuan Changkong's might. His Divine King apparition shattered, blood spewing forth. Meanwhile, Yuan Changkong's apparition flickered with transparency, appearing on the verge of dissipating. Yuan Changkong, too, felt his vitality surging, his aura extremely unstable, but he steadied himself, observing the Taichu Saint in silence. At this juncture, both combatants, without exchanging further words, summoned their quasi-emperor weapons, the Taichu Saint's Chen Yuan spear and Yuan Changkong's Zhangtian Xian Huang halberd. The Taichu Saint unleashed the remnants of his Taichu power onto the spear. Facing Yuan Changkong with an aura that seemed ready to rend the very fabric of reality. In kind, Yuan Changkong infused the remaining Xian Huang energy into his halberd, charging towards the Chen Yuan spear. They engaged in a fierce contest of wills, their weapons clashing with a series of crackling sounds. With a thunderous crash, the Chen Yuan spear was sent flying as the Taichu Saint's spiritual power waned. The Zhangtian Xian Huang halberd then surged towards the Taichu Saint. Upon impact, the tremendous force caused the Taichu Saint to spit out a mouthful of blood, a gaping wound the size of a bowl appearing on his abdomen. Leading him to collapse to the ground, "Saint Sun," cried out the elder from the Taichu Holy Land, rushing to the fallen figure's side to assess his injuries. Fortunately, he has not sustained damage to his essence. He is gravely wounded but merely unconscious. He then addressed Yuan Changkong, stating, "We concede this battle, Changkong." With that, the elder carried the Taichu Saint away to receive treatment. It appeared that during this era, the Xian Huang immortal body had triumphed over the Taichu Divine King body. After the duel concluded, the crowd murmured amongst themselves, noting that a momentary victory or defeat did not define true strength. Both were immensely powerful physiques, yet Yuan Changkong hailed from the Yuan clan, whose profound heritage was immeasurable. It seemed that during this period, Yuan Changkong would hold the advantage among the two physiques. As the discussions among the crowd continued, another prodigy stepped forward, addressing Yuan Jixian with a smile. "Now that the battle between Changkong and the Taichu Saint has concluded, I wish to take up the challenge posed by the Taichu Saint earlier. I seek to challenge the Divine Sun Jixian. Might you be willing to accept?" The crowd erupted in excitement. "Oh, who is this?" "The Divine Son of the Tai Huang Tianwang family, Wang Tong, the head of the Wang family. Having heard of his son's sixth ranking from the Heavenly Tao ancient tablet, boasted, "My son Wang Tang possesses the potential of an emperor." Before he could finish, laughter erupted from the Wang family head, who proclaimed, "My son has such courage, ha! My son Wang Tang is destined for greatness." The crowd was left speechless, exasperated by the unnecessary bravado, contrasting Wang Tang's ostentation with Yuan Jixian's humble demeanor, who never flaunted his first place ranking. As Wang Tang's challenge echoed, a voice emerged, "Oh, do you dare to challenge? What are you to question whether our divine son would accept?" A figure appeared, with thick brows framing piercing eyes, a prominent nose, and full lips, creating a strikingly chiseled visage. Confidence permeated his words. With lustrous, flowing black hair and an extraordinarily handsome visage, he was none other than the first sequence of the Yuan clan, Yuan Ruochu. The moment Yuan Ruochu made his appearance, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd, while the members of the Yu clan in the main area widened their eyes in anticipation, eager to witness the kind of individual who could capture the heart of their divine maiden. At that moment, Wang Tong seethed with anger, exclaiming, "Who are you to be so audacious?" Yuan Ruochu, with a hint of disdain, replied, "You do not even recognize me, yet you dare to challenge my clan's divine son? I am Yuan Ruochu, the first sequence of the Yuan clan. Oh, you are Yuan Ruochu, the legendary reincarnation body. Very well, I shall take this opportunity to thoroughly assess the prowess of your first sequence reincarnation body." Without waiting for Yuan Ruochu's response, he launched a powerful punch straight towards Yuan Ruochu's face. Undeterred, Yuan Ruochu calmly extended a hand to grasp Wang Tang's fist, then stated, "If we are to duel, let us do so within the protective barrier. I would prefer not to ruin my clan's banquet hall." With that, he swiftly entered the barrier. Wang Tang followed suit. Wang Tang was the first to strike, extending both hands to reveal a dark, gaping spatial rift before him. At the same moment, a similar rift appeared behind Yuan Ruochu. This was the Great Void Technique. The members of the Ji clan stood up in shock. The Great Void Technique was a closely guarded secret of the Ji clan. Why was Wang Tang capable of employing it? Confounded and enraged, they cast incredulous glances at the Wang clan members. Wang Tang vanished into the spatial rift, reappearing behind Yuan Ruochu, launching a palm strike. Yuan Ruochu, sensing the movement, turned and deftly evaded the attack. Realizing he had missed, Wang Tang's figure once again slipped into the rift. Within the barrier, multiple spatial rifts appeared, with Wang Tang's silhouette flickering in and out of sight, unpredictably emerging from various rifts to unleash energy blasts at Yuan Ruochu. Faced with such a barrage, Yuan Ruochu evaded while contemplating how to counter the Great Void Technique. Otherwise, he would be forced to endure passive attacks. Suddenly, Yuan Ruochu's body surged with violet radiance. He extended a hand, channeling his spiritual energy. Before him manifested a purple black hole, exuding a mysterious and formidable aura. A gasp echoed through the crowd. Is that the reincarnation secret technique of the reincarnation body? The 6 paths of reincarnation. The 6 paths of reincarnation was an exclusive secret art of the reincarnation body. Comprising 6 distinct black holes, each possessing unique abilities, it was said that unleashing all 6 could alter the heavens and the earth, instilling terror in the hearts of many. Yuan Ruochu calmly intoned. Reincarnation secret technique, beast path. Countless otherworldly beasts erupted from the purple black hole, fixating their gaze on the spatial rifts. Should Wang Tang emerge from any rift, the beasts would launch an all-out assault, allowing Yuan Ruochu to more swiftly dismantle the Great Void technique. At that moment, Wang Tang materialized from one of the rifts, poised to attack Yuan Ruochu. Yet, before he could strike, the multitude of beasts unleashed a variety of energies, water, fire, electricity, and light towards him. Wang Tang, realizing he could not retaliate, once again concealed himself within a rift. He attempted several times, but to no avail. This is the moment, just as Wang Tang prepared to make another move against Yuan Ruochu preemptively unleashed a beam of reincarnation light infused with reincarnation power. A resounding crash echoed as the powerful reincarnation light struck Wang Tang, accompanied by a terrifying explosion. The spatial rifts vanished, revealing Wang Tang clutching his chest, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Gazing at Yuan Ruochu with incredulity. I did not expect you to unravel the Great Void technique, he murmured. Yuan Ruochu regarded Wang Tang coolly. If this is all you have, then this battle can conclude. Angered by Yuan Ruochu's dismissive gaze, Wang Tang retorted, conclude? It is indeed time to end, but it shall be you who falls. He roared. Starry Sky Slashing Technique. This technique, obtained from the Heavenly Dao Ancient Tablet, was one of Wang Tang's most formidable moves. In an instant, the environment within the barrier transformed into a star-filled expanse. As the stars converged to form a crescent shape radiating starlight, the previously star-studded space became oppressive. Advancing towards Yuan Ruochu, observing the Starry Sky Slashing technique, Yuan Ruochu remarked nonchalantly, is that all? With a flick of his hand, the myriad of otherworldly beasts vanished, replaced by an array of purple black holes reminiscent of the beast path. Reincarnation secret technique, human path, he commanded. From the purple black hole of the human path surged a colossal golden dragon, exuding an aura of terror and divine fortune, hurtling towards the Starry Sky Slashing technique. This was the Fortune Dragon, embodying the essence of human destiny. As the Fortune Dragon soared towards Wang Tang, Yuan Ruochu declared, it is time to conclude. The Fortune Dragon roared menacingly as it charged at Wang Tang's Starry Sky Slashing technique. The sound reverberated through the air as it coiled around the crescent shape, exerting immense pressure. With a resounding crack, the Starry Sky Slashing technique shattered under the overwhelming force, soaring directly towards Wang Tang. Mouth agape, seemingly intent on devouring him. In a state of panic, Wang Tang hastily formed hand seals, but before he could complete the incantation, the Fortune Dragon was upon him, delivering a devastating bite. Instinctively, he raised his hand to defend himself, but his right arm was torn off, blood gushing forth. Wang Tang's complexion turned ashen as he clutched his severed limb, weak and invulnerable. Meanwhile, Yuan Ruochu withdrew the Fortune Dragon, looking down from his elevated position at the defeated Wang Tang, who lay sprawled on the ground. With disdain, he scoffed, You dare challenge the Divine Sun? You are far too weak. In that moment, Wang Tang's vitality surged, his face flushed as he spat a mouthful of blood before losing consciousness. Observing his son's dismal defeat and severe injuries, the head of the Wang clan furrowed his brow, releasing an overwhelming aura directed at Yuan Ruochu. The sudden surge of oppressive energy nearly caused Yuan Ruochu to faint, forcing him to struggle to maintain his composure. How audacious! An elder from the Yuan clan thundered, waving a hand to dispel the oppressive aura that weighed upon Yuan Ruochu. He turned to the head of the Wang clan, rebuking, Do you intend to bully the weak? The head of the Wang clan responded, This exchange was meant for friendly sparring, yet Yuan Ruochu's actions were excessively harsh. Will the Yuan clan not provide us with an explanation? A senior elder from the Yuan clan sneered, Explanation? The Yuan clan never requires one. If you seek to cause trouble under the guise of this incident, even if today is the Divine Sun's coming-of-age ceremony, I will ensure your downfall. The head of the Wang clan, having just reached the first stage of the Sade realm, was no match for the elder at the ninth stage, though anger surged within him at the display of Yuan clan dominance. He could only suffer in silence. With a heavy heart, he addressed his clan, We have matters to attend to, let us take our leave. With that, he departed, carrying the unconscious Wang Tang. After this farce, Yuan Ruochu turned to the gathered talents. Inquiring who else wishes to challenge the divine son of the Yuan clan. I do, a voice rang out, and Ji Jingtian rose leisurely from his seat. Yuan Ruochu fixed his gaze on Ji Jingtian. You, who fell to me last time, do you wish to experience the taste of defeat once more? A broad smile graced Ji Jingtian's handsome face. Yuan Ruochu coldly replied, Humph, I admit my defeat at your hands. But you rely solely on the power of the imperial weapon. Without it, your fate would mirror that of Wang Tang. Ji Jingtian retorted, in battle, both imperial laws and imperial weapons are critical factors for victory. If you possess the ability, procure an imperial weapon, and we shall duel again, though I doubt you can. Faced with Ji Jingtian's arrogance, Yuan Ruochu was rendered speechless. He lacked an imperial weapon, having surpassed the age limit of 16 and thus unable to participate in the Heavenly Dao Ancient Tablet rankings. Otherwise, he believed he could have contended for the top 3 positions. A thought crossed his mind, perhaps he could seek the ancestral weapon to suppress this arrogant rival. Just then, the voice of Yuan Zhaosen echoed. Ruochu, I believe that battle against Wang Tang and the pressure from the head of the Wang clan have drained your spiritual energy. Why not take a break? Allow me to handle this fight. Upon hearing Yuan Zhaoxian's words, the crowd erupted in murmurs. Was the divine son of the Yuan clan truly stepping into the fray? Were the 2 foremost talents of the Heavenly Dao Ancient Tablet about to clash? Without waiting for Yuan Ruochu's response, Yuan Zhaoxian strode toward Ji Jingtian, addressing him. You are Ji Jingtian, the divine son of the Ji clan, correct? Indeed, Ji Jingtian replied confidently. At that moment, Ji Tianming, the head of the Ji clan, observed Yuan Zhaoxian's approach, contemplating the son of the rival he had long wished to defeat, yet his sentiments quickly transformed into fury upon hearing Yuan Zhaoxian's words. I've heard you have been eager to challenge me. Is that so? It seems you truly wish to compete with me, Yuan Zhaoxian. Do you possess the strength to do so? Am I not showing you sufficient respect? Years ago, Ji Tianming's father had repeatedly challenged Yuan Zhaoxian's father. Each time facing defeat. What, do you wish to follow in your father's footsteps? Ji Jingtian, brimming with confidence, replied, whether I follow in his footsteps will be revealed through battle. With that, he stepped into the protective barrier. Yuan Zhaoxian sighed and shook his head, lamenting, why must one seek out adversity? With that, he swiftly entered the protective barrier. Almost instantly, Ji Jingtian felt an explosive surge of spiritual energy coursing through his body. His aura becoming increasingly tumultuous, countless black spatial rifts materialized within the barrier. Observing these myriad rifts, someone remarked, this is the true essence of the Ji clan's great void scripture. Ji Jingtian's spatial rifts were not only significantly larger than those conjured by Wang Tang, but their aura and power surpassed Wang Tang's by a considerable margin. As Ji Jingtian unleashed his great void technique, he shot a beam of light towards the spatial rift. The beam traversed through numerous rifts before piercing straight towards Yuan Zhaoxian. Merely tilting his body slightly, Yuan Zhaoxian effortlessly evaded the incoming light. Ji Jingtian then radiated a purple glow, raising his hand to unleash another beam towards another rift. Upon entering the rift, the purple light surged forth from the center of all the spatial rifts, resulting in countless beams shooting towards Yuan Zhaoxian. At that moment, Yuan Zhaoxian, seemingly disinterested, softly uttered, cycle of reincarnation, as a purple barrier appeared before him. After the multitude of beams struck the purple barrier, they rebounded back towards Ji Jingtian. Seeing this, Ji Jingtian hastily declared, void transformation. Instantly, his body became translucent, allowing the rebounding purple beams to pass harmlessly through him. So this is the unique ability of the void body, void transformation, Yuan Zhaoxian remarked with mild interest. Subsequently, Ji Jingtian's spiritual energy surged once more, his aura intensifying further. With a commanding shout, he announced, void space transition, and with a sweep of his hand, a purple domain manifested within the barrier. Ji Jingtian then slightly raised his right hand, channeling his spiritual energy, preparing to unleash a devastating punch infused with the power of the void. The sheer might of this strike was terrifying. Should it connect with any part of the body, that portion would be utterly voided, rendering even the most miraculous of healing elixirs ineffective. Unperturbed, Yuan Zhaoxian prepared to extend his hand to block. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Yuan Zhaoxian appeared mere steps away from Ji Jingtian. Eliciting a moment of surprise, the void space transition had allowed him to forcibly reposition himself directly before Ji Jingtian. In a flash of golden light, Yuan Zhaoxian vanished from Ji Jingtian's view, only to reappear in his original position, causing Ji Jingtian's punch to miss entirely. Confounded, Ji Jingtian exclaimed, impossible, the void space transition is a unique secret technique of my void body, this entire space is my domain. You cannot employ a teleportation technique here, Yuan Zhixin, maintaining his composure, patiently explained. You have stated that within this domain, you cannot use teleportation, therefore, there must be another explanation that you should comprehend. Upon hearing Yuan Zhixin's words, Ji Jingtian's pupils widened in disbelief, and he exclaimed, "Impossible, absolutely impossible, your speed cannot be that fast, to the point of rivaling teleportation." Yuan Zhixin replied nonchalantly, "What is impossible to you may not be impossible for others." Realizing that his attack had proven ineffective against Yuan Zhixin, Ji Jingtian prepared to escalate his efforts. He began forming hand seals with both hands, his spiritual energy surging to its peak. A terrifying aura generated a fearsome tempest. Crackling with countless bolts of lightning, addressing Yuan Zhixin, he declared, "I acknowledge your strength, but this is where it ends." With a fierce shout, he commanded, "Void exile." A massive circular space materialized behind Yuan Zhixin, emanating a dreadful aura with an overwhelming pull. Attempting to draw Yuan Zhixin into its depths. Ji Jingtian was confident that, bolstered by the power of his domain, Yuan Zhixin could not escape the grip of void exile. His fate would be to be exiled to another realm. As the powerful suction force latched onto Yuan Zhixin, he stood immovable, akin to an unyielding mountain, completely unaffected by the tremendous pull. Observing Yuan Zhixin's steadfastness, Ji Jingtian suddenly extended his left hand, summoning the imperial artifact, the Void Refinement Cauldron. Although Ji Jingtian's cultivation was at the 9th level of Dao Body, the Void Refinement Cauldron, much like the Imperial Sword of the Sword Sect, could only unleash the power of 2 tiers at most. As the cauldron appeared, the entire barrier trembled. Ji Jingtian then directed his spiritual energy to manipulate the cauldron above the void exile space, aiming its opening at Yuan Zhixin, releasing a faint purple light intended to draw Yuan Zhixin inside. Observing the combined forces of the spatial pull and the void refinement cauldron, Yuan Zhixin finally moved. He clenched his right fist, gathering strength. As the energy within his fist surged, a terrifying aura erupted forth. With a resounding crack, the barrier fractured like glass. Turning, he launched a punch, unleashing a golden radiance that surged towards both the void exile space and the void refinement cauldron. The golden light collided with both the void exile space and the cauldron, resulting in a catastrophic explosion that shattered the space, while the cauldron crashed heavily against the barrier, shattering it with a resounding crack. Ji Jingtian, in turn, coughed up a mouthful of blood, having suffered grievous physical and mental injuries from Yuan Zhixin's formidable strike. With the intent to exploit this moment of weakness, Yuan Zhixin wasted no time and delivered another punch. This strike was imbued with a golden divine light, its terrifying power surpassing that of the previous blow. Sending a gust of energy that uprooted everything within the banquet hall, the golden light surged directly towards Ji Jingtian, who seemed on the verge of demise. At that crucial moment, a figure appeared before Ji Jingtian. Extending a finger to effortlessly block Yuan Zhixin's punch, Yuan Zhixin furrowed his brow in annoyance at the sight of the newcomer, the head of the Ji clan. In a furious tone, the clan leader addressed Yuan Zhixin. "Do you intend to kill my son?" Yuan Zhixin coldly retorted. "Among the countless prodigies across the 9 heavens and 10 realms, your son is the most vexatious, repeatedly seeking to challenge me. He wishes to use me as a stepping stone to bolster his own resolve. Do you truly believe he can achieve that?" He continued. "To challenge me, one must be prepared to pay the corresponding price. Surely you have engaged in similar acts before." At this moment, Yuan Changsheng appeared before Yuan Zhixin. Regarding his former subordinate with disdain, fair exchanges lead to duels, and duels yield victories and defeats, which invariably result in casualties. Do you have any objections? He inquired. In our time, you've too sought to challenge me repeatedly. However, I refrained from eliminating you out of respect, as you were one of the few capable of sparring with me back then. Do not overstep your bounds. Ji Tianming, feeling enraged by Yuan Changsheng's words, had always viewed him as a target to surpass, instilling this very mindset in Ji Jingtian since childhood. Yet, now Yuan Changsheng claimed that Ji Jingtian was merely a source of amusement for him. This was a brutal blow to his pride. Nevertheless, despite his fury, he refrained from overstepping his bounds. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he addressed Yuan Changsheng. "This time, we concede." He prepared to lead Ji Jingtian and the Ji clan members away. However, Yuan Zhixin suddenly called out, "Hold on." The Ji clan members halted, perplexed, turning to face Yuan Zhixin. "Did I ever suggest you take Ji Jingtian with you?" he queried, causing the surrounding onlookers to raise their eyebrows in confusion. Yuan Zhixin continued, "I stated that those who wish to challenge me must pay the appropriate price. Either Ji Jingtian falls today, or he remains here in the Yuan clan as my subordinate. You have 2 choices." A collective gasp echoed through the assembly as they absorbed the sheer audacity of Yuan Zhixian's proclamation. The Yuan clan's divine scion exhibited such dominance towards the head of the Ji clan. An unparalleled powerhouse of utmost sanctity. The realization dawned that Yuan Zhixian not only possessed terrifying strength but also exuded immense authority and resolve. In that moment, Yuan Zhixian's thoughts were simple. Ji Jingtian had sought trouble with him multiple times. Thus, today, he would either perish or become his subordinate. After all, the ancestor of humanity and the Chaos Emperor had foretold that in the golden age myriad prodigies would emerge. If he had more capable individuals by his side, it would alleviate much of his burdens. Though he could dominate the world and sweep away all foes, excessive troubles could become a nuisance. Thus, seeking an easier path was certainly advantageous. Chapter 28. The Ji clan's decision. Ji Tianming was on the verge of madness. The notion of having his son, the scion of the Ji clan, serve Yuan Zhixian as a subordinate was utterly unacceptable. He declared vehemently, Yuan Zhixian, do you truly believe that my Ji clan fears you? As he spoke, his sanctified power erupted forth, casting a shadow over the skies beyond the Yuan clan. As the heavens darkened in response to the wrath of a saint, the overwhelming aura left the gathered crowd gasping for breath. Feeling an oppressive weight in the air, then, an even more terrifying aura surged forth, firmly suppressing Ji Tianming's presence. The aura of the head of the Changsheng family enveloped the surroundings. As Yuan Changsheng spoke to Ji Tianming with a calm demeanor, Ji Tianming, considering our acquaintance, I shall grant you a warning. Should you dare to lay a hand on my son, then be prepared for the demise of everyone from the Ji family present here today. Ji Tianming was well aware of Yuan Changsheng's resolute nature. He was a man who followed through on his words. Faced with such an imposing father and son duo, Ji Tianming felt his temper dissipate. He turned to Yuan Changsheng and Yuan Zhaoxian, stating, I cannot provide you with an answer regarding this matter at present. I must consult with my clan and the elders. What do you think? Yuan Changsheng glanced at Yuan Zhaoxian and inquired of Zhaoxian, what are your thoughts on this? Yuan Zhaoxian pondered for a moment before replying to Ji Tianming, very well, but the deliberation must take 5 days. If after 5 days, you have not reached a conclusion or choose to disregard this event upon your return, then ensure Ji Jingtian never sees the light of day again, or I shall take his life. Alternatively, be prepared to face the wrath of the Yuan clan. Ji Tianming's anger peaked at Yuan Zhaoxian's continued assertiveness. He feared that if he remained there any longer, he would lose control. Coldly he said, very well, you shall have an answer in 5 days. We shall take our leave. With that, he departed with the members of the Ji family. Observing their departure, Yuan Changsheng clapped his hands and addressed the remaining guests. Ladies and gentlemen, let the banquet continue. And the exchanges resumed. He then instructed the servants to restore the venue after the recent turmoil, before leading Yuan Zhaoxian to the Yu clan and the Taiye family. Upon arriving at the Yu clan, they found Yuan Zhaoxian being introduced by the Yu clan matriarch, Yu Lingqing, who was engaged in light-hearted conversation with her. She pulled Yuan Zhaoxian to the side of the Yu clan head, saying, Zhaoxian, this is the head of the Yu clan, your uncle. Yuan Zhaoxian slightly bowed and greeted, hello, uncle. The Yu clan head, pleased by his exceptional nephew, remarked Zhaoxian, after all, you share our Yu clan's bloodline. Upon your return, I shall persuade the elders to bestow upon you the title of Yu clan's divine son. At this, both Yuan Zhaoxian and Yu Chenfeng, the Yu clan's divine son, were momentarily taken aback, the former in confusion, the latter in astonishment. Yu Chenfeng then said to Yuan Zhaoxian, cousin, you may not be aware, but throughout countless epochs, our Yu clan has only witnessed 2 instances where a divine son and an imperial son coexisted. Now, with you and me, it marks the 3rd occurrence. Yu Chenfeng, aged 28, was a prodigious talent whose abilities rivaled the top 10 of the ancient Taoist ranks. Turning to Yuan Changsheng, Yuan Zhaoxian asked, Father, is this permissible? Yuan Changsheng nodded with a smile. Your maternal grandfather was the previous head of the Yuan clan, and your uncle currently holds that position, thus, it is entirely appropriate for you to be designated the Yuan clan's imperial son. Our clan wholeheartedly supports this notion. Understanding the implication, Yuan Zhaoxian acknowledged it with a simple O, and the group continued their light-hearted conversation. After their time with the Yu clan, Yuan Changsheng led Yuan Zhaoxian to the Taiye family. The head of the Taiye family, a contemporary of Yuan Changsheng, enjoyed a particularly strong camaraderie with him. Unlike Ji Tianming, the Taiye family head was equally pleased with the prospective son-in-law, relieved that no conflicts had arisen between them in the past. He turned to Yuan Zhaoxian, saying, Divine son, now that you and Xingcheng have matured, it is time to seriously consider your lifelong commitment. You should marry soon. Yuan Zhaoxian was taken aback by this suggestion. Marriage? He looked somewhat bewildered. Yuan Changsheng explained, when you were born, the 9 ancestors and the 5 ancestors of the Tai family were discussing matters, and they decided to arrange a union between you and Qingcheng. The excitement surrounding it led to an agreement. After hearing his father's explanation, Yuan Zhaoxian addressed the Tai family head. Greetings, Tai family head. I have just come of age, and my focus is solely on my path of cultivation. Striving for continuous self-improvement and mastery over all the matters of romance are premature for me, and I have yet to consider them. The Tai family head, slightly anxious, recalled that years ago, the 5 ancestors had mentioned this arrangement to Tai Qingcheng, who was vehemently opposed at the time. Now, hearing the same reluctance from Yuan Zhaoxian, he felt a sense of urgency. Noting the head's concern, Yuan Changsheng smiled gently. Let the young ones resolve their own matters. Our impatience serves no purpose. He then exchanged a knowing glance with the Tai family head and said, shall we return to our drinks? With that, he took the Tai family head away to reconnect with old friends. The subsequent exchanges were filled with joviality, and thus the day of Yuan Zhaoxian's coming-of-age ceremony came to a close. At the Ji family's main hall, all the core members of the Ji family had gathered, including several of the elders. The family head reflected on Ji Jingtian's defeat at the hands of Yuan Zhaoxian, admitting, this loss is on me. I was too hasty, failing to gauge Yuan Zhaoxian's strength before allowing Jingtian to engage in battle. I never anticipated the sheer terror of Yuan Zhaoxian's power. We all know Jingtian's formidable abilities, his exceptional physique, unmatched secret techniques, and formidable artifacts. While he may not be invincible among his peers, he certainly ranks among the strongest. I never expected such a powerful Jingtian to be defeated by Yuan Zhaoxian in a single move. Had I not intervened in time to block Yuan Zhaoxian's second strike, Jingtian would likely have perished. How could there be such a vast disparity among those of the same caliber? Now, the Yuan clan's divine son demands that Jingtian serve him in his palace. Should he refuse, he will face immediate death. While our family is undoubtedly powerful among the myriad clans of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, we are still relatively weak in the face of the unfathomable Yuan clan. Meaningless sacrifices bear no fruit, which is why I have returned to confer with you all. We have only 5 days to deliberate. At that moment, Ji family's 6th ancestor suggested, why not awaken the 3rd ancestor? Perhaps he can glimpse the future and provide us with guidance. Although the 3rd ancestor may not possess the same level of power as the other elders, his mastery of divination was unparalleled in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In his youth, he had acquired fragments of the divination techniques from the great Emperor of Destiny, refining his skills over countless epochs to achieve his current level of proficiency. Very well, let us proceed with this plan. The head of the Ji family agreed. The gathered members had no other option but to allow the 3rd ancestor to take a look. Thus, the 6th ancestor vanished, heading towards the ancestral grounds to rouse the slumbering 3rd ancestor. Upon awakening, the 3rd ancestor followed the 6th ancestor back to the main hall. As he arrived, the Ji family members bowed. We greet the 3rd ancestor. There is no need for formalities in such urgent times. The 3rd ancestor waves dismissively before stepping outside to a spacious courtyard, with the others closely trailing behind. In the center of the courtyard, the 3rd ancestor of the Ji family, exuding the aura of a quasi-emperor, summoned a white halo beneath his feet, adorned with mysterious symbols that soared skyward. The skies above the Ji family darkened, giving way to a massive storm cloud. The 3rd ancestor's eyes glazed over, emanating a radiant light as he gazed up at the ominous cloud. A beam of white light shot forth, piercing the dark clouds. As the light struck, the clouds parted, revealing a vision visible only to the 3rd ancestor. In this vision appeared a figure clad in white, with flowing white hair, wielding an exquisite divine sword in one hand and a mystical bell hovering in the palm of the other. Standing with their back to the world, gazing towards the heavens, the mere presence of this vision exuded an overwhelming aura that filled the 3rd ancestor with dread, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Feeling as insignificant as an ant, gritting his teeth, he struggled to steady himself and catch a glimpse of the figure's face. Yet, the closer he drew, the greater the backlash he endured. Blood began to seep from the 7 orifices of his face. But he persevered, continuing to wield the power of divination to unveil the visage. Almost there, so close, just as he was about to discern the figure's face, a spurt of blood erupted from his mouth. The 3rd ancestor could no longer withstand the immense backlash. Staggering backward, the 6th ancestor, quick to react, rushed forward to support him. The 3rd ancestor, once youthful and vigorous, now appeared aged and pallid, his spirit waning. Weakly he addressed the 6th ancestor, Yuan. Before he could finish, he succumbed to unconsciousness. The 6th ancestor was bewildered by the implications of the vision that had inflicted such a severe backlash upon the 3rd ancestor. causing his life force to dwindle, possibly risking his very existence. The sixth ancestor was well aware of the third ancestor's prowess in divination. Throughout numerous epochs of calamity and darkness, the third ancestor had utilized his skills to guide the G family through perilous times. Now, witnessing the third ancestor's struggle with the divination techniques, it only indicated one thing: a major upheaval was imminent, or a formidable individual was about to emerge. Yuan, could it be the Yuan clan's divine son? Realizing the urgency, he turned to Ji Tianming, saying, "Tianming, you must take Jing Tian to the Yuan clan immediately." However, serving as a mere servant is not enough. See if you can negotiate with the Yuan clan's divine son for a time frame. After all, Jing Tian is to be the future head of the Ji family. Furthermore, inform the Yuan clan's divine son that our clan is willing to serve them eternally, never to betray. As the sixth ancestor of the Ji family finished speaking, disbelief swept through the gathered members of the Ji clan. They were on the verge of questioning the reasoning behind such a statement, but before the words could escape their lips, the sixth ancestor retorted, "Silence, this matter is a decision from the ancestral grounds. Any dissenters shall be expelled from the Ji family." Without waiting for a response, he took the unconscious third ancestor and departed for the ancestral grounds. Shortly thereafter, Ji Tianming resolutely accompanied Ji Jingtian to the Yuan clan. Standing atop the main hall of the Divine Sun, Yuan Zhaoxian observed Ji Tianming and Ji Jingtian, along with his own father. And a faint smile graced his lips, for he understood that the Ji family had submitted. Ji Tianming then addressed Yuan Zhaoxian, saying, "Zhaoxian, we have decided to allow Ji Jingtian to become your subordinate. However, may I discuss a matter with you?" "Oh, please, head of the Ji family, proceed." Ji Jingtian, after all, was to be the future head of the Ji family, so I implore the Divine Sun to grant him a time frame. In return, our Ji family shall forever be subservient to your Yuan clan, never to betray her. Upon hearing this, Yuan Changsheng was momentarily taken aback. It is well known that the legendary Ji family ranks among the most formidable clans in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Such a proud and haughty lineage has historically refused to submit to anyone. It was unexpected to see them propose such a thing for Ji Jingtian. Yuan Changsheng then replied, "Ji Tianming, your Ji family is indeed a legendary clan. Several epochs ago, your ancestors were amicable with our forebears. To submit to my Yuan clan may be inappropriate. Let us forego subjugation. Instead, my Yuan clan is willing to form an alliance. What do you think?" Upon hearing Yuan Changsheng's words, Ji Tianming could hardly believe it. The subjugation of a legendary clan is not merely a matter of 1 + 1 equating to 2, it surpasses that. Yuan Changsheng had actually declined their submission. Nevertheless, Ji Tianming agreed without hesitation. With the matter resolved, Ji Tianming, somewhat reluctantly, addressed Yuan Changsheng. "Yuan Changsheng, I have lived in your shadow for countless years, hoping that through Ji Jingtian's talents, I might emerge from it. Yet, in the end," observing Ji Tianming's obstinacy, Yuan Changsheng gently elucidated, "For someone who has lived for thousands of years, do you not comprehend the current situation? We have become a thing of the past. This world now belongs to the youth. If you remain ensnared in past obsessions and fail to recognize the present circumstances, then once this golden epoch unfolds, your Ji family shall fade into oblivion." Ji Tianming, bewildered, inquired, "Are you referring to the emergence of the myriad clans?" "Indeed," Yuan Zhaoxian interjected, glancing at the two conversing, "since you both exhibit such sincerity, let it be a millennium. After 1,000 years, Ji Jingtian may choose to stay or depart." He then turned to the previously silent Ji Jingtian, asking, "Do you consent?" Having grasped the situation, Ji Jingtian voiced no objections, stating, "Ji Jingtian apologizes to the Divine Sun for past grievances. From now on, I shall serve the Divine Sun with utmost dedication, harboring no ulterior motives." With that, he bowed deeply to Yuan Zhaoxian and took his place behind him. Upon hearing Yuan Changsheng's words, Ji Tianming experienced a moment of enlightenment. He then solemnly bowed to Yuan Changsheng, who accepted the gesture without evasion, for his words had indeed salvaged the entire Ji family. Ji Tianming imparted a few words to Ji Jingtian before departing the Yuan clan to consult with the ancestors regarding future matters. Yuan Zhaoxian summoned Yuan Zifeng and Yuan Yan'er to help Ji Jingtian acclimate to the environment of the Divine Sun's palace. At that moment, Yuan Zhaoxian, puzzled, asked Yuan Changsheng, "Father, why did you not accept the Ji family's subservience? Could it be that they are too weak for our consideration?" "How should I put it? The Ji family's strength in the 9 heavens and 10 earths is undeniably formidable. However, some matters cannot be judged merely by appearances. The Golden Epoch is also a time of chaos, and the power of causality will emerge. The forces throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths will be tainted. The legendary family is inherently strong. But if they submit to us, we would have to bear the weight of their causal power. Merely forming an alliance allows them to shoulder it themselves, and at that time, how many of the immortal imperial clans in sacred lands in the 9 heavens and 10 earths will remain? Chapter 29, The Opening of the Canyon Secret Realm. As Yuan Changsheng expressed his sentiments, Yuan Jiaxian inquired, "Father, you mentioned that all immortal imperial clans, dynasties, and sacred lands in the 9 heavens and 10 earths will be affected by the power of causality. What of our Yuan clan?" Yuan Changsheng explained. "Although our clan is considered a taboo family, its origins are far more terrifying than this world can imagine. The power our family currently displays is less than 1/10 of our true potential. While I am the clan head, I only comprehend about 1/5 or 1/3 of our family's genuine foundation. Thus, regardless of the nature of causality or calamity, our Yuan clan fears nothing. So the family is that powerful. Yet still only exhibiting less than 1/10 of its strength." Yuan Jiaxian's interest piqued, his curiosity regarding the family deepening. Yuan Changsheng continued, "Jiaxian, you are the chosen one of our clan. All that you do is intricately linked to the clan's future destiny. Once you strengthen your cultivation, you will comprehend everything. Knowing too much now may hinder your resolve and burden your path to invincibility." Yuan Jiaxian promptly replied, "I understand, Father. Regardless of what lies ahead, I will diligently protect my kin and safeguard our family." Pleased by his son's response, Yuan Changsheng smiled and exited the Divine Sun's palace. After Yuan Changsheng's departure, Yuan Zifeng suddenly appeared in the main hall, bowing to Yuan Jiaxian. "Divine Sun, Yuan Ruochu requests an audience." "Allow him to enter," Yuan Jiaxian replied. As Yuan Ruochu entered, Yuan Jiaxian greeted him with a smile. "Cousin, this should be our first formal meeting. I wonder what brings you here." Yuan Ruochu bowed slightly and said, "Divine Sun, I am aware that besides Chang Kong, Suyu, and Xing Chen, the remaining 4 from the 10 sequences have submitted to you. Now, I am the only one yet to do so. Today, I come to pay my respects and express my desire to submit to you." Since his defeat to Ji Jingtian, Yuan Ruochu had been diligently cultivating in seclusion. However, he noticed that Yuan Changkong, Yuan Suyu, and the others seemed to be progressing at a rapid pace, leaving him perplexed, until he witnessed Ji Jingtian being vanquished by Yuan Jiaxian with a single punch of the Divine Sun, whom he had never met before, possessed such terrifying strength, and he realized that the enhancements of Yuan Changkong and the others were undoubtedly linked to the Divine Sun. Thus, he resolved to submit to Yuan Jiaxian to enhance his own cultivation. Yuan Jiaxian had been anticipating Yuan Ruochu's arrival, firmly believing that anyone, no matter how proud or arrogant, would ultimately choose submission in the face of absolute strength. Moreover, Yuan Ruochu's reincarnation body ranked 4th among the supreme physiques, making him a highly coveted talent that Yuan Jiaxian wished to recruit. Seeing Yuan Ruochu's determined gaze, Yuan Jiaxian promptly stepped forward to assist him, saying with a smile, "Good, now even you, brother Ruochu, have chosen to submit to me. I shall certainly treat you well." He then extended a finger and lightly tapped Yuan Ruochu's forehead, a golden light flashing. "What is this?" With the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, Yuan Ruochu trembled slightly. This was a technique that complemented his reincarnation body's 6 paths secret method. It was said that the 6 paths secret method and the 6 paths of reincarnation fist were created by the reincarnation emperor, with the latter being developed as the emperor approached immortality, its power surpassing that of the reincarnation secret method by several times. Yuan Ruochu was confident that with the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, he could undoubtedly defeat Ji Jingtian. With his body trembling, Yuan Ruochu knelt on one knee and pledged to Yuan Jiaxian, "From this day forth, I, Yuan Ruochu, am willing to serve Yuan Jiaxian as my master. May the heavens and the great Tao bear witness." As he spoke, 2 golden marks appeared in the empty hall, one imprinted upon Yuan Ruochu's brow and the other upon Yuan Jiaxian's body. These were the life and death marks, one for the master and one for the servant, with the master's mark holding absolute power over the servant's life and death. "Alas, cousin, why must you go to such lengths?" Yuan Jiaxian said gently, "If the Divine Sun has bestowed upon me such a precious celestial technique, and I am at a loss for how to repay this immense favor, the only way to repay the Divine Sun is to clear obstacles for him as his servant." Yuan Jiaxian merely shook his head, remaining silent. Time passed, and 2 months slipped by. All 10 sequences diligently practiced within the Divine Sun's palace, awaiting the opening of the Canyon Secret Realm. During this time, an amusing incident occurred. One day, the newly arrived Ji Jingtian happened upon Yuan Ruochu, who had just emerged from seclusion. When enemies meet, sparks fly, especially since both possessed physiques ranked 4th and 5th. Each was undoubtedly displeased with the other. Ji Jingtian began to taunt Yuan Ruochu, asking if he had secured an imperial weapon and mocking him for not diligently training but wandering aimlessly instead. Their verbal sparring quickly escalated into a physical confrontation. drawing the attention of others who wondered who dared to fight within the Divine Sun's palace. Upon discovering it was the two of them, everyone understood the reason behind the clash. As the fight progressed, Ji Jingtian began to feel increasingly outmatched, realizing that Yuan Ruochu had grown significantly stronger. He summoned his imperial sword, preparing to make a final stand against Yuan Ruochu. With a tremendous crash, Ji Jingtian fell heavily to the ground, creating a deep crater, marking the end of the battle. The victor was undoubtedly Yuan Ruochu. In disbelief, Ji Jingtian exclaimed, "Impossible! Without an imperial weapon, how could you possibly defeat me?" Observing Ji Jingtian's dismay, Yuan Zifeng chuckled and clarified, "What is impossible about it? The Divine Sun bestowed upon Yuan Ruochu the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. It is only natural that you would be unable to match him." The 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Ji Jingtian had heard of this unparalleled technique. He then lamented, "The Divine Sun actually granted you such a technique, while I received nothing. Indeed, it is truly a matter of kin. At that moment, there was a profound sense of grievance. Now that Yuan Ruochu possessed the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, he realized that he was no longer a match for Yuan Ruochu. In extreme dismay, he squatted there, gazing at Yuan Ruochu, his face etched with a sense of injustice, as if inscribed with words of honesty. No longer daring to boast, Yuan Ruochu, observing Ji Jingtian, who resembled a child in distress, playfully remarked, "The tides of fortune shift, do they not? You once reveled in your triumphs, and now, I could easily dispatch you." Thus, this farcical episode passed in the blink of an eye. A month had elapsed, and soon the golden light of the canyon's secret realm would dissipate, heralding the opening of the realm. In the Yuan clan's deliberation hall, Yuan Zhixian, along with the 10 prominent figures of the Yuan clan and Ji Jingtian, stood at the center, attentively listening to Yuan Changxing's instructions. "This time, your grandfather shall lead you, Zhixian. As the secret realm opens, we know not what awaits within. Exercise utmost caution, as must you all. Each of you will encounter your own fortunes. Should you face defeat, safeguarding your lives takes precedence. Do you understand?" The others bowed in response, affirming, "We comprehend very well. Prepare for departure." "Father, I must trouble you this time," Yuan Changsheng then addressed Yuan Sun. Yuan Sun nodded, immediately leading the group onward. Tai Shi Tian, a domain comparable in size to Tai Yuan Tian, the Undying Imperial Clan, the Undying Dynasty, and the Holy Land are not significantly different from Tai Yuan Tian, save for the absence of forbidden families in Tai Shi Tian. The mightiest sect is the mythical Sword Sect. At this moment, outside the mysterious canyon of Tai Shi Tian, throngs of individuals had already gathered, disciples from various clans and regions arriving one after another. Suddenly, a colossal sword descended from the heavens, followed by the arrival of the Sword Sect members. Among them, the Sword Sect's Jianzi Jian Wushuang appeared even more formidable than 3 months prior, a powerful sword aura radiating from him. Shortly thereafter, the sacred land of the Undying, the Qingjiu sect, also made its entrance. Dao Wudao, observing Jianzi of the Sword Sect, expressed his surprise. "Why are you here again? Did you not secure an unparalleled opportunity here previously?" Jianzi of the Sword Sect, regarding this old rival, replied nonchalantly, "The opportunity one seized was not within the core of the canyon's secret realm, but rather on its periphery. I discovered the spirit-eating sword fruit there, and as that golden light surged towards the mouth of the canyon, I seized the chance to collect the spirit-eating sword fruit before the light sealed it off, subsequently retreating to a nearby mountain pass for seclusion." The spirit-eating sword fruit, it is the supreme spiritual fruit for sword cultivators, capable of devouring the spiritual essence of heaven and earth and transforming it into sword energy. No wonder your cultivation surged upon your emergence. So it was 3 months apart, and your cultivation has advanced significantly once more. I have heard that many of those coming this time possess extraordinary talents, rivaling our own. I hope you do not fall in their. Jianzi of the Sword Sect promptly responded, "The feeling is mutual. Should you fall within, I would lose a worthy rival, and I would find it rather lonely." At that moment, a thunderous dragon roar echoed across the skies. Leading the procession was a 5-clawed golden dragon, followed by a striking 6-clawed golden dragon and a dozen multicolored 5-clawed true dragons. This was Tai Huang Tian, the True Dragon Clan of the Imperial Mountain. The first two were the supreme elder of the True Dragon Clan, while the latter was the True Dragon Prince Ao Su. Subsequently, the dozen true dragons transformed into human forms. In human guise, the True Dragon Prince sported golden hair and donned a magnificent golden dragon robe, his handsome visage bearing a hint of rebelliousness, exuding an air of nobility, arrogance, and overwhelming dominance. At this juncture, a melodious voice resonated through the heavens as an enormous golden rock appeared in the sky. Atop which stood a group of individuals. The golden-winged rock clan had also arrived. Among the crowd, one individual pointed at the massive rock, exclaiming, "Look, that is the golden-winged rock clan's divine prince, Xiao Penghuang." It is said that this Xiao Penghuang possesses 80% ancestral bloodline. And one must remember that the ancestors of the golden-winged rock clan were formidable beings in the mythological era. An 80% bloodline is indicative of imperial potential. Ao Su regarded Xiao Penghuang with a cold disdain, remarking, "You have come as well. If you can come, why can't I?" Consequently, the two were locked in a tense standoff. The golden-winged rock clan and the true dragon clan, both sovereigns of the demon domain's imperial mountain, were sworn enemies, with the rock preying upon the dragon and vice versa. The imperial mountain of the demon domain is said to occupy over 60% of Taihuan Tian's territory, housing 8 royal clans along with countless noble clans. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a flurry of figures emerged at the mouth of the canyon. The Xuanguang sect of Tai Ching Tian was led by the Supreme Elder, followed closely by the Divine Prince of the Xuanguang sect. The crowd was largely unfamiliar with this individual. The Xuanguang sect was a reclusive sect, shrouded in mystery, with little information available about them. It was known that when they did emerge, it would invariably cause a sensation throughout the realms. The Divine Prince of the Xuanguang sect was a being of unparalleled genius, clad in a blue robe. His ordinary countenance was marked by a pair of peculiar eyes, within which a mysterious pattern resided, exuding an enigmatic aura. With the appearance of the Xuanguang sect's divine prince, all the other extraordinary geniuses present felt a surge of competitive spirit. For who would not aspire to tread upon the name of a forbidden genius echoing throughout the realms? Shortly thereafter, a hidden family emerged from Taichin Tian, the Tian Song clan. This clan was renowned for producing the Song Tian Bati, a formidable physique ranked 7th among 3,000 physiques. Furthermore, it was rumored that the current divine prince of the Tian Song clan possessed not only the Song Tian Bati but also the Huan Tian Mo Yuan physique, his physical prowess rivaling the innate holy body Dao Tai, an exceedingly terrifying force. The appearance of the Tian Song divine prince was distinctly striking. His deep-set features were complemented by a pair of violet eyes, and his purple hair flowed as if stirred by an unseen wind. Standing at over 6 feet tall, his bronzed skin was adorned with well-defined muscles, resembling a work of art. Subsequently, the mythical Jun family made their entrance, followed by the Xiangu Wanling Mountain, the Xiangu Chen family, the Xiangu Taiyuan Holy Land, and the Yu clan's mythical Ji family, all arriving in succession. At the canyon's mouth, the golden light began to slowly transform into a translucent state. Roar, a thunderous dragon roar reverberated through the air as 9 enormous Qingming swallowing heaven serpents appeared, pulling a massive palace behind them. The Yuan clan had arrived. At this moment, the members of the true dragon clan gazed in fury at their collateral bloodline being employed by the Yuan clan to tow the palace. The true dragon Prince Ao Su's aura surged violently, his powerful presence causing those nearby to break into a cold sweat. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Though the Qingming swallowing heaven serpent is merely a collateral bloodline of our true dragon clan, the dragon bloodline shall not be insulted. Cursed Yuan clan, in this secret realm, I shall annihilate the Yuan clan to avenge the humiliation of my true dragon bloodline." At that moment, Yuan Sun led Yuan Zhishin and the others to the mouth of the canyon's secret realm. The gathered crowd gazed at Yuan Zhishin with trepidation, for they were well aware of Ji Jingtian's formidable strength. The latter had been decisively defeated by Yuan Zhishin with a single punch, revealing just how terrifying Yuan Zhishin truly was. Consequently, they exchanged glances, each understanding the unspoken tension. Sensing the palpable hostility surrounding him, Yuan Zhishin turned to the group and declared, "Once we enter, each of you shall seek your own fortunes. I possess 13 jade tokens that can sense positions within the secret realm. Should you encounter danger, activate these tokens, and you shall receive swift assistance, enabling you to evade peril." With a resounding crash, the golden light at the canyon's mouth flickered twice before vanishing entirely, instantly opening the secret realm. The crowd surged forward like frenzied dogs, fearing that a moment's delay would cause their opportunities to vanish. Observing this, Yuan Zhishin shook his head, remarking, "The law of the jungle prevails, survival of the fittest is the rule. What good is securing an opportunity if one cannot return alive?" They dashed forward with such haste. As the throng pressed in, the true dragon Prince Ao Su approached Yuan Zhishin and coldly declared, "Humph, Yuan Zhishin, how dare you have the Qingming swallowing heaven serpent pull your chariot, thus humiliating our dragon bloodline? Should I encounter any members of the Yuan clan within, I will surely slay them." Without further ado, he turned away, entering the realm at his own pace. Subsequently, Jianzi of the sword sect, Dao Wudao, the Xuanguang divine prince, The Tian Song Divine Prince and the Jun Family Divine Prince all followed suit, entering the realm one after another. At this point, Yuan Zhaxian once more cautioned the group to exercise caution before leading them into the secret realm. Chapter 30, The Emergence of the Enlightenment Tea. The onlookers. The overall structure of the canyon's secret realm is a circular, tiered terrain, divided into the periphery, the interior, and the core upon entering the canyon's secret realm. The members of the Yuan clan found themselves randomly positioned anywhere within the outer region. At this moment, in the outer region of the canyon's secret realm, battles raged across the skies, in the woods, and by the lakes. Yuan Zhaxian found himself beside a small lake, observing two individuals engaged in combat. His gaze then fell upon a grass-shaped entity emanating a blue glow at the center of the lake. This is the ice water cold spirit sacred grass. Not only does it enhance the spiritual power of those with water attributes, but it also allows them to elevate their properties, transforming water into ice. This ice water cold spirit sacred grass would be quite beneficial for Yenner, he mused, preparing to collect the precious grass with a swift motion. How dare you, you little thief! Two furious roars echoed through the air. Upon hearing the shouts, Yuan Zhaxian did not even glance back, continuing his task of gathering the ice water cold spirit sacred grass. At that moment, a bolt of lightning and a blade of wind surged directly towards Yuan Zhaxian. With one hand, Yuan Zhaxian was gathering the ice water cold spirit sacred herb, while with a gentle wave of the other, the incoming lightning and wind blade dissipated into nothingness. When Yuan Zhaxian turned around after finishing his collection, he saw two individuals, both astonished, exclaiming, "Yuan clan's divine son! Who would have thought that encountering the sacred herb would coincide with an encounter with the Yuan clan's divine son? Truly unfortunate." Observing their surprised expressions, Yuan Zhaxian nonchalantly replied, "I shall take the ice water cold spirit sacred herb. You may continue." He then intended to take flight and depart. However, to his surprise, the two directly obstructed his path, stating, "Yuan clan's divine son, you may leave, but you must leave the ice water cold spirit sacred herb behind. Truly, the avarice of man leads to demise, yet you fail to comprehend this." Subsequently, the dual pupils were activated, and the space of the red lotus unfolded, causing the two to fall into a momentary stupor, drooling like fools. Afterward, he resumed his leisurely exploration within the secret realm, searching for other treasures. Suddenly 5 individuals appeared before Yuan Zhaxian, releasing an overwhelming aura. They coldly gazed at him, declaring, "Yuan clan's divine son, how dare you treat the bloodline of our dragon clan as mere beasts of burden? Today, we shall slay you to avenge our dragon clan's grievances." Observing the 5 extraordinary prodigies of the true dragon clan, Yuan Zhaxian merely replied with indifference, "Just you 5, to slay me? Are you jesting? Do not be so arrogant. We have already used secret methods to notify Lord Longzi, who is on his way. All we need to do is delay you, and once he arrives, your demise is inevitable. Oh, you seem quite confident in your dragon prince." Yuan Zhaxian chuckled at their words. "Indeed, our dragon prince is a primal 6-clawed golden dragon unmatched in the world. If he arrives, you shall certainly meet a ruthless end. At that moment, another extraordinary prodigy of the true dragon clan interjected, "No need for Lord Longzi. The 5 of us can eliminate you ourselves." Yuan Zhaxian shook his head in disbelief. "I truly wonder where your confidence stems from. You wish to vanquish me? Enough with the idle chatter. Attack!" One among the 5 initiated the assault, conjuring a dragon claw that ignited in crimson flames, the fierce heat raising the ambient temperature significantly. He then roared towards Yuan Zhaxian, "Dragon flame claw," as the fiery claw hurtled towards him. Yuan Zhaxian remained unfazed, extending a finger to flick it back. The dragon flame claw rebounded towards its wielder, who assumed it would mirror his own strength. Unbeknownst to him, Yuan Zhaxian infused it with the power of his dual pupils during the instant of deflection. Consequently, the rebounding dragon flame claw proved even more formidable than the original. It struck the true dragon prodigy with devastating force, causing blood to erupt as he fell to the ground, wounded, seeing their comrade so effortlessly injured. The remaining 4 prodigies of the true dragon clan unleashed their ultimate techniques, preparing to strike as one. Yuan Zhaxian coolly remarked, "I had expected more from you. This is rather dull." Vanish. With that, a flash of brilliance from his dual pupils ensued, resulting in the bodies of the 5, including the fallen one, exploding in a gruesome spectacle, leaving a scene of carnage. Gazing at the remnants of the 5, Yuan Zhaxian suddenly placed a hand on his forehead, exclaiming, "Alas, I forgot. I ought to have left them with complete corpses. After their demise, it would have been delightful to savor dragon meat, which is said to be exceptionally delectable and can enhance blood vitality and spiritual power. How could I have overlooked this?" What a pity! With that, he vanished from sight. After a brief interval, the dragon Prince Ashu arrived at the scene, witnessing his kin reduced to a gruesome display of blood and flesh. Enraged, he erupted with fury, unleashing a powerful gust that flattened the surrounding forest. He roared to the heavens, Yuan Zhaoxian, if I do not slay you, I am unworthy to be the Dragon Prince. He then utilized secret methods to summon the other members of the Dragon Clan, instructing them to abandon their pursuits and gather at his location to hunt down Yuan Zhaoxian. At this juncture, Yuan Zhaoxian reappeared atop a waterfall, admiring the cascading waters and the distant scenery. He sighed, it has been ages since I beheld such a beautiful sight. Just as he spoke, a voice suddenly interrupted, the Yuan clan's divine son possesses such refined tastes. I had assumed that those devoted to cultivation spent their days solely in training or battling. With no time to appreciate the beauty of the world, Yuan Zhaoxian glanced sideways to see a man clad in a jade-colored robe, possessing a strikingly handsome visage with sharp features, a prominent nose, ruby-red lips, and sparkling eyes brimming with wisdom, a youthful and charismatic figure. This was Jun Yichen, the divine son of the Jun clan, an ancient sacred body. Without turning his gaze from the distant scenery, Yuan Zhaoxian replied indifferently, O Jun divine son, it seems you await me again. It must not merely be to admire the landscape. I have long heard of the Yuan clan divine son's formidable strength. Unmatched in battle, capable of vanquishing all foes. I too am eager to forge a connection. Jun Yichen stated directly. You speak plainly, Jun divine son. What business do you have? Yuan Zhaoxian cut to the chase, acknowledging Yuan Zhaoxian's straightforwardness. Jun Yichen continued, I wish to inform you of an opportunity. Opportunity? Yuan Zhaoxian inquired, puzzled indeed. 7 days hence, the Tao Enlightenment Tea will soon surface within the secret realm. Tao Enlightenment Tea? Yuan Zhaoxian was taken aback. Aware of its legendary status, a treasure of unparalleled worth that not only aids in comprehending the principles of the universe, enhancing a cultivator's power and aiding in breakthroughs, but also boosts physical strength and speed, and remarkably heightens comprehension abilities. It is one of the rarest treasures in existence, sought after even by emperors. Jun Yichen continued, with the emergence of this Tao Enlightenment Tea, countless prodigies and geniuses will flock to partake. As I am but one, I wish to invite the Yuan divine son to join forces with me. Afterward, we shall divide the spoils, 40% for you and 60% for me. Is that agreeable? Upon hearing Jun Yichen's proposal, Yuan Zhaoxian chuckled. Jun divine son, you have claimed I am invincible and can sweep away all adversaries. Why would I need to collaborate with you? Jun Yichen, somewhat resigned, replied, I anticipated your reluctance. Very well, I shall grant you a promise. Yuan Zhaoxian, intrigued, asked, what sort of promise could persuade me to ally with you for the Tao Enlightenment Tea? Jun Yichen spoke with a tone of mystery. It concerns your father, Yuan Changsheng. What about my father? Yuan Zhaoxian queried. 10 shekels. Jun Yichen's words resonated ominously. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from Yuan Zhaoxian's being, prompting Jun Yichen to regard him with a mix of surprise and admiration. Acknowledging the true extent of Yuan Zhaoxian's power, both he and Yuan Changsheng possessed the ancient sacred body, and since the ancient era, only 10 shekels had materialized due to the changes in the laws of the universe and the thinning of spiritual energy. The first 7 shekels required vast resources to break, while the final 3 demanded extraordinary comprehension and fortuitous encounters. Only upon breaking all 10 shekels could one ascend to the complete sacred body, whose power could rival that of an emperor. Currently, Yuan Changsheng had shattered 9 shekels, yet the last had remained unbroken for millennia. Even if he were to reach the quasi-emperor realm, his lifespan would only extend to 200,000 years. Without breaking the final shackle, Yuan Changsheng would ultimately face the grim fate of passing away. At that moment, the individual appeared as if he had discovered a new continent and exclaimed, Guayo! What an intriguing term! This esteemed companion must indeed be well versed in the world. He then recounted the origins of the matter. One of the two was the son of the divine fallen pavilion, while the other was the holy son of the illusory moon spirit heaven. They fell into a tumultuous cycle of love and enmity over a mysterious orb. The perplexed Yuan Zhaoxian interjected, I fail to comprehend this. The holy lord of the illusory moon spirit heaven, originally a sanctuary exclusively for female disciples, encountered a male infant during her travels. Upon discovering the boy's exceptional potential, she, torn between the regulations of her domain and her reluctance to abandon such a gifted child, decided to bring him back to the illusory moon spirit heaven. Under her meticulous guidance, the boy grew to reveal extraordinary talents, becoming a prodigious marvel of his generation. However, having been raised among women, he adopted their demeanor and appearance, and as he matured, his strikingly handsome features allowed him to pass for a woman, captivating all who beheld him. Thus he became the object of affection for those enamored with beauty. This boy grew to become the holy son of the illusory moon spirit heaven. When the holy son ventured forth, he chanced upon the divine fallen pavilion's son, who was also traveling. Their rapport blossomed as they engaged in delightful conversation and spent numerous days in each other's company, eventually kindling a romantic connection. On a moonless night, as they shared wine, the son of the divine fallen pavilion, emboldened by the effects of intoxication, sought to deepen their relationship. Pushing the holy son onto the bed, gazing at the enchanting beauty before him, he was consumed by desire. One hand hastily shedding his own garments while the other assisted in disrobing the holy son. At that moment, the son of the divine fallen pavilion's eyes widened in disbelief as he stumbled back, unable to fathom. You. Suddenly, a large bird erupted into view, startling him and snapping him back to reality. The holy son, noticing the lack of movement from his companion, opened his eyes to find the son of the divine fallen pavilion's face contorted with anger, confusion, and distress. In a state of urgency, the holy son exclaimed, "Son, the son of the divine fallen pavilion," infuriated by the revelation that the holy son was, in fact, male, retorted vehemently. You are a man," the holy son quickly responded. I truly love you. I can prove it." The son of the divine fallen pavilion, in a fit of rage, spat, "You wretched being." He was left speechless, seething with indignation, before declaring, "I never wish to see you again." And storming out in fury, heartbroken and betrayed, the holy son lay upon the bed, his eyes flashing with a fierce determination. Their next encounter would occur at this very moment, coinciding with the emergence of the enigmatic orb. Once parting ways in discontent, they now faced each other as adversaries, driven by betrayal and a desire for vengeance. As one sought to deceive, the other sought retribution, and with the orb's emergence, both were eager to claim it for themselves. Leading to their present conflict, Yuan Zhaoxian, now enlightened, remarked that the people of this world were no different from those in his past life. They too relished in the unfolding drama. He then inquired, "How do you know so much?" The individual replied, I almost forgot to introduce myself. I am the Prince of Qian and I possess the most reliable tidings. Here, take my communication stone, should you wish to learn more. I can divulge all for merely a modest fee of a mid-grade spirit stone. Though Yuan Zhaoxian's spatial ring brimmed with spirit stones of all grades, he acknowledged the prince's acumen, as his recounting of events had seemed as vivid as if he had witnessed them firsthand. The onlookers who remained were astonished as they beheld the individual charging towards the sacred son of the blood abyss. It was said that he was among the top 80 of the 3,000 physiques, possessing the savage body that exponentially amplified his physical strength when enraged. The sacred son of blood abyss, daring to provoke him, elicited a displeased expression from Yuan Zhaoxian, who subsequently launched a punch in response. However, such was the extent of Yuan Zhaoxian's physical prowess, he had no intention of employing the powers of the supreme bone and chaotic body to eliminate insignificant opponents, as it would be a gross misallocation of resources. As the sacred son of blood abyss observed Yuan Zhaoxian as fist hurtling towards him, he let out a cold chuckle, activating his savage physique and retaliating against the impending strike. The sacred son was indeed a prodigious talent, having endured countless life and death battles, each time using his savage body and ferocious strength to crush his foes. He held immense confidence in his physical capabilities, believing that Yuan Zhaoxian's reliance solely on his corporeal strength without deploying spiritual energy was tantamount to courting death. As their fists collided, a tremendous explosion reverberated through the air, sending shockwaves that forced the spectators to stagger back, unable to open their eyes. When the tumult of smoke and air cleared, it became evident that Yuan Zhaoxian stood alone in the void, while the sacred son of blood abyss had inexplicably vanished. The crowd was taken aback, and one among them exclaimed, "No, the sacred son has not merely disappeared, he has been obliterated by a single punch, reduced to nothingness." A collective gasp echoed as fear spread across their faces. The sacred son's formidable strength was well known among those present, and to think that he, with his savage physique, could be annihilated by a mere punch was utterly terrifying. At that moment, the godson of the fallen divine pavilion, visibly shaken, addressed Yuan Zhaoxian, saying, "If you seek the mysterious orb, we shall yield it to you. Might we request to leave unharmed?" Yuan Zhaoxian merely smirked, a smile that appeared devilish to the onlookers, and shook his head, saying, "Had you known this would be the outcome, why did you not heed my words when I allowed you 3 breaths to depart? Now it is too late." With that, he hurled a punch towards the godson of the fallen divine pavilion. The seemingly unremarkable strike rendered the godson immobile, as if his body were frozen, unable to move an inch upon impact. The godson's eyes widened in sheer terror as he slowly crumpled to the ground. Lifeless and unable to close his eyes, Yuan Zhaoxian then waved a hand engulfing the lifeless figure in flames, reducing the godson to ashes. He then coldly surveyed the remaining crowd, inquiring, "Does anyone else wish to leave?" The fate of the godson served as a chilling reminder. Do not label me as ruthless, for I offered you an opportunity to preserve your lives, which you so foolishly squandered. Now let me witness what capabilities you possess to claim the mysterious orb. The spectators, paralyzed by fear and confronted with Yuan Zhaoxian's terrifying might, were at a loss, unable to move forward or retreat. Finally, one person spoke up, "Given that we are doomed regardless, we might as well charge at him together. Perhaps there lies a sliver of hope." With that, the remaining 100 rushed towards Yuan Zhaoxian in a frenzied assault. Yuan Zhaoxian, unwilling to waste further time, summoned a sacred sword into his grasp, uttering a few words. "Slay the Celestials." For sword array, a colossal sword formation enveloped the entire battlefield. An ancient, golden sword radiating brilliant light stood at the center of the array. Thunderous roars echoed from around the immense sword as countless bolts of lightning streaked across the sky. An overwhelming pressure bearing down on the crowd, witnessing the might of the celestial slaying sword array. Each individual was engulfed in dread, struggling to withstand the crushing force. Yuan Zhaoxian then pointed at them and commanded a single word: "Swift." An array of terrifying sword lights and thousands of bolts of lightning surged forth towards the crowd. The holy son of Ling Tian desperately conjured a small defensive barrier to counter the golden sword light while exclaiming in disbelief, "The Slay Celestials, the supreme sword technique of the Yuan clan." Before he could finish, the golden light shattered his barrier and struck him, causing him to cough up blood and kneel in defeat. Observing his comrades being relentlessly struck by the sword lights until they dissipated into nothingness, a sense of helplessness surged within him. He gritted his teeth and ignited his blood essence, declaring Moonshadow Concealment. Instantly, he transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from the battlefield. Yuan Zhaoxian merely watched as the holy son of Ling Tian burned his blood essence to escape, choosing not to pursue him. If he wished to kill him, escape would be impossible. He simply did not want to waste time. Meanwhile, the remaining individuals on the battlefield, in a state of despair, exhausted all their strength to resist the golden sword lights and terrifying lightning. To Yuan Zhaoxian, their efforts were utterly futile. Despite their protective barriers and various treasures, they could do nothing to withstand the might of the celestial slaying sword array. Death was not to be feared. But the profound despair and heart-wrenching screams preceding it were the most terrifying aspects of demise. Ultimately, under the relentless assault of countless golden sword lights and surging lightning, the crowd was annihilated. Leaving no trace behind. As the battlefield lay in silence, Yuan Zhaoxian ceased his words and proceeded to claim the mysterious orb. Upon acquiring it, he turned to see the king of Quanan, whose jaw nearly dropped to the ground, and offered a slight smile before vanishing in a flash of golden light. The king of Quanan, regaining his composure, exclaimed, "What the hell? I thought he was just an ordinary passerby. Someone to be manipulated. I never imagined he would be such a formidable figure." He then shouted in the direction where Yuan Zhaoxian had disappeared, "Mighty One, I am the king of Quanan. I possess the most reliable inside information. Should you seek knowledge in the future, remember to find me. I shall provide it for free." With a flash of golden light, Yuan Zhaoxian returned to the waterfall where he had previously encountered Junichen. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the mysterious orb and completing the task. Reward, 200,000 task points." Eager to examine the mysterious orb before him, he activated his, revealing wisps of white celestial energy within. However, when he attempted to harness the Supreme Bone's power, there was no response. Even when employing the chaotic body's chaotic energy, it remained an unfathomable abyss. Left with no choice, he decided to probe the system for useful information. "His system, please enlighten me. After researching for so long, I have discovered nothing. What exactly is this object, and why was it so urgent for me to obtain it?" "Host, spare me the theatrics. With your current cultivation, you are unable to discern its nature. You must diligently cultivate to enhance your prowess. Keep it up." Yuan Zhaoxian sighed in exasperation, saying, "Fine, I won't press you further. I'll just consult the 9 ancestors later. They are bound to know what this mysterious orb is." The system then added, "However, since it is your first time actively seeking to curry favor with this system, I will divulge a morsel of information. This object is related to ascension, and that is it? Just a single piece of information. Indeed, that is all. Damn. That is akin to saying nothing at all. I'll understand what it is once I obtain the inheritance." The system's voice reappeared, stating, "The reason I cannot reveal more about the mysterious orb is to prevent you from abandoning it upon gaining insight, which would lead to immense karmic repercussions in the future. Once you obtain the inheritance, you will comprehend everything. Remember, no matter what, you must acquire the inheritance. It is imperative. Now open the system shop." "Host, are you looking to make a purchase?" Yes, we have a bit of a foundation now. Let us see if there is anything suitable to buy. Understood, host. As the system shop opened, Yuan Zhaoxian began to scrutinize it closely. At that moment, a striking line of text caught his eye. Fatal weakness. 250,000 task points. System, what exactly is this fatal weakness? Yuan Zhaoxian inquired, puzzled. Host, as the name implies, it allows you to view the fatal weaknesses of others, encompassing their techniques, lives, bodies, and vital points. This ability is extraordinarily formidable. So, it's as if I would be invincible before a battle? Not quite, host. Each consultation requires a corresponding amount of task points, and the stronger the individual, the greater the points needed. Oh, that's a bit much. But upon reflection, this fatal weakness might indeed prove invaluable at a critical moment. Very well, I'll take it. Understood. Purchasing fatal weakness will consume 250,000 task points. The host currently has 24,000 task points remaining. Well, we're back to square one. The revolution is yet to be achieved. I must continue to strive. Chapter 32, The Treasure Harvest. Yuan Ruochu under siege. 4 days remained until the emergence of the Enlightenment tea. At this moment, Yuan Zhaoxian felt less like someone in pursuit of fortune and more like an individual on holiday. Each day was spent hunting beasts for a feast, fishing, or simply enjoying the scenery. Living in utter bliss. One day, while fishing, Yuan Zhaoxian suddenly noticed a flickering red light emanating from the distant mountains, suggesting the appearance of a certain treasure. Thus, he concluded his pleasant vacation and prepared to get to work. In a flash, he soared towards the mountain range. Minutes later, he arrived at the entrance of a cavern within the mountains, where several individuals stood, seemingly awaiting something. Upon noticing Yuan Zhaoxian's arrival, one of them raised a hand, blocking his path, and declared, "Halt, who are you? This place is already claimed by us. Depart immediately lest you lose your life." "Claimed by you?" Yuan Zhaoxian replied with a smile. "Do you presume yourselves to be bandits? In this secret realm, treasures and precious materials are for those capable of obtaining them. Be wary. You may possess life, but you may not have the means to utilize it. Such audacity, to dare insult my esteemed sect. One must be punished." As he spoke, the man's aura surged with spiritual energy, and he swung his spirit sword, aiming a strike at Yuan Zhaoxian. Unflinching, Yuan Zhaoxian extended 2 fingers and deftly pinched the blade. Despite the man's relentless effort, he could not budge the sword. Then, with a gentle yet decisive motion, Yuan Zhaoxian snapped the sword between his fingers with a resounding clang. "What? This was my treasured weapon." He broke it with merely 2 fingers. Their expression shifted to astonishment at Yuan Zhaoxian's prowess, and one quickly instructed the others, "Send word to the Divine Sun immediately. This individual possesses formidable strength. We are no match for him. We must summon the Divine Sun to eliminate this threat." Observing the feeble figures before him, Yuan Zhaoxian waved his hand, unleashing a colossal wave of radiant energy that surged forth, incapacitating several individuals, who collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Without a backward glance, Yuan Zhaoxian entered the cave. Upon entering, he understood why those individuals had only guarded the entrance. The gravity inside the cave was overwhelmingly intense, nearly tenfold that of the outside. Had those few ventured inside, they would have been crushed to a pulp by the immense force. Only those with extraordinary strength or unique traits could possibly withstand such pressure. The deeper one ventured, the more oppressive the gravity became. However, for Yuan Zhaoxian, this weight posed no significant challenge, as his physical strength had reached a terrifying pinnacle. In the cavern's depths lay an expansive area where the gravitational force was dozens of times greater than outside. A seemingly ordinary man clad in a blue robe stood resolutely, directing a stream of azure light at a barrier, attempting to breach it. Suddenly, he sensed a presence and addressed the air. "You must be an extraordinary figure to have arrived here." Yuan Zhaoxian materialized behind him, gazing at a crimson jade stone beyond the barrier. "Dn blood jade, the legendary material for forging supreme divine weapons," he remarked softly. "You must be the Divine Son of the Hidden Sect." "Am I correct?" "Indeed," replied the Divine Son of the Hidden Sect, turning to face Yuan Zhaoxian. "I surmised this treasure was the reason for your arrival. I noticed the red glow emanating from this mountain range and came to investigate, only to discover such a rare gem. I have my sights set on it, so kindly withdraw to avoid losing your life." The Divine Son spoke with unwavering confidence. "Oh, so you intend to claim this treasure for yourself?" Yuan Zhaoxian responded nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the Divine Sun declared, "If you wish to perish here, I shall oblige you with that." An overwhelming aura erupted from him, transforming into a luminous spiritual sword that hurtled towards Yuan Zhaoxian. In response, Yuan Zhaoxian conjured a colossal golden hand of spiritual energy to counter the attack. With a resounding explosion, Yuan Zhaoxian remained unmoved, observing the Divine Sun, who mirrored his stance, indicating a stalemate between them. However, the Divine Son, hands clasped behind his back, subtly flexed his fist and shook his wrist, revealing that the earlier encounter had dislocated his wrist. Internally, he mused, who is this person? That previous strike could have obliterated a typical Dao body realm expert. Yet not only did he emerge unscathed, but he also managed to injure my wrist. He is no ordinary individual, yet I have never encountered him before. The Divine Son channeled the hidden sex ancestral techniques. The celestial mystical scriptures, summoning the energies of heaven and earth into himself. Terrifying spiritual power radiated from him as he compressed it into a formidable beam of mystical energy, thrusting both palms forward to unleash it. Yuan Zhixian, perceiving the awe-inspiring mystical energy, did not underestimate it. Activating his heavy pupils, his eyes sparkled with a celestial light as he addressed the Divine Son. Reincarnation will. At his command, a violet shadow materialized before him. The formidable mystical energy collided with the reincarnation wheel, which absorbed it and spun the pointer, resulting in an explosive surge of violet light that rebounded the Divine Son's mystical energy back towards him. The reincarnation wheel, the heavy pupils, he is the Divine Son of the Yuan clan, the Divine Son of the hidden sect, reflected inwardly, though he refrained from revealing his thoughts, observing the returning mystical energy. The Divine Son confidently declared, though my energy has been reflected, is it not too simplistic to use my own techniques against me? You may attempt it, Yuan Zhixian replied with a calm demeanor. At that moment, the Divine Son's spiritual power intensified, drawing upon the energies of heaven and earth with even greater ferocity, compressing it into a beam of mystical light that radiated an ominous wave of energy. The air trembled, causing the cave to sway. He launched this concentrated mystical energy towards the rebound. With a thunderous crash, the two formidable energies collided, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that shattered the entire mountain range into fragments. After the explosion, Yuan Zhixian, hands clasped behind his back, regarded the Divine Son, who now appeared somewhat pallid and unsteady, clearly injured. Are you surprised that you were the one to sustain injury from our simultaneous techniques? Yuan Zhixian remarked with a subtle smile. The reincarnation will not only absorbs and reflects energy but also injects its own power during the process. This is what one might call self-inflicted harm. Upon hearing Yuan Zhixian's words, the Divine Son's expression darkened with anger, yet he quickly composed himself, realizing that engaging in a fierce confrontation over the Dian blood jade might be unwise. The explosion had already attracted attention, and there were likely more treasures within the secret realm. A mutually destructive battle would yield no advantage. In fact, it could cost him dearly, considering he faced the Divine Son of the Yuan clan. Thus, he addressed Yuan Zhixian, I concede this treasure to you. I have matters to attend to and shall seek to spar with you another time. Without further ado, he vanished from sight, observing the Divine Son's departure. Yuan Zhixian sensed that this individual was not to be underestimated. The recent battle had made it clear that he had not fought with his full strength, and the mysterious eyes he bore had yet to be unleashed. Furthermore, it was a common trait for those who wished to retreat after losing a battle to utter phrases like, I have matters to attend to, I shall seek your guidance another time. Such banality. With this thought, Yuan Zhixian activated the power of his heavy pupils, shooting forth a beam of light that shattered the barrier. With a crack, the barrier crumbled under the might of his gaze. After securing the Dian blood jade within his spatial ring, Yuan Zhixian ascended into the air, vanishing into the void. Shortly after Yuan Zhixian's departure, countless figures appeared above the mountain range. Gazing in awe at the devastation wrought, they marveled at the immense power required to create such destruction. After a thorough search yielded no further opportunities or valuable items, they promptly departed. In a land rife with volcanic eruptions. The sounds of erupting volcanoes echoed intermittently. The force of the eruptions scattered molten lava everywhere, while thick volcanic ash obscured the sky. Red lava flowed freely amidst a backdrop of a crimson and black sky, littered with charred branches, evoking an atmosphere akin to the end of the world. At the mouth of a colossal volcanic crater, Yuan Ruochu gazed intently at the bubbling lava, sensing that something lay beneath its surface. However, the temperature within this crater was far higher than that of ordinary volcanic mouths. The molten rock churned violently, as if on the verge of eruption. Yuan Ruochu focused his energy, harnessing the power of reincarnation, and pointed. A beam of reincarnation light pierced the roiling lava, and with a sizzling sound, it vanished into the depths. What is this? Suddenly, Yuan Ruochu recalled seeing a description of this lava in the family library. It was known as Qiyang lava. This lava is formed from the Qiyang energy sourced from deep within the Earth's core. The external temperature of Qiyang lava can reach millions of degrees, and its internal temperature is likely to exceed tens of millions of degrees. Unless one is a sage, even a strong practitioner of the reincarnation realm would be severely harmed or perish upon entering. At present, Yuan Ruochu was merely at the 8th stage of the Tao body realm, hesitating whether to descend. Just then, a blinding crimson light surged upward. The overwhelming power of life essence astounded him. Life essence, there must be an extraordinary opportunity below. Without hesitation, Yuan Ruochu invoked the Tian Yuan Sutra and the Reincarnation Sutra. Enveloping himself in the power of reincarnation, he formed seals with his hands, clenched his fists, and unleashed the Six Paths Reincarnation Fist directly downwards. The Six Paths Reincarnation Fist struck the lava, sending forth a massive wave of molten rock. Seizing the opportunity, Yuan Ruochu leaped into the opening. As the lava began to close around him, he executed another Six Paths Reincarnation Fist, forcing open a gap in the encroaching lava. Thus, he continued this cycle until he finally reached the bottom of the lava. Now drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, Yuan Ruochu's energy was in disarray, clearly depleted. With his current cultivation level, executing the Six Paths Reincarnation Fist 3 or 4 times was already strenuous. He had now performed it 7 times, reaching his limit. The depths of the lava revealed a vast chamber, and at the far end, on a raised platform, a red essence pulsed with a brilliant glow. Yuan Ruochu observed the radiant red essence and murmured to himself, the dazzling crimson light must originate from this essence. Extending his hand, he grasped the red essence, which radiated potent life energy. Without further hesitation, he settled into a meditative posture and consumed the essence. Instantly, a dense aura of life energy enveloped him, spreading throughout the vicinity. Yuan Ruochu diligently adjusted his spiritual energy, gradually absorbing the surrounding life essence. After a brief moment, as the aura of Yuan Ruochu steadily intensified, a formidable blue radiance began to emanate from his body. Tao body realm, 9th stage. Yuan Ruochu murmured to himself, it turns out that this essence not only enhances lifespan and vitality but also correlates with cultivation. But before he could finish his thought, a rumbling sound echoed as the space above began to collapse. Meanwhile, the Crimson Sun's lava surged into the subterranean realm at an alarming pace, rapidly engulfing much of the underground space. As Yuan Ruochu gazed at the approaching crimson lava, he immediately activated the Tian Yuan scripture and the reincarnation scripture, enveloping himself with the power of reincarnation, and launched a powerful fist strike. Fortunately, that drop of red essence not only elevated Yuan Ruochu's cultivation level but also replenished his spiritual energy. He swiftly ascended through the gap created by his Six-Path Reincarnation Fist. Continuing to unleash the Six-Path Reincarnation Fist, he eventually returned to the surface after 6 strikes. However, he was left panting, having expended nearly 80 to 90% of his spiritual energy. "Oh, you've come up!" Yuan Ruochu was taken aback by a voice that suddenly pierced his thoughts. As he had intended to find a place to recuperate, turning around, he was met with the intense stares of 20 individuals, each gazing at him with an insatiable greed. "What do you want?" Yuan Ruochu asked coldly. At that moment, 3 figures stepped forward from the crowd. Gu Renjie, the son of the immortal ancient Wancheng Mountain; Yuanawang, the crown prince of the Tianyu dynasty; and Wang Tang, the scion of the Wang family. Wang Tang's gaze was filled with hatred as he fixed his eyes on Yuan Ruochu, declaring, "What a coincidence! Hand over your treasure, and I might leave your corpse intact." Looking at this defeated foe, Yuan Ruochu replied coldly, Are you not afraid of the winds blowing too hard and causing you to stumble over your own words?" Wang Tang, unfazed by the retort, responded, "This time, it's not just me. I have many allies beside me. We intend not only to seize your precious treasure but also to extract the essence of your reincarnation body after your demise." Hearing this, Yuan Ruochu wasted no more words and immediately launched a punch at Wang Tang. Wang Tang countered with a punch of his own, and upon impact, a powerful shockwave shattered the surrounding dry branches and debris, sending both of them soaring into the air as they exchanged blows. Each collision created a deep pit on the ground below. As time passed, Yuan Ruochu, who had already depleted much of his spiritual energy, began to feel increasingly strained with each encounter. Wang Tang then called out to the others, "Everyone, Yuan Ruochu's spiritual energy is nearly exhausted. If we do not eliminate him now, when will we will with that?" The others joined the fray, and Yuan Ruochu found himself on the verge of collapse. At that moment, Gu Renjie, the son of Wancheng Mountain, surged with power, channeling his spiritual energy. Numerous phantoms of terrifying beasts materialized around him. "All spirits return to the source," he shouted, unleashing a torrent of light towards Yuan Ruochu. While Yuan Ruochu was preoccupied with defending against the attacks of the others, he was caught off guard by the barrage of light. But he spat out a mouthful of blood, crashing hard into the ground, creating a deep pit beneath him. Chapter 33, Endure My Wrath. As the powerful light struck Yuan Ruochu was forcefully embedded into the earth. Trembling as he rose from the pit, his icy gaze sweeping over the crowd. Had I not expended nearly all my spiritual energy, how could you have wounded me so easily, if I escape today? I shall seek vengeance upon you all. Upon finishing his words, he summoned the remnants of his spiritual energy to forcibly activate the six-path reincarnation, manifesting two colossal black-purple rings in the sky, radiating a mysterious aura filled with purple light. Six-path reincarnation, hungry ghost path, beast path, he bellowed, and from the enigmatic rings surged countless malevolent spirits and beasts toward the crowd. The onlookers, witnessing the swarm of spirits and beasts charging at them, hastily employed their techniques to eliminate the oncoming threats. However, the sheer number was overwhelming, and they struggled to keep up. Seeing the chaos unfolding before him, Yuan Ruochu coughed up another mouthful of blood. His strength waning. In a desperate bid, he swiftly fled the scene. Wang Tang, along with Gu Renjie and the Tianyu Crown Prince, noticed Yuan Ruochu's attempt to escape and unleashed their spiritual energy, sending forth powerful light waves to strike him down, quickly pursuing him thereafter. As Yuan Ruochu felt the formidable waves closing in behind him, he hastened his pace, pushing forward. A sudden bang resonated as one of the light waves struck him, weakened and drained. He could not match his previous speed. Gritting his teeth, he bore the brunt of the impact, his energy surging as he raced ahead. Despite the damage shifting his internal organs, he pressed on, but the strain proved too great. His vision blurred, and his consciousness began to fade. He found himself soaring above a waterfall, where he glimpsed a figure just as he was about to lose consciousness. It was Yuan Zhishin, regardless of whether he was wandering or seeking treasures. Yuan Zhishin always returned to this waterfall, captivated by its enchanting scenery, which brought him immense joy. However, moments ago, his elation turned to gravity as a terrifying aura enveloped him, drying the very waterfall itself. As Yuan Ruochu teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, the figure he had seen was none other than Yuan Zhishin. Sensing the dire situation, Yuan Zhishin activated the jade pendant bestowed upon him by Yuan Ruochu, immediately locating his position and hastening towards him despite his own injuries. As Yuan Zhishin witnessed the unconscious Yuan Ruochu plummeting from the sky, he waved his hand, conjuring a surge of golden energy beneath Yuan Ruochu, gently lowering him to the ground. Then, with another wave, he produced two sacred pills, the Holy Spirit pill and the 9-aperture vitality pill. The two pills transformed into spiritual energy, infusing into Yuan Ruochu's body, gradually restoring his clarity and replenishing his spiritual energy. With the resurgence of his bloodline power, Yuan Ruochu recognized the ordinary-looking figure before him as Yuan Zhishin, attempting to rise and pay his respects. He was met with Yuan Zhishin's words, "Cousin, no need for such formalities." What transpired? Yuan Ruochu recounted the events, and upon hearing them, Yuan Zhishin smiled and reassured him, "Rest easy, cousin, I shall handle everything." His demeanor shifted, becoming icy. "Those who dare to harm me shall prepare to face my wrath." With that, he awaited the approaching foes. Moments later, the air was filled with the sound of rushing figures as over 20 individuals appeared. All of them present, aside from Wang Tang and his companions. Yuan Zhishin noted the presence of members from the Fan Tian Barbarian Bull Clan, the True Dragon Clan, the Golden Winged Dapeng Clan, the Heavenly Shin Sacred Ground, and the Tian Song Clan, among others. Each one of them was an unparalleled prodigy, a rare genius throughout the ages. Yuan Zhishin's icy gaze swept across the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, are we to surround and slay the Yuan clan?" At this moment, Gu Renjie, the son of Wancheng Mountain, spoke up. "Each individual from the Yuan clan that has entered this realm is exceedingly powerful. With their presence, our chances of gaining opportunities and treasures diminish significantly. Thus, to seize more fortune, we must eliminate the members of the Yuan clan, especially their scion, whose combat prowess is unparalleled and extraordinarily formidable. Only by wiping out the Yuan clan can we render their scion insignificant. After all, one, no matter how powerful, cannot withstand the force of many. Look, Yuan Ruochu was a prime example." He concluded, "Why waste words? Hand over this person, and I shall spare your lives." Wang Tang shouted, his tone uncharacteristically fervent. "Oh, spare me," Yuan Zhishin replied coldly. At that moment, the Tianyu Crown Prince stepped forward, offering, "Friend, if you surrender this person, I shall present you with a sacred artifact as a token of goodwill. What do you say?" As he spoke, a dagger-shaped sacred artifact materialized in his hand. Yuan Zhishin regarded the crowd with a chilling smile before responding, "Have you finished speaking? If so, prepare to meet your demise." In an instant, he vanished and appeared beside a prodigy from the True Dragon Clan. Addressing him, "Then, you shall be the first to die." With that, he unleashed a punch of terrifying might, striking the prodigy with devastating force. The True Dragon prodigy's eyes widened in fear before he exploded into a mist of blood. Lifeless Yuan Zhishin then executed several swift movements. Bang, bang. two more prodigies met the same fate, their forms disintegrating into blood mist. Witnessing this, the remaining members quickly formed a defensive circle, bracing against Yuan Zhixian's swift assaults. Observing their futile attempts, Yuan Zhixian chuckled lightly. A united front, if that were effective, my next moves would be wasted. With a soft command, the secret of the 9 mysteries, the divine forbidden domain, a realm materialized around Yuan Zhixian, followed by the manifestation of the Yuan clan's ancestral technique. One chi transforms into 3 pure ones. At that moment, 2 identical figures appeared beside Yuan Zhixian, mirroring his every move. Then, 3 celestial beings of unparalleled grace formed a triangle, enveloping the crowd. With a single hand gesture, they conjured a colossal golden triangular barrier, imprisoning 8 or 9 extraordinary prodigies within. Subsequently, the essence of the celestial beings intoned divine sealing transformation, and the golden triangle shimmered as an unknown force surged forth. The imprisoned prodigies, in a frenzy, unleashed their full strength against the golden triangle, even burning their essence in a desperate attempt to shatter it. Alas, the resilience of the golden triangle was beyond their capabilities to breach. As the power emanating from the golden triangle intensified, its brilliance illuminated the surroundings, and the trapped individuals began to wail in despair. With a blinding flash of golden light, their cries abruptly ceased, and when the radiance faded, the 8 or 9 prodigies had utterly disintegrated. If the one who had just been reduced to a mist of blood still left a trace, then these prodigies had been obliterated to the very last remnant, vanishing without a trace. Witnessing such a display of power, the onlookers were left in sheer disbelief. These were 8 or 9 extraordinary prodigies, not mere poultry awaiting slaughter. Were they all exterminated in an instant? Fear began to creep into their hearts. The celestial being cast a glance at the remaining individuals and declared, "It is now your turn." At that moment, one prodigious talent, gripped by terror, screamed and attempted to flee, expending every ounce of speed to escape. The celestial being merely moved his lips slightly, uttering, "Bind." Instantly the fleeing figure was ensnared as if gripped by an unseen hand, rendered motionless. To explode, came another command, and the person burst forth like a balloon, obliterated beyond recognition. The 3 ancient prodigies, witnessing the celestial being's terrifying prowess, were compelled to respond. The Prince of Tianyu spoke urgently. "Esteemed one, I am willing to relinquish all my treasures in exchange for my life." The other 2 regarded the Tianyu prince with scorn at his display of cowardice. The celestial being regarded him with indifference, replying, "After I eliminate you, your belongings will naturally become mine. Why should I spare your life?" At that moment, the son of all spirits, perplexed, inquired, "Who exactly are you? Should you slay us today, do you not fear the reckoning from our ancestors?" The celestial being chuckled, "When you conspired against my clan's prodigies? Did you ever consider that this day might come? Did you ponder whether your backing could withstand the wrath of my clan once your treachery was revealed?" Upon hearing this, the onlookers stared in astonishment. Wang Tang, equally taken aback, exclaimed, "You are of the Yuan clan, but why have I never encountered you before? The only one stronger than Yuan Ruochu in this generation is the son of the Yuan clan, whom I have met, and you are not him. Could you be an ancient anomaly of the Yuan clan? Who I am is of little consequence. After all, you shall all perish, and it matters not whether you know my identity. Thus prepare yourselves for death." With that, 2 of the 3 celestial beings unleashed their attacks upon the remaining individuals, while the main body focused on preventing the trio from fleeing. Within a quarter of an hour, all the extraordinary talents met their demise in despair and terror. The celestial being then addressed the 3 ancient prodigies, "Only you remain, prepare to die." The trio, realizing the situation, resolved to fight to the bitter end. Wang Tang was the first to strike, launching a powerful kick at the celestial being, who effortlessly seized Wang Tang's foot, spun him around, and hurled him into the ground, creating a deep crater and causing him to spit blood. The son of all spirits, meanwhile, formed seals with his hands, summoning a myriad of beastly apparitions, and cried out, "Return to the source of all spirits." Countless ethereal beasts transformed into radiant beams, hurtling toward the celestial being. The celestial being, in response, unleashed a single punch, powerful enough to manifest countless phantoms of fists that clashed with the brilliant projectiles, resulting in a cacophony of explosive sounds echoing through the skies. Following the explosions, the son of all spirits was sent flying for several miles, stabilizing only after, however, blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, the Prince of Tianyu summoned the imperial artifact, the purple gold space-piercing spear, lunging it toward the celestial being. The fearsome might of the imperial artifact radiated terror as it was drawn forth, causing the surrounding space to tremble. As the spear hurtled toward him, The celestial being smiled lightly and remarked, "An imperial artifact, as if no one else possesses one." In response, a bell the size of a person manifested, adorned with celestial bodies on its front and a supreme figure gazing down upon the world on its rear. The seven-colored chaotic light illuminated the entire space, emanating the terrifying aura of the chaotic emperor. This was the celestial being's imperial artifact, the chaotic bell. As the purple-gold space-piercing spear approached, the chaotic bell glimmered before positioning itself before the celestial being. The spear struck the surface of the chaotic bell with tremendous force, unleashing a wave of imperial might that caused the very fabric of space to tremble violently. The bell emitted a resounding clang, sending the spear ricocheting away, and the Prince of Tianyu was sent crashing to the ground alongside it. The three, sensing the gravity of their situation, instinctively gathered their strength for a final stand. Wang Tang ascended into the void, forming seals with his hands, his aura surging as he cried, "Star Radiance /" His form began to shimmer, transforming into countless stars that coalesced into a colossal sphere of light, radiating terrifying power as it surged toward the celestial being. Simultaneously, the son of all spirits also formed seals, channeling his formidable spiritual energy into a creature resembling a dragon-headed, lion-bodied beast with enormous wings, which roared thunderously, its terrifying presence permeating the space as it charged toward the celestial being. The Prince of Tianyu, invoking the heritage technique of the Tianyu imperial dynasty, the heavenly transformation scripture, was enveloped in golden light as spiritual energy surged into the purple-gold space-piercing spear. Amplifying its might to a terrifying degree, with all his strength, he hurled the spear, which streaked toward the celestial being like a radiant bolt. The three terrifying forces converged as they approached their target, the spear transforming into claws that latched onto the beast's paws, while the light from Wang Tang's star radiance / enveloped the creature entirely. Of the formidable claws emanated a chilling aura, the light surrounding the beast lending it an air of eerie unpredictability. With a deafening roar, the beast surged forth, its overwhelming presence causing fissures to appear in the space around it. As the monstrous creature charged toward him, the celestial being retracted the chaotic bell, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that soared skyward. The energy swelled tenfold, darkening the heavens. This was one of the 9 secrets, the universal secret, capable of amplifying spiritual energy and power instantly. He unleashed a punch toward the monstrous beast, the energy forming a radiant beam that pierced through it. In a flash of golden light, the beast erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, scattering spiritual energy like stars across the sky. Following the explosion, Wang Tang, the son of all spirits, and the Prince of Tianyu each spat blood, their mental faculties severely strained. Wang Tang suddenly recalled something and, in shock, exclaimed, You are the son of the Yuan clan. I found it strange when you used the 9 secrets earlier, the reward from the ancient Dao token." Before he could finish, the celestial being interrupted coldly, "And so what? You conspired to slay my kin." "You should have anticipated my wrath," the Prince of Tianyu interjected, "yet we never expected you to be so formidable, defeating us effortlessly without even utilizing the 3 great physiques." The celestial being's killing intent surged as he declared, "Defeating? No, you are mistaken. It is slaughter. Enough of your prattling. Perish." With that, he unleashed another terrifying punch, and as the blinding light surged forth, the 3 were consumed by regret and fear, vanishing from existence. Chapter 34, Ji Jing Tian's mission. After slaying the 3, the imperial artifact, the purple-gold space-piercing spear, which had fallen to the ground, suddenly soared into the void. The celestial being, witnessing this, swiftly channeled his formidable spiritual energy into a colossal hand that gripped the spear firmly. Yet, the spear, glowing with golden light, shattered the celestial being's massive hand with a forceful tremor and disappeared into the void. Frustrated, the celestial being lamented, "These imperial artifacts are imbued with the soul marks of the ancestral clans. Once their original masters perish, the artifacts automatically return to their clans, awaiting the next inheritor. Imperial artifacts represent a clan's foundation and must not be lost. Even supreme beings of the sanctified level cannot retain these artifacts when they return to their families, unless they are above the quasi-emperor level. At that moment, Yuan Ruochu, having completed her recovery, opened her eyes and inquired, "Son, what of those individuals? My injuries have healed, and I must account for their treachery in ambushing me." Observing Yuan Ruochu's restored vigor, the celestial being smiled faintly. "I have already sent them to the western heavens." "The western heavens? What place is that?" Yuan Ruochu asked in confusion. It means I have sent them to their afterlife." "No, it is more accurate to say I have made them dissipate into the cosmos." Yuan Ruochu was taken aback. While she intended to settle the score with those individuals, in reality, she realized she could only fight to a standstill against the formidable trio. managing to eliminate perhaps a few extraordinary prodigies given the presence of 3 ancient prodigies and over 20 extraordinary ones on the opposing side. The terror of the Divine Son was astonishing. Not only had he annihilated all foes, but he remained unscathed. Observing the current appearance of Yuan Zhaoxian, one could not help but feel perplexed. Divine Son, why have you chosen to disguise yourself? For the sake of tranquility, came the reply. Moreover, I can also play the role of the trickster. Yuan Zhaoxian chuckled. The trickster? What does that entail? Yuan Ruochu inquired, still confused. You possess an insatiable curiosity, don't you? So many questions. A trickster is one who plays underhanded tricks, specifically targeting others. I see. I shall aspire to be a trickster in the future, Yuan Ruochu declared earnestly. Subsequently, Yuan Zhaoxian extended his fist and displayed a middle finger towards Yuan Ruochu. Observing this peculiar gesture, Yuan Ruochu asked, Divine Son, what does this mean? It signifies to stay. Oh, I understand now. This gesture expresses contempt. You truly are well versed in such matters, Divine Son. I have learned something new today. Yuan Zhaoxian was at a loss for words. After a series of events, only a day remained until the emergence of the Enlightenment tea. Yuan Zhaoxian and Yuan Ruochu hastened their steps towards the place of its manifestation. They arrived at a vast lake, at the center of which floated a small island capable of accommodating only a dozen individuals. This island was surrounded by countless minuscule green tea leaves that floated in the air. A beam of white light soared from the edge of the island, while above, the essence of heaven and earth dripped incessantly, nurturing the verdant leaves. Each droplet of this essence, upon touching the green tea leaves, emanated an aura of profound truth, though this aura was fleeting and ephemeral. By this time, the shores of the lake were teeming with people. Countless disciples from immortal imperial clans, dynasties, royal families, and sacred lands had gathered, all eager to contest for this extraordinary treasure. Even a single leaf would incite fierce competition among them. At that moment, a disciple from an immortal sacred land could no longer contain himself and rushed towards the small island in the lake's center. However, a flash of white light appeared just 100 meters away from the island, propelling the disciple several miles away, where he crashed into a mountain peak and fell unconscious. The crowd then murmured, It seems we cannot forcibly claim the Enlightenment tea until it fully manifests. The members of the Yuan clan soon arrived at the scene. Upon their appearance, many gazes turned fierce. Some feared the Yuan clan's formidable strength might allow them to seize the treasure, while others sought revenge for their fallen disciples. Most onlookers harbored their own intentions as they scrutinized the Yuan clan. At that moment, a voice rang out, Do you dare to show yourselves? It was Ao Su, the Dragon Prince of the true Dragon Clan. Why would we not dare? Ji Jingtian, representing the Yuan clan, responded. After all, Ji Jingtian was the most powerful among them, and as a servant of the Divine Son, he had the capability to represent the group. You of the Yuan clan have ruthlessly slaughtered our kin and disciples. Such a grievous enmity demands that we eradicate every last one of you, the true Dragon Prince declared. Following the defeat of the Shenmen Divine Son by Yuan Zhaoxian, news of the latter's disguise had spread, revealing that it was Yuan Zhaoxian who had committed these atrocities. The true Dragon Prince looked at Ji Jingtian with a cold smile and said, You were once the Divine Son of the Ji family, yet you have willingly fallen, becoming a servant of the Yuan clan. How do you still have the face to appear here? You have truly tarnished your family's reputation. Ji Jingtian replied coolly, The terror of the Divine Son is beyond your comprehension. He shall undoubtedly suppress all and reign supreme. It is an honor for me to serve him. As for you, you are merely stepping stones on the path of the Divine Son to ascendancy. What right do you have to be so arrogant? Besides, do you truly believe you, the true Dragon Clan, along with a few misfits, can encircle and eliminate us? Surely you are overly confident. Then allow us to assist you, the true Dragon Prince retorted, as a group of individuals appeared beside him. The Shenmen Divine Son, the Golden-Winged Great Peng Clan's Divine Son Xiao Penghuang, the Tian Song Clan's Divine Son, the Dark Abyss White Tiger Clan's Divine Son, the Taishan Sacred Land's Divine Son, the Tian Shen Sacred Land's Holy Son, the Fan Tian Barbarian Bull Clan's Divine Son, and others, including numerous disciples of sacred lands and imperial clans who had been slain by Yuan Zhaoxian. Seeing such a multitude, Ji Jingtian and the Yuan clan members could only lament. Divine Son, this situation is rather overwhelming, isn't it? We seem to have offended a significant portion of the countless imperial clans, dynasties, and sacred lands present. Nevertheless, faced with the current predicament, Ji Jingtian and his group steeled themselves. He addressed the crowd, I have just activated the Jade Pendant and sensed that the Divine Son is en route. We must not allow them to obtain this unparalleled treasure. We must hold out until the Divine Son arrives. Then the true dragon prince spoke, I fear you may not withstand until Yuan Zhaoxian arrives to attack. Wait, the true dragon prince, poised to strike, turned toward the source of the voice with a puzzled expression. There stood Jun Chen, the divine son of the Jun family, alongside the Jade clan's divine son, who said to the true dragon prince, if you wish to surround and kill them, you must first seek our permission. Upon the appearance of Jun Chen, the divine son of the Tian Sign clan's gaze flickered, a powerful battle intent radiating from his being as he addressed the true dragon prince, I care not for the others. But this one must be dealt with by me. The true dragon prince acquiesced, very well, Tian Song divine son, you may handle this one. The rest we shall exterminate. He then turned to the divine sons and disciples behind him. Commanding everyone in attack, surround and eliminate the Yuan clan, the true dragon prince Ao Su was the first to strike, launching a punch towards Ji Jingtian. In response, Ji Jingtian's spiritual power surged, and a void space manifested behind him. He swiftly entered this void, evading the true dragon prince's attack. Xiao Penghuang, the divine son of the golden-winged Great Peng clan, glanced at the Jade clan's divine son beside the Yuan clan and, with a sudden movement, delivered a powerful punch of the Jade clan's divine son countered with a punch of his own, and their fists collided, sending both of them retreating several dozen steps. Meanwhile, the Tian Song divine son engaged in close combat with Jun Chen. Their fierce clashes generating powerful gusts of energy that roiled the lake. Neither could gain the upper hand. Yuan Chankong confronted the divine son of the Chun family, both ranked 11th and 10th on the heavenly Dao Ancient tablet. Their talents closely matched. Yuan Chankong, feeling discontented that he possessed only a quasi-imperial weapon while the Chen divine son wielded an imperial weapon, charged at him with determination. The remaining members of the Yuan clan fought valiantly against their opponents. But they faced formidable foes, including the Xianmen divine son and 4 others of terrifying strength. With the added numbers of disciples from various imperial clans and sacred lands, the Yuan clan found themselves increasingly outmatched. And some began to sustain injuries. Seeing his comrades in peril, Ji Jingtian yearned to break free from his battle with the true dragon prince to assist them. However, the true dragon prince clung tightly to him, leaving no opportunity for Ji Jingtian to lend aid. Observing Ji Jingtian's anxious expression, the true dragon prince laughed. Ji Jingtian, if you wish to sever ties with the Yuan clan, you may yet preserve your life. Otherwise, you will find yourself mercilessly annihilated. Bah, do you think I fear death? As a servant of the divine son, I shall protect the members of his family, even at the cost of my own life. I will fulfill my mission, Ji Jingtian declared with unwavering resolve. In that case, prepare to die, the true dragon prince shouted, his power surging as he summoned a colossal golden ring. A fearsome golden dragon, his true essence, emerged as he channeled his terrifying energy into the ring. The golden dragon, radiant with golden light, opened its massive jaws and surged towards Ji Jingtian with apocalyptic force. Confronted with the overwhelming might of the golden dragon, Ji Jingtian remained undaunted. He formed hand seals and softly intoned, void sealing. A square barrier materialized around the approaching dragon, immobilizing it within. Both the true dragon prince and Ji Jingtian intensified their energies, one seeking to break the seal, the other striving to contain the dragon. Their powers reached a critical juncture, and they both shouted in unison. A flash of golden light erupted as their combined energies created a shockwave that leveled nearby trees. Those engaged in battle were forced to retreat from the overwhelming energy. With a resounding crack, the void ceiling shattered, and the golden dragon soared into the sky. As the true dragon prince reveled in his victory, controlling the golden dragon, it charged towards Ji Jingtian. A blinding golden flash erupted, followed by a deafening explosion that created a deep crater in the ground. Just as the true dragon prince believed Ji Jingtian would be obliterated, a faint purple figure appeared behind him, channeling void energy to strike at the true dragon prince's back in an attempt to render him immaterial. With a resounding thud, it was as if the blow had struck solid steel, causing no damage whatsoever. The true dragon prince turned his back to Ji Jingtian and remarked, the void physique, ranked 5th among the 3,000 physiques, is exceptionally powerful. Just now, my destined golden dragon surprisingly evaded your void attack, and it even managed to appear behind me, unbeknownst to me, attempting to deliver a fatal blow. However, the true dragon clan possesses an exceptionally powerful physique, and my own body is rapidly approaching the strength of a sacred weapon. Without the strength of the reincarnation realm, it is impossible for me to sustain any injury. I then continued to speak to Ji Jingtian, keeping my back turned, before the void body reaches maturity, its physical form must materialize to strike a person. Therefore, this is bad. Just as Ji Jingtian sensed that something was amiss and had yet to react, the true dragon clan's dragon prince swiftly turned around and launched a punch. propelling Ji Jingtian dozens of miles away and crashing through several mountains. Ji Jingtian, covered in blood, shakily stood up. At this time, he had been careless. He did not expect that the true Dragon Clan's Dragon Prince was aware of the weaknesses of an immature void body. Even more astonishing was the sheer strength of this Dragon Prince's physique. Meanwhile, the other members of the Yuan clan had already suffered severe injuries at the hands of the Xianmen Divine Son. The Tianfan Barbarian Bull Clan's Divine Son, the Dark Underworld White Tiger Clan's Divine Son, and 2 other Divine Sons from various sacred lands. Among them, the 9th-ranked Yuan Tianba and the 10th-ranked Yuan Di were on the brink of demise. Had it not been for Yuan Xingqian utilizing the Zhou Tian star body to forcibly set up the Zhou Tian star array, which resisted a significant portion of the attacks, they might have already perished. Yuan Changkong's battle with the Chen clan's Divine Son was also nearing its conclusion. Both sides were of equal cultivation level, with similar talents. However, the Chen clan's Divine Son wielded an imperial weapon, the Ascending Immortal Sword, while Yuan Changkong possessed only a quasi-imperial weapon and could not contend with him. Subsequently, he was struck down by the Chen clan's Divine Son's lance, the Tsungtian Xian Yuan Spear. Suffering a severe blow to his spiritual power, the battle between the Jade Clan's Divine Son and the Golden Winged Pang Clan's Divine Son was equally intense. The speed of the Golden Winged Pang Clan was among the best in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, rivaling that of the Kuanping Clan's Kuanping Law. Yet, the Golden Winged Pang Clan's Divine Son was inherently gifted with the Law of Speed, which surpassed the Kuanping Law, launching lightning-fast attacks against the Jade Clan's Divine Son. The Jade Clan's Supreme Legacy Technique, the Supreme True Martial Scripture, possessed formidable offensive power rivaling that of sword techniques. One side boasted unparalleled speed, while the other wielded unmatched offensive strength, leading to a stalemate. As for the naturally ruthless ancient sacred body and the Tsungtian Dominator body, they continued to clash with their physical might, neither side employing their physical manifestations, merely testing their raw strength in a bid to determine a victor. However, at this moment, they remained evenly matched. Ji Jingtian gazed at the Yuan clan members, who were battered and bruised after being besieged by the 5 Divine Sons and numerous disciples from the imperial clans and sacred lands. And then, dragging his injured body, he forcefully utilized multiple great void arts. Amidst the torrent of attacks on the Yuan clan members, a rift in the void suddenly appeared beside them. Ji Jingtian then conjured a void rift before him and, using his spiritual power, extended his right hand, gently rotating it to forcibly draw the Yuan clan members into the void rift. The individuals drawn into the void rift soon emerged before Ji Jingtian. This excessive use of the great void arts caused Ji Jingtian, already injured, to spit out a mouthful of blood, and he staggered, collapsing to the ground. Chapter 35, The Arrival of the Divine Sons and the Start of the Fierce Battle. As Ji Jingtian lay on the ground, the Yuan clan members realized he had done his utmost, and even in his final moments, he had not forgotten to relocate them, who were being bombarded by a rain of attacks. To safety, they were deeply moved. At this moment, the true Dragon Clan's Dragon Prince, along with several other Divine Sons and numerous disciples from various imperial clans and sacred lands, had arrived before the Yuan clan members. Observing the dire situation of the Yuan clan, the true Dragon Clan's Dragon Prince laughed triumphantly, saying, "After we finish off you today, we shall proceed to slay your Divine Sons and the first-ranked among you. Remember, in your next life, do not bear the surname Yuan." After finishing his words, the true Dragon Clan's Dragon Prince's spiritual power surged, and a massive dragon shadow appeared behind him. He then waved his hand, sending the dragon shadow flying towards the Yuan clan members. At this moment, the Jun clan's Divine Son engaged in combat with the Tian Song clan's Divine Son, and the Golden Winged Pang clan's Divine Son was also racing towards the Yuan clan members. However, the Tian Song clan's Divine Son and the Golden Winged Pang clan's Divine Son swiftly blocked their path, preventing them from rescuing the Yuan clan members. "Dream on if you wish to save them," the Golden Winged Pang clan's Divine Son coldly remarked. The powerless Yuan clan members gazed at the enormous dragon's shadow, emanating a terrifying aura, drawing ever closer. They slightly closed their eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Just then, a golden barrier appeared before the Yuan clan members, protecting them. The enormous dragon shadow collided with the golden barrier, resulting in a violent explosion. After the explosion, the massive dragon shadow had dissipated, yet the golden barrier remained, flickering with a faint golden light. "Who is it?" The true Dragon Clan's Dragon Prince and his companions scanned their surroundings, seeking to identify the one who had aided the Yuan clan in withstanding this lethal strike, and their gazes suddenly shifted to the sky. They beheld 2 figures descending from above. One bore jet black hair and an extraordinarily handsome visage. while the other had snow-white hair resembling the most exquisite masterpiece of the heavens. The newcomers were none other than the rejuvenated Yuan Ruochu and Yuan Zhaoxian, who had discarded their disguises observing the wounded Yuan clan members. Yuan Zhaoxian's expression was icy, leaving him speechless. Yuan Ruochu, on the other hand, displayed an expression of anger as he addressed the true Dragon Clan's Dragon Prince. You dare to harm my Yuan clan members. This is truly unforgivable. Subsequently, Yuan Zhaoxian waved a hand, summoning dozens of Holy Spirit pills and 9 Aperture Vitality pills into the void, which transformed into a massive surge of spiritual energy that flowed into the bodies of the Yuan clan members. Meanwhile, the Tian Song clan's Divine Son, the Jun clan's Divine Son, the Golden Winged Peng clan's Divine Son, and the Jade clan's Divine Son, who had been engaged in battle, all halted their strikes and swiftly retreated to their respective factions. Yuan Zhaoxian then stepped forward and spoke, "The dozens who previously harmed my Yuan clan have already perished without a trace. How do you wish to meet your end?" News had already spread regarding the demise of Wang Tang. The Divine Son of the Wang clan, the Divine Son of the 10,000 Spirits Mountain, the Crown Prince of Tianyu, and other disciples from the imperial clans and sacred lands at the hands of Yuan Ruochu. However, upon hearing Yuan Zhaoxian's calm declaration, the true Dragon Clan's Dragon Prince and his companions felt a slight tremor in their hearts. After all, they were well aware of the prowess of Wang Tang and the others. At this moment, the Qin clan's Divine Son stepped forward, declaring, "Yuan Zhaoxian, you recklessly slaughter many prodigies and geniuses for the sake of some heavenly materials and earthly treasures. How is it that you are allowed to slay others? Yet we are not permitted to strike down members of your Yuan clan." Yuan Zhaoxian coldly replied to the Qin clan's Divine Son, "Survival of the fittest is the law of nature. The secret realm holds countless unparalleled opportunities. To obtain them, one must have the strength to claim them. Moreover, it is not that I forbid you from slaying my Yuan clan members, but rather, with me present. Can you truly accomplish that?" The Qin clan's Divine Son was both angered and amused by Yuan Zhaoxian's words. "Before our many prodigies and geniuses, do you truly believe yourself invincible? I cannot accept this." He continued, "Yuan Zhaoxian, while you may be the first on the eternal ranking in the ancient heavenly plate, that was 10 years ago. In these 10 years, my strength has skyrocketed. Allow me, the 10th on the ancient heavenly plate, to challenge you, the first on the eternal ranking in ancient heavenly plate. At this moment, an ancient sword of unknown rank appeared in Yuan Zhaoxian's hand, a gift from his father, Yuan Changsheng, before entering the secret realm. He pointed the sword at the Qin clan's Divine Son, coldly stating, "Are you ready? I am about to make my move." The Qin clan's Divine Son also summoned his imperial weapon, the Ascending Immortal Sword. The overwhelming aura of the imperial weapon causing those with weaker cultivation to feel as though a great mountain pressed down upon them, rendering them breathless. Observing the imperial weapon in his hand, as well as the unknown ancient sword wielded by Yuan Zhaoxian, the Qin clan's Divine Son brimmed with confidence, declaring, "Come, Yuan Zhaoxian, I can hardly wait." At this moment, Ji Jing Tian, gradually recovering from the infusion of Tian Yuan pills and 9 Aperture Vitality pills, stood up and glanced at his Divine Son. He was acutely aware of the terror that was Yuan Zhaoxian. Turning to Yuan Ruochu beside him, he stated, "I bet you a holy medicine that our Divine Son will defeat the Qin clan's Divine Son with a single strike." Yuan Ruochu immediately extended a fist, raising her middle finger with a grin, saying, "The gesture taught by our Divine Son is truly exhilarating. I bet you 10 holy medicines that our Divine Son can obliterate him with one strike." Ji Jing Tian was momentarily taken aback by Yuan Ruochu's gesture and subsequently inquired, "What does that mean?" Yuan Ruochu, looking at Ji Jing Tian's earnest curiosity, relayed Yuan Zhaoxian's words verbatim. As the Qin clan's Divine Son brandished his imperial weapon, Yuan Zhaoxian softly declared, "The extermination of Immortal's 4 swords, the slaughtering Immortal Sword," and a terrifying sword aura erupted from the ancient sword's blade. Subsequently, Yuan Zhaoxian vanished from sight, reappearing several dozen meters behind the Qin clan's Divine Son. He turned around, holding the sword with one hand, and coldly stated, "Next." In an instant, the Qin clan's Divine Son was bisected by the slaughtering Immortal Sword, which inherently possessed the ability to annihilate souls. Obliterating him entirely, the Qin clan's Divine Son gazed in disbelief at his own body, split in two, a look of terror etched across his face as he met his demise, his soul extinguished without a trace. This shocking turn of events left not only the Yuan clan members but also the true Dragon clan's Dragon Prince and his companions utterly astonished by Yuan Zhaoxian's display of might. The obliteration of both body and soul left no chance for reincarnation or rebirth. This Yuan clan Divine Son was indeed ruthless. The fear of Yuan Zhaoxian soared among the disciples of the Huanyu clan. As well as the holy sons of the true dragon clan, they resolved to avoid provoking this formidable entity, realizing that they had no acquaintance with the true dragon clan's dragon prince and his cohort. No, it wasn't simply a lack of familiarity, they did not recognize them at all. A reputation that could wait, preserving their lives was of utmost importance. With a provocative sway of her hips, she sauntered before Yuan Zhaoxian, slightly bending her body as she spoke. Divine Son, I have yet to express my gratitude for your assistance in vanquishing that unfaithful wretch from the Godfall Pavilion. This time, I am willing to lead all disciples of the illusory moon spirit heaven in your service. Upon hearing the words of the spirit son, Yuan Zhaoxian felt a shiver run down his spine, his stomach churning. He abruptly interrupted her, exclaiming, Silence, you abominable spectre, you shall accompany the fallen son of the Godfall Pavilion instead. With that, he unleashed the Xian Slaughter Sword once more, a crescent blade of light erupting from its edge. The terrifying aura of the sword compelled the spirit son to muster all his strength to resist. Yet the disparity in their powers was akin to that of the full moon against a firefly. He was cleaved in twain by the sword's radiance. Yuan Zhaoxian then waved his right hand, summoning a chaotic flame that incinerated the bisected spirit sun into nothingness, leaving not a trace behind. Mirroring the fate of the Godfall Pavilion's sun, he disdainfully remarked, Bah, what a filthy mess you've made of my hands. Upon my return, I shall cleanse them with rootless water for at least 7 or 8 days. The Yuan clan and the true dragon clan's prince felt their scalps tingle in horror. What, rootless water, a bath, for 7 or 8 days? Rootless water not only replenishes spiritual energy but also nourishes the soul. It's a priceless sacred water. Even the true dragon clan's prince and a few other divine sons possess but a couple of bottles. How outrageous for Yuan Zhaoxian to use it for bathing. At that moment, Yuan Zhaoxian regained his icy demeanor, coldly gazing at the true dragon clan's prince and his companions, stating, Next, observing their own divine son and spirit son obliterated. The members of the Chen family and the illusory moon spirit heaven stepped forward, eager to avenge their fallen. As they pointed at Yuan Zhaoxian, he abruptly interjected, Enough, the dead have no need to speak. Instantly several sword energies were unleashed. The air was filled with anguished cries as more than 20 disciples from the Chen family and the illusory moon spirit heaven were reduced to blood mist by Yuan Zhaoxian's terrifying sword energy, which dispersed chaotically. The gap in strength between them and Yuan Zhaoxian was insurmountable. The true dragon clan's prince, witnessing his companions being slaughtered, declared, Everyone, he intends to exhaust our forces one by one. We cannot allow this to continue. Let us unite and slay him. Upon hearing the true dragon clan's prince, the others understood and swiftly advanced toward Yuan Zhaoxian. Meanwhile, the Yuan clan, having recovered from the brief skirmish, felt bolstered by the arrival of their divine son and were eager to continue the fight. Just then, Yuan Zhaoxian raised his hand to halt them, saying, Leave those 8 divine sons and spirit sons to me, you deal with the others. At that moment, the Jun clan's divine son Junichen addressed Yuan Zhaoxian. Divine Son, may I handle the son of the celestial Song clan? Yuan Zhaoxian's eyes gleamed with understanding as he regarded the celestial Song clan's son, responding, Jun Divine Son, your assistance to the Yuan clan will not go unrewarded. After this matter concludes, I shall surely compensate you handsomely. Jun Yichen smiled and replied, We have already made a pact. Moreover, are we not friends? The affairs of friends' families are my own. He then quickly advanced toward the celestial Song clan's son, stating, Come forth, let us finish our unfinished battle. With that, he vanished in an instant, followed closely by the celestial Song clan's son. Observing Junichen and the celestial Song clan's son departing, the Yuan clan members wasted no time and charged towards the remaining opponents. Bolstered by the presence of Yuan Ruochu and the Jade clan's divine son, advancing with unstoppable momentum, facing the 7 opponents before him, Yuan Zhaoxian directed his attention to the true dragon clan's prince, saying, Little mudfish, you were the one leading the trouble, weren't you? And you Shenmen divine son, how swiftly you fled, only to resort to underhanded tactics. He continued, Very well, step forth to meet your demise. I await the arrival of the Enlightenment Tea. At that moment, a radiant white light began to shimmer atop the central island of the lake, heralding the impending emergence of the Enlightenment Tea. Yuan Zhaoxian sheathed his ancient sword and addressed the true dragon clan's prince, declaring, You boast of your formidable physical strength. Let us see if my own can surpass yours. With that, he swiftly flew towards the true dragon clan's prince. As Yuan Zhaoxian charged, the true dragon clan's prince surged forward to engage him in a contest of brute strength. The dragon clan is inherently endowed with formidable physical prowess, and the true dragon clan's prince, a 6-clawed golden dragon, possessed a physicality rivaling that of the ancient sacred body and the celestial overlord body. Yuan Zhaoxian, on the other hand, was no less impressive. Having cultivated the Divine Elephant Suppression Sutra to its fourth layer, he wielded a staggering force of several 100 billion pounds, an unfathomable figure, upon their fists colliding. The true Dragon Clan's prince felt as if he were an infant striking against a seasoned warrior. Yuan Zhaoxian's fist, imbued with overwhelming force, drove the true Dragon Clan's prince deep into the earth. As he gazed into the unfathomable pit, the golden-winged Great Pang Clan's divine son soared into the sky, channeling his immense spiritual energy to confront Yuan Zhaoxian's Great Pang spreading wings. He invoked a secret technique of the golden-winged Great Pang Clan. Its power formidable. A massive bird of golden wings, conjured from spiritual energy, hurtled toward Yuan Zhaoxian. The speed was so blinding that Yuan Zhaoxian had no time to react. Instinctively he extended one hand, conjuring a barrier to intercept the golden-winged Great Pang. Observing Yuan Zhaoxian's single-handed defense against the avian assault, the sons of the heavenly Shen Sacred Land and the supreme Shen Sacred Land simultaneously formed seals with their hands, their potent spiritual energies morphing into two colossal hands, one a pale azure, the other a deep azure, charging at Yuan Zhaoxian. Originally the heavenly Shen Sacred Land and the supreme Shen Sacred Land were one during the mythic era, known as the divine Shen Sacred Land. Until their ancestors diverged in ideology and founded their respective sects, resulting in the current two great sacred lands. Witnessing the enormous hands unleashed by the two sacred sons, Yuan Zhaoxian extended his other hand to counter them. At that moment, the Anming White Tiger Clan's divine son and the Fantian Wild Bull Clan's divine son also made their move, directing their energies toward Yuan Zhaoxian. Anming Cataclysm. The Anming White Tiger Clan's divine son unleashed his claws, his spiritual energy surging as he tore through the air, creating a black cross fissure before thrusting his hands forward. The black light flickered as the original-sized fissure expanded dramatically, hurtling toward Yuan Zhaoxian. Simultaneously, the Fantian Wild Bull Clan's divine son formed seals with his hands, his own spiritual energy surging as two bull horns atop his head emitted cerulean light. This light coalesced into a colossal azure bull horn, exuding a terrifying aura as if capable of piercing the heavens, also charging toward Yuan Zhaoxian. Meanwhile, the Shenmen divine son gathered the essence of the world's mysterious energies, his spiritual power swelling, transforming into two spinning energy forms, one black, one white, revolving around a central point in the void, generating a black and white spiral of energy that sped toward Yuan Zhaoxian. As six opponents unleashed their secret techniques, Yuan Zhaoxian radiated a golden divine brilliance, which coalesced into a magnificent hexagonal golden ring adorned with mysterious symbols. Hovering behind him, the golden ring gradually expanded in size. Yuan Zhaoxian addressed the assembly. Hand of the Celestial, Chapter 36, Fusion of Blood Essence. The place of inheritance unveiled. The Hand of the Celestial was a supreme secret art of Yuan Zhaoxian, derived from his six supreme bones, its power truly terrifying. With a resounding invocation of Hand of the Celestial, the massive golden hexagonal ring emitted an aura of annihilation. A colossal golden hand emerged from within the ring, its palm descending upon the secret techniques executed by the gathered fighters. The immense hand of the Celestial passed through Yuan Zhaoxian, dwarfing the golden-winged Great Pang and the colossal hands in its wake, rendering them insignificantly small. As the hand of the Celestial pressed forward, the golden-winged Great Pang and the gigantic hands could not withstand its overwhelming might, instantly dissipating into motes of spiritual energy that scattered into the void, converging upon the secret techniques of the Shenmen divine son, the Anming White Tiger Clan's divine son, and the Fantian Wild Bull Clan's divine son. The spiraling black and white energy of the Shenmen and the Anming White Tiger Clan's Anming Cataclysm, combined with the Fantian Wild Bull Clan's Pinnacle Shatter, collided with the Hand of the Celestial, desperately resisting its advance. Yet, the hand's ferocity was too great. Shortly thereafter, the Anming Cataclysm and the black and white spiraling energy of the Shenmen divine son disintegrated into countless specks of spiritual energy, vanishing into the ether. As the Hand of the Celestial continued its relentless approach, the six opponents felt a surge of panic and rapidly retreated several dozen miles, summoning their formidable spiritual energies to prepare for another round of secret techniques to counter the hand. At this juncture, the true Dragon Clan's prince, who had been forcibly driven underground, joined the Shenmen divine son. Both regarding the gigantic and terrifying Hand of the Celestial with grave expressions, they began to channel their spiritual energies into the void, their hands forming seals as formidable spiritual energy coalesced into a massive six-clawed golden dragon that swirled around the true Dragon Clan's prince, emitting a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens. The Shenmen divine son's eyes glimmered, revealing two mysterious symbols that shone with an enigmatic light. Two beams of black light erupted from his eyes, soaring into the sky and coalescing into a black diamond pattern. Embodying the power of the law of destruction, an ability that only those of sage-level prowess could comprehend, the Xianmen Divine Sun's eyes contained the very essence of the law of destruction. In the sacred lands of Tianxian, the Holy Sun and the Holy Son of Taishan joined forces to unleash the profound powers of the Taishan Sutra and the Tianshan Sutra. Instantly their spiritual energies surged dramatically, with one palm raised left and the other right, a colossal human silhouette materialized behind them, its hands forming a seal that manifested a terrifying beam of luminous energy. This was the Divine Profound Formless technique, once wielded by the unparalleled emperors of the Divine Profound Sacred Land. The Divine Son of the Golden-Winged Rock stood suspended in the void, his body radiating an overwhelming golden light. Beneath which appeared a complex circular formation. A force of law materialized beside him, causing his form to shimmer and multiply into countless golden-winged rocks, each exuding an aura of formidable dread. Meanwhile, the divine son of the dark underworld White Tiger experienced an explosive surge of power. His spirit transforming into a massive white tiger whose roar reverberated through the heavens, shaking the very fabric of space. The divine son of the overturning barbaric bull likewise manifested a fearsome celestial bull, its enormous horns glowing with a ghostly azure light. At this moment, the seven figures radiated a terrifying energy that generated fierce gusts of power. Each having solidified their formidable techniques, they exchanged glances, and without hesitation surged forward. The six-clawed golden dragon, a manifestation of the imperial dragon's wrath, darted forth from the true dragon clan's air, exuding a menacing presence. The diamond-shaped pattern at the center of the Xianmen Divine Sun gathered a terrifying aura of annihilation, releasing a beam of destructive light. As the two holy sons of Tianxian and Taishan combined their strengths to invoke the divine profound formless technique, the gigantic silhouette they conjured locked its hands in a seal, summoning countless energy talismans, each inscribed with different elemental powers: fire, water, ice, wind, lightning, and more. Soaring forward, the speed of the golden-winged rock's divine son reached its zenith, leaving behind countless phantoms of himself as he accelerated. Although the laws of speed were not as potent as those of time, they enabled him to leave traces of his formidable presence in a mere fraction of a moment. The phantoms unleashed golden beams of energy, while the fearsome white tiger behind the dark underworld White Tiger Divine Sun opened its gaping maw, unleashing a wave of white light. The terrifying celestial bull of the overturning barbaric bull Divine Sun charged ahead, witnessing the seven wielding their formidable secret techniques towards the hand of the heavens. Yuan Zhaoxian, with an icy demeanor, unexpectedly revealed a hint of excitement, for among them were three forbidden prodigies and two who, when combined, equaled the might of one. It was a rare occasion that could compel Yuan Zhaoxian to utilize the power of six supreme bones in one of the chaos bodies. In a thunderous clash, six earth-shattering powers collided against the colossal hand of the heavens, momentarily halting its advance. The seven then fervently amplified their terrifying spiritual energy, enhancing their secret techniques to the brink, causing the hand of the heavens to waver slightly. Yuan Zhaoxian, astonished, observed with a mixture of surprise and seriousness as the celestial hand retreated, his own energy surging forth, manifesting as a dreadful golden current that spread outward, declaring annihilation of the heavens. The once resisting hand of the heavens, now flashing with golden light, transformed into an immense behemoth. For the first time, the seven felt a sense of helplessness before the overwhelming size of the heavenly hand. Their bodies trembling slightly, their secret techniques appeared as mere grains of sand against its vastness. Gradually, the gigantic hand turned, palm upwards, and with a forceful grip, the secret techniques of the true dragon clan's heirs were obliterated. With a spurt of blood, each of the seven collapsed, gazing venomously at Yuan Zhaoxian. They had not anticipated that Yuan Zhaoxian would prove so formidable. Despite uniting their powers, they had failed to inflict even a scratch upon him, let alone defeat him, a notion utterly ludicrous. Observing the fallen seven, Yuan Zhaoxian smirked coldly. Very well, since you have entertained me so splendidly, I shall grant you the favor of a complete corpse, colorful as the chives. At that, the once static hand of the heavens began to move, bearing down upon the seven with crushing intent. As the aura of dread emanated from the descending hand, despair filled the hearts of the seven. Suddenly, the entire secret realm was illuminated by a mystical seven-colored radiance, as if an unparalleled treasure had emerged. Yuan Zhaoxian halted the hand of the heavens, gazing skyward. A voice ancient and profound resonated throughout the realm: fate, calamity, destiny, heaven's decree is unyielding, fearless and undaunted. Humanity shall triumph over heaven. The core of the secret realm's inheritance door is about to open. 8 drops of fusion essence blood are required to unlock it. As the voice faded, the seven-colored light vanished. Yuan Zhaoxian pondered. A fusion essence blood, what could it be? Is it related to the drop of essence blood obtained by my brother Ruochu? Seeing Yuan Zhaoxian deep in thought, The seven began to perceive a glimmer of hope, igniting their essence blood and frantically fleeing in 7 different directions. Meanwhile, the Yuan clan had nearly eradicated the remaining foes, suffering no casualties themselves. With the addition of Yuan Ruochu, Ji Jingtian, and the Jade clan's divine son, their overall combat power had multiplied. With the absence of the 7 fearsome figures, the remaining adversaries were no match for the combined might of Yuan Ruochu, Ji Jingtian, and the Jade clan's divine son. After vanquishing their enemies, Yuan Ruochu approached Yuan Jiaxian along with Ji Jingtian and the Jade clan's divine son, just in time to witness the seven's retreat. Bowing respectfully, he asked, "Divine son, shall we let them go?" Yuan Jiaxian smiled slightly at the fleeing 7, replying, "The inheritance ground is about to open. Seeking the fusion essence blood is paramount. It would be easier to eliminate them as they scatter. But it would waste precious time. Besides, who among us is stronger than them in this realm?" Yuan Ruochu, puzzled, inquired. "What do you mean, divine son?" Yuan Jiaxian revealed a knowing smile. "The fusion essence blood requires 8 drops. Those 7 will undoubtedly find ways to obtain it. By letting them search for it, we can avoid the hassle of scouring for it ourselves. Chives should have their worth, once their value is ripe. I shall reap the harvest." The Yuan clan understood Yuan Jiaxian's intentions. Bowing in acknowledgement, Yuan Ruochu then solemnly addressed Yuan Jiaxian, "Divine son, the drop of red essence blood I acquired is indeed the fusion essence blood. It not only enhances spiritual power but also strengthens cultivation. However, it has already merged within me. Unless I fall or willingly expel it, the fusion essence blood will not leave my body." Yuan Jiaxian, regarding Yuan Ruochu's serious demeanor, calmly inquired, "What would be the cost of expelling the essence blood?" Yuan Ruochu replied, "The cost varies by individual, resulting in a random decrease in one's cultivation level." Upon hearing this, the others expressed their astonishment. They had not anticipated Yuan Ruochu's acquisition of the fusion essence blood, nor its capacity to enhance cultivation. They also realized that even those who had merged with it could be slain or willingly expel it to regain the essence blood. The Jade clan's divine son remarked, "It seems this secret realm will soon be drenched in blood, far more savage than the competition for peerless treasures." Yuan Ruochu approached Yuan Jiaxian, bowing deeply, "Divine son, for your sake, I would willingly expel the fusion essence blood, even at the cost of my cultivation." Yuan Jiaxian, touched by Yuan Ruochu's determination, replied, "Brother, I must obtain this inheritance, but now is not the time for you to expel the essence blood. We shall discuss it once we reach the inheritance ground." Just as Yuan Jiaxian finished speaking, the brilliant white light atop the central island of the lake suddenly vanished, and the ethereal essence from the heavens ceased to fall. The Wudao tea leaves shimmered with a green glow, surrounding itself with an aura of the great Tao. The Wudao tea had emerged, someone shouted, and the remaining crowd surged toward the island in a frenzy. Suddenly, a colossal eye with a heavy pupil appeared above the island, radiating a starlit brilliance and emanating an overwhelming pressure that imbued the atmosphere with an aura of mystery and terror. Those who had intended to rush to the island halted abruptly, gazing in shock at the powerful, mysterious eye. "Yuan clan's divine son," they exclaimed. Yuan Jiaxian emerged beneath the enormous eye, coldly addressing the crowd. "Those who dare approach shall face annihilation." At that moment, an extraordinary prodigy boldly declared, "A peerless treasure has emerged. All who see it share in its fortune. Do you intend to hoard it for yourself?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than the colossal eye unleashed a blinding purple beam, instantly obliterating the man, leaving no trace behind. Yuan Jiaxian reiterated, "Is there anyone else with dissent? Those who wish to avoid annihilation should depart quickly, otherwise I shall not hold back my wrath." Faced with Yuan Jiaxian's overwhelming might, the crowd reluctantly retreated. What good was their number? The terror of the heavenly hand they had just witnessed rendered their numbers inconsequential. Even the 7 formidable divine sons had been effortlessly defeated by Yuan Jiaxian. What could they hope to contend against him? As he observed the crowd hastily departing, Yuan Jiaxian waved his hand, and countless tea leaves imbued with a vibrant green luminescence were instantly gathered into his spatial ring, amounting to approximately 12 pounds of Wudao tea. Subsequently, he swiftly appeared before the members of the Yuan clan, conjuring around 2 pounds of Wudao tea before them. Yuan Jiaxian addressed the assembly, stating, "This tea encapsulates the essence of the great Tao. You shall divide these 2 pounds amongst yourselves. However, partaking of this tea requires but a single leaf at a time. Excessive consumption will yield more harm than benefit to your cultivation." At that moment, Junichen, the scion of the Jun family, limped back to the Yuan clan, his body battered and his attire in disarray. Upon witnessing the disheveled state of Junichen, Ji Jingtian expressed concern in asking, "Did you lose? You appear quite injured." Junichen shook his head in response. Ji Jingtian then remarked, "So you emerged victorious?" Junichen replied, It was more of a stalemate. He is not faring much better than I am. I never anticipated that the celestial body of this world would be so formidable, excluding Zhixian and the yet-to-appear primal saint body. I believed my perfected ancient saint body to possess the greatest physical prowess, yet, it seems the celestial son of Tiansong is not lacking in that regard. Alas, the gate of inheritance is about to open. And we must each retreat, otherwise, the outcome would soon be evident if we continued our battle. Observing the injured Junichen, Yuan Zhixian transformed a sacred spirit pill and a 9-aperture vitality sacred pill into pure energy, infusing them into Junichen's body. Given that Junichen's injuries were not severe, his absorption was swift. Yuan Zhixian then waved his hand again, presenting approximately 6 to 7 pounds of Wudao tea to Junichen, saying, "Brother Jun, this is the Wudao tea you deserve." As Junichen beheld the substantial quantity of Wudao tea, his eyes gleamed with excitement, and he swiftly stowed it in his spatial ring, wary of potential competition. He then assured Yuan Zhixian, "Fear not, Zhixian, once we exit the secret realm, I shall personally visit the Yuan clan to fulfill our agreement. At that time, I shall be honored to host you, my friend." Junichen, Yuan Zhixian replied with a smile. Chapter 37, The Wudao Tea Tree. The dispute begins. Yuan Zhixian observed that the others had mostly recovered and stated, "Very well, the matter here is settled. Let us prepare to venture to the core of the secret realm." The members of the Yuan clan and the scion of the Yu clan began to gather their Wudao tea leaves in readiness to follow Yuan Zhixian. However, at that moment, he noticed that the Wudao tea leaves continued to emit a green glow, which was illogical. The tea leaves, having left the nurturing ground, should have returned to their normal state, activating his heavy eye power. Yuan Zhixian scrutinized the tea leaves, but they showed no signs of abnormality. His gaze then shifted to the small island at the center of the lake, and with the aid of his heavy eye power, he discerned that the area surrounding the island emanated a faint green glow. What could this be? Yuan Zhixian peered down towards the lakebed and discovered a tree of moderate size, radiating green light, standing majestically at the bottom of the lake. Instructing the others to wait at the shore, he swiftly descended to the lakebed and approached the ancient tree, feeling the immense power of the great Tao emanating from it. Yuan Zhixian marveled, could this be the Wudao tea tree? It is said that during the era of creation it birthed countless extraordinary treasures, each capable of inciting catastrophic wars. Among them, the Wudao tea tree ranks among the most legendary. A treasure of unmatched rarity. To think I would encounter such a mythical entity. With a joyous laugh, Yuan Zhixian realized that his previous concerns about insufficient Wudao tea were unfounded. The presence of the Wudao tea tree ensured an endless supply of tea leaves, and the power of the great Tao contained within was even more potent. Sitting beneath the Wudao tea tree would facilitate a swifter comprehension of the Tao, and sipping the tea would exponentially enhance one's insight. Without further ado, Yuan Zhixian waved his hand, causing the Wudao tea tree to transform into a green silhouette and enter his spatial ring, after which he emerged from the lakebed. In a flash of golden light, Yuan Zhixian reappeared before the others. Yuan Ruochu inquired, "Did you uncover anything, young master?" With a smile, Yuan Zhixian replied to the gathered crowd, "Indeed, I have made a momentous discovery, a rare opportunity." "What opportunity, young master?" the crowd inquired with eager curiosity. "The Wudao tea tree." Upon hearing these 4 words, the crowd collectively gasped, their eyes widening in astonishment. After all, the Wudao tea tree far surpassed the value of Wudao tea leaves, being a legendary treasure of immense worth. The fact that the young master had encountered such fortune was beyond their wildest imaginations. If they had known, they would have risked their lives to secure this fabled treasure. Fear not, there is no longer a need to worry about a shortage of Wudao tea. We shall have an abundance now. Let us proceed, for we have already delayed too long. It is time to depart for the place of inheritance, the core realm. At that moment, chaos reigned. Blood and dismembered limbs littered the ground, transforming the area into a veritable hell on earth. Greed ignited the primal desires within every heart. For the sake of the precious blood essence, even friends and family could turn against one another. The scion of the true dragon clan, having escaped Yuan Zhixian's grasp, retreated to a hidden location to recuperate. Once his injuries were sufficiently healed, he hastened to seek out the coveted blood essence. Emerging from his sanctuary, he witnessed a group of individuals surrounding a peerless prodigy. This prodigy, clad in tattered garments and covered in wounds, was clearly overwhelmed by the numbers against him. One among his assailants declared, "Duke, surrender your blood essence, and we shall spare your life and allow you to leave. You were merely at the pinnacle of the divine passage realm half a day ago, yet you have now reached the 3rd stage of the Tao body realm," indicating that this blood essence possesses miraculous effects on cultivation. "Such a treasure is not meant for you to possess, hand it over." At this point, the prodigy named Duke found himself at a loss. Responding, if I force out the blood essence, my cultivation will plummet. If you could compensate me with some sacred pills or spiritual herbs, I would comply without complaint. Hearing this exchange, the scion of the true dragon clan understood the significance of the blood essence. In an instant, he appeared before the prodigy and delivered a powerful blow, shattering him. A mere insect dares to demand sacred pills. You think yourself worthy. With the fall of the prodigy, a crimson droplet of blood essence materialized in the air. As the crowd beheld this precious essence, they prepared to rush forward and seize it. At that moment, the scion of the true dragon clan radiated an overwhelming aura, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy. Among the throngs, someone pointed at him and exclaimed, "Look, it is the scion of the true dragon clan, Eosu." Upon hearing this name, the crowd trembled in fear. He was a formidable entity, a being of taboo whose power was beyond their capacity to resist. They quickly abandoned their desire for the blood essence and fled the scene. As the scion of the true dragon clan contemplated the blood essence before him, he mused, "Fortune indeed smiles upon me. Having just recovered, I now acquire this blood essence. Once my cultivation strengthens, I shall exact my vengeance upon Yuan Zhishin." With a wave of his hand, he conjured a barrier and sat cross-legged to absorb the blood essence. Approximately an hour later, a radiant golden light enveloped him, and a powerful force emanated from his being. Upon opening his eyes, he realized he had ascended from the pinnacle of the Tao body realm to the first stage of the reincarnation realm. Gazing at his newfound strength, he declared fiercely, "The place of inheritance for Yuan Zhishin shall be your end." Just then, his communication stone lit up. He retrieved it to find messages from the scions of the Shinmen, Tian Sung, and the golden-winged Great Pang clans, all of whom had acquired blood essence and advanced to the reincarnation realm. They were en route to the locations of Tian Xian and Tai Xian, where more blood essence had reportedly appeared, and formidable opponents were vying for it. They urged him to join them without delay, seeing that his side had already secured half of the blood essence. The scion of the true dragon clan resolved not to allow others to claim the remaining essence and swiftly took flight to join the fray in a vast expanse of the core secret realm. The scions of the Yinming White Tiger clan Tian Xian and Tai Xian fixed their gaze intently on a drop of blood-red essence not far ahead, intent on claiming it for themselves. However, three formidable opponents stood before them: Dao Wudao of the Shangqing sect, Jin Wushuang of the Sword sect, and Zhang Yuhang of the Zhang family, accompanied by disciples from their respective clans. The trio from the Yinming White Tiger clan felt immense pressure facing off against Dao Wudao and his companions, especially with over 30 disciples from various clans lurking behind them. Nevertheless, they could only desperately hold their ground to prevent Dao Wudao and his allies from approaching the blood essence. Just then, Jin Wushuang asserted, "If you do not step aside, do not blame us for your demise this day." With that, his aura surged, and terrifying sword energy began to coalesce, signaling an impending confrontation. Suddenly, several figures descended from the heavens, revealing themselves to be the scions of the Shinmen Tian Song, Golden-Winged Great Pang, and the Fan Tian Manio clan. Upon their arrival, the three members of the Yinming White Tiger clan exhaled a sigh of relief. The Yinming White Tiger clan scion boasted, "Previously, we were outmatched by you, but now let us see who meets their end today." He then commanded, "Let us resolve this swiftly lest unforeseen complications arise." Attack! As the Yinming White Tiger clan scion charged at Dao Wudao and his companions, the latter's innate energy surged, radiating a powerful white light. The scion of the Yinming White Tiger clan countered with his claws raised defensively, only to be sent reeling back several hundred meters. Upon witnessing the scene, the divine son of the Shinmen immediately advanced, yet was intercepted by the Sword Sect's Sword Child. As he approached, the Sword Child regarded the divine son of the Shinmen and remarked, "I have heard tales of your formidable prowess. I am eager to test it." The divine son of the Shinmen, observing the Sword Child's overwhelming confidence, replied, "Regrettably, you lack the qualifications to challenge me." As he spoke, the aura of the reincarnation realm emanated from him. With a swift motion of his right hand, he gathered an immense amount of celestial energy, directing it towards the Sword Child, unleashing a wave of dark energy. The Sword Child, recognizing the terror of this dark radiance, did not dare to be careless. He immediately unleashed a powerful sword aura in response. The collision of the dark energy and the sword aura resulted in a tremendous explosion, sending the Sword Child staggering back several paces. Astonished by the might of the divine son of the Shinmen, the reincarnation realm, he gasped. The divine son, remaining immobile, coldly chuckled, "Indeed, I have ascended to the reincarnation realm. Do you still believe you possess the qualifications to contend with me?" "What of the reincarnation realm? One must attempt to ascertain if I am capable," countered the Sword Child, as he summoned the heavenly rebellion sword to his hand. Its overwhelming imperial might suffusing the entire space. The sword child then concentrated his formidable sword energy into the blade and declared heavenly sword technique. With a sweeping motion, a terrifying white sword light erupted from the sword. Hurtling towards the divine son of the Shenmen, recognizing the imperial technique emanating from an imperial weapon, the divine son no longer underestimated the attack. His eyes flashed with brilliance as mysterious patterns emerged within. A beam of black annihilation light shot forth from his gaze, directly confronting the heavenly sword technique. With a thunderous roar, an awe-inspiring explosion ensued, casting brilliant light in all directions. As the radiance dissipated, the sword child clutched his chest with one hand, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth, while the divine son of the Shenmen merely retreated a few steps. Sustaining minimal injury, observing the wounded sword child, he remarked, "Though you wield powerful imperial weapons and techniques, with your current cultivation, you can scarcely exert 20% of their might without the reincarnation realm's strength. You are undoubtedly no match for me." The sword child remained silent, gazing intently at the divine son, aware that without the cultivation of the reincarnation realm, he could never withstand him. Meanwhile, the Taoist from the Qingjiao sect and the divine son of the Zhang clan were engaged with the celestial child and the divine son of the golden-winged Great Peng tribe. Alas, much like the sword child, they too could not endure for long and were swiftly wounded by their opponents. The divine son of the Shenmen then swiftly positioned himself at the center of the battlefield. Addressing the sword child, the Taoist from the Qingjiao sect and the divine son of the Zhang clan departed once. "You are not our match, and the dragon son of the true dragon clan is soon to arrive. Do you truly believe you still have a chance? Leave now to avoid meeting your demise here. Do not let them escape," interjected the divine son of the dark underworld White Tiger clan. The divine son of the Shenmen waved his hand, silencing the dark underworld White Tiger clan's protest. The sword child, sensing the tide had turned against them, turned to his companions and stated, "It seems we are fated to be without this treasure. Let us depart." With that, he led the others away. The dark underworld White Tiger clan's divine son felt a surge of frustration at their retreat. At that moment, the divine son of the Shenmen remarked, "We have only one enemy, now is not the time to forge new ones. Moreover, eliminating them would come at a cost. Do not forget, they are also formidable contenders nearing the taboo threshold. We are unaware of what hidden cards they may possess. For the sake of caution, let them go. Our sole objective is the fusion of essence blood." He then turned to the dark underworld White Tiger clan's divine son, saying, "Brother Tiger, you possess the highest cultivation among us. You should absorb this drop of essence blood and swiftly elevate yourself to the reincarnation realm. When the dragon son of the true dragon clan arrives, we shall settle accounts with the others." Without further ado, the dark underworld White Tiger clan's divine son seated himself and began to merge with the drop of essence blood. During this interval, the dragon son of the true dragon clan had also arrived. After understanding the situation, he addressed the group, "We now possess 6 drops of essence blood and 6 experts in the reincarnation realm. Of this time, we shall undoubtedly eliminate the group nodded in agreement. Having been defeated by, he had become a haunting nightmare in their hearts, and failing to eliminate him could jeopardize their future resolve. At this juncture, the dark underworld White Tiger clan's divine son completed his absorption. Ascending to the first stage of the reincarnation realm, the group shared no further words and immediately set off towards the Gate of Inheritance. The Inheritance land was a picturesque paradise with mountains, lakes, and forests all showcasing its beauty. Thea and his companions had arrived at the Inheritance land early, and upon gazing at the splendid scenery, their spirits lifted as they chatted and laughed while awaiting the arrival of those merging with the essence blood. Suddenly, 8 figures descended, lounging in the grass, waved lazily and said, "You have taken too long, my dear leeks. I have waited for you half the day." The dragon son of the true dragon clan, irked by his indolence, retorted, "How is it that you have already acquired the remaining 2 drops of essence blood? Remaining 2 drops of essence blood? How comes it that you have 6? Replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, we now have 6 experts in the reincarnation realm. Prepare to meet your end." "Wait a moment, you possess 6 drops, yet we have only acquired 1 drop thanks to Brother Ru. Where is the last drop of essence blood?" asked, his expression puzzled. "What? You only have 1 drop? Then how do you intend to activate the inheritance?" The dragon son of the true dragon clan questioned anxiously. "I had assumed you had 7 drops. It seems I was mistaken. You truly are incompetent for not being able to gather them all," quipped, not missing the opportunity to mock them. You. The dragon son and his companions were infuriated by his words. At that moment, beside, quietly suggested, "Divine son, should we take action? Perhaps we should eliminate these 8. Waved his hand dismissively. We do not yet know where the last drop of essence blood lies. If the one possessing it arrives here first and conceals themselves, watching us eliminate these 8 without revealing themselves, it would pose a problem, jeopardizing our ability to complete the inheritance. Suddenly seemed to recall something and activated the communication stone. A lean, shrewd-looking individual appeared on the other end as the stone lit up. I am the Allsafe King. My insider information is the most reliable, which esteemed patron seeks my counsel. Chapter 38. Harvesting the leaks. Suddenly another voice emerged. Allsafe King, do you remember me? I am the one you were promoting your business to earlier. On the grasslands, the divine son of the Godfall Pavilion and the saint son of the Spirit Heaven, the Allsafe King, now animated, exclaimed, "Oh, of course I remember you. You are that influential figure. What instructions does the esteemed patron have?" Then inquired, "Did you not claim that your insider information is the most reliable? I wish to inquire about a particular matter. What would you like to know? I am aware of everything you mention." The Allsafe King replied confidently, "You are aware of the essence blood that has appeared, correct? Probed 0.8 drops of essence blood. This first sequence acquired 1 drop. The dragon son of the true dragon clan, the divine son of the Shenmen. The celestial child, the divine son of the golden-winged Great Ping tribe, the divine son of the dark underworld White Tiger clan, and the divine son of the turning sky bull tribe each possess 1 drop. Are you implying that you have knowledge of the 8th drop of essence blood?" S expression shifted slightly. Of course, otherwise how could I claim to have the most reliable information? However, this information does come at a price. "Were you not saying that you would provide me with information for free?" replied, somewhat vexed. "This particular piece of information is not free, esteemed patron. I have gone to great lengths, running around and gathering intel." "Stop. 100 top-quality spirit stones," interrupted, cough, 100 top-quality spirit stones? Very well, I shall inform you immediately, the Allsafe King replied, "Esteemed patron, several thousand kilometers south of the inheritance land, there lies a cave, and within it resides the 8th drop of essence blood. Though it is guarded by a terrifying ferocious beast. Was taken aback. Since the era of creation, ferocious beasts have all but vanished. How could one still exist here? Truly, esteemed patron, you are indeed well informed. However, the issue is that this ferocious beast possesses the cultivation of a quasi-saint. An extraordinarily terrifying entity. Several ancient prodigies have perished here. Do you still wish to proceed?" The Allsafe King said solemnly. "A quasi-saint level ferocious beast is indeed fearsome, yet that only adds to the excitement. I wish to ascertain my current limits. Rest assured, once this is over, I shall ensure that 100 top-quality spirit stones are delivered to you, and please refrain from calling me esteemed patron. It feels rather odd." "My name is," the Allsafe King, now elated, exclaimed, "Ah, you are this divine son. My goodness, I have struck gold. I have befriended such a prominent figure." Chose to ignore the Allsafe King's exuberance, pocketing the communication stone and addressing his companions. "Follow me, we shall retrieve the 8th drop of essence blood." With that he soared southward, and the others followed suit. Observing his departure, the dragon son of the true dragon clan felt perplexed, while the divine son of the Shenmen called out loudly, "Quickly follow them, they must know the whereabouts of the 8th drop of essence blood. We cannot allow to absorb it, otherwise, we shall surely perish here today." With that, the 8 of them accelerated and pursued him. 8,000 kilometers from the inheritance land, a colossal cave emanated a terrifying aura. At this moment, and his companions arrived, gazing into the cave, feeling the ominous presence within. Narrowed his eyes, declaring, "This must be the place." The members of the Yuan clan were overwhelmed by a terrifying aura, leaving them in a state of shock. What could possibly emit such an oppressive presence? Soon, the dragon prince of the true dragon clan arrived. And the 8 of them felt the chilling atmosphere, causing their bodies to tremble slightly. "Oh, you all are quite swift. Are you also after the 8th drop of essence blood? Please go ahead," Yuan Jiaxian said with an enigmatic smile. The Shenmen son, observing Yuan Jiaxian's demeanor, sensed ulterior motives and replied with a chuckle, "You go first, or perhaps you should enter." Noticing that the Shenmen son was not swayed, Yuan Jiaxian retorted, "Very well, I shall go in first. And the 8th drop of essence blood will belong to me. Those who are timid can just stand outside, letting the treasure slip away." He spat disdainfully before striding into the cave. With such words spoken, the expressions of the true dragon clan's prince and his companions became exceedingly complex, caught between the decision to enter or not. As they exchanged glances, the Tian Song clan's son finally declared, "The essence blood cannot fall into Yuan Jiaxian's hands. Since we have come this far, we must take a chance. Besides, 6 of us are reincarnation realm experts. What do we have to fear?" With that, he swiftly moved ahead of Yuan Jiaxian, and without waiting for a response, the 8 of them soared into the depths of the cave. Upon witnessing their bold entrance, Yuan Jiaxian smirked, "Let us wait outside." The chives are about to be harvested. The others fell silent, patiently awaiting the outcome. Inside the cavern, flashes of lightning illuminated the oppressive atmosphere, which intensified as they ventured deeper. Eventually they arrived at a vast chamber where the 8th drop of essence blood shimmered ominously above, exuding a crimson aura. Seeing this coveted drop, the true Dragonclan's prince could no longer contain his excitement and lunged forward to seize it. However, at that very moment, a bolt of lightning, as thick as an arm, shot towards him. Instantly he channeled his spiritual power, summoning a barrier to deflect the deadly strike. "Who dares?" he called out in confusion. A booming voice responded, "You wretched insects, do you not know when to cease? To covet this item is to court your demise." With that, a formidable beast materialized before them, its lion's head, horse's body, cat's tail, and 8 wings radiating an aura of terror. The 8 were taken aback by this unprecedented creature, but they quickly regained their composure and attacked in unison. The true Dragonclan's prince surged with energy, his power manifesting as 2 golden dragons coiling around his fist as he unleashed a punch toward the beast. The Shenmen's son's eyes glimmered with arcane symbols as he directed a beam of annihilation, infused with the essence of heaven and earth, towards the beast. Meanwhile, the Tian Song clan's son summoned 10 divine forms, each representing a different power, to strike at the creature. The golden-winged rock clan's prince's aura surged as he conjured 3 massive rock spirits that soared toward the beast. Simultaneously, the dark abyss white tiger clan's prince and the overturning bull clan's prince transformed into their true forms, a colossal white tiger adorned with black stripes and an enormous azure bull, both exuding overwhelming power. The 2 charged at the beast, while the Tian Shin Saint and the Tai Shin Saint exchanged knowing glances, channeling their energies into a colossal golden seal that radiated a mysterious essence, aimed to suppress the creature. Enraged by the combined assault, the beast roared, "You insignificant ants dare to challenge me? Prepare to perish." In a flash, it vanished, reappearing as a terrifying sphere of purple lightning, darting past the 8 spells with blinding speed. It reached the true Dragonclan's prince and struck with its tail. He summoned his 6-clawed golden dragon to shield himself, but the beast's power shattered the dragon as if it were mere glass, sending him crashing to the ground with a cough of blood. The beast then charged towards the golden-winged rock clan's prince, who narrowly evaded its grasp. However, the beast's speed increased exponentially, creating a dazzling display of purple and gold throughout the cavern. Seizing the moment, the Shenmen's son attempted to claim the essence blood, but his actions did not escape the beast's keen senses. It swiftly returned to the essence blood, leaving the golden-winged rock clan's prince momentarily astonished. "Wait, I will use the law of speed to bind its movements, and then we will strike together," he proclaimed, pouring all his strength into the endeavor. The cave darkened as time itself seemed to slow, the droplets of water falling at a glacial pace. "Quickly, I can only maintain this for 20 seconds, he urged. The others, despite their injuries, rallied their energies and unleashed their strongest techniques in a final desperate assault. Yet as their powers converged, Yuan Jiaxian's aura surged once more. The golden light expanded, and when it collided with the 8's final attack, it shattered their combined efforts effortlessly. With despair in their eyes, the 8 transformed into ash, their divine forms extinguished. As the essence blood floated in the void, Yuan Jiaxian remarked coolly, "Even without the beast, I could have easily annihilated you reincarnation realm fools," with a mere wave of his hand. He collected the 6 drops of essence blood into his spatial ring. Just then, the beast emerged, sensing the absence of its quarry, leaving the 8's fate sealed in silence. Then, a group of individuals appeared at the entrance, casually exclaiming, "Ants, where have the 8 just gone?" "Ants?" Yuan Jiaxian's expression immediately turned icy, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He then declared, "I shall slay them." "Oh, ants, are you also here for the essence of fusion blood?" The beast spoke, its terrifying aura emanating forth. "That was my intention before, but now I wish to obliterate you and then claim the essence of fusion blood." Yuan Jiaxian coldly replied, "What, obliterate me, you a mere ant at the pinnacle of the Dao body realm? 6 of the 8 just now were in the reincarnation realm, and I wounded them all with a single strike. By what right do you presume to challenge me? Truly, you speak with audacity. Prepare to die," the beast roared, opening its massive jaws to unleash a bolt of purple lightning towards Yuan Jiaxian. Unfazed, Yuan Jiaxian did not evade. Instead, he activated his dual pupils. The resplendent dual pupils shone with purple light, striking back against the purple lightning with formidable force, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Following the blast, both the man and the beast remained still, gazing intently at each other. The beast then remarked, "So, it is the dual pupils? No wonder you possess such confidence to provoke me. Even so, you cannot escape the fate of demise." The aura of the quasi-saint erupted violently as he bellowed at Yuan Jiaxian, "And descend into hell and repent." The members of the Yuan clan felt the overwhelming pressure of the quasi-saint's aura, rendering their bodies immobile. After all, apart from Yuan Jiaxian, their strongest was Yuan Ruochu, who was merely at the 9th stage of the Dao body realm. The disparity in cultivation levels was significant, allowing the quasi-saint's mere presence to immobilize the Yuan clan. Gradually, however, bolstered by their unwavering faith, they began to regain their composure, preparing to assist Yuan Jiaxian. Yet, Yuan Jiaxian raised a hand and said, "You need only observe, I shall certainly eradicate this minor beast." Ascending into the void, Yuan Jiaxian's spiritual energy surged, and the power of his dual pupils coalesced once more. A colossal spatial rift appeared in the sky, within which a massive dual pupil emerged, radiating a dazzling brilliance that looked down upon the earth. Yuan Jiaxian then commanded the beast, "Dual pupil, open the heavens." The immense dual pupil within the rift unleashed a blinding beam of terrifying light toward the beast. In response, the beast's body erupted with countless small purple circular patterns. Each of these circles pulsed with crackling lightning, and subsequently they discharged a barrage of horrifying lightning bolts, colliding with the radiant dual pupil that had opened the heavens. The convergence of these two formidable energies produced a blinding radiance, each force countering the other. Yuan Jiaxian's divine brilliance re-emerged, transforming into a colossal golden hexagonal supreme circle adorned with mysterious symbols. The supreme power melded with the light of the dual pupil, as the brilliance of the dual pupil was enveloped in a layer of golden divine light, subsequently overwhelming the beast's numerous terrifying lightning bolts and piercing through its body. Drip, drip. Observing the blood falling to the ground, the beast's eyes widened in disbelief as it exclaimed, "Supreme Bone, you actually possess Supreme Bone, and even with your dual pupils and Supreme Bone, how could you injure me with your peak Dao body realm cultivation? I am a quasi-saint." The beast then let out a thunderous roar that echoed through the heavens, shaking the cave behind it and the mountains connected to it into ruins. Once calm, the beast turned to Yuan Jiaxian and said, "You have indeed earned the right to be arrogant for inflicting injury upon me, but you shall still perish." With that, it transformed into a ball of lightning, rapidly charging toward Yuan Jiaxian in an instant. It was at Yuan Jiaxian's side, and its tail, as hard as a sacred weapon, lashed out toward him. Yuan Jiaxian let out a cold laugh. "Are we to compare physical might now?" He then summoned the might of the divine elephant's suppression and delivered a powerful punch. The clash of the beast's formidable tail and Yuan Jiaxian's terrifying fist sent both of them flying backwards several dozen meters, and the battle resumed, with claws and fists colliding in the void. In the midst of their fierce confrontation, the surrounding terrain was devastated across a 1,000-kilometer radius, creating a bottomless chasm beneath them. Yuan Jiaxian ascended to greater heights in the void as the golden hexagonal supreme circle behind him began to expand. He then called out to the beast, "Heavenly judgment." As he spoke, terrifying energy coalesced atop the hexagon, and as Yuan Jiaxian raised his right hand, 6 massive golden beams shot forth toward the beast. The beast, witnessing the terrifying technique employed by Yuan Jiaxian, felt its quasi-saint aura surge dramatically, channeling immense spiritual energy into its right claw. With its claw facing skyward, it began to compress this overwhelming spiritual energy until a moderately sized sphere of purple lightning appeared in its palm. The beast then hurled this compressed sphere into the void, where it rapidly expanded into a gigantic purple lightning sphere, hurtling toward the heavenly judgment. When the enormous purple lightning sphere collided with the heavenly judgment, the two forces found themselves in a standoff once more, but this time the beast had learned its lesson. It did not wait for Yuan Jiaxian to infuse his dual pupils again. Instead, launching another compressed purple lightning sphere, the two purple lightning spheres overlapped, gradually suppressing the heavenly judgment and moving toward Yuan Jiaxian. Observing the beast's newfound caution, Yuan Jiaxian smiled faintly and raised his right hand. Clenching it into a fist, the heavenly judgment, caught in the struggle, flashed with golden light, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The energy from this explosion detonated the overlapping purple lightning spheres, and the ensuing energy current struck the unprepared beast with ferocious force, sending it crashing into a deep pit. The members of the Yuan clan, along with the divine sons of the Yu clan and the Jun clan, watched in stunned silence, their astonishment at Yuan Jiaxian's terrifying strength renewed. A peak Dao body realm cultivator had actually defeated a quasi-saint, a feat beyond belief. It was likely that from the era of creation until now, only Yuan Jiaxian could achieve such a thing. At this moment, a hint of fatigue appeared on Yuan Jiaxian's face. The battles with the beast had drained a considerable amount of his spiritual energy. The beast, now battered and bruised, struggled to rise and bellowed at Yuan Jiaxian. "You forced my hand, you forced my hand." With that, it began to channel the utmost spiritual energy of its quasi-saint realm into its mouth, unleashing a beam of purple light into the sky. The light pierced the clouds, which gradually darkened, transforming into an enormous circular storm cloud. Within the center of this cloud, numerous colossal purple lightning bolts flickered, their terrifying energy seemingly poised to annihilate the very fabric of this space. It then roared once more, ultimate annihilation. Countless purple lightning bolts converged into a massive purple lightning dragon with 8 wings, surging toward Yuan Zhaoxian with overwhelming energy. In response, Yuan Zhaoxian radiated a chaotic brilliance. A manifestation of the chaotic energy that had formed after he absorbed the blood of the heavens. He extended his right hand, where a mysterious gray-white square symbol appeared. He then declared to the colossal purple dragon, "Annihilate all." The gray-white square pierced through the dragon's head, reaching its midsection, where the gray-white light erupted. The massive purple lightning dragon instantly disintegrated into countless motes of spiritual starlight. The gray-white square subsequently directed its descent toward the beast. As the godlike Yuan Zhaoxian approached, the beast trembled in despair, exclaiming, "Chaos, a chaos body! How can there be such a defiant being in this world?" Yet before it could finish its words, the gray-white square descended upon it. And in a flash of gray-white light, the beast was reduced to nothingness. The onlookers could scarcely breathe, initially believing the divine son to be terrifying, but now realizing that he was an insurmountable deity. There was no one in the world whom he could not vanquish. He had obliterated a quasi-saint beast that could immobilize them with just its presence. After slaying the beast, Yuan Zhaoxian's complexion turned pale. Employing 3 secret techniques of the 3 great physiques had indeed taken a toll. He understood his current capabilities. He could slay quasi-saint realm cultivators, but he still could not contend with those of the saint realm. The divide between quasi-saints and saints was as vast as heaven and earth. The saying that beneath saints all are ants was no mere exaggeration. Yuan Zhaoxian then gestured toward the cave that had been reduced to rubble. Retrieving the fallen essence of fusion blood, which glimmered red in his hand, after securing the essence of fusion blood, Yuan Zhaoxian led the group away toward the site of the inheritance. Upon arriving at the site of the inheritance, they gazed at a massive golden halo in the distant sky. Without hesitation, Yuan Ruochu stepped forward, forming seals with his hands as a radiant crimson light erupted from his body, conjuring a droplet of red essence of fusion blood that hovered in the air. However, it was evident that Yuan Ruochu's complexion had turned pale, his aura significantly weakened, as his cultivation had plummeted from the 9th stage of the Tao body realm to the 6th stage. As Yuan Zhusen gazed upon the frail Yuan Ruochu, he deftly waved his hand, conjuring forth a Gu Yuan Gu Ben sacred pill that transformed into ethereal energy, seamlessly merging with Yuan Ruochu's being. Stabilizing his weakness gradually, the pallor on Yuan Ruochu's face began to regain its luster. He yearned to speak, yet before he could utter a word, Yuan Zhusen waved his hand once more. Summoning the Imperial Flame Blood Jade, which materialized before Yuan Ruochu, the sight of this magnificent artifact caused a stir among the onlookers. They recognized it as an unrivaled heavenly treasure essential for forging supreme imperial weapons. Yuan Ruochu, entranced by the appearance of the Imperial Flame Blood Jade, felt his hands tremble slightly. Despite his cultivation plummeting due to the expulsion of his refined blood essence, the acquisition of such a divine material promised a qualitative leap in his strength should he forge a supreme imperial weapon. In a moment of reverence, Yuan Ruochu knelt on one knee before Yuan Zhusen, saying, "Divine Son." Yuan Zhusen offered a gentle smile, extending his right hand to lift Yuan Ruochu, and replied, "I am never harsh with my own kin, brother Ruochu. This is your rightful reward." He then settled into a meditative posture, integrating 8 drops of refined blood essence into his own body. With a resounding boom, as the essence coursed through him, a terrifying aura radiated from Yuan Zhusen, compelling the onlookers to retreat in haste. In that moment, his cultivation surged from the pinnacle of Tao body realm to the 4th stage of reincarnation realm. Upon opening his eyes and rising slowly, Yuan Zhusen felt an exhilarating confidence. Should he face the ferocious beast again, he would vanquish it with ease. He instructed the crowd to wait, while he ascended into the void. Approaching the golden halo, extending his right hand, a crimson aura of refined blood surged forth toward the golden ring. Upon sensing the 8 drops of refined blood essence, a brilliant golden light enveloped Yuan Zhusen, and he vanished from the realm of inheritance. When Yuan Zhusen reappeared, he found himself in a space aglow with starlight, where a swirling mass of colorful clouds danced above. At that moment, an ancient resonant voice echoed, "You have arrived, the Defier of Fate." "The Defier of Fate? What does that mean?" Yuan Zhusen inquired. Perplexed, the ancient voice replied, "One who rewrites the destinies of all beings, reshaping the heavens and earth, a being who defies the very fabric of fate itself. Such a unique individual is what we term as the Defier of Fate, rewriting the destinies of all beings." Reshaping the heavens and earth, are those not three distinct endeavors? Yuan Zhuxian retorted with a slight grimace. He then pressed further, by what merit do you believe I am this defier of fate? The ancient voice responded, since the cataclysm that befell our celestial lineage, this secret realm was established, awaiting the arrival of the defier of fate. Countless epochs have passed, with innumerable seekers attempting to attain the inheritance. Yet none have emerged as the defier until your advent. My advent, Yuan Zhuxian echoed, still bewildered. Indeed, it is due to the two unparalleled treasures upon you, along with the third inheritance you are soon to acquire. These two extraordinary treasures only manifest in the presence of the defier of fate. Moreover, the defier possesses an ethereal destiny and unparalleled strength. Without these qualities, one cannot claim the two supreme treasures or the ultimate inheritance. The ancient voice elucidated. Yuan Zhuxian then queried, Elder, I am aware of the functions and benefits of the Enlightenment tea tree, yet the nature of this mysterious orb eludes me. Allow me to explain in detail. In the primordial chaos of creation, after countless years, the innate chi began to evolve, giving rise to numerous primordial races. Among them were the fierce beasts, the demon clan, the spirit tribe, and the human race. The fierce beasts were powerful and bloodthirsty, the demons were formidable, while the spirits, born from the essence of mountains and flora, remained indifferent to worldly affairs. The humans, despite their vast numbers, were notably weak, rendering them prey to the fierce beasts and demons, who fed on their essence to enhance their cultivation and lifespan. Then, a terrifying clan emerged, altering the course of history. This clan, shrouded in mystery and elevated above all, could not bear the brutality of the fierce beasts and demons. Yet, bound by the constraints of the heavenly law, they could not act directly. Thus, they dispatched their kin to guide humanity in their cultivation. Gradually, the human race began to flourish, and this formidable clan faded from the world stage. Eventually, a being of remarkable constitution arose among the humans, known as the innate sacred body Tao. This individual, through countless brushes with life and death, grew immensely powerful, leading the human race to stand against the fierce beasts and demons. As this innate sacred body Tao reached a terrifying threshold in cultivation, a heavenly seal descended, and upon merging with the seal, their strength escalated to an unimaginable realm, which they termed the Great Emperor Realm. This individual became known as the ancestor of humanity. Thus, epochs passed, and under the guidance of the ancestor, the human race grew ever stronger. Numerous powerful beings of exceptional constitutions began to emerge, and gradually, humanity gained the upper hand over the fierce beasts and demons. However, for reasons unknown, 10 formidable clans of fierce beasts appeared, accompanied by a fearsome being known as the demon ancestor. Simultaneously, the spirit tribe also manifested a powerful ancestral emperor. Emboldened by their numbers, the fierce beasts and demons coerced the spirit tribe into either joining their ranks against humanity or facing extinction. As the spirit tribe was inherently indifferent to worldly matters, their ancestral emperor, despite great reluctance, acquiesced to the demands to avert annihilation. Thus, a cataclysmic war between humanity and the fierce beasts, demons, and spirit tribe loomed on the horizon. Chapter 40, The Seed of the World, The Secrets of Creation. The 10 formidable clans of fierce beasts were dubbed the Fierce Beast Imperial Clans. Each imperial clan was led by a terrifying ancestral emperor of the Great Emperor Realm, commanding thousands of fierce beasts. On the demon side, although they had only one emperor alongside countless demon beasts, the strength of this demon ancestor rivaled that of the combined might of 10 fierce beast emperors. The ancestral emperor of the spirit tribe, while slightly weaker than the demon ancestor, still held formidable power. As the war erupted fiercely, the ancestor of humanity led the human warriors into battle against the myriad fierce beasts, demons, and spirit tribe. With the heavenly seal in hand, the ancestor single-handedly suppressed the 12 emperors of the fierce beasts, demons, and spirit tribe. But as the war dragged on for countless years, new emperors emerged among the fierce beasts and demons, and the ancestral emperors of the spirit tribe began to rise in strength. The ancestor realized that the heavenly seal could no longer contain them. Through communion with the heavenly seal, the ancestor discerned that beyond the pinnacle of the Great Emperor Realm lay two supreme and mythical realms, known as the Supreme Great Emperor Realm and the Mythical Great Emperor Realm. The heavenly seal could only restrain those below the Supreme Great Emperor Realm, proving ineffective against them. Despite the ancestor and the emperors of the fierce beasts, demons, and spirit tribe breaking through to the Supreme Great Emperor Realm, the heavenly seal lost its efficacy. Nevertheless, the ancestor, fortified by the innate sacred body Tao, could still contend with the 12 supreme emperors. Countless years later, a being of terrifying constitution emerged among humanity, an unparalleled powerhouse. Undefeated among peers, sweeping all before him upon ascending to the Great Emperor realm, this being, known as the chaotic Great Emperor, possessed a constitution even more formidable than that of the ancestor's innate sacred body Tao. To ensure the chaotic Great Emperor's safe growth, the ancestor single-handedly held back the 12 emperors of the fierce beasts, demons, and spirit tribe for dozens of epochs. During these epochs, the chaotic Great Emperor continuously battled the emperors of the three races. Advancing from the Great Emperor realm to the pinnacle of the mythical Great Emperor realm, after dozens of epochs, humanity had produced numerous powerful mythical Great Emperors and countless supreme Great Emperors. Under the leadership of the chaotic Great Emperor, humanity gradually ascended to prominence, while the fierce beasts and demons, lacking their 12 ancestral emperors, no longer posed a significant threat. At this juncture, the ancestor, having accumulated countless epochs of cultivation, reached the threshold of the quasi-immortal realm, while the fierce beasts, demons, and spirit tribe, except for the quasi-immortal demon ancestor, saw their remaining 11 ancestral emperors ascend to the pinnacle of the mythical Great Emperor realm. Just when it seemed that the situation had stabilized, a terrifying powerhouse from the realm of immortals suddenly emerged among the fierce beasts. This individual had traversed the celestial realm via the flying immortal platform, entering this world through reverse space, leading the fierce beasts, demons, and spirit tribe. This immortal launched a frenzied retaliation against humanity. Upon learning of this, the ancestor had no choice but to abandon the blockade of the 12 ancestral emperors and rush to save humanity. Thus, the ancestor, the chaotic Great Emperor, and numerous human emperors engaged in a cataclysmic battle against that immortal and the 12 emperors of the fierce beasts, demons, and spirit tribe, along with countless emperors from various races. The battle culminated in devastating losses for humanity, as nearly all human emperors perished, with only a fraction surviving. The chaotic Great Emperor was gravely wounded, and the ancestor found himself on the brink of demise. For the disparity between the quasi-immortal and immortal realms was akin to that between the full moon and a firefly, an insurmountable chasm. The strength of the immortal was overwhelming. A single individual could contend against all of humanity. Just as humanity faced extinction, a surge of power entered the ancestor's being. This was the power of all beings, a force that unified the energy of the entire human race. At this moment, the ancestor of humanity experienced a miraculous recovery from his injuries, ascending to the realm of immortals. Ultimately, leveraging the formidable constitution of the innate sacred body Tao, he managed to vanquish that powerful being of the immortal realm. Subsequently, he also defeated the ancestor of the demon clan, inflicting severe damage upon the 11 fleeing primordial emperors. He then returned with the Chaos Emperor and the remaining emperors to nurture and restore the human race. In the aftermath of this cataclysmic battle that ravaged the world, it was fragmented into 19 distinct regions. The ancestor of humanity designated these 19 regions as the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Marking this era as the era of creation, countless years passed, during which the human race underwent extensive development, giving rise to numerous powerful emperors, including supreme emperors, hundreds of mythical emperors, and several beings of the immortal realm. Additionally, the second innate sacred body Tao immortal Emperor Yi, and the terrifying reincarnation body immortal Emperor Lu Dao emerged. Meanwhile, the ferocious beasts, demons, and spirit races, after recuperating, also produced numerous emperors and those beyond the emperor realm. Thus, after several decades of peace, the flying immortal platform reappeared, once again hosting dozens of immortals. Upon sensing the immortal aura emanating from the platform, the ancestor of humanity and his companions hastened to investigate, only to discover that all were powerful immortals from the ferocious beast clans. Without hesitation, they engaged in battle. A multitude of human emperors, along with powerful beings from the ferocious beasts, demons, and spirit races, rushed to support their respective races. Thus commenced a protracted conflict at the flying immortal platform. Lasting for a millennium, with the final ferocious beast immortal slain, the human race suffered grievous losses. The ancestor, Chaos Emperor, and Emperor Yi were all severely wounded, while Emperor Lu Dao perished, leaving only 3 or 4 immortals remaining. The mythical emperors dwindled to around 20, and countless others from various realms had fallen. On the side of the ferocious beasts, 10 ancestral emperors had been slain, leaving only a handful of mythical emperors. The demons had even fewer, with only a few remaining emperors, while the spirit race, aside from their ancestral emperor, retained several mythical emperors, numerous supreme emperors, and hundreds of emperor-level beings. This battle would later be referred to as the Land of Fallen Immortals. Symbolizing the demise of immortals, after witnessing the arduous journey of the human race towards strength, the ancestor felt that another large-scale war resulting in the fall of human strongholds could lead to their extinction. Should the immortals continue to descend from the immortal realm thus, after deliberation with the human race, it was decided to seal the flying immortal platform, as well as the ferocious beast clans and spirit races. To prevent future calamities threatening humanity, however, sealing the flying immortal platform would sever the path for ascending to the immortal realm, as the immortal aura would no longer permeate the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Although immortals possess endless lifespans, without the replenishment of immortal energy, those in the immortal realm would ultimately dissipate into the void. The ancestor, perplexed by the frequent descents of the immortal beings from the ferocious beast clans, resolved to ascend with a few immortals to the immortal realm to investigate the source of this calamity. Before departing, he left a soul imprint with the Tianming clan for future reference in uncovering the root of the disaster and its solutions. He then prepared to seal the ferocious beast clans and spirit races prior to ascending. At present, the demon race posed no significant threat, having no supreme beings left, allowing them to breathe in the 9 heavens and 10 earths without being sealed. The spirit race's ancestral emperor was aware that sealing them alongside the brutal ferocious beasts would only lead to their annihilation. Thus, he approached the ancestor, expressing his willingness to have all spirit race emperors willingly transform into the essence of heaven and earth to nurture humanity in exchange for their survival in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The spirit race, originally born from the essence of mountains, rivers, and flora, returning to nourish humanity was also a form of atonement. Seeing the spirit race's sincerity, the ancestor agreed, recognizing that they would no longer pose a threat. The ancestral emperor promptly transformed all spirit race emperors into the formidable essence of heaven and earth, dispersing it throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The ancestor then harnessed the power of all beings to forcefully transport the ferocious beasts to the outer heavens. Just as he prepared to seal them, he sensed the celestial imprint's guidance and subsequently lifted it. He addressed the ferocious beast clans, proclaiming, "In the golden era, those who defy heaven shall emerge, allowing all clans to rise." He then used his immense immortal power, combined with the strength of all beings, to seal the ferocious beasts. Following this, he forged a mysterious orb, known as the Breaking Immortal Pearl, which held the key to lifting the seal on the flying immortal platform. This pearl was entrusted to the Tianming clan, with the warning, "Only those who defy fate may wield the Breaking Immortal Pearl." Subsequently, he sealed the flying immortal platform and, accompanied by several powerful immortals, ascended to the immortal realm. Due to the sealing of the platform and the ferocious beast clans, no one in the 9 heavens and 10 earths could ascend to the immortal realm thereafter. The celestial forces then imposed karmic repercussions, and the subsequent bearer of the Breaking Immortal Pearl would be the one to resolve this karmic debt. At that moment, Yuan Zhixian reflected on the events of the era of creation, remarking, "Who would have thought that the tribulation of creation would be a struggle for survival, and the continuation of humanity fraught with challenges? This Breaking Immortal Pearl is indeed the key to humanity's survival. Regardless of the karmic ties with the ferocious beasts or the flying immortal platform, I shall accept them, for I am a part of the human race. Moreover, I am invincible, I fear no karmic repercussions." Yuan Zhixian then inquired, "Predecessor, what is the identity of that terrifying clan you mentioned?" The ancient voice replied, "They call themselves the Celestial Clan." "The Celestial Clan? I had thought it was the Yuan clan." Yuan Zhixian murmured, "You are aware of the Yuan clan? They are even more enigmatic than the Celestial Clan." The ancient voice expressed, astonished, "I am Yuan Zhixian, the current divine child of the Yuan clan." He affirmed with conviction, "You are a member of the Yuan clan and the divine child of this generation. The Yuan clan, defiers of fate. I believe I am beginning to understand," the ancient voice responded. Regaining its composure after the initial shock, curious about his lineage, Yuan Zhixian pressed on, "Predecessor, you existed during the era of creation. Do you know the origins of my Yuan clan?" The ancient voice replied, "I do not know. Even if I did, I cannot disclose it." Yuan Zhixian intended to ask further, but the ancient voice interrupted, "There are matters you will come to know once your strength grows. As a defier of fate willing to resolve this karmic debt to reshape the destiny of all beings, accept the ultimate inheritance." The entire space trembled as a colossal golden tree appeared in ethereal form, with a golden seed radiating 7-colored light at its center. "What is this?" Yuan Zhixian gasped, awestruck by the immense presence of the tree, beyond description. The ancient voice, now serious, explained, "This is the world seed." "The world seed? What kind of unparalleled treasure is this?" Yuan Zhixian inquired. "It is not merely a treasure. It is the foundation of the realm, the origin of existence, the embodiment of the great Tao." "An embodiment of the great Tao? Could you elaborate?" Yuan Zhixian pressed further. "According to the messages from the ancestor, our world comprises 3 tiers, 3,000 small worlds, 10 middle worlds, and the vast world. The 9 heavens and 10 earths is one of the 10 middle worlds, while the immortal realm is the ultimate vast world. The world tree nurtured by the world seed serves as the foundation of all realms. 3,000 branches symbolize the 3,000 worlds. 10 trunks represent the 10 middle worlds, and the entire trunk embodies the vast world. Moreover, the world tree allows one to comprehend and cultivate the power of the great Tao. Each new sprout can harness the power of its respective realm. An ability accessible only to those beyond the immortal realm. Why would such a miraculous entity appear here? Yuan Zhixian inquired, puzzled. The specific reasons elude me. The ancestor had not ascended and was unaware of its nature. However, he entrusted this item and the breaking immortal pearl to me, indicating that there must be a profound reason behind it. The truth is for you to uncover, but the ancestor conveyed that this world seed is the instrument for you. The defier of fate, to rewrite the destinies of all beings. What is the ancestor scheming? Yuan Zhixian pondered, increasingly troubled by the mysteries surrounding him, yet he resolved not to dwell on it further. Believing that he would naturally navigate through challenges as they arose, bolstered by his invincible spirit, the ancient voice spoke once more. The world seed must be placed within your soul sea, nurtured by exceptional materials. Remember, if your strength is insufficient, it is best not to utilize this item, for even as a member of the Yuan clan, it could lead to grave complications. Finally, the ancient voice concluded, the Tianming clan has fulfilled the ancestors' charge since the era of creation. From now on, the fate of humanity rests in your hands as the defier of fate. As for the ultimate rewrite of destiny, that is something you must seek out for yourself. Take care. As the 7-colored cloud dissipated, Yuan Zhixian bowed slightly in gratitude, acknowledging the weight endured by the ancient voice for humanity across countless epochs. At this moment, Yuan Zhixian suddenly sensed an indescribable force seemingly manifesting within him. A power both formless and elusive, akin to the threads of fate and causality, indefinable and enigmatic. Subsequently, Yuan Zhixian soared out of the secret realm, presenting himself before the gathered assembly. It was then that Qi Jing Tian, filled with curiosity, inquired, Divine Son, what is the nature of the relic of inheritance? We are almost eager to know. Could you perhaps enlighten us? Yuan Zhixian pondered deeply for a moment before responding. This matter is excessively intricate, and it is not yet the time for you to be informed. I must return to my clan and consult with the elders, having secured the inheritance from the secret realm. He declared, this place is on the verge of vanishing. With that, he led the crowd back to the residence of Yuan Sun, the esteemed elder of the Yuan clan. A notification chimed. Congratulations, host, for completing the secret realm inheritance. Reward, 500,000 task points. A smile crept upon Yuan Zhixian's face as he exclaimed, splendid, I have struck gold. Chapter 41, The Surrender of the Yuan clan's Divine Son and the Dominance of Yuan Sun. At this juncture, chaos erupted at the entrance of the canyon's secret realm. Yuan clan's elder, if you fail to provide us with an explanation, we shall seek vengeance, bellowed an elder from the dark underworld White Tiger clan. His anguish palpable as he directed his wrath towards Yuan Zhixian's grandfather, Yuan Sun. Indeed, when the Yuan clan's divine son emerges, if you do not surrender him today, we shall pursue this to the bitter end. Proclaimed another elder from the Shenmen. The elder of the True Dragon clan added, your Yuan clan's divine son has slain our clan's dragon prince. The True Dragon clan shall never relent until retribution is exacted. As several imperial clans and dynasties, and Holy Land's elders and disciples clamored for Yuan Sun to relinquish Yuan Zhixian, Yuan Sun regarded the multitude of imperial clans and their unwavering demands for the surrender of his grandson. He unleashed a terrifying aura befitting a saint, addressing the assembly, you dare demand the surrender of my grandson? Are you not aware of the countless epochs of terror harbored by the Yuan clan? Speak again, and I shall strike you down. Is the Yuan clan's elder not being overly arrogant? Do not forget, you are not the only saint present. Do you intend to oppose us all single-handedly? Retorted the elder of the Golden-Winged Rock clan. Indeed, while the Yuan clan may be a forbidden lineage, we are not to be trifled with. Each of our clans has its own ancient ancestors. If we do not receive a satisfactory explanation today, none of you shall depart unscathed, echoed the elders from the Tianxian Holy Land and the Taiyuan Holy Land, although the two Holy Lands had diverged into separate factions. Their heritage remained intricately linked to the Xinjiang Holy Land, and thus their relationship was profoundly intertwined over countless epochs. The two Holy Lands had only a handful of their members emerge from the secret realm, and the two holy sons had been vanquished by Yuan Zhixian. Our divine son was originally unparalleled, a candidate for the future emperor, yet he fell victim to the Yuan clan's divine son's treachery. Why waste breath on such matters? Let us encircle and eliminate the Yuan clan's elder, and seize Yuan Jixian upon his emergence, declared the elder of the Tian Song clan, his eyes igniting with murderous intent. No sooner had he spoken than Yuan Sun's formidable aura surged once more. In an instant, he appeared before the elder of the Tian Song clan, seizing him by the throat. The elder's eyes widened in disbelief as Yuan Sun hurled him into the distance with tremendous force, sending him crashing hundreds of kilometers away, ultimately colliding with a massive mountain range. The sheer might of this assault reduced the sprawling mountains, stretching nearly 10,000 li, to ashes. All present gazed in astonishment, unable to fathom that the Yuan clan's elder would dare to act so brazenly in front of them, and that his power was so terrifying that the elder of the Tian Song clan had not the slightest opportunity to retaliate. Rendered unconscious by the overwhelming force, Yuan Sun then addressed the assembly. Who else desires me to surrender my grandson? To slay your kind would be an affront to my dignity. Should you contest this, I welcome you to join forces against me, you pitiful insects. Outraged, the crowd erupted in fury. Those who had lost disciples to Yuan Jixian, along with the elders of the imperial clans, dynasties, and holy lands, all converged upon Yuan Sun. Very well, it has been millennia since I last engaged in battle. Come forth, and today, I shall allow you to experience the terror of my youth, Yuan Sun proclaimed, as a sort of quasi-emperor quality materialized in his right hand, emanating a fearsome sword intent. As a master of swordsmanship, Yuan Sun's prowess could rival that of even the elders of the sword sect. He unleashed a powerful strike towards the elders of the various clans and holy lands, combining his formidable saintly power with the terrifying sword intent of the quasi-emperor's sword. This single strike bore an aura reminiscent of a quasi-emperor, overwhelming the assembled elders, who quickly summoned their saintly powers to counteract. With a resounding crash, Yuan Sun remained steadfast, while the elders of the various clans and holy lands were forced back several li. This is merely a strike born of my consciousness, and yet you cannot withstand it. You dare to demand the surrender of my grandson and plot my demise. Truly you are ignorant of your own limitations, Yuan Sun scoffed. The elder of the true dragon clan, filled with fury, retorted, you rely solely on the might of a quasi-emperor weapon. Do you think we lack such treasures? As he spoke, the elders of the true dragon clan, golden-winged rock clan, Shinmen, dark underworld white tiger clan, and others all brandished their quasi-emperor weapons. The emergence of these 8 quasi-emperor weapons infused the space at the canyon's secret realm entrance with a palpable pressure. The elders and leaders without quasi-emperor weapons hurriedly shielded their disciples to prevent being crushed by this overwhelming force. At that moment, Yuan Jixian emerged alongside the crowd. The instant he appeared, the 8 elders displayed murderous intent, preparing to strike him down. However, 2 figures reacted even faster, materializing before Yuan Jixian and exuding a powerful saintly aura that shielded him and his companions. Each of these figures wielded a quasi-emperor weapon. One was the elder of the Jade clan, and the other was the elder of the Jun clan. The elder of the Jun clan, having received reports from his family's disciples regarding their divine son's condition, grasped the subtle but crucial relationship between the Jun clan and the Yuan clan. Thus, upon Yuan Jixian's emergence, he immediately positioned himself at his side given the disparity in their cultivation levels. The difference was akin to that of heaven and earth. The 8 saints realized that their opportunity to eliminate Yuan Jixian had slipped away as the 2 figures shielded him. Relieved to see Yuan Jixian protected, Yuan Sun offered a respectful bow to the 2 elders, saying, Yuan Sun expresses his gratitude for your assistance, old friend. There is no need for such formality between us. We have been comrades for many years, replied the elder of the Jade clan with a smile. The elder of the Jun clan also returned the gesture, stating, do not be so courteous. I am well aware of the relationship between our divine son and yours, and I shall not stand idly by. Moreover, our divine son remains with yours. Excellent. I shall entrust your care of them to you while I proceed to eliminate these intruders, Yuan Sun declared. What are you staring at? Come here and face your demise, you fools. Come forth and meet your end. As he spoke, Yuan Sun unleashed the full force of his saintly power, wielding the quasi-emperor's sword to unleash 8 terrifying sword energies upon the 8 elders. The 8 elders swiftly activated their quasi-emperor weapons to counter the incoming onslaught. After a series of deafening crashes, the 8 elders emerged unscathed, leaving Yuan Sun slightly astonished. The presence of their quasi-emperor weapons had indeed significantly augmented their strength. Yuan Sun then pointed his sword toward the heavens, summoning a colossal golden halo formed by his formidable saintly power. From within this halo, a terrifying phantom of a divine sword descended, radiating an aura of dread. The 4 swords of celestial extermination. The sword of celestial extermination, Yuan Sun bellowed as the terrifying divine sword surged toward the 8 elders, fracturing the space in its wake. Startled, the 8 elders summoned their most potent techniques to counter the divine sword's advance. manifesting 8 distinct forms of magic to confront its might. Observing their efforts to resist his sword of celestial extermination, Yuan Sun uttered a single word, exterminate. In an instant, the fearsome divine sword transformed into countless smaller golden swords. Their numbers so vast they obscured the sky. These miniature divine swords raced toward the 8 elders with remarkable swiftness. The elders fought valiantly to fend off the onslaught, but each golden sword struck with the force of Yuan Sun's most powerful blow, rendering the sheer volume of assaults overwhelming. With a cry of despair, the elder of the Tianxian Holy Land succumbed to the relentless barrage of golden swords, becoming a mere husk amid the chaos. The Grand Elder of the Taiyuan Sacred Land, much like his counterpart from the Tianxian Sacred Land, has been transformed into a mere nest of wasps, dispersing throughout the realms. The Grand Elder of the Yanming White Tiger Clan and the Grand Elder of the Fantian Barbarian Bull Clan found themselves unable to withstand the onslaught of Yuan Sun's golden miniature divine sword, which struck them down, revealing their true forms. Lifeless and irrevocably defeated, the Grand Elders of the True Dragon Clan and the Tiansong Clan, though they relied on their formidable physical prowess to hold their ground, were nonetheless battered and bruised. The Grand Elder of the Shinmen, through the profound techniques of the Shinmen, repeatedly mitigated the terrifying assaults of the golden miniature divine sword, avoiding fatal injuries, yet he too bore significant wounds. In contrast, the Grand Elder of the Golden Winged Rock Clan fared somewhat better, evading the attacks of the golden miniature divine sword through extraordinary speed, sustaining only a few superficial wounds. As the fearsome techniques of the 4 swords of extermination faded, they beheld the catastrophic toll on their side. Half their forces had perished. The Grand Elders of the True Dragon Clan and the other 3 Grand Elders felt a tempest of turmoil stir within their hearts. Simultaneously, they pondered why such a formidable being as Yuan Sun would engage them, akin to an adult battling a child, while a burgeoning fear of Yuan Sun's overwhelming power began to take root. As they gazed upon Yuan Sun, who had decimated half their ranks, he prepared to unleash his final lethal strike. Yet at that moment, a presence more terrifying than that of the saint descended from the heavens. Yuan Sun squinted and murmured, "Is this an invitation for the elders to intervene when the battle turns unfavorably?" Before them, an elder clad in a golden dragon robe strode through the void, each step covering dozens of kilometers. Arriving before the Grand Elder of the True Dragon Clan in mere breaths, the Grand Elder immediately bowed in deference, addressing him as ancestor. The other 3 Grand Elders and the Grand Elder present followed suit, offering their respects. "Greetings, Senior." The elder, merely grunting in acknowledgement, exerted an overwhelming presence that made all present feel as though an immense mountain bore down upon them, rendering them breathless. "You are quite remarkable, Yuan Clan, to have produced such an individual. Should you ascend to the realm, your future path may be promising," he remarked, gazing at Yuan Sun. "What, are you mocking me for not being a, or do you believe your own attainment of grants you superiority?" Yuan Sun retorted with unwavering confidence, "The sparrow cannot fathom the ambitions of the swan, nor can the swan comprehend the aspirations of the rock. You are not yet a and cannot grasp the chasm that separates us." The elder replied calmly, "I have fought against such beings before. Do not elevate yourself unduly. Even if you are a, I can still contend with you," Yuan Sun declared, his cheeks flushed with excitement. Thousands of years ago, he had faced it from a hidden immortal sect on behalf of Yuan Changsheng. Though he was ultimately defeated, that battle had significantly enhanced his strength, and it was only the intervention of several elders from the Yuan clan that resolved the conflict. Now, after so many years, he felt a surge of anticipation at the prospect of clashing with another. The elder in the golden robe raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, is that so? Then allow me to demonstrate the disparity between a saint and a." With that, the elder's aura surged, emanating a terrifying spiritual power that coalesced into 9 colossal golden 5-clawed dragons surrounding him. He then directed his attention to Yuan Sun. 9 extreme heavenly dragons, faced with the 9 enormous golden dragons, Yuan Sun dared not underestimate the threat. Instantly, his spiritual power surged, enveloping him in a radiant golden glow as he declared, "A sword in an instant." This was a legendary sword technique from a past sword sovereign of the Yuan clan. Renowned for its lethal prowess, the sovereign had once wielded this move to obliterate 3 adversaries of equal rank with a single stroke. Yuan Sun transformed into a streak of golden swordlight, moving with such velocity that he reached the 9 golden dragons in the blink of an in a flash. The golden sword light struck, severing the 9 colossal golden dragons in half, dispersing them into shimmering motes of spiritual energy, which then surged toward the elder in the golden robe. The elder, taken aback, swiftly produced a dragon-headed staff and intercepted the approaching swordlight. The staff clashed against Yuan Sun's swordlight with a brilliant flash, Both combatants were forced back several dozen miles. Observing that Yuan Sun was able to withstand his assault, the elder in the golden robe lost his composure and unleashed another powerful technique, the ancestral dragon's heavenly destruction. This was one of the true dragon clan's inherited techniques, created by an unparalleled emperor of their lineage, boasting terrifying might. A vast dark cloud materialized in the heavens above the elder, crackling with blue lightning. An oppressive force descended, shattering the surrounding space into fragments. From this immense cloud emerged a gigantic seven-clawed dragon claw, descending upon Yuan Sun. Yuan Sun, recognizing the danger posed by the ancestral dragon's heavenly destruction, swiftly raised his sword before his chest, channeling his utmost spiritual energy into it. The sword radiated a formidable and terrifying sword intent that rivaled even the ancestral dragon's might. He shouted at the elder in the golden robe. The Four Swords of Extermination, Two Swords Combined, Chapter 42, The Arrival of the Nine Ancestors. The Four Swords of Extermination each wielded immense power, and the technique of merging two of these swords could only be executed by a saint-level expert. The even more fearsome technique of merging three swords could only be wielded by a supreme-level being, capable of not only contending with an emperor but also potentially defeating foes beyond their rank. Yuan Sun's technique of merging two of the Four Swords of Extermination was a terrifying amalgamation of the Extermination Sword and the Slaughter Sword, its sword intent and momentum sufficient to threaten even a level expert. Before them, two colossal and formidable divine swords materialized in the void, one emanating a golden brilliance that suggested annihilation, while the other radiated a white light that resonated deep within the soul. The two divine swords then merged into one, transforming into a magnificent sword that shimmered with a golden and white radiance, exuding an aura so terrifying it shattered the surrounding space. The newly formed sword surged toward the massive seven-clawed dragon claw. With a resounding crash, the combined divine sword clashed against the terrifying seven-clawed claw, creating a semicircular energy barrier that flickered between them, resisting their respective forces. Powerful bolts of lightning and blinding streams of energy erupted from the clash. Echoing with thunderous roars that spread across the ground, some fled in terror, while others shielded themselves and their disciples with protective barriers. Some were obliterated by the ferocity of the lightning and energy. With a crack, the two formidable techniques tore through the very fabric of space, creating a massive black hole that consumed everything in its vicinity. In an instant, a blinding flash illuminated the area, followed by a deafening explosion. Yuan Sun, coughing blood and clutching his chest, laughed heartily. Is this all he is capable of? At that moment, the elder in the golden robe turned pale, blood trickling from his mouth. Yet his injuries were evidently less severe than Yuan Sun's. You madman, you dare to expend all your spiritual power on such a reckless technique, you truly are insane, he exclaimed. Just then, three voices echoed from the void. What, you cannot even subdue a mere saint? How disgraceful for us level experts, you were actually wounded by this saint. Enough, no more words. This individual possesses formidable strength, capable of withstanding it. He is a future threat. We must eliminate him to prevent future repercussions. The elder in the golden robe, observing the three newcomers, remarked, You arrived too late. This Yuan clan's grand elder is indeed powerful. I too shall pay a price to vanquish him. Since you are here, let us act together. Yuan Sun felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him as he regarded the four-level beings. Though he was confident in his abilities, facing one was manageable. Facing four was an entirely different matter. He silently called out, Nine ancestors, where are you? The four-level beings regarded Yuan Sun, stating, The Yuan clan has gone too far this time. Our disciple is the culmination of countless resources and treasures we have invested in. To have him slain by your clan's prodigy is unacceptable. You initiated this conflict and injured them first. Prepare for your demise. As cold sweat trickled down Yuan Sun's brow, the flow of time seemed to freeze, as if the very air were imprisoned. An elderly figure, with hair as white as snow and clad in white robes, emerged from a rift in space. Nine ancestors, Yuan Zhishin exclaimed, his heart racing with concern for his grandfather as the arrival of the nine ancestors provided a great relief. He called out to the Yuan clan's nine ancestors, who smiled gently and nodded at Yuan Zhishin. With a wave of his hand, the members of the Yuan clan, along with the grand elders of the Yuan Jun clans, vanished in an instant, reappearing beside the Yuan clan's nine ancestors. Yuan Sun, too, swiftly moved to stand beside the nine ancestors, bowing respectfully. Nine ancestors, Yuan Sun, you have performed admirably through this battle. You have likely gained new insights. Upon returning to seclusion, you should soon ascend to the realm, the nine ancestors encouraged. The ninth ancestor of the Yuan clan gazed at Yuan Sun with a smile and remarked, Indeed, this battle has granted me profound insights and considerable growth. I believe that this time in seclusion will enable me to challenge the realm of the semi-emperor. Yuan Sun, equally elated, responded in kind. Meanwhile, Yuan Zhaxian, witnessing his grandfather on the brink of ascending to the semi-emperor level, joyfully exclaimed, "Grandfather, allow me to extend my early congratulations on your impending success in becoming a semi-emperor." Yuan Sun also laughed heartily. Thus, while one family rejoiced, another was engulfed in sorrow. As the Yuan clan celebrated, the four supreme beings of the semi-emperor realm were filled with trepidation, astonished that the ninth ancestor of the Yuan clan, a veritable deity of slaughter, had arrived. In the past, even the ancient emperor of the underworld had been driven to the brink of transcendence by this killing god. How could they, with merely the first stage of the semi-emperor realm, hope to contend with the ninth ancestor of the Yuan clan? The ninth ancestor then turned to the four and inquired, "I have heard that you intend to slay my clan's divine offspring and the esteemed patriarch." The more nonchalant the ninth ancestor appeared, the greater the fear that gripped their hearts. In a moment of desperation, the elder of the true dragon clan spoke up. "A senior, this is all merely a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding," scoffed the ninth ancestor of the Yuan clan with a cold snort. An overwhelming aura of peak semi-emperor power surged forth, bearing down upon the four. With a sudden gasp, they felt as if struck by divine thunder, and blood involuntarily spewed from their mouths. "Hold on, my friend," just as the ninth ancestor was about to strike, a voice resonated from the heavens. Turning to look, he beheld four figures emerging from the sky, each seemingly harmonizing with the cosmos, exuding an aura of utter tranquility, devoid of any discernible presence. "Oh, I did not expect you, old slippery eel, to also make an appearance, along with your three ancient companions," the ninth ancestor of the Yuan clan remarked coolly. The newcomers were none other than the fourth ancestor of the true dragon clan, an ancient being of immeasurable epochs, accompanied by the three ancestors of the Tian Sun clan, the three ancestors of the Golden-Winged Rock clan, and the three ancestors of the Xianmen clan. Each of these four was a peak semi-emperor, the most pivotal leaders of their respective families. Typically, they would not emerge unless their clan faced annihilation. However, with the lives of their semi-emperor strongmen at stake, their emergence was unavoidable. "Have you four come here for these two?" inquired the ninth ancestor of the Yuan clan, glancing at the four peak semi-emperor elders who were still bleeding from afar. "Yuan Sheng Yuan, your divine offspring has slain ours, and they have come seeking justice. By all accounts, there should be no fault in this, correct? Moreover, they are now injured while your divine offspring remains unscathed. Perhaps we could simply let this matter pass," proposed the third ancestor of the true dragon clan. At this moment, he was desperate to avoid conflict with the ninth ancestor of the Yuan clan, especially with the emergence of the Golden Age necessitating the preservation of their strength for future endeavors. At their current cultivation levels, every engagement would cost them precious lifespan, making them reluctant to act unless absolutely necessary. "Let it pass," the ninth ancestor retorted. "Just moments ago, someone boldly declared their intent to slay my clan's divine offspring and esteemed patriarch, showing utter arrogance, while claiming that my Yuan clan has gone too far. The treasures of heaven and earth rightfully belong to the capable. If you lack the strength and are slain, do not blame others. Yet, to bully the weak with your might against my Yuan clan, do you truly believe this can be brushed aside?" The ninth ancestor spoke with a tone laced with sarcasm. "What do you propose should be done to settle this matter?" The third ancestor of the Golden-Winged Rock clan inquired immediately. "Very well, let each of you provide 3 imperial herbs for these 4 individuals, and we shall consider this matter settled," declared the ninth ancestor of the Yuan clan. Making a bold demand. 3 imperial herbs, the 4 inhaled sharply. They knew that imperial herbs were unparalleled treasures that could extend the lifespan of semi-emperors and emperors alike. Not only did they lack such resources, but even if they did, it was inconceivable that they would part with them. The third ancestor of the Xianmen clan, incensed, exclaimed, "Yuan Sheng Yuan, are you jesting with us? 12 imperial herbs, what clan could possibly provide such a sum? Do you think this is a mere marketplace? I can provide them." The ninth ancestor of the Yuan clan spat back mockingly. "What kind of elders are you, unable to muster even a dozen imperial herbs? You might as well sit in meditation and await your demise." Seeing their lack of sincerity, "I was merely entertaining this conversation with you, yet you elders are so impoverished, it is laughable. You are going too far." "I have endured your insolence for far too long," roared the third ancestor of the Tian Sun clan in fury. At this moment, the third ancestor of the true dragon clan also wore a face of anger but quickly calmed himself, restraining the furious Tian Sun ancestor, and proposed, "Let us pool our resources to offer 1 imperial herb, along with 30 semi-imperial herbs. What do you think?" "Agreed, let it be decided thus. Deliver the items to the Yuan clan within 3 days. Should there be even 1 herb missing, I shall slay you all." the ninth ancestor of the Yuan clan concluded, dismissing them with a wave of his hand, creating a vast rift in spacetime to return with the Yuan clan members. At this juncture, the divine offspring of the Jun clan turned to Yuan Jiaxian and said, "Brother Yuan, I must take my leave now. I shall visit the Yuan clan after some time." Yuan Jiaxian smiled and replied, "Very well, I shall personally welcome you when you arrive." Brother Jun, after slightly bowing to the esteemed elders of the Jun and Yu clans, he followed the ninth ancestor of the Yuan clan into the rift. Seeing that the matter had come to a close, the esteemed elders of the Jun and Yu clans exchanged pleasantries before departing with their disciples, leaving behind a group of stunned onlookers. At this moment, the third ancestor of the Golden-Winged Rock clan spoke up. "Given our 4 strengths, we should be able to detain the ninth ancestor of the Yuan clan. Why then acquiesce to his demands for compensation?" The third ancestor of the True Dragon clan replied, "Do you truly believe we 4 could restrain the ninth ancestor of the Yuan clan? Do not forget that eons ago, he single-handedly forced the emperor of the underworld to the brink of transcendence. I ask you, who here can achieve such a feat? Moreover, the ninth ancestor of the Yuan clan is far from simple. Unless absolutely necessary, do not provoke him. Then are we to let the divine offspring of the Yuan clan slay our own without consequence?" The third ancestor of the Xinmen clan interjected, "You have seen how the esteemed patriarch of the Yuan clan can contend with semi-emperors despite not yet attaining that realm. It is said that the head of the Yuan clan is also exceedingly powerful. The talent of their divine offspring is truly terrifying. The 3 prodigies of the Yuan clan are indeed formidable, but is there not a way to eliminate this Yuan divine offspring?" The third ancestor of the Golden-Winged Rock clan continued. "The God Source secret realm, having been dormant for several epochs, is about to awaken. Our ancient prodigy has been in slumber within the secret realm for countless epochs, and now, with the emergence of the Golden Age, it is time to rouse him. Moreover, the divine offspring of the True Dragon clan is also soon to be born. Their talents are unparalleled, invincible among their peers. Once they emerge, I wonder how the Yuan divine offspring shall fare? In battles among peers, I believe that even if the Yuan divine offspring were to fall, the ninth ancestor would have no words to say." Hearing this, the third ancestor of the Tian Song clan recalled, "Indeed, my clan's ancient prodigy also rests within the God Source secret realm. Upon returning, I shall prepare for our divine offspring's emergence. Precisely, when our divine offspring and ancient prodigy awaken, it shall be the end for the Yuan divine offspring." At this moment, the ninth ancestor of the Yuan clan had already returned with Yuan Jiaxian and the others to the Yuan clan. The ninth ancestor turned to Yuan Jiaxian and said, "Jiaxian, come with me to the ancestral grounds." With that, he vanished from sight. Yuan Jiaxian addressed the others, "You all may return to the divine offspring's palace. I shall visit the ancestral grounds for a moment." He then offered a slight bow to Yuan Sen and, with a flash of golden light, disappeared as well. In the ancestral grounds of the Yuan clan, the ninth ancestor smiled at Yuan Jiaxian. Growing increasingly pleased with this descendant, not only was he gifted with unmatched talent, but he was also humble, polite, and possessed an indomitable spirit. He was, quite simply, a flawless individual. "Jiaxian, what treasures did you acquire from the canyon's secret realm?" inquired the ninth ancestor with curiosity. "I obtained 3 extraordinary treasures from the secret realm," Yuan Jiaxian replied candidly. He held in the highest regard this elder who had watched him grow, and thus he concealed nothing. "Oh, pray tell what they are," the ninth ancestor said, intrigued. "The first is the Enlightenment Tea Tree," Yuan Jiaxian stated. "The Enlightenment Tea Tree, a marvelous treasure indeed, a legendary item that not only enhances one's comprehension of the Tao but also allows for the perception of the great Tao." "This is truly a fortuitous acquisition, one befitting you," the ninth ancestor remarked, maintaining his smile. Observing the ninth ancestor's unfazed demeanor, Yuan Jiaxian felt a pang of curiosity. Had others not reacted with uncontainable excitement upon hearing of such a treasure? Was it that the family's profound heritage rendered the Enlightenment Tea Tree insignificant, or did the ninth ancestor believe it to be unworthy of his attention? "The second item is a mysterious orb," Yuan Jiaxian said, feigning an air of mystery. "Oh, what manner of mysterious orb is this?" the ninth ancestor inquired, perplexed. "The broken immortal orb," Yuan Jiaxian revealed. The ninth ancestor's eyes widened in surprise. "You have obtained the broken immortal orb?" he exclaimed, recalling past events. Sensing the ninth ancestor's reaction, Yuan Jiaxian probed cautiously, "What is it, ninth ancestor? Do you know of the broken immortal orb? It is said to be an item of creation." The ninth ancestor, momentarily lost in thought upon hearing the name, suddenly responded, "Of course, I know of it. That is," he cleared his throat and continued, "Jiaxian, do you know that the broken immortal orb contains the power of heavenly causality? The possessor must resolve this causality. Seeing the ninth ancestor's response, Yuan Zhaoxian smiled and said, "Of course, I am aware, during my inheritance, that elder informed me of the creation aspect as well. I am also well aware of the orb's effects and its causality." Curious, the ninth ancestor inquired, "Which elder do you speak of?" The elder referred to himself as a member of the Heavenly Mandate clan. Yuan Zhaoxian answered. The patriarch of the Yuan clan was taken aback once again, exclaiming, "It is indeed the Destiny clan, a foreseer among the innate human races. They possess the innate ability to foresee the future and comprehend the dualities of existence, especially the grand destiny art, which can divine future events through the rivers of time. The broken immortal pearl has surprisingly been passed down to you by this clan. Why would they endow you with such a treasure?" The patriarch pondered aloud, perplexed. Upon hearing the patriarch's musings, Yuan Zhaoxian replied, enunciating each word carefully, "He calls me the reversal of destiny." What? The patriarch of the Yuan clan could no longer maintain his composure and shouted. Chapter 43, The Patriarch's Shock. The Divine Sun descends. Noticing the patriarch's astonishment, Yuan Zhaoxian smirked slightly, having previously assumed that the patriarch would remain unfazed by any revelation. "What did you say? They refer to you as the reversal of destiny?" The patriarch reaffirmed, incredulous. "Indeed, they claim that I can rewrite the fate of all beings and alter the very fabric of existence." Yuan Zhaoxian responded, "I never anticipated that the reversal of destiny would be one of my clan. It seems there are matters that require early attention." The patriarch continued to muse. The patriarch was not only aware of the broken immortal pearl but also of the reversal of destiny. Clearly, he possessed knowledge of the events surrounding the opening of the heavens, and when I had inquired about the origins of the Destiny clan, the elder had been reticent. My curiosity about the true nature of these matters deepened. Then Yuan Zhaoxian inquired, "Are you familiar with the Upper Celestial clan?" The Upper Celestial clan. Upon hearing these words, the patriarch narrowed his eyes slightly. The Upper Celestial clan is one of the three clans of the Heavenly Path, and they pride themselves as the overseers of the heavenly way, responsible for managing all living beings but prohibited from directly intervening in their affairs. Yuan Zhaoxian pressed further, "The three clans of the heavenly path? What is the relationship between my clan and them?" "There is no significant connection. However, countless epochs ago, there was a brief interaction due to certain events, yet, I have always felt that this clan seems to be conspiring something grand." The patriarch replied, "How does our clan compare to theirs?" Yuan Zhaoxian inquired, displaying a childlike curiosity. Zhaoxian, "I know you are eager to learn, but your strength is still too feeble. There are matters you need not concern yourself with yet. Once your power has grown, you will come to understand many things. Remember, whatever you undertake, you have our support, even if you were to slay the son of the Upper Celestial clan," the patriarch said with a smile. "Then what is the final item of inheritance?" The patriarch continued, his curiosity piqued. "The seed of the world." Yuan Zhaoxian replied. As soon as the words left his lips, a terrifying aura began to pervade the ancestral grounds. With gusts of wind stirring violently in the space, the foremost 9 ice coffins trembled gently, as if eager to reveal their contents, while the 3 jade coffins at the top radiated a brilliant light, as if the 4 words they contained wielded immense power. Yuan Zhaoxian turned to look at the patriarch, who now had wide eyes and was visibly trembling slightly. The patriarch confirmed once more, "Are you certain it is the seed of the world?" "Yes, patriarch," Yuan Zhaoxian affirmed. With that, a colossal golden tree's phantom appeared behind him, and a seed that shimmered with 7-colored radiance manifested before him. "It truly is the seed of the world. Splendid, splendid, Zhaoxian. You must remember, do not wield the power of this seed until you reach the realm of the mythical emperor. This item is of utmost importance. Never forget," the patriarch instructed earnestly, to which Yuan Zhaoxian readily agreed. "Such astonishing revelations require some time for me to process. You should visit your father, he has matters to discuss with you," the patriarch suggested. Yuan Zhaoxian bowed, saying, "Then I shall take my leave." As soon as Yuan Zhaoxian exited the ancestral grounds, the patriarch spoke into the void, "I never expected that what our clan has sought for countless years would be found within Zhaoxian." Before he could finish his thought, the 8th ice coffin began to shake violently. Suddenly, a middle-aged man rose from within, having not moved for countless years. He stretched, his joints cracking from disuse, and gazed at the 7 ice coffins and the 3 jade coffins above. Nodding in acknowledgement, in an instant, he appeared before the patriarch, declaring, "I understand. This matter is significant. Old Ninth, allow me to protect the path of this child." Zhaoxian, "Understood, 8th brother," the patriarch replied. At that moment, Yuan Zhaoxian arrived at Yuan Changsheng's study. Seeing his proud son, Yuan Changsheng set aside his work and smiled at Yuan Zhaoxian. "Zhaoxian, you have returned today. I had the servants prepare a meal. Your mother will be joining us shortly. We shall enjoy a family dinner together." Reflecting on the rarity of such moments with his father, Yuan Zhixian felt a wave of nostalgia. Since his birth, he had not shared a proper meal with his parents. Now, he could seize this opportunity to connect with them. Before long, Yulinking arrived, and the servants had prepared the meal. The family gathered around the table, engaging in light conversation. Yuan Changsheng began. Zhixian, in this age of golden opportunity, with great paths clashing and numerous prodigies emerging. Your grandfather has informed me of the secret realms events. Your mother and I are quite concerned. We firmly believe you can surpass all your peers, yet we worry that some shameless old-timers may act in the shadows. Therefore, you must exercise caution and prudence in all matters. ASE8, Yuan Zhixian replied, I understand, father. I will remember those who act in the shadows, and when I grow stronger, I will personally eliminate their lineage. Focus on your growth. The family will support you in all else, Yuan Changsheng said with a smile. He continued, now that you are of age, it is time to consider heirs. The goddess of the Tai clan seems to be a fine match. When will you, father, stop? I am currently focused solely on my cultivation. We can discuss this later, Yuan Zhixian said, feeling exasperated. Beside him, Yulinking remained silent, attentively listening while serving Yuan Zhixian more food. The family enjoyed their meal in a cheerful atmosphere. Afterward, Yuan Changsheng led Yuan Zhixian to the Yuan clan's conference hall, where clan elders and core figures awaited. Yuan Changsheng surveyed the gathering and announced, it is said that a treasure of unimaginable power has emerged in the lower realms. I propose sending Zhixian down there. What do you all think? One elder voiced, the divine son is the essence of our clan's fortune. He is undoubtedly the best candidate for this mission. Another elder chimed in. The divine son has just returned from the canyon's secret realm, and he is yet to rest. I fear the journey may harm his well-being. We should dispatch other prodigies instead. At that moment, a venerable elder interjected, the strongest beings in the lower realms are those at the quasi-saint level. Sending other prodigies may not suffice. I also believe the divine son is the most suitable choice. Zhixian, what do you think? Yuan Changsheng, weary of the elder's debate, directed the question to his son. The lower realms, a treasure of unimaginable power. It sounds intriguing. I will go, Yuan Zhixian declared. I will bring along Zifeng, Yen Er Ruochu, and Jing Tian. Very well then, prepare yourself in the divine son's palace, and you shall depart shortly, Yuan Changsheng instructed. Waving his hand, Yuan Zhixian bowed and replied, Father, I shall take my leave. As he exited the conference hall, a voice echoed in his ear, ding. Oh, the system has a new task for you. Cough, cough. Host, please mind your language. What do you mean by dog system? I have remained silent thus far. This dog system is crossing the line. Yuan Zhixian retorted, what, do you have an issue with that? The system threatened. If you continue to call me dog system, I might just take away your task points. So now you threaten me, you've grown bold. Yuan Zhixian replied, whether I have grown bold or not is irrelevant. It's necessary to deal with a host like you, the system remarked. Alright, enough of this banter. Let's get serious. I don't joke about task points. Yuan Zhixian said with newfound gravity, please complete the check-in for the Tianlan Realm reward, special technique Susanu manifestation. Please acquire the treasure of unimaginable power, reward, 200,000 task points. Susanu manifestation, Yuan Zhixian mused, intrigued. He recognized the term from a popular anime in his past life. A power of extraordinary might. What could this Susanu manifestation entail? You will understand the function of this skill once you complete the check-in, the system concluded, falling silent upon returning to the divine son's palace. Yuan Zifeng and Yuan Yener greeted him with joy. Previously, Yuan Zhixian had planned to take them along to the canyon's secret realm but had decided against it due to their insufficient strength. Leaving them to stay behind, he then presented some elixirs and sacred herbs he had obtained, including the ice water cold spirit herb, to them. Inform Ruochu and Jing Tian that the four of you will accompany me to the lower realms. The lower realms, that sounds great, they exclaimed eagerly. Yuan Yener was currently filled with immense joy. Since her arrival at the Yuan clan, she had scarcely ventured outside. This rare opportunity to explore undoubtedly thrilled her. For which young girl does not delight in wandering through shops and marveling at the unusual? In contrast, Yuan Zifeng maintained his usual aloof demeanor and inquired, Divine Son, is there a particular matter that necessitates our descent to the lower realm? Why the sudden urgency? Yuan Zhixian elucidated, it appears that there is a celestial anomaly emerging in the lower realm, and we are tasked with investigating it. Understanding the situation, Yuan Zifeng proceeded to notify Yuan Ruochu and Ji Jingtian. Subsequently, the four of them gathered in the Divine Son's palace hall. Presently, Ji Jingtian was at the 8th stage of the physical realm, Yuan Ruochu at the 6th stage of the divine realm. Yuan Zifeng at the 6th stage of the physical realm, and Yuan Yener at the 3rd stage of the physical realm. Even the weakest among them, Yuan Yener, could single-handedly vanquish all the prodigies and anomalies of the lower realm. Thereafter, Yuan Zhixian led the four to the Yuan clan's spatial teleportation array. Upon seeing Yuan Zhixian, an elder of the clan immediately performed a respectful bow, stating, "Divine Son, the interdimensional teleportation array is ready and can commence at any moment." Afterward, he produced a jade pendant, saying, "When you return, please infuse your spiritual energy into this pendant, and I shall activate the teleportation array to bring you back." "Thank you, esteemed elder," Yuan Zhixian replied with a bow. He then ushered the four into the teleportation array. The Tianlan realm is one of the myriad small worlds, where the most powerful beings barely reach the quasi-saint level, once one ascends to sainthood. They may only linger in this realm for a few days before being drawn to the higher realms by the guiding light. This limitation exists because the lower realm can only endure the presence of saints. Any being of greater strength could easily collapse this realm with merely their aura. In the past, a disciple of a great saint was slain by enemies who, fearing retribution, sought refuge in the lower realm. In a shocking turn of events, the great saint descended in person to avenge his disciple, resulting in the lower realm's inability to withstand his overwhelming power, leading to its collapse and countless fatalities among its inhabitants. Consequently, the heavenly Tao descended with divine punishment, obliterating the great saint. The entire Tianlan realm is divided into 5 continents: east, south, west, north, and central, with central continent being the most prosperous, followed by the eastern continent. In a remote area within the borders of the Yin kingdom, a young man of 16 or 17 years, Lin Yan, frowned as he listened to the disparaging remarks of those before him. "Lin Yan, do you truly believe yourself worthy of Zhao Xian? If it were not for the old man's intervention years ago to save Zhao Xian's grandfather and subsequently forge a marriage pact, do you honestly think a mere 3rd stage of the body refinement realm like you could even converse with her?" Li Zhao Xian has now become an inner disciple of the Xianlin sect, even catching the attention of the esteemed core disciple Lord Huixing, who is a 4th stage blood transformation realm expert. "What right do you have to compete with the Lord, now that both the old man and your father are gone? You should annul your engagement with Zhao Xian, yet you stubbornly refuse. What do you intend? Do you wish to bring calamity upon our Lin family?" Lin Yan gazed at the disdainful faces of his relatives and secretly scoffed. 3rd stage of the body refinement realm, how utterly laughable. I am now a 1st stage celestial realm cultivator. If not for my deliberate concealment of my true power, one would hardly discern the contemptuous demeanor of my family. Lin Yan, a member of an ordinary family in a remote area of the Yin kingdom, possessed average talent and aptitude. He ought to have led a mundane life. However, several years ago, he unexpectedly acquired a peculiar black soil from an unknown source, which he used to cultivate various spiritual herbs and elixirs. The herbs and elixirs nurtured by this black soil accelerated Lin Yan's cultivation progress. After the elder of the Lin family concluded his remarks, a handsome young man wielding a fan stepped forward, his demeanor threatening as he declared, "Lin Yan, I have come personally to annul your engagement with Zhao Xian. Do not test my patience," with a glance filled with admiration. He turned his attention to the beautiful yet aloof figure beside him, who was none other than Zhao Xian, the daughter of the Zhao family head. At this moment, Lin Yan clenched his jaw, looking at Zhao Xian and asking, "What is your opinion, Zhao Xian?" Zhao Xian coldly replied, "We have no prior connection. A mere marriage contract should not bind my life. I certainly refuse to be so constrained. And I hope that you, young Master Lin, will also desire to annul the engagement, so that we may all live peacefully." Just as Lin Yan was preparing to respond, a dazzling light suddenly erupted from the plaza outside the Lin family estate. A colossal beam of light descended from the heavens, and as it dissipated, 5 young men and women appeared. "Is this the lower realm? Why is the spiritual energy so scarce here?" one of them remarked. "As the divine sun descends, we must explore this realm thoroughly." Hearing this, Yuan Zhixian took a moment to assess the situation in the lower realm and turned to the others, saying, in the presence of the lower realm's inhabitants, "Do not refer to me as divine son, call me young master." The four, though puzzled, complied with the directive, responding, "Understood, young master." Yuan Zhixian then observed a gathering in the hall across the plaza, where a crowd surrounded a young man. This young man was flanked by an obsequious elder, a towering figure emanating authority, and a strikingly cold young woman. Realizing the context, Yuan Zhixian's lips curled into a slight smile as he muttered to himself, "A marriage annulment drama. I am quite familiar with this plot." Chapter 44, A Sleepless Night. The mysterious body. Initially, the crowd in the hall, drawn by the radiant light, emerged to investigate. Upon witnessing Yuan Zhixian and his companions adorned in splendid attire, each exuding an air of grandeur, they deduced that these individuals were not of ordinary stature. One among them asked, "May I inquire who you are and what brings you to the Lin family?" Yuan Zhixian smiled gently and replied, "We are members of a reclusive family visiting the mortal realm for leisure. However, as night approaches, we seek a place to rest." When Yuan Zhixian smiled, every woman present felt their hearts flutter. Enchanted by the visage of such a perfect man. Meanwhile, Hu Xing observed Zhao Xian's unwavering gaze fixed on Yuan Zhixian, feeling a surge of irritation, though he maintained his composure, stating, "In that case, please, esteemed guests, take your seats in the hall." He subtly signaled to the elder of the Lin family, who quickly responded, "Yes, yes, please, esteemed guests, allow me to guide you to the main hall." They escorted Yuan Zhixian and his companions into the hall, where Yuan Zhixian noticed Lin Yan still present. At that moment, the world seed within his soul flickered with a kaleidoscope of colors. Yuan Zhixian then utilized his divine sense to assess Lin Yan's situation. He discovered that Lin Yan was indeed rather ordinary in most respects, but there was an inexplicable peculiarity about the elixirs and herbs he carried. Choosing not to delve further into Lin Yan's affairs, Yuan Zhixian withdrew his divine sense. The elder of the Lin family then addressed Yuan Zhixian, saying, "Please wait a moment while I attend to some family matters. No trouble at all." Yuan Zhixian waved his hand dismissively. Subsequently, the elder turned to Lin Yan. "At this juncture, are you still clinging to fanciful notions? Quickly annul your engagement, and we can all move forward amicably." Yuan Zhixian found this scene somewhat amusing. He had encountered numerous narratives of this kind in his past life, filled with tales of fate and retribution. Lin Yan interjected, "Very well, I shall annul the engagement." That is wise, the prudent recognize the circumstances. The elder of the Lin family and Hu Xing both smiled at Lin Yan's compliance. However, Zhao Xian remained silent, occasionally glancing at Yuan Zhixian. Then Lin Yan added, "To annul the engagement signifies the shattering of my dreams. Will you not provide me with some form of spiritual compensation to soothe my tender heart?" "Pardon," Yuan Zhixian expressed his astonishment. This narrative seemed to deviate from the familiar script. It was not supposed to unfold in such a pathetic manner. The elder of the Lin family and Hu Xing were momentarily taken aback before asking, "What do you desire? Perhaps a dozen or 20 spiritual elixirs or herbs will suffice, as my fragile heart requires gentle healing." The elder of the Lin family felt utterly embarrassed by Lin Yan's audacity, while Hu Xing's expression darkened. "Do you think these are mere cabbages? A dozen or 20? I have 5 qi-boosting pills. Take them or leave them." Hu Xing retorted, "Very well, I shall annul the engagement at once," Lin Yan proclaimed, producing the marriage contract penned by his grandfather and Zhao Xian's grandfather, igniting it in flames before addressing the elder of the Lin family. "Since this matter is concluded, I shall take my leave." He cast a fearful glance at Yuan Zhixian before hastily exiting the hall. "What a disgraceful waste," the elder of the Lin family remarked. Astonished by Lin Yan's absurdity, turning to Yuan Zhixian, he said, "I apologize for the inconvenience. Please follow me to the guest quarters." I in the guest room, Yuan Ruochu and the others stood before Yuan Zhixian, inquiring, "Young master, that Lin Yan struck me as quite peculiar today." Yuan Zhixian, seated at the tea table, poured himself a cup while casually responding, "Did you notice as well? Indeed, his talents seem utterly mediocre. Even that so-called Hu Xing pales in comparison. Logically, he should only aspire to achieve the blood transformation realm, yet he has reached the celestial realm. Could it be that he possesses some extraordinary opportunity?" Yuan Ruochu remarked, "Indeed, divine child, unless one possesses an extraordinary opportunity, it is improbable for an individual with such mediocre talent to ascend to the cave heaven realm and the lower realms." At this moment, Ji Jingtian also spoke up. Yuan Zhixian gently sipped his tea and said, "You are both correct. This person indeed possesses an ordinary, if not exceptionally poor, aptitude. He must be someone with an unparalleled great fortune. Today, I examined his consciousness and found that aside from some peculiarities with his elixirs, there was nothing remarkable about him. I believe we should investigate his elixirs further." He then addressed Yuan Zifeng, saying, "Zifeng, go and look into the matters concerning Lin Yan's elixirs." With that, Yuan Zifeng vanished in a flash, and soon after, Yuan Ruochu, Ji Jingtian, and Yuan Yener exited Yuan Zhixian's chamber, returning to their own quarters. As night fell, Yuan Zhixian sat by the window, savoring his tea while gazing at the luminous crescent moon outside. A faint smile graced his lips as he softly murmured, "Since you have arrived, why not come and join me for a cup of tea?" Just then, Lin Yan's figure materialized in Yuan Zhixian's chamber. "Did you know I would come?" he inquired. "My intuition told me you would seek me out. And tonight was the time," Yuan Zhixian replied coolly. "You are here to capture me," Lin Yan said through gritted teeth. "Capture you? I have never met you before and do not know you. Why would I wish to capture you? Yuan Zhixin maintained his indifferent demeanor. You are certainly not ordinary individuals. Who are you, and what is your purpose in visiting the Lin family? Lin Yan pressed further. We are from a hidden family. Here only to traverse the mortal realm, Yuan Zhixin answered. Lin Yan contemplated silently. A hidden family? It is said that such families remain aloof from worldly affairs, yet possess terrifying power. Even imperial courts and sacred places do not dare provoke them. Moreover, this individual exhibits no trace of spiritual energy, while his companions radiate strong spiritual fluctuations, likely indicating they are his subordinates. A descendant of a hidden family, it seems I must devise a careful plan. He then proposed, since you are a member of a hidden family, I would like to propose a transaction with you. Do tell, Yuan Zhixin responded with renewed interest, curious about the audacity of this individual to initiate a trade. Recently, I acquired a treasure, yet some unscrupulous individuals wish to seize it from me. I managed to escape, but I fear they will eventually come after me, therefore, I wish to request your assistance in dealing with them when the time comes. To express my gratitude, I am willing to offer some spiritual elixirs. My elixirs possess benefits several times over. I wonder what you think of this proposition. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Zhixin agreed to his request. Lin Yan, with a glint of cunning in his eyes, exited Yuan Zhixin's chamber. At that moment, 4 figures flickered into existence before Yuan Zhixin. Yuan Zifeng then bowed to Yuan Zhixin and reported, Divine Child. I discovered that all of this person's elixirs are self-cultivated, and their growth rate is astonishingly rapid, yielding effects several times to over a dozen times that of ordinary elixirs. Upon hearing this, Yuan Ruochu and Ji Jingtian were equally astonished. Even the finest herbalists from the upper realms could only cultivate elixirs with effects several times their own. How could Lin Yan achieve such results? Does he possess the innate talent of an unparalleled herbalist? After the discovery of spiritual herbs, most individuals would return them to their families for cultivation, and those who cultivated them are known as herbalists. Akin to alchemists, one cultivates, the other refines. Divine Child, you should not have agreed to his request. It would be simpler to capture him and search his soul, revealing the truth immediately. Yuan Ruochu suggested. No, Yuan Zhixin firmly denied. Why not? Yuan Ruochu questioned. Puzzled, Yuan Zhixin elaborated, this individual has first, an extraordinarily mediocre talent, second, he lacks the innate spiritual power of a herbalist, yet he can cultivate elixirs with several times the efficacy, indicating that the issue lies with the soil itself. He continued, he mentioned acquiring a treasure and being pursued. I suspect it is indeed this soil. While he may not be the child of fate, he possesses an extraordinary opportunity if we were to search his soul. We would learn the location of this soil, yet we would be unable to access it due to the nature of the opportunity. Only an individual with an unparalleled fortune can lead us there. Otherwise, no one can enter. This place may very well be our objective for descending into the lower realms, thus, we must keep him alive and utilize him to our advantage. I have my own plans. Upon hearing Yuan Zhixin's reasoning, the others comprehended his intentions. Yuan Yan'er, filled with admiration, exclaimed, Wow, Divine Child, you are truly remarkable. Not only have you identified the issue, but you also plan to leverage him, unlike some individuals who resort to soul-searching at the slightest provocation. She added, playfully sticking her tongue out at Yuan Ruochu. Alright, Yuan Zhixin gestured for calm. For now let this matter rest. You may all withdraw. Yes, Divine Child, the 4 acknowledged as they bowed and exited the chamber. Once they had departed, a subtle smile reappeared on Yuan Zhixin's face, and he murmured to himself, it seems this night is destined to be sleepless. At that moment, another figure appeared in Yuan Zhixin's chamber. Without turning his head, he addressed the newcomer, Miss, what brings you here at this late hour? A graceful silhouette emerged, revealing herself as Zhao Zixuan. I have heard that you are a descendant of a hidden sect, and I wish to seek your counsel on a matter. Zhao Zixuan began. What is it? Yuan Zhixin inquired. Are you aware of the Xianin Cha body? Zhao Zixuan asked, her face full of anticipation. Yuan Zhixin smiled faintly and replied, the Xianin Cha body is a body of extreme cold, and those who possess it suffer daily from cold poison. Most importantly, those with the Xianin Cha body do not live beyond the age of 20. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zixuan trembled slightly, for she herself was afflicted by the Xianin Cha body. Filled with hope, she pressed on, is there a way to save me? Indeed, there is a method, Yuan Zhixin affirmed. Then could you share it with me? Zhao Zixuan asked urgently. Why should I tell you? Even if I did, you would have no means to act upon it, Yuan Zhixin replied, maintaining a calm demeanor despite Zhao Zixuan's rising anxiety. This, Zhao Zishuan felt a wave of panic. Yuan Zhishan then added, however, to save a life is worth more than constructing a 7-story pagoda. Miss Zishuan, I can assist you, but what? Oh, Zhao Zishuan inquired promptly. The Xianin Cha body requires a substance of pure yang to counteract the cold poison within. And this substance generates intense heat during the process. Should you be clad in clothing, it may harm your skin, thus it is necessary to remove your garments, Yuan Zhishan explained. Zhao Zishuan was taken aback. Her thoughts racing. Surely he cannot be attempting to take advantage of me. Rest assured, Miss Zishuan, I am a gentleman of integrity and would never lay a hand on you. If you believe I am taking advantage of the situation, I can simply close my eyes. If even that does not suffice, then I am truly powerless to assist you, Yuan Zhishan assured her with unwavering confidence. Well, then very well. To rid myself of this cold poison, I have no choice but to trust you, Zhao Zishuan conceded, her cheeks flushing. Slowly she began to unfasten her clothing, revealing a perfectly sculpted figure before Yuan Zhishan, curvaceous and proportionate, with skin as flawless as that of an infant. Zhao Zishuan covered her chest with one hand and her lower body with the other. Yuan Zhishan promptly closed his eyes and guided her to lie down on the bed. As she lay there, watching Yuan Zhishan with his eyes shut, her heart raced, pounding wildly as her entire body flushed with warmth. It was impossible not to feel drawn to Yuan Zhishan's perfect features, noble character, and formidable background. Yuan Zhishan then conjured a supreme young sacred pill, which hovered in the air. We shall begin, he announced, with a flick of his finger. The pill entered Zhao Zishuan's body. As the night wore on, Zhao Zishuan's body occasionally emitted a soft red glow, accompanied by pained moans. Once the process was complete, Yuan Zhishan moved to the window and sat cross-legged, awaiting the supreme young sacred pill's power to purify the cold poison within Zhao Zishuan. The night passed in this manner, and as dawn broke, the grand elder of the Lin family, along with Lin family disciples and Huoxing, arrived early at Yuan Zhishan's door. Sensing their approach, Yuan Zhishan opened his eyes and rose to answer the door. Did you rest well last night? The grand elder inquired upon seeing Yuan Zhishan. Very well, and I thank you for your hospitality, Yuan Zhishan replied just as Zhao Zishuan emerged from the room. Having awakened and completely purged the cold poison from her body, her cultivation on the verge of breaking through to the blood movement realm, stretching languidly and adjusting her garments, she stepped out of the room. In an instant, everyone was left dumbfounded. In broad daylight, Zhao Zishuan emerged from Yuan Zhishan's chamber, her complexion radiant as she arranged her attire, prompting a flurry of speculation among the onlookers. Huoxing's eyes were bloodshot as he clenched his fists. The aura of the blood movement realm emanating from him upon witnessing his beloved emerge from another man's room, his heart bled with anguish, and in a fit of rage, he launched a punch at Yuan Zhishan without hesitation. Yuan Zhishan remained unmoved, his expression cold as he regarded Huoxing's approaching fist. Suddenly, Yuan Zifeng appeared before Huoxing, blocking the punch with a single finger. How dare a mere insect act with such audacity towards the young master? He admonished, and with a flicker of golden light, Huoxing was sent crashing against the wall by the force of the impact. Afterward, Huoxing slowly rose to his feet, clutching his chest, already gravely injured. He gazed incredulously at Yuan Zifeng, sensing his formidable strength, yet never anticipating it to such an extent. One mere finger had left him wounded despite being a practitioner of the blood mobilization realm. He subsequently bellowed at the Sky Elder, "Assist me in annihilating them. I wish for them to suffer a fate worse than death." Chapter 45, News of the Celestial Treasure upon Huoxing's cry to the heavens. An elder of the 9th stage of the cave heaven realm gradually descended from above, casting a glance at the injured Huoxing. He then coldly regarded Yuan Zhishan and Yuan Zifeng, stating, "I have heard that hidden families possess countless precious treasures and techniques. As a scion of such a family, you must surely bear many fine items. Should I eliminate you, all that you possess will become mine." The elder spoke with palpable excitement, driven mad by poverty. "Do you truly wish to kill and seize treasures?" Yuan Zhishan retorted, eyeing the elder as a mere jester. "You ought to blame yourselves for being so ostentatious and lacking restraint. Without a protector, you dare flaunt your identity as a member of a hidden family. I had intended to wait until you left the Lin family before striking, but it seems that I can no longer afford to delay. You, a veritable treasury on legs, shall be mine to take." The elder expressed his delight. At this moment, Zhao Zishuan stepped forward, saying, "Elder, how can you act in such a manner? Are you not afraid of the hidden family seeking retribution? Can you not spare the young masters?" "Humph, Zhao Zishuan, you are but an inner sect disciple. Is it your place to question my affairs?" the elder replied condescendingly. However, Zhao Zishuan attempted to interject, only to be interrupted by the elder. Silence, speak another word, and I shall have you dealt with according to sect regulations. Meanwhile, Hua Xing's expression darkened as he observed Zhao Zishuan still defending Yuan Zhishan, his anger intensifying. He cried out in anguish. Zhao Zishuan, you vile wretch, how could I have adored you for so many years, bending over backwards to please you? You've only met this man once, and yet you can. No, it cannot be like this. Zhao Zishuan wished to refute him, but Hua Xing's next words left her speechless. You claim to be reserved, yet when I offered my affection, I was truly naive. Had I known you were such a shameless harlot, I would have taken you long ago. Your Xianyin body is not only capable of enhancing cultivation but is also reputed to be an exquisite physique in bed. Rest assured, once I have slain them, I will cherish you well. With each word, Hua Xing's visage grew increasingly grotesque. His declaration struck Zhao Zishuan like a thunderclap, rendering her momentarily paralyzed. She could hardly fathom that Hua Xing was capable of such depravity. Seeing Zhao Zishuan's distress, Yuan Zhishan smiled wickedly and approached to offer comfort, saying, "A person as loathsome as Hua Xing is truly unworthy of you. Recognizing this early is a blessing. If you wish to cry, then cry. My shoulder is always at your service. You will feel better after." Zhao Zishuan, initially choked with emotion, gazed at the tender and handsome Yuan Zhishan and replied, "Why did you arrive so late? How wonderful it would have been had I met you sooner." After saying this, she quietly leaned on Yuan Zhishan's shoulder, weeping, her tears soaking his garment. Hua Xing, witnessing this scene, felt as though his heart would burst with rage. He immediately turned to the elder, exclaiming, "Elder, what are you waiting for? Quickly eliminate this pair of adulterers." The elder responded, "To die while still basking in the warmth of affection, then I shall grant you that." "Silence, Yenner, extinguish them." Yuan Zhishan gently cradled Zhao Zishuan's head while softly patting her back, speaking to the air. "Understood, young master." At that moment, a flash of golden light appeared before the elder and Hua Xing, revealing Yuan Yenner. With a surge of spiritual energy, several droplets of water materialized in the void, coalescing into palm-sized diamond-shaped ice cones that shot forth with astonishing speed. Before either could react, they were pierced by multiple ice projectiles. Collapsing lifelessly to the ground, the elder stood nearby, his eyes wide with disbelief, trembling uncontrollably. How could a ninth-stage cave heaven powerhouse be dispatched so swiftly? What terrifying cultivation must this young girl possess? Yuan Zhishan then addressed the elder. "I would appreciate it if the elder could have someone escort Miss Zishuan to rest." Afterward, the unconscious Zhao Zishuan, still floating in Yuan Zhishan's spiritual energy, was taken away by attendants to her quarters for rest. Yuan Zhishan himself stretched languidly and remarked, "This is quite the affair. My head aches, elder. I wish to rest a while longer. Of course. Please take your time, my lord," the elder responded, his tone shifting as he departed with his entourage. Once inside his room, Yuan Zhishan promptly instructed Yuan Yenner, "Yenner, quickly fetch some rootless water. I need to wash my hands, and my clothing has gone missing. Do not let it be." Noticing Yuan Zhishan's overly dramatic reaction, Yuan Yenner was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "Divine Son, why were you so kind to Miss Zishuan earlier, yet now so dismissive, although she is merely a tool for me to control Lin Yan? I am a person with standards of cleanliness. Furthermore, if I do not treat her well, how can I ensure her unwavering loyalty in serving me?" Yuan Zhishan replied. At that moment, Yuan Yenner and the others realized that Yuan Zhishan's actions were part of a larger scheme. Understanding that he preferred to use his mind rather than resort to violence, meanwhile, in a secret chamber of a sacred site within the Tianlan realm, a middle-aged man in closed-door cultivation suddenly opened his eyes. Staring at the extinguished soul flame within the jade stone in his hand, he then roared in anguish, my son, who dares to harm my child? I shall not let this transgressor go unpunished. I will flay them alive to avenge you." Days later, Yuan Zhishan led his group to the main hall of the Lin family. Addressing the Lin family elder, he stated, "I apologize for the disturbances over the past few days. Today, we intend to continue our journey through the mortal realm." The Lin family elder inquired, "Might I ask where you intend to go next, my lord?" Feigning contemplation, Yuan Zhishan replied, "To the royal city of Yan. Miss Zishuan is still resting. Please inform her that we are departing, and I shall not disturb her further." "Very well, I shall convey your message. I wish you a smooth journey through the mortal realm," the Lin family elder said, bowing respectfully. Subsequently, Yuan Zhishan and his companions departed the Lin family estate. Eye in the void, the five soared through the air. Ji Jingtian asked, "Divine Son, we are leaving without having taken any action?" Yuan Zhishan smiled. "With the sect's elder and core disciple slain in the Lin family, what do you think will happen?" The four remained puzzled, shaking their heads in confusion. "Naturally, they will dispatch elders to investigate the cause. Ultimately, they will discover that we were responsible for the deaths of a core disciple and an elder from their sect, which will undoubtedly incite their wrath. The Lin family will soon find themselves in dire straits. And their annihilation is inevitable. And what of Lin Yan and Zhao Zixuan? Ji Jingtian curiously inquired. Lin Yan possesses the strength of the cave heaven realm and great fortune. He will not perish easily, though he will certainly be pursued. As for Zhao Zixuan, she is merely an inner disciple of that sect. I suspect they will not make things difficult for her. One seeks to evade pursuit, while the other has developed feelings for me. They shall both come seeking me. We need only wait for them in the royal city of Yen. The real entertainment is just beginning. With that, Yuan Zhishan led his party toward the royal city of Yen. Days later, a large contingent of powerful figures descended upon the Lin family, with over a dozen in the cave heaven realm. Led by a master of the divine power realm, the Lin family elder, drenched in sweat, cautiously inquired, "Might I ask what commands you have, esteemed sirs?" The leader responded, "I must ask you, did an elder and core disciple of the Shen Lin sect meet with misfortune in your Lin family?" Esteemed sir, indeed, that elder and Lord Huixing encountered trouble in our Lin family, but this matter has no bearing on us. The perpetrators have already fled to the royal city," the Lin family elder stammered, his body trembling slightly. Since they have already departed, what use do you serve? 2 core figures of my Shen Lin sect have perished in your Lin family, and thus your entire clan shall accompany them to the grave. Attack. Under the onslaught of this group of powerful figures, the Lin family was reduced to ruins, nearly obliterated. Only 2 individuals survived. One was Lin Yan, who had sensed the shift in circumstances and fled immediately, albeit pursued by a throng of cave heaven realm experts. The other was Zhao Zixuan, an inner disciple of the Shen Lin sect, who was taken back by the crowd. At that moment, Yuan Zhishan and his companions arrived in the royal city of Yen, a bustling metropolis teeming with life, merchants, and vendors at every turn. Yuan Zhishan made his way to a top-tier restaurant known as Ju Yuan, reputed to be the finest establishment throughout the Tianlan realm, with branches in nearly every significant city. As he stepped inside, the attendant, seeing the 5 adorned in luxurious attire and exuding an extraordinary presence, approached with a beaming smile. "Esteemed lords, are you here to dine or to stay? We offer the finest cuisine and the most exquisite accommodations. May I inquire what level of service you desire?" "What levels?" Yuan Zhishan asked, intrigued. The attendant explained, "We categorize our offerings into 4 grades. The Wu grade requires only spirit stones for lodging at 1 lower grade spirit stone per day. The Wan grade is for practitioners of the blood mobilization and cave heaven realms, costing 10 lower grade spirit stones per day. The D grade is for those of the divine power and Dao body realms, at 100 spirit stones per day. Lastly, the Tian grade is reserved for the sons of various sacred sites or core personnel, or those of the reincarnation realm, at 1 mid-grade spirit stone per day." The attendant grew increasingly animated as he spoke. 5 rooms of the Tianzi grade, Yuan Ruochu declared directly. At that moment, the waiter exhibited a hint of surprise and couldn't help but inquire, "Esteemed lords, may I ask your identities?" Although Yuan Zhaoxian and his companions bore an air of distinction that set them apart from the common folk, they lacked any tangible aura, appearing as ordinary individuals. Yuan Ruochu promptly replied, "Our identities are not for you to question. Here are 10 high-grade spirit stones. Do you believe this is sufficient for our party to stay for a few days?" "My lords, this is not in accordance with the rules," an onlooker dining nearby interjected. "Are you the waiter of this establishment?" Yuan Zhaoxian asked. "No, I too am merely a patron here." The waiter responded, "Leave us." Yuan Zhaoxian commanded decisively. "As you wish." Subsequently, Yuan Zifeng pointed a finger at the man, and with a flash of golden light, he was sent soaring out, crashing into the ground at the entrance of the restaurant, creating a sizable crater. At that moment, within the Tianzi Binghao room, a middle-aged man bowed to another, saying, "Saint Sun, I have just sensed the presence of a formidable being at the Dao body realm, whose strength is certainly not inferior to my own." This middle-aged man possessed the cultivation of the reincarnation realm. The small Yan nation surprisingly harbors such a strong individual. It seems prudent for us to make their acquaintance. Perhaps we can persuade them to aid us, thereby increasing our odds in the pursuit of unparalleled treasures. The Saint Sun concurred with that. He approached the restaurant entrance, producing a jade tablet inscribed with the character for divine. Addressing the waiter, "These individuals are my friends. You have no objections, I trust?" The waiter, astonished by the jade tablet, a symbol of the divine feather sacred land only worn by those of Saint Sun rank, immediately bowed and replied, Of course, since they are friends of the Saint Sun, there is no issue whatsoever." With that, he promptly stepped back, observing the handsome young man before him. Yuan Zhaoxian smiled and inquired, "And who might you be?" Esteemed friend, I am the saint son of the divine feather sacred land. Upon observing you all, I noted your remarkable bearing and extraordinary aura. You must be exceptional individuals, hence my desire to make your acquaintance. Might you consider joining me in my private room? At this moment, Yuan Yenner felt displeased. Her saint's son was the most revered figure in the world, not someone to be mingled with by just anyone. She was about to voice her thoughts when Yuan Jiaxian interrupted with a wave of his hand, saying, Yenner, entering the world signifies an understanding of humanity, which is also a form of cultivation. Set aside your haughty identity and relish the myriad experiences of the mortal realm. You will discover something different, and your path will surely expand. Upon hearing Yuan Jiaxian's words, Yuan Yenner and the others nodded in agreement. The saint son of the divine feather, a sixth-tier master of the divine powers realm, could naturally hear Yuan Jiaxian's words, and he was deeply astonished. Entering the world, could he be a descendant of an ancient hidden sect? The saint's son pondered quietly. Yuan Jiaxian then addressed the saint's son, since you have extended an invitation, we shall gladly accept. With that, he and the saint's son ascended to the private room. Inside, the saint's son spoke first. Esteemed guests, are you here for leisure? Yuan Jiaxian replied, we are descendants of a hidden family, and our purpose in entering the world is merely to wander through the mortal realm and enrich our Tao heart. Indeed, they are the progeny of a hidden family, the saint's son thought, feeling reassured in his judgment. Might I inquire if you have any specific destinations in mind? He continued. At present, we do not. We have recently entered this world and are still unfamiliar with it. Pray tell, saint's son, do you have any recommendations or intriguing occurrences to share? Yuan Jiaxian replied nonchalantly, there are indeed countless breathtaking locales within the Tianlan realm, and it would likely take you a decade or two to explore them all. However, there is one particularly intriguing matter that has arisen recently, the saint's son continued. Oh, what is this curious affair? Yuan Jiaxian inquired. It is said that a few years ago, a mysterious space suddenly appeared in the northwest of the Tianlan realm, radiating with resplendent light and rich in spiritual energy, far surpassing that of the outside world. Consequently, many powerful beings have asserted that it must contain countless extraordinary treasures. Several strong individuals have formed teams to investigate. Yet none have returned after entering, and their soul flames left behind at their sects have extinguished. After sharing this, the saint's son glanced at Yuan Jiaxian and continued, subsequently, even more powerful beings ventured forth. Yet the outcome remained the same, until a young man appeared, who, despite being merely at the body refinement realm, managed to enter that place and return safely. Oh, what is so strange about that? Every individual has their own opportunities. Yuan Jiaxian remarked, the issue lies here. There were those who sought to capture this young man and force him to lead them inside, yet they spent years searching without success. It was only recently that someone discovered him. And curiously, in just 2 to 3 years, he has ascended from the body refinement realm directly to the cave heaven realm. He must have acquired some unparalleled treasure from within, for it is unfathomable how one could elevate their cultivation so dramatically. Currently, virtually all the powerful beings across the continent are seeking him. Upon hearing the saint's son's account, Yuan Jiaxian immediately recognized who the young man was and grasped the entire situation. The sudden emergence of a space within the Tianlan realm had resulted in the demise of numerous powerful beings, while Lin Yan had become the fortunate one, navigating through the perilous space as if it were his own backyard, ultimately obtaining miraculous soil. With this soil, his cultivation had surged forward. Therefore, Yuan Jiaxian surmised that this space might indeed contain the extraordinary items mentioned by his father and the system's task. Pray tell, saint's son, are you also here for the unparalleled treasures within that space? Yuan Jiaxian subsequently inquired. When such treasures surface, all major factions wish to partake. I am no exception. However, the various imperial dynasties and sacred lands of the Tianlan realm have dispatched powerful beings. Yet I remain at a disadvantage. If you would join me, I believe we could achieve great success this time, the saint's son expressed with a hint of helplessness. Oh, I forgot that you have just entered the world and may not be familiar with the current situation in the Tianlan realm. The Tianlan realm is divided into 1 palace, 2 pavilions, 3 dynasties, and 4 lands. The palace is the Dragon Palace, the 2 pavilions are the 10,000 Monsters Pavilion and the 8 Desolations Pavilion. The 3 dynasties are the Taihuang Dynasty, the Daxia Dynasty, and the Qin Dynasty. The 4 lands are the Blood Kill Sacred Land, the 4 Symbols Sacred Land, the Great Wilderness Sacred Land, and my own Divine Feather Sacred Land. Each of these entities has produced saints, and currently there are 6 quasi-saints in the Dragon Palace, 4 quasi-saints in each of the 2 pavilions, 3 quasi-saints in the 3 dynasties, and 2 quasi-saints in each of the 4 sacred lands. Yuan Zhaoxian was slightly taken aback upon hearing that there were over 30 quasi-saints in the Tianlan realm. However, he quickly regained his composure. As a fourth-tier practitioner in the reincarnation realm, he was an invincible force against those below the saint realm. His only concern was for Yuan Ruochu and the others, as they had not yet ascended to the reincarnation realm. Upon hearing that there were over 30 quasi-saints, Yuan Ruochu's party felt a chill run down their spines. The aura of a single quasi-saint beast had already made them feel quite overwhelmed. Now to hear there were over 30 was daunting. However, they soon found solace in the presence of their saint son. Yuan Zhaoxian then remarked, "Such a mysterious space, filled with extraordinary treasures, indeed stirs our hearts." "You are correct, saint's son. Strength in numbers is vital. We shall venture forth together to search for these treasures." "Excellent, with your participation. Our success is assured. Now we only need that young man to guide us," the saint's son replied, turning to Yuan Zhaoxian. "Leave the matter of locating him to me. It is getting late. I shall not disturb you further. Wind Elder, please escort these esteemed guests to the Tianzi guest rooms for their rest." With that, the middle-aged man respectfully led Yuan Zhaoxian and his companions to their accommodations. As night fell within Yuan Zhaoxian's room, Yuan Ruochu and the others stood in a line looking at Yuan Zhaoxian in confusion. "Saint's son, is there something you wish to discuss at this late hour?" Yuan Zhaoxian promptly responded, "I have made a decision. We shall explore that space tonight, without Lin Yan, the fortunate one, leading us. Where might we end up?" Upon hearing this, the four of them nodded in unison. "We shall heed the saint's son's command. Time is of the essence. Let us depart immediately." With that, the five of them vanished in a flash of light from the room. In the northwest of the Tianlan realm, a vast forest lay, and deep within it, a colossal swirling vortex radiating blue light spun incessantly. The location belonging to the Yen nation was adjacent to this mysterious space, allowing Yuan Zhaoxian to swiftly arrive at the entrance of the swirling vortex, due to the numerous powerful beings that had perished within. This place had become akin to a forbidden zone, with not a soul in sight outside the swirling vortex. "Saint's son, this should be the location," Yuan Ruochu stated as she gazed at the vortex. "Indeed, let us proceed and investigate," Yuan Zhaoxian replied. The five of them stepped into the swirling vortex, entering the space. As they crossed the threshold, a rich spiritual energy enveloped them, prompting Yuan Zhaoxian to exclaim, "This is indeed an inner realm. No wonder the spiritual energy is so dense, with not a trace seeping into the outside world." "What is this inner realm?" Yuan Yenner inquired, puzzled. An inner realm is an independent world outside the jurisdiction of the heavenly Dao. It may be naturally formed or crafted by supreme beings. So for instance, the ancestral land of my clan is an inner realm, and this one appears to be of natural formation. Yuan Zhaoxian explained as he continued walking forward, with the others closely following. Soon, they arrived at a grove of peach trees, where pink petals fluttered gracefully in the breeze, creating a truly delightful scene. At that moment, the once fallen peach blossom petals unexpectedly soared from the ground, radiating waves of pink luminescence, before hurtling towards the five members of the Yuan Zhaoxian, with a casual wave of his hand. Yuan Zhaoxian conjured a golden energy shield that enveloped the group, the petals striking the shield with resonant clangs, demonstrating their formidable power. While the petals relentlessly battered the energy shield, thick branches began to emerge from the ground. Each as robust as a waist, the five, unable to attend to both front and rear, were compelled to scatter for cover. Yuan Zhaoxian soared directly into the void, standing with arms crossed, as the circular energy shield surrounded him, shielding him from the incessant assault of the petals and the encroaching branches. At that moment, Ji Jingtian utilized his ethereal form to become insubstantial, allowing the petals and branches to pass through his intangible body. Yuan Ruochu, too, employed a vortex of reincarnation space to continuously consume the petals and branches. Yuan Zifeng opted for a more straightforward approach, manifesting a sacred blade and fervently slashing at the incoming petals and branches. Meanwhile, Yuan Yenair raised 4 colossal ice pillars around her, providing a steadfast barrier. However, as the number of petals and branches multiplied, their power intensified, and Yuan Zifeng and Yuan Yenair found themselves struggling to withstand the onslaught. Subsequently, Yuan Zhaoxian swiftly appeared beside the two, grasped them, and hurled them into his energy shield. He then addressed Yuan Ruochu and Ji Jingtian, urging, "We must leave this place." Thus, the five evaded the relentless petals and branches while distancing themselves from the area. Before long, they found themselves in a marshland. Yuan Yenair, panting heavily, remarked, "Finally, we've escaped that place. Had it not been for the sun, I might have faltered. Should we rest for a moment before proceeding?" Yuan Zhaoxian surveyed the surroundings and replied, "Do not lose focus. I sense something amiss here." No sooner had he spoken than ominous thunder rumbled across the sky, followed by a deluge of lightning that filled the heavens, instilling a powerful and terrifying sense of oppression that caused the four Aside from Yuan Zhixian, to furrow their brows, boom, a bolt of lightning hurtled towards them with alarming speed. The five quickly dodged, but another bolt followed closely behind. Soon, countless bolts of lightning cascaded from the sky. Yuan Zhixian shielded Yuan Zifeng and Yuan Yan, activating his heavy pupils to conjure a barrier that withstood the multitude of lightning strikes. Yuan Ruochu unleashed the 6 paths of reincarnation fist against the oncoming lightning, while Ji Jingtian summoned the void refining cauldron, continuously absorbing the torrential bolts. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, Yuan Ruochu's 6 paths of reincarnation fist failed to contend with the terrifying lightning, nearly resulting in a direct hit. Ji Jingtian's cauldron was struck by the lightning, plummeting from the void into his grasp. Both were left astonished and fearful, despite their formidable ranks within the 3,000 physiques. They were merely in the Tao body realm and should have been able to resist even a reincarnation realm strongman, yet they could not withstand the sheer ferocity of the lightning. With a sense of dread regarding the overwhelming might of the lightning, they braced themselves for another strike. As the bolts surged towards them, they prepared to summon their utmost spiritual power for a final defense. When suddenly a figure appeared before them, with a powerful punch directed at the sky. The multitude of lightning clashed with the blow, erupting in a dazzling brilliance. Yuan Ruo, brother Ji Jingtian, stay close to me, the figure instructed. In a mere quarter of an hour, the 5 found themselves once more at the entrance of the vortex gate. Observing the 4, who were utterly drained and fatigued, Yuan Zhixian remarked, indeed, only those with great fortune, like Lin Yan, can traverse this inner realm with such ease. Son, what is this inner realm? It is terrifying. Had I entered alone, I might well have perished within, Ji Jingtian said. If you were to enter alone, it would not be a matter of might, it would be certain demise, Yuan Zhixian countered. He continued, just now I scanned the area with my heavy pupils. We were merely encircled within that inner realm. Far from the core, the power of those petals and branches was already comparable to the full force strikes of a reincarnation realm 5th or 6th stage practitioner, while the subsequent lightning was nearly equivalent to a peak reincarnation realm expert's full might. The 4 were left to ponder the absurdity of the inner realm. They had only grazed the periphery, and yet it was fraught with such peril. The lightning was akin to the full force of a peak reincarnation expert. What could the core hold? Surely it would be the full might of a quasi-saint, or even a saint. They silently vowed to hasten their training upon returning, determined not to be perpetually reliant on the sun for protection. Yuan Zhixian then stated, it seems this inner realm is indeed our intended target. Fortunately, I possess Zhao Zixian as a trump card. It is time to unveil it. He addressed the group. Let us return for now, everyone should rest well today. With that, they returned to the gathering Fade Inn in the Yen Kingdom. Days passed, and one day, a young man appeared at the entrance of the gathering Fade Inn. Upon entering, the attendant promptly approached him, inquiring whether he sought a meal or lodging, then proceeded to relay Yuan Zhixian's previous words verbatim. I am here to find someone. Might you have seen 4 men and 1 woman, all of similar age to mine, each possessing extraordinary charisma, with the leader resembling a celestial being? Indeed. Are you their friend? The attendant inquired. Correct, I am a friend of theirs, and I need to speak with them urgently. Ah, so you are a friend of the esteemed one. They are currently residing in room Tian. Would you like me to guide you? The attendant asked, eager to please. There is no need for your assistance, he replied, producing a low-grade spirit stone. Thank you, esteemed one. This way, please. The young man followed the attendant up the stairs, winding through the hallways until they reached the door of Yuan Zhixian's room. At which point the attendant bowed and withdrew. Just as he was about to knock, a voice from within called out, Young Master Lin, since you have arrived, please enter, and discuss matters. Upon entering the room, Lin Yan addressed Yuan Zhixian, you seem to have a taste for elegance, exploring ancient landmarks. Are you aware that after you killed that Huoxing, my Lin family has been annihilated? Oh, yet you still stand here. Moreover, I can discern a hint of relief in your gaze regarding your family's demise, Yuan Zhixian replied. Unperturbed, Lin Yan was slightly taken aback by how perceptive Yuan Zhixian was, noticing Lin Yan's silence. Yuan Zhixian pressed on, Young Master Lin, you have come seeking my assistance to extricate you from your current predicament, have you not? Lin Yan found himself increasingly unable to fathom Yuan Zhixian. Sensing an overwhelming aura of power, what is your intention then? He asked. I am somewhat acquainted with your situation, given that only you can enter that mysterious space. Let us make a deal. I will ensure your safety if you allow us to enter that realm together. What do you say? Yuan Zhixian proposed. Though you are indeed a scion of a hidden family, your cultivation is still too low. Your situation is dire. Rather than risk choosing you, I would prefer to throw in my lot with a quasi-saint. ensuring my safety and perhaps even becoming their disciple. If that is your stance, young Master Lin, I shall not press you further. Rest assured, I will not disclose your whereabouts to anyone, Yuan Zhixian replied graciously. In that case, I thank you for your understanding, Lin Yan said, eager to leave the room. The more Yuan Zhixian presented himself as a paragon of virtue, the more unsettled Lin Yan felt. He said no more, swiftly exiting the room. Watching Lin Yan depart, Yuan Zhixian could not help but smile faintly. Days later, a woman, her face veiled and her figure shapely, appeared at the entrance of the gathering Fade Inn. Like Lin Yan before her, she was met with the same courteous reception and inquiries. Eventually, she approached Yuan Zhixian's door. Taking a deep breath, she gently knocked. Moments later, Yuan Zhixian's flawless visage appeared before her. Upon seeing his face, the woman felt her cheeks flush, her heart racing uncontrollably. Young master, it has been several days. Zhixian has missed you greatly, she said. So it is you, Zhixian, please, come inside, Yuan Zhixian replied. Previously, he had referred to her as Miss Zhixian, but now simply as Zhixian, which filled him with uncontainable joy. Upon entering the room, she found Yuan Ruochu and the others present. Am I interrupting something? Are you all in the midst of an important discussion? She inquired. Not at all. You are not an outsider, Zhixian. Everything is fine, Yuan Zhixian reassured her. Hearing this, Zhao Zhixian felt a surge of happiness. Believing she had earned Yuan Zhixian's recognition, subsequently Yuan Zhixian, with an unflinching demeanor, remarked, Zixuan, I wish to discuss a matter with you. Our return is imminent, and our original mission was to explore that enigmatic realm. Many formidable individuals have perished within its confines, and we later learned that only young Master Lin Yan could traverse it safely. I had approached young Master Lin Yan regarding the possibility of our entry. Yet he seemed to regard us as lacking sufficient value to warrant his assistance, thus declining our request. Therefore, this mission may be deemed a failure. At this juncture, Zhao Zixuan anxiously inquired, what will happen if we fail to return? Is there any chance we can venture out again? Yuan Zhixian continued to speak earnestly, albeit in a whimsical manner. The specifics elude me, but one thing is certain, should this mission fail, it is likely that I shall never emerge again. Remaining confined within my family. Is there truly no alternative? Zhao Zixuan exclaimed, her mind in turmoil. Perceiving her agitation, Yuan Zhixian swiftly seized the opportunity, stating, there is. It hinges upon your willingness to assist me. Chapter 47, Resolving Matters with Zixuan and Seeking Retribution. Upon hearing Yuan Zhixian's proposition, Zhao Zixuan immediately responded, I am willing, regardless of the nature of the task or the challenges it may entail. For the sake of the young master, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly. The four onlookers, bewildered by the unfolding events, could not help but admire Yuan Zhixian for captivating Zhao Zixuan's affections. After merely 2 encounters, Yuan Zhixian then continued, if you are prepared to draw closer to young Master Lin Yan, I believe we could successfully accomplish this mission. Draw closer to him? What do you mean by that? Zhao Zixuan inquired. Make him fall in love with you. With your request, he should, out of regard for you, agree to admit us into that mysterious realm. This would not only enable us to fulfill our mission but also allow me to avoid a life spent solely within my family, enabling me to see you, Zixuan, every day. Yuan Zhixian maintained his composure, showing neither embarrassment nor fatigue. Zhao Zixuan, who had been apprehensive about the prospect of not seeing Yuan Zhixian again, upon hearing that she could see him daily, responded without hesitation, as long as I can see the young master every day and assist him, Zixuan is willing to do anything.